This audiobook contains 116 censored sentences and 275 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: I can read minds and I understand psychology. I can identify everything and even predict my own end. However, if no girl confesses her feelings to me every 30 days, I will perish. The good news is I've successfully charmed many girls. The bad news is the girls who can't win me over are starting to take desperate measures. If anyone sees this message, please call an Ambu Chapter 1 preface in an alternate world. On the 15th of a certain month, 8:18 a.m., a young man stood peering out the window at the street, his gaze fixed on a cat-eared girl among the crowd. The girl's name was Tri Brewery, and she was currently the young man's boss. He had to convince her into confessing his love within 9 days, or he would bravado instantly with no way to avoid his fate. The information collection level has reached the conditions for starting the strategy. Begin operation with a soft and harmless persona. The young man muttered to himself. 10:30 a.m. The young man stepped into the cat-girl restaurant on the street and was immediately scolded. Banning, look at what time it is now. How many times have you been late this month? The scolder was none other than the cat-eared girl, her tail standing up in anger. I'm sorry, boss. You'll get to work right away. The young man didn't dare argue and immediately ran off to the kitchen to work. The cat-eared girl sighed with her arms crossed, wondering why this human boy, who used to be so well-behaved, had been late so many times this month. 11:40 p.m., the cat-eared girl who had gone out to negotiate prices with suppliers returned to her cat-girl restaurant. Normally, by this time, all the employees would have gone home, but tonight the kitchen light was still on. Dash, could it be a thief? Although the cat-eared girl was a strong woman, she became nervous in this situation. Just as she was about to rush in with a mop, someone tapped her on the back. Ah! The cat-eared girl was so scared that she swung the mop around wildly and then hid in the corner. Who is it? Who is it? Come out, meow. The girl was so nervous that she even spoke in the language of the cats. Boss, it's me. The young man, holding his head swollen from the mop, stumbled in front of the cat-eared girl. Huh, Banning? Why haven't you gone home yet? You scare me to death. Seeing the young man in this state, the cat-eared girl felt guilty. I thought, since I've been late so many times these days, I should stay and do more work. I hope you won't fire me. The young man's pitiful words made the girl feel even more remorseful. She wanted to make it up to the young man, but didn't know how to do it. I won't fire you. Go back now and take this ointment with you. After the young man left, the cat-eared girl looked at the spotless restaurant and kitchen and thought about the beating she had given the young man. She felt very guilty. On the 16th, 12:03 a.m., the young man returned to his temporary residence to review his strategy. Successfully verified that the boss type is outwardly strong but inwardly gentle, and the showing weakness and guilt strategy can continue to be used. The suspension bridge effect operation has achieved the expected results, and the heart rate response has been confirmed through physiological features. It is predicted that the boss will have a high probability of coming to investigate the reason for me being late tomorrow morning, so I will start the guilt enhancement operation in advance. The young man sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, murmuring to himself. 6:10 a.m., the young man confirmed through the window that the cat-eared girl was ambushing downstairs. Start the guilt enhancement operation. He put on the prepared bread and, knowing that he was being followed by the cat-eared girl, pretended not to notice and walked to the slum area to distribute bread to the children. The cat-eared girl watched from afar and felt that she might have been too harsh on the young man before. 8:45 a.m. today, the young man arrived 15 minutes early at the cat-girl restaurant, and the cat-eared girl arrived at about the same time. Good morning, boss. The young man was full of energy and very sunny today. Good morning. The cat-eared girl, on the other hand, couldn't look him in the eye and pretended to be busy with other things. Confirmed that the recent cause-effect is starting to take effect. On the 17th, 12:36 p.m., the young man was on duty to serve dishes at lunchtime. As he walked around the restaurant, he could feel the cat-eared girl's eyes on him from time to time. confirmed that the love compensation effect is starting to take effect, and caring is the beginning of liking. 3:15 p.m. While everyone was resting, the young man imitated someone else's handwriting and quietly wrote a note. I heard that the boss likes Banning. They stayed at the restaurant until late the other day, then deliberately placed it where it was easy to be found. 5:08 p.m. The news that the boss likes Banning has spread throughout the restaurant, and even she has heard about it. Although the cat-eared girl clarified it, and even praised Banning for taking the initiative to work overtime before, everyone just laughed it off. The failed clarification made the cat-eared girl even more flustered. The hint effect is starting to take effect. On the 18th, as the end of the workday approached, the cat-eared girl nervously approached the young man. "B. Banning, I'm sorry I hit you the other day." "It's okay, boss. It's all good now, see?" The young man approached the cat-eared girl to show her where he was hurt, and the suddenly shortened distance made the cat-eared girl's heart beat faster. "I'm glad everything's okay. Oh, by the way, this is for you." The cat-eared girl withdrew and handed a box to the young man. "Boss, I can't accept this. If everyone finds out, they'll misunderstand." "Huh? Misunderstand what?" Everyone's talking privately about how the boss likes me or something." As soon as she heard the young man say that, the cat-eared girl's face turned red in an instant. That's not true." The cat-eared girl threw the gift down and ran away in a hurry. On the 19th, the young man deftly handled a group of rowdy Tiger People customers, winning the favor of all the staff. The cat-eared girl wanted to praise him, but feared being teased, so she remained silent. However, the young man's mind-reading abilities made her thoughts crystal clear to him. On the 20th, the young man noticed that the cat-eared boss had started paying more attention to her appearance. Confirmed the Hawthorne effect. On the 21st, the young man proposed some ideas to improve the workflow in the restaurant, which were well received by everyone. They jokingly referred to him as the landlady of the shop. The cat-eared girl politely avoided the topic. On the 22nd, rumors began to circulate in the restaurant that the young man might resign. This news also reached the ears of the shop owner, the cat-eared girl. On the 23rd, 11:12 p.m., the Cat Girl restaurant had already closed, and everyone except the cat-eared girl and the young man had gone home, although they hadn't planned it. "Cinchereto, what's not good about it? Is it because you're unhappy with your salary? I can give you a raise." "No, it's not that, boss." The young man shook his head. "It's because everyone is saying that you like me. I can see it. You're troubled by it, aren't you? Even though you don't actually like me. I don't want to see you troubled, so it's better if I leave." The young man lowered his head, and as he spoke the last few words, his voice became as soft as a mosquito's. Both of them fell silent. The restaurant was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. The young man didn't receive a reply, so he silently stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, "There's no such thing." The cat-eared girl spoke. "Huh? There's no such thing. I'm not troubled by anything." "Huh?" The young man seemed to have not understood the hidden meaning in the cat-eared girl's words. Seeing this young man acting foolishly at a critical moment, the cat-eared girl couldn't help but feel annoyed. But since she had already said it, she might as well say it all. "Arg, so annoying. Do I have to be so blunt? Don't leave. Stay. I like you, and I don't feel troubled at all." Seeing the cat-eared girl, who was now blushing and staring at him, the young man smiled shyly. Received confession from Catgirl Tri Brewery. All of this was just his acting. Regarding why the young man was trying to conquer a girl in a different world, it all started from the day he suddenly died. Chapter 2, When It Rains, it pours in the bustling mall filled with extravagance. Among the crowd adorned in luxurious attire, a high school student in uniform hastened through, appearing out of place in this environment. Why would a student not study hard and instead squander their parents' hard-earned money? People's gazes toward him were full of disdain. The high school student paid no attention to the sharp glances thrown his way and went straight into the restroom. 10 minutes later, a sharp-dressed and stern young man emerged from the restroom, unrecognizable as the high school student from before. This time, the passers-by couldn't help but glance toward him, and many girls were captivated by his chilling and charismatic aura, like that of frost and snow. The high school student's name was Tyler, and he was 18 years old. Tonight, he was not here to spend money but rather to earn it, to make money that could save his life. Despite the scrutiny of those around him, Tyler remained unfazed and strode confidently through the side door of a luxurious store called Humor Noir. The moment he entered, he put on a professional and friendly smile, concealing his sharp edges and emanating a gentle warmth that was a far cry from his previous self. Due to the brand's positioning, most of the staff at Humor Noir were female, aside from part-time employee Tyler. He greeted everyone warmly, and the saleswomen all lit up upon seeing him, beaming with joy. However, beneath the calm surface, dark currents were surging. Only Tyler knew that among the 4 senior saleswomen on duty tonight, 2 had hinted at wanting to date him, 1 had directly confessed, and another had even bravado his cheek when he wasn't paying attention. In this complex workplace environment, the slightest mistake could result in disaster. Tyler, I heard you're really bad at certain subjects. Is there any subject you don't understand? Do you want the big sisters to help you with your studies after work? Faye, Tyler has to go to school tomorrow morning. Besides, it's already 11 o'clock. Let's all get some rest and focus on school tomorrow. Wow, I didn't expect Faye to be a carnivore. What home tutors? Nia, I have no idea what you're talking about with your favorite action movies. When there were no customers around, the saleswomen loved to tease Tyler. It would often escalate into playful banter with hidden prop knives. Tyler remained steadfast in the midst of the turmoil, abiding by the principle of not speaking unless necessary, knowing that the crisis would resolve itself once customers arrived. Before long, the customers arrived one after another. In this luxury store, where even paper clips could sell for exorbitant prices, customers bought small gifts worth hundreds or even thousands of dollars to boost Tyler's performance, as casually as having a cup of coffee. Indeed, impressive work performance was the real reason why Tyler was popular among his colleagues. There seemed to be an inexplicable magic about him that made female customers unable to forget him. For the staff, Tyler's part-time status didn't affect their bonus rankings, and his presence raised the bonus benchmark for the store. Moreover, he was easy on the eyes, truly an angel sent from heaven. After finishing work, some of the girls invited Tyler to have a late-night snack, while others offered to drive him home. However, Tyler knew the art of tactful refusal well, understanding that only by remaining single could he avoid trouble. So he politely declined and went straight home. In addition to playing it safe, Tyler had another reason to return home tonight. The opportunity to get rich quick overnight was waiting for him there. By the time Tyler arrived home, it was already 11:30 and the house was empty. His mother had been working extra shifts at a nearby supermarket for the past 2 months and wouldn't be back until after 2 a.m. As for his father, he was still in the hospital waiting for surgery, pending payment. Indeed, both Tyler's after-school job and his mother's extra work were all aimed at raising money for his father's surgery. Despite selling everything they could and borrowing money from anyone who would lend it, their family was still $5,000 short of the operation cost. $5,000 may not be a huge amount in today's society, but it was a number that could break the backs of Tyler's family, especially since they had already exhausted all their resources. Through the joint efforts of mother and son over the past 2 months, there was still a shortfall of $3,000 in the surgery fund. But tonight, Tyler had the chance to make up the remaining $3,000 in one fell swoop. 2 weeks ago, a wealthy lady who often came to check on Tyler's performance unintentionally revealed to him insider information that a certain NASDAQ-listed company would be acquired at a substantial premium after closing on a certain day. Tyler immediately searched for related information after work, but there was no news online. This meant that the lady did not give him any old and worn-out information, but rather a real insider information that could be of value. After thorough study and calculation, Tyler confirmed that he could use a combination of financial instruments with a leverage of up to 50 times on the U.S. stock market. This meant that if the stock of the company was assumed to rise by 10, Tyler only needed to invest $6,000 to earn nearly $30,000. However, if the news was false, or if Tyler's timing of buying and selling was incorrect, the $6,000 investment would most likely be lost. Tyler knew that his father's health could not wait much longer. If he succeeded tonight, the surgery could be performed 3 months earlier. But if he failed, Tyler would have to find another way to make up for the $6,000 shortfall. Whether it was taking on extra work or selling off his belongings, he had to do it. After careful consideration, Tyler decided to take the risk without telling his family. After more than a week of preparation, he was ready for everything and was waiting for the date the wealthy lady had mentioned tonight. With no time to eat dinner, Tyler opened his computer and logged into his account, constantly checking the stock price on his phone while waiting for the page to load. There was no movement yet. Normally, the acquisition announcement would not be made until after the market closed, but there were no impenetrable walls in the world. Tyler believed that there would be some activity during the trading hours today at the latest, unless the wealthy lattice information was false. At this moment, on the computer screen, the buy and sell seats of the stock market were as quiet as if it had already closed. Tyler remained calm and patient. This stock had been ignored for a long time due to its low trading volume, which was why he was able to buy positions in advance without being liquidated, even with a leverage of 50 times. As time passed by second, the night was as still as the deep sea, and Tyler, like a statue, sat motionless in front of his computer. He forgot about his fatigue and hunger, patiently waiting for that moment to arrive. DSVEL.CM at 1 o'clock in the morning, with only 3 hours left until closing, a long-standing sell order of 100 shares on the trading platform suddenly got executed. Tyler's eyes widened as he felt an electric shock, and he quickly put his hands on the keyboard and mouse, entering a state of complete concentration. For other stocks, a 100-share buy or sell order was a common occurrence, but in this low-volume stock, it was quite rare. Tyler's intuition told him that the movement he had been waiting for was about to happen. Indeed, within a few seconds, more sell orders of 50 shares, 100 shares, and even higher prices were instantly executed. Subsequently, buy orders of 500 shares and 1,000 shares began flooding the buyer's position, hoping to grab some cheap chips. However, this was not the stage where one could easily buy in. One buy order after another, with prices higher than the previous one, was being placed. In just a few blinks of an eye, all the sell orders on the trading platform were swept away. The stock price correspondingly soared, increasing by 6.6 in no time. Before tonight, Tyler had simulated dozens of times how he would respond and operate when an opportunity like this arose. But when everything actually happened, this kind of indescribable tension made his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerate. Time passed second by second, and the stock price continued to skyrocket. Then, the increase finally reached the 10 Tyler had been waiting for. Should he sell now, or wait a little longer? According to his earlier calculations, Tyler should have placed a sell order before the increase reached 10. Selling now was actually too late, but Tyler's hand holding the mouse showed no signs of moving. He even closed his eyes and began to ponder at this critical juncture. After a quick analysis, Tyler believed that tonight's increase was highly likely to be more than 10. However, in just a few seconds he spent thinking, the increase had already retreated from 10 to 8.3, and it continued to retreat mercilessly, slapping him in the face. Should he not sell now? Should he continue to wait? Waiting longer might even result in him losing the 8 increase. Tyler stared at the screen, choosing to continue waiting. After a long dozen seconds, the increase had retreated to only 6. Tyler remained calm and continued to watch every transaction. Suddenly, a new wave of large funds poured in, and the stock price surged again. In just a few seconds, breaking through several resistance levels, the increase soared to 10 once again. Tyler still did not make a move, continuing to calmly watch every transaction. As soon as Tyler's mouse started moving, the screen showed a staggering 29.3 increase. What does a 29.3 increase mean? It means that Tyler's unrealized profit has now reached nearly $90,000, far exceeding the funding gap for his father's surgery. Tyler smiled. Deviating from the planned trading strategy is a cardinal sin, but tonight he won the bet. This time, Tyler did not wait any longer. He resolutely sold all his positions and made a profit of $90,000 overnight with a capital of $6,000, making a whopping 14 times profit. After securing his profits, Tyler's mood was surprisingly calm. Even when he saw the stock price soar to trigger a trading halt at 30, he remained steadfast. Phew! Tyler breathed a sigh of relief. He exited the program, closed his phone, and now this stock has nothing to do with him, even if it rises to the sky. He came to earn his father's surgery fees, and now he has done it, and done it better than expected. That's enough. Now, at the thought that his father will soon undergo surgery, Tyler felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He stood up, stretched lazily, and heard his joints crackle. Then, without warning, his body suddenly stiffened and he couldn't move. What's happening to me? Tyler felt as if countless needles were wandering in his blood vessels. The throbbing pain made him unable to move, but it was already too late. A piercing pain suddenly exploded in his chest. Tyler's body was out of control, and he fell straight to the floor. With a loud bang, Tyler's head hit the floor heavily, and he was injured. Chapter 3: Blessing in Disguise. When Tyler opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grayish-white space, devoid of anything, floating weightlessly and unable to move. Strange dream, he thought, about to close his eyes and go back to sleep, but what happened next left him wide awake. Mortal, it is not time for sleeping now. The sudden voice made Tyler's body tremble uncontrollably. He immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the sound. A strange, humanoid, luminescent figure was floating just 5 meters away from him. Tyler could see clearly that the figure had facial features similar to a human's, but without any tangible entity. There were only 2 black holes where the eyes should have been, with eerie golden eyeballs hidden in them, staring menacingly at Tyler. While others might have had many questions at this point, Tyler was different. After a moment's thought, he said to the humanoid figure, "My lord, as long as you can save me from death, I am willing to do anything." The humanoid figure paused visibly at the words of this freshly drawn deathbound. Typically, when the deathbound woke up, they would ask questions like, "Where am I? Who are you? What happened to me?" The humanoid figure would then patiently explain that it was the benevolent deity who had come to give them a second chance at life, and so on and so forth, with a beginner's guide of 1,000,000 words. Even if encountering knowledgeable individuals, they would at least ask a few questions like, "Was I hit by a truck? Am I going to be reincarnated into another world? Can I choose my own cheat codes?" And so on. This kid, on the other hand, was unique. Not only did he seem to know everything, but he also took the initiative to make demands of the benevolent deity. However, what the benevolent deity was most concerned about was the content of the boy's words. With a little thought, one could notice that the boy's words at first listen sounded like a submissive statement of obedience, but the underlying meaning was, "If you can't save me from death, then I won't obey you blindly." Interesting. He dares to negotiate with me like this, thought the benevolent deity, feeling that they might have drawn a deathbound with good potential this time, and they was in a great mood. "It seems that you, lad, have indulged in online novels quite a bit?" the benevolent deity inquired. "I have dabbled," Tyler replied. "I bet you frequent Wuxia World as well?" "I have visited on occasion." "What about Reddit?" "I'm a seasoned user." Well, the deity could now understand why this young man could quickly adapt to the situation. However, knowledge alone does not always translate to wisdom. Why was Tyler able to remain calm and composed even after knowing he had died? How was he able to converse with the deity efficiently, calmly, and with dignity? The deity believed that this young man was far more complex than he appeared. Very well, let me get straight to the point. Strangely, the deity didn't ask any further questions, but went straight to the point. The deity informed Tyler that he had died due to overwork and that hitting his head on the floor was also one of the causes of his death. Considering Tyler's filial piety toward his parents, he would be sent to a parallel world. As long as he could complete the task assigned to him, the deity would use divine power to rewrite the outcome of his sudden death in the current world. During the task execution, time in your world will be suspended. Once you have completed the task, Centurado. The humanoid luminous body was satisfied with him, Tyler, as the task executor. Second, the humanoid luminous body was eager for him to begin the task. Based on these two assumptions, Tyler did not answer the humanoid luminous body's question, but said, "I have no questions, but I do have a suggestion." What suggestion? This lad doesn't even ask about the task content, yet he has a suggestion. The surprised deity even considered using divine authority to see what this young man was thinking. Did he have no emotions at all? As a result, the young man stunned the deity once again. My suggestion is, invest all your resources in me. I will definitely bring you returns that exceed your expectations. Investment? Returns? The benevolent deity paused for a second, then burst out laughing uncontrollably. This must be the most amusing deathbound that they had encountered since playing the game with the malevolent deities. How could a mere pawn dare to demand resources from them? It was ridiculous to use precious resources on a disposable pawn. However, it's somewhat interesting that this person understands the relationship between deities and pawns at this level. Oh well, fine. I will make an exception and give you a small favor. Perform well. The benevolent deity pointed their finger, and a cherry-sized glass bead with the words Universal Stone engraved on it appeared in Tyler's hand out of nowhere. As for the details of the task, since you didn't ask, you will have to find out for yourself after the teleportation is complete. Now, I will send you to a parallel world. With that said, the deity clasped their hands together and murmured something under their breath. Then a semi-transparent sphere enveloped Tyler's body, and a sheepskin scroll fell into his hand. At the same time, a pitch-black space-time tunnel leading to a certain parallel world was constructed nearby. The only thing left was the final highlight, bestowal of abilities. Good luck, Tyler. The deity smiled and waved their finger, and the sphere enveloping Tyler flew into the space-time tunnel. As the sphere entered the tunnel, it began to spin rapidly, and various ability names flashed on its surface. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, the Shadow Technique, Death Returnal, Crimson King, Vector Manipulation, Great Sage, and so on. After a few seconds, the speed of the ability names rotating and alternating gradually slowed down until they stopped. The ability that was bestowed on Tyler's soul was called Pseudo-Eye of Transcendence. At the same time, as the price for obtaining an ability, the curse known as the Thorn of the Heartless also attached itself to Tyler's soul. After both the ability and the curse were determined, the name of the parallel world that Tyler was about to enter was displayed on the space-time tunnel. Parallel World Number 37. Scarlet Star Difficulty. Trial Level Note. Heaven Level Beginner, Level Normal, Level Hard, Level Expert, Level Trial, Level Nightmare, Level Hell, Level Impossible Level. The benevolent deity was not surprised by this result that was within the realm of expectation until the sphere surrounding Tyler suddenly lit up with red light. Warning. Anomaly detected. Warning. Anomaly detected. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire space. Chapter 4 Deceptive Mishap. What could be the matter? Surely it cannot be adaptation deficiency? This youngster's aptitude should not lead to such an occurrence, should it? In a volume audible to Tyler, the benevolent deity murmured to itself, while simultaneously waving its fingers as if to inspect something. However, the deity's actions were tardy. The sphere of light enveloping Tyler elucidated the previous anomaly following the warning sound. This time it declared, "Warning, adaptability surpassing maximum threshold. Pseudo-supernatural, I automatically escalating to match. Commencing bestowal of the divine eye of transcendence now." What? The benevolent deity was aghast, the situation unfolding in complete opposition to its predictions. Before it could react, an invisible power struck its right eye with tremendous bravado, subsequently driving the golden Centurado. Only the sphere of light continued to impassively announce the progression of events. Divine Eye of Transcendence, bestowal complete. Original curse, Thorn of the Heartless, automatically elevated to Purgatory of the Heartless. Initiating reevaluation of target parallel world difficulty value now. Centuredo, the deity, still reeling from the pain of losing its right eye, could do nothing as Tyler vanished alongside the luminous orb at the entrance of the temporal tunnel. In the end, Tyler never heard what further words the self-proclaimed divine, glowing humanoid had to say. Astonishingly, Tyler's pain had dissipated. He felt no foreign sensation in his invaded right eye, and his vision had returned to normal. Within this unfamiliar passage, the inky spirals enveloped Tyler entirely as the radiant orb propelled him forward at a breakneck pace. Then, after an indeterminable duration, a dazzling point of light appeared in the distance, presumably the exit of this enigmatic corridor. The camera returned to the enigmatic, monochrome space where, after confirming Tyler's teleportation, the benevolent deity slowly lowered its hand from its right eye. Gone without a trace was the frantic disarray of mere moments ago. Subsequently, the benevolent deity emanated a brilliant light, dividing itself into 6 distinct yet similar entities, each resembling a humanoid luminescent figure. What a distasteful charade, performing such a clumsy act at the end. I wonder if the boy even realized that we intentionally spoke aloud for him to hear. One luminous figure grumbles as the others join the conversation. Nah, he definitely didn't notice. You're overthinking it. True, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have been able to plant 7 inside the condemned one. Exactly, efficiency is crucial. If Tyler is a useless condemned soul, it's best to hasten his demise and free up the spot. So heartless. I think this Tyler we drew might be promising. Can't we have some hope? Who knows? We've encountered many who appeared golden on the outside, but were rotten within. But don't you think the cost of embedding 7 is too high? We ended up with parallel world number 77, Prison Star, an impossible difficulty. Going there is basically handing over lives to the malevolent faction. It indeed was a miscalculation. We initially intended to discreetly place 7, but we didn't expect the boy's adaptability to be so high. In the heat of the moment, we had to make the best of a bad situation. No need to waste breath on this. He's merely a pawn. Whether he dies himself or is dealt with by 7, there are plenty more pawns to come. True, instead of idle chatter, Centuredo, when Tyler regained his senses, he found himself standing amidst a dense forest, with a single sun in the sky, suggesting it was morning. Trees surrounded him, but there were no signs of human habitation. The first thing Tyler did was ensure his immediate surroundings were safe. Next, he examined the vegetation, discovering that most plants were familiar species, with only a few appearing unlike anything found on Earth. So, this is what they meant by parallel world. Tyler had previously learned about the concept of parallel worlds, and he surmised that he had been transported to an alternate dimension of Earth, where the butterfly effect of ancient times had led to different outcomes. Hence, encountering objects similar or identical to those in his original world was not surprising. Having established this, Tyler examined his own physical condition. His body was essentially in the same state as before his sudden death at home, still clad in his high school uniform. Fortunately, the fatigue, hunger, and the illness that caused his death had not carried over, likely due to the deity's intervention. Finally, Tyler unrolled the parchment scroll to review his assigned tasks. The text on the parchment was not written in any earthly language, but somehow Tyler could comprehend it. The specific tasks were as follows. Task 1. Defeat the singular demon god, the unutterable name. Task 2. Make the singular demon god, the unutterable name, dissolve the abyssal empire or surrender unconditionally to the Alliance of Light. Note: if Task 2 is accomplished, Task 1 is considered fulfilled, regardless of completion. Task 3. Make the singular demon god, the unutterable name, sincerely confess their love for you and agree to return to your original world, Earth, together. Note: if Task 3 is accomplished, Tasks 1 and 2 are considered fulfilled, regardless of completion. Task completion rewards. Difficulty level 1. Complete one task, return to your original world, and gain a second life. Difficulty Level 2. Complete 2 tasks, and in addition to Level 1, select one acquired skill to bring back to your original world. Difficulty Level 3. Complete 3 tasks, and in addition to Level 1, bring back all acquired skills and soul-engraved equipment to your original world. Having read the tasks, Tyler was about to ponder them when a sudden pain shot through his right eye, blurring his vision momentarily before everything returned to normal. A voice accompanied by text appeared on the parchment. Please choose the difficulty level you wish to complete. Please note that once selected, the difficulty level cannot be changed. You have 10 seconds to choose. If no choice is made, the highest difficulty level will be the default. 10-9-8 Chapter 5 Divine Eye of Transcendence. With every countdown, it felt as though a clenched fist was mercilessly striking Tyler's heart. The sudden, unexpected choice was akin to a suffocating race against time, as though a spend 1,000, save 999 promotion was about to end in a mere 10 seconds, and one hadn't yet determined their desired purchase. In this tense, heated moment, Tyler quickly settled on his decision without much hesitation, opting for difficulty level 1, the most prudent choice given the current uncertainty of abundant information. However, the message emitted by the parchment scroll after Tyler selected the hovering difficulty level 1 differed entirely from his intended choice. Selection confirmed. Parallel world number 77. Prison star. Selector. Tyler. Submitted choice. Difficulty level 3. Selection data. Transmission complete. Wait, you made a mistake. I chose level 1. Difficulty lev. Good luck. Before Tyler could finish speaking, the parchment scroll responded with a bitterly sarcastic blessing, then promptly self-ignited, disintegrating into ashes that vanished into thin air. I chose difficulty level 1. Tyler stood bewildered, utterly baffled. Although I pressed level 1, it informed me that I had chosen level 3. What went wrong? Tyler closed his eyes and contemplated for a few seconds before deciding to abandon further inquiry. With his current abilities in this parallel world, there was no way to rectify the bug that had just occurred. The most rational course of action was to calm down, study this parallel world, and expedite the task's progress. DSVEL.cm regulating his emotions and initiating action were among Tyler's strengths. He picked up a tree branch and found a patch of soft earth, beginning to list the critical information about the events that occurred after his death. The self-proclaimed divine luminous humanoid, the deity luminous humanoid, is familiar with web novels, Wuxia World, Reddit, and other aspects of human society. The deity knows the cause and manner of my death. The deity acknowledges the concepts of investment and return. There are things even the deity cannot accomplish. The Universal Stone, Parallel World number 37. Scarlet Star, Parallel World number 77. Prison Star. Multiple parallel worlds exist. Known difficulty levels include Trial Level and Impossible. Abilities: Pseudo Eye of Transcendence, Adaptation, Ascension, Divine Eye of Transcendence. Curses: Thorn of the Heartless, Ascension, Purgatory of the Heartless, Singular Demon God, the Unutterable Name, the Abyssal Empire, the Alliance of Light, Soul Engraved Equipment, Centurado. Rather than an equal partnership or alliance. Second, the luminous humanoid cannot prevent certain things from happening, so it is likely not a true deity, but rather a higher dimensional existence than humans. Third, it is likely that he is not the only one carrying out tasks in parallel worlds, and it is even possible that multiple traversers like himself exist within the same parallel world. This also implies that there might be more than one luminous humanoid, and they are in competition with each other. Fourth, based on the appearance of terms such as Singular Demon God, the Unutterable Name, and Abyssal Empire in the tasks, this parallel world is probably one of sword and sorcery. Fifth, judging from the difficulty names, the current parallel world's difficulty is likely close to the most difficult, or even the most difficult tier. Sixth, after the ability's ascension, the newly acquired abilities are suspiciously excavated from the eyes of the luminous humanoid and should be treated with caution. Seventh, abilities, curses, and world difficulties are likely directly proportional. Cincherato. Having read some stories about traversing and reincarnation, Tyler was familiar with characters who lost themselves in their new lives. He didn't want to forget the reason he came to this place, and at the same time, he encountered genuine hardship unlike anything he had known before in this new world. Watching the alarming scene unfold before him, Tyler became convinced that this series of inconceivable events was real. Following his usual approach, he planned to understand this world as inconspicuously as possible, collecting information on the so-called singular demon god, the unutterable name, and the abyssal empire without attracting attention, while also finding a suitable fighting style and diligently cultivating his skills. So, before heading to the town, let's first figure out my abilities and curses. Divine Eye of Transcendence. Tyler attempted to activate his ability by speaking, but there was no response. He looked at the universal stone he had fought for from the luminous humanoid, feeling that he had been somewhat overzealous in obtaining resources. Perhaps a basic understanding would have saved him some trouble. However, Tyler did not regret it. This was his nature. Despite usually being calm and rational, he did not shy away from taking risks and gambling when necessary. As such, Tyler tried another way to use his ability. He closed his eyes, focusing his attention on the concept of the divine eye of transcendence. This time, something magical happened. Even though his eyes were closed and everything should have been pitch black, he could see an abundance of floating text in his field of vision, which remained even after opening his eyes. It's the same type of writing as on the parchment scrolls. I can understand it even though I've never learned it. Tyler examined the text closely, which mainly fell into two categories. One was explanatory and appraisal-type text, such as the name you would next to a tree, with the date and time displayed in the corner of his vision. The other was information about Tyler's own status, including his name, attributes, and other details, encompassing descriptions of his inherent abilities and soul curses. Inherent ability. Divine Eye of Transcendence level. 1 experience. 0-1 energy points. 0 ability details. Identify the names of objects. Obtain the current world's time information. Obtain information about one's own status. Obtain information about one's own skills. Obtain information about one's inherent abilities and soul curses. Obtain an image of one's own death scene and generate a photo, consuming 1 energy point per use. Other notes. Energy points can be increased by receiving genuine confessions from the opposite sex. Each confession increases the energy points by 1, with repeated confessions from the same individual only counting once. Alternatively, energy points can be increased by using the universal stone, with each stone adding 1 energy point. Experience. Gain 1 experience point for the divine eye of transcendence for each energy point used. Having read the description of the divine eye of transcendence, Tyler did not feel like proceeding to the soul curse section for now. His gaze rested on the 6th ability of the divine eye of transcendence, deciding to use the universal stone to foresee his own death scene once. Chapter 6. Priscilla Neeson. Tyler looked at the universal stone in his hand, wondering how to use it. Swallow it? Then the glass bead seemed to evaporate and disappear on its own. And at the same time, Tyler saw the energy points of the divine eye of transcendence increase by 1 point. So that's how it works. Both the divine eye of transcendence and the universal stone provided Tyler with a natural feeling when using these abilities or items, as if he was using his own body. It was like breathing, walking, and thinking. There was no need to think about how to control muscles or nerves. As long as there was consciousness, the Barado could naturally do it. Following this train of thought, Tyler began to think about the concept of obtaining an image of one's own death scene and generating a photo. Then, at that moment, Tyler heard an unusual voice inside his head. Unknown voice, sigh. That was a long sleep. I've been waiting for you to use your ability, Tyler, my friendo, who is sending their voice directly into my head. Thinking this, Tyler immediately became alert and scanned his surroundings, but the voice in his head seemed even more amused. Your reaction is hilarious. Oh my, am dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Tyler. There are no enemies around. The one talking to you is none other than the great Omi, the divine eye of transcendence, Priscilla Neeson. Remember this name well. Centuriato, you really are a good student, oh. There was no need for Tyler to speak out loud. He could communicate with the divine eye of transcendence just by thinking in his head. However, this was a significant problem for Tyler because it meant that he had no secrets from her. The situation was sudden and serious. Centuriato Tyler wasn't just counting in his mind. He was also reciting Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo during the pauses between numbers. Judging from her reaction, Tyler concluded that she only heard the numbers and not the other content. This meant that Tyler's risky experiment had succeeded. The principle behind this was that, in the past few seconds, Tyler consciously added his subjective will to some of his mental activities, which he didn't want her to hear. Then, while counting, he remained completely relaxed and unrestricted. Unexpectedly, the final result achieved the desired effect of blocking the perception of the divine eye of transcendence. Priscilla Neeson is so clever, so dumb, super-duper clever, extremely dumb. Tyler continued to test in his mind, while the divine eye of transcendence still showed no reaction. Centuriato, right? Divine eye of transcendence. HM? Of course not. I am just me. PFFFHH. The divine eye of transcendence was completely unaware of the traps hidden in Tyler's seemingly innocent question. Thanks to her straightforward answer, Tyler had cleared up many doubts. He could now confirm that there must be more than one entity on the same level as the humanoid, glowing body, and the anomaly that occurred in the gray space might have been prearranged. As a result, Tyler became even more cautious about the eye with a consciousness that came from the humanoid, glowing body. However, Centuriato, that's a privilego I'm giving you. Tyler, thank you, Lady Neeson. We'll be counting on you from now on. Now, I'm going to use my ability to foresee my death scene. Lady Neeson. He. It's different, when you start, with the universal stone. Hurry up, This is an impossible level difficulty parallel world, After a series of conversations, Tyler felt that the young girl's voice, which was difficult to understand, was about to drive him crazy. He couldn't guess why the divine eye of transcendences would use such a sweet little girl's voice, so he could only collect clues and analyze it later. Now, Tyler was concentrating on trying to use the foreseeing his own death scene ability, which meant he had no defenses against Priscilla Neeson. Tyler thought that since the humanoid, glowing figure had gone through so much trouble to place the divine eye of transcendence within him, this was speculation. Their interests should be temporarily aligned. If the humanoid, glowing figure had wanted to eliminate him, it could have done so in the gray space, and besides, he was already a person who had died suddenly, so maintaining necessary caution and suspicion would be enough. However, Tyler's speculation was only partially correct and not entirely accurate. For example, when he discovered that he could shield his thoughts from the divine eye of transcendence, he didn't consider the mirror question. If he could do it, could the divine eye of transcendence do it too? The answer was yes. During Tyler's foreseeing his own death scene, the divine eye of transcendence, Priscilla Neeson, was observing Tyler's soul with an indifferent attitude, and he was unaware of her thoughts and intentions. Since entering Tyler's body, Priscilla Neeson had been awake, and her statement about having slept for a long time was a lie. In addition to this, even before Tyler had the chance to choose the difficulty level, Priscilla Neeson had surreptitiously tampered with the process. She altered the visual display Tyler saw, causing him to inadvertently select difficulty 3, impossible instead of his intended difficulty 1, trial level. Consequently, Tyler experienced an unnatural pain in his right eye at that moment. Centuriato. There are 779 remaining. Lady Neeson, 779 days? Let me do the math. 365 days in a year. 779 days. Isn't that more than 2 years? That's quite a generous amount of time. Ha 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 ha. So this legendary difficulty, impossible, is actually not so formidable after all. Tyler. Lady Neeson, Centuriato, as her display, had provided him with the information he sought. Aware that he had less than 13 minutes left to live, Tyler didn't immediately consider how to evade his impending demise. Instead, he first tested the extent of Priscilla Neeson's knowledge. Based on her statements and reactions, Tyler deduced that she couldn't see the death scene he witnessed and had no other means of accessing information about it. This suggested that the control of the divine eye of Transcendence's abilities lay in Tyler's hands. Assuming she isn't deliberately putting on an act for my benefit, with time running out, Tyler could only probe Priscilla Neeson so far, as his more pressing concern was figuring out how to confront his future demise in just 12 minutes. After successfully employing the ability to foresee the death scene, Tyler saw a bird's-eye view of a village. From this vantage point, the bustling settlement, nestled near a forest, consisted of only 2 or 3 dozen wooden houses. In the frozen image, villagers turned their gazes towards the southwestern corner, where a tower-like column of fire soared into the sky. Beside the flame stood a vague, armored figure, and near the ground where the figure stood, Cincherato, Tyler. Quickly tell me what happens to you in the scene. If we don't figure something out, you'll be done for. Priscilla Neeson's frantic exclamations in Tyler's mind only solidified his belief that she was unreliable. However, even the most untrustworthy companion could prove useful if guided properly. Additionally, upon hearing the phrase, "If we don't figure something out, you'll be done for," Tyler gleaned another piece of information. Priscilla Neeson wouldn't be eliminated even if he did, thus weakening their alliance of shared interests. All right, clear my mind and focus on solving the problem. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Tyler climbed a tree while conversing with Priscilla Neeson. Tyler, Lady Neeson, it's not that there are only 12 minutes left, but rather, we still have 12 minutes. Also, I have some questions about the abilities of the divine eye of Transcendence. Tyler first briefly shared his death scene with Priscilla Neeson, then sought details about the divine eye's abilities. Priscilla Neeson explained that the ability to foresee one's death scene allowed the user to witness the moment of their demise, and the death snapshot would always capture the user's final moments in full. Combining Priscilla Neeson's explanation with the scene Tyler observed, the contradictions pointed to a single possibility. Tyler was incinerated by the enormous column of fire in the image, his ashes dispersed in an instant, leaving no trace of even his bones. The bird's-eye perspective was chosen to capture all of Tyler's ashes within the frame, though, in reality, not even ashes could be seen. Tyler, during human cremation, the temperature of the cremation chamber starts at 200 degrees Celsius. The first phase is the burning of the paper coffin, clothing, and soft tissue, with an optimal combustion temperature of 400 to 500 degrees. Then the second phase involves the combustion of tissue and fluids, with the best combustion temperature around 600 degrees. Finally, the third phase is the burning of bones. Cincherato by making this comparison, we can deduce that the temperature of the fire column that struck me was at least 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius, which is incredibly intense. Based on this conclusion, the enemy that defeated me is extremely powerful, so powerful that I couldn't even escape. After Tyler finished speaking, Priscilla Neeson fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Lady Neeson, hee-ha-ha-ha, thank me, Tyler. Though this enemy may be powerful, I, the great Lady Neeson, have already thought of a secret plan to help you escape death. To be honest, Cincherato, right-o? But we're in a forest-o now. We're nowhere near any village. So, if we just hide in this forest-o, we should be safe, right-o? Ha-ha-ha, I truly am a genius. After hearing Priscilla Neeson's idea, Tyler felt that he really shouldn't have asked her, and that he had wasted a precious 10 seconds. Tyler, Lady Neeson, the village is just outside this forest, and it's only about a 5-minute walk away. Moreover, I don't think someone with such a powerful ability wouldn't be able to find us hiding in this forest. I've noticed that the area of this forest is only slightly larger than the village itself. Lady Neeson, huh? During the time Priscilla Neeson was giving her opinion, Tyler had already climbed the tallest tree nearby. From the top of the tree, They could not only see the nearby village, but also have a clear view of the entire forest. Judging by the appearance of the houses in the village, it was undoubtedly the same village as the one in Tyler's death scene. And now, there are less than 9 minutes left until Tyler's death. Lady Neeson, it's all over. Tyler, do you have any last word, O? I can help you bring them back to your original world, O, and pass them on to your family and friends through their dreams. Wah. Your second O life was barely more than 10 minutes long. It's so pitiful. Wah. Priscilla Neeson was completely devastated, but Tyler remained calm. Tyler, Lady Neeson, I would be grateful if you could remain silent. I have no last words. Centurato, ever since he learned that he would die in 13 minutes, Tyler had not stopped acting for a moment. The reason he was still able to chat with Priscilla Neeson earlier was that he was waiting for someone. Now, the person he was waiting for had arrived. In the forest, a middle-aged man dressed as a woodcutter was walking towards the village. Tyler quietly watched him from the shadows and silently descended the tree. Chapter 8 Ridiculous Plot. Joseph, male, 46 years old, a resident of Ella Village. Occupation, production, woodcutter. LV3 occupation, manufacturing. None occupation, combat. None utilizing the upgraded divine eye of transcendence. Tyler could discern the essential information of this middle-aged woodcutter with merely a glance. Indeed, after successfully employing the ability to foresee one's own death scene and consuming an energy point, the divine eye of transcendence gained experience and advanced from LV1 to LV2. Divine eye of transcendence level 2 experience 0.2 energy points, 0 ability details. Identify the names and basic information of objects. Acquire the current world's time and approximate geographic location information. Obtain information about one's status. Obtain information about one's skills. Obtain information about one's inherent abilities and soul curse. Obtain a visual image of one's death and generate a photograph, consuming 1 energy point per use. Read the inner thoughts of objects below a certain level. Other information, energy points, can be increased by receiving sincere confessions from the opposite sex. Each confession increases 1 energy point, and the same confession counts only once. Alternatively, energy points can be increased by using universal stones, with each universal stone increasing 1 energy point. Experience. Each time an energy point is used, 1 experience point is added to the divine eye of transcendence. After leveling up, the identification ability could obtain more information. However, the most helpful addition was the 7th ability, reading the inner thoughts of objects below a certain level. Through this ability, Tyler could clearly perceive the woodcutter's current thoughts. Sigh. I'm exhausted. After working all morning, I have to return home and deal with a grumpy spouse. Moreover, her cooking seems to get worse by the day. Perhaps I should simply chop her down like a tree with a swift axe swing? Never mind. If those bigger names found out, I wouldn't be able to stay in the village any longer. Worse still, I might be sent to the town to perform forced labor. Oh, that's right. Tonight is the night Mary's husband stays in town. How could I have forgotten? I can visit Mary's house later tonight to catch up. Once I get home, they'll pick out a clean set of clothes for the occasion. My current work attire simply won't do. The seemingly honest woodcutter had no idea that Tyler could see his innermost thoughts clearly. Through mind reading, Tyler planned to use the woodcutter to avert his impending demise. Tyler had previously confirmed with Priscilla Neeson that the foreseeing death ability envisioned a future based on the premise that Tyler would not use the foreseeing death ability. In other words, in the future where Tyler dies, he can only use his LV1 divine eye of transcendence. This means that he would not possess mind-reading abilities in that future. Knowing this was of great help for Tyler's next course of action. Taking advantage of the woodcutter's leisurely pace, Tyler hunched over and took a shortcut to the forest exit. Without hesitation, he removed his school uniform and left it by the side of the road, then retreated into the forest looking disheveled. Unaware of this, the woodcutter continued down the main road, as usual, heading back to the village. Upon discovering the unusual clothes on the ground, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, who dropped these clothes? And if nobody claims them, they're mine? He then quickly stuffed the clothes into his bag and hurried back to the village, as if afraid the owner might catch up and demand their return. Lady Neeson. Ah, what did you give your clothes? Priscilla Neeson could barely look at Tyler, but he seemed unfazed by his predicament. Tyler, you'll find out soon enough. Tyler opened his palm, mentally commanding generate photograph. Then, after a flash of light, the photo of the death scene he had seen earlier appeared in his hand. Comparing the time of death displayed in the corner of the photo with the current time, which Tyler could see in his field of vision, he calculated that he had 300 seconds remaining before his death. Lady Neeson, there's no time left, though. What are you waiting for? Tyler ignored Priscilla's frantic shouting and silently moved deeper into the forest. Finally, he hid himself in a densely vegetated area, not even flinching as countless mosquito bites swelled on his body. Tyler, 200 seconds left. Lady Neeson, what? You said you had a plan. Is your plan just to run into the forest and hide? Oh, get so stupito. Tyler, please be patient, my lady. The result will come soon. In the meantime, I'd like to ask you Barado questions. Is this your Barado in a parallel world? Lady Neeson, at a time like this, you're asking such irrelevant questions. Priscilla Neeson's sanity was on the brink. Was this boy not tense at all? Or was he simply an idiot? Something must have gone wrong during the initial assessment of his abilities. Tyler, I've done everything I can. All that's left is to wait. If you can't accept that, then consider it my dying wish. Lady Neeson, fine, ask your questions. With Tyler mentioning his dying wish, Priscilla Neeson couldn't refuse him any longer. Priscilla Neeson told Tyler that this was not her first time in a parallel world. As a part of a god, she occasionally encountered highly adaptive souls like Tyler, and they would travel together to parallel worlds to complete missions as supporting characters. The most challenging world Priscilla Neeson had visited was the Nightmare level. She had not expected to come to an impossible level world this time. Lady Neeson, the difficulty of Parallel World S is proportional to the strength of inherent abilities, the strength of curses, and the strength of the traveler. However, your assignment to the impossible level world might have been due to a problem during the matching process. Priscilla Neeson didn't hold back her thoughts. She couldn't trust Tyler, who was standing there in casual, disheveled clothing. Could this boy, who had hastily undressed and donned strange attire upon arriving in the parallel world, really conquer an impossible level world? It seemed like a pipe dream. On the other hand, the information Priscilla Neeson provided was all within Tyler's speculation. Since each parallel world was different, and this was Priscilla Neeson's first time in Prison Star, she couldn't offer any information about this world. In essence, Centurado, Lady Neeson, I haven't encountered that one before. Tyler, let's leave it at that for now. The final 30-second countdown begins. The sudden countdown snapped the relaxed Priscilla Neeson back to reality. Tyler's life had only 30 seconds left. As one of the 7, Priscilla Neeson remembered her mission. She immediately blocked her mental connection with Tyler and prepared herself. If she confirmed that Tyler was about to be in danger, she would activate the divine eye of transcendence before the enemy could, stopping Tyler in the process. This event would be considered a self-sacrifice. As long as it's a self-sacrifice, the Evil God faction won't receive any additional rewards, and my mission would be considered complete. Chapter 9, Flames of the Apocalypse. Tyler mentally counted down, synchronizing the time with Priscilla Neeson. The moment of truth, life, or death was fast approaching. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, Tyler remained calm and composed. However, his body could not help but tremble slightly, not out of fear of death, but out of concern for the consequences his demise might have on his parents. As Tyler counted down to 9, a sudden deafening boom resonated from the distance, causing his ears to throb with pain. The clouds in the sky were violently torn apart, as if something had flown in from afar. Immediately following, another terrifying rumble emanated from the direction of the village, sounding as if a heavy object had collided with the ground. The resulting shockwave frightened countless birds in the forest to take flight, intensifying the eerie atmosphere preceding the imminent arrival of death. Tyler resisted the impulse to climb a tree and see what was happening. He continued his countdown, and when he reached 4, a tall pillar of flames suddenly rose from the direction of the village. The crimson blaze lit up half the sky, and the roaring flames surged upward as if they intended to scorch the sky itself with their intensity. Despite being concealed within a forest several kilometers away, Tyler could still feel the scorching heat from the fiery pillar. The intense temperature caused the surrounding trees to spontaneously combust, even without direct contact with the flames. One could only imagine the fate of those struck by the pillar of fire. Lady Neeson, the pillar of fire. It's the one from the death scene. But how could it appear ahead of schedule? Tyler paid no heed to the bewildered girl. He continued his countdown. As he counted down to 2, another deafening boom echoed through the air, as if something had sped away at incredible speed. The clouds in the sky were once again torn open, revealing the vast expanse of the azure heavens. Tyler, 1, 0, time's up. The countdown ended, and Tyler had not perished. Although it was uncertain how much longer he could live, he had at least altered a future in which his death was imminent. Tyler, death arrived prematurely, but the plan proceeded smoothly enough. Lady Neeson, huh? What do you mean it's over? What does death arrived prematurely mean? You haven't died, oh, have you? Priscilla Neeson was somewhat bewildered. She wanted to celebrate Tyler's fortunate escape from death. Centuriato. No, you have to explain it to me while you're moving. Wah! Tyler's indifference prompted Priscilla Neeson to throw a tantrum, demanding an explanation with an insistence that could not be ignored. Unable to bear the obnoxious, whining echoing in his head, Tyler reluctantly provided a brief account of his actions. Tyler believed that, given his style, he would indeed attempt to communicate with a nearby village after entering the parallel world to gather local intelligence. Especially since Lady Neeson knows nothing, Tyler emphasized intentionally. However, he did not think his communication skills would inadvertently provoke fatal trouble upon arriving at the village. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that such an ordinary village would harbor someone with such terrifying power, and even if it did, there would be no reason to immediately harm him. After eliminating these possibilities, it was highly probable that the enemy came from outside the village, harboring a clear intent to harm Tyler with a specific purpose in mind. Tyler had no connection to this world, and if there had to be a reason for his death, it would be his identity as a transcender. In this impossible world, the prison star, someone was hunting transcenders. Since the enemy intentionally targeted Tyler, it meant they had the ability to obtain his location upon entering the parallel world. However, Tyler didn't die immediately upon arrival in the death future. In fact, he survived for 13 minutes. What did this indicate? It suggested that even if the enemy knew his location, they still needed time to reach him. Therefore, until the enemy arrived, Tyler was safe and could act with confidence. The information gathered from the death scene suggested that the large-scale ground cracks were likely caused by the enemy landing from the sky, indicating their mode of transportation was flight. From their landing position, the location of the fire pillar, and the villagers' positions and reactions, it was clear that the enemy eliminated Tyler as soon as they landed, without doing anything else. This suggested that the enemy was likely not a fan of unnecessary bravado and would leave once they confirmed the death of the Transcender. The last and most important point was, how did the enemy identify Tyler as a Transcender upon arriving at the scene? Tyler believed there were two possibilities. One was based on clothing, as Transcenders who had just arrived in another world were typically dressed in odd attire. Centuriato, and she immediately began shouting Silly Tyler nonstop, even saying something like those who call others silly are the real big sillies, a childish remark. Perhaps Tyler's tolerance had increased, as he ignored the silly girl's relentless noise, not even revealing his backup plan until she herself grew tired of her own ranting. However, the seemingly victorious outcome for Tyler was actually a win-win situation. The reason Priscilla Neeson questioned Tyler's action logic so thoroughly was that she wanted to evaluate his abilities more comprehensively. If his abilities were insufficient, even if there was no imminent deadly danger, she would willingly have the superdimensional divine I self-destruct and eliminate Tyler, freeing up a spot for the benevolent deity faction to recruit new pawns. Now, although she hadn't heard the complete plan, Priscilla Neeson had made her judgment. She believed that Tyler indeed had some skills, and the fact that he had changed the inescapable future of death earlier was the best proof. Additionally, his calm demeanor throughout the entire process earned him extra points. But that doesn't mean I accept you. The massive fire pillars smoke filled the sky, and Tyler slipped into the village while the villagers scattered in panic. You got a set of clothes and some food before returning to the woods. Silly Neeson, eh? Why are you back at the Wood OS? Aren't you afraid, the enemy will come to kill you again? Tyler, if the enemy has the ability to continuously track my position, it won't matter where I go. Tyler dismissed the silly girl with a single sentence and began to think by himself. For Tyler, without the future death scene as protection, he could die at any moment in this impossible level world. To reduce the risk of sudden death, it was crucial for him to win over someone he admired and have her confess her feelings for him as soon as possible. But before that, there was something Tyler had been putting off for a long time. It was time to investigate his own curse. Chapter 10, Purgatory of the Heartless Soul Curse. Purgatory of the Heartless Curse content. Within every 30 natural days, the cursed individual must receive a genuine confession of love from a person of the opposite sex, regardless of race. If this is not accomplished within 30 days, the cursed individual will die instantly. Each time a genuine confession of love is received, the 30-day countdown will reset. However, a confession from the same individual can only be effective once. The cursed individual cannot accept confessions of love in any form. For each accepted confession, 1 energy point will be deducted from the divine eye of transcendence. Furthermore, repeatedly accepting confessions from the same individual will result in the corresponding number of energy points being deducted. If energy points become negative, the cursed individual will die instantly. For each accepted confession, the countdown period will decrease by 1 natural day, including the current countdown. If the countdown period becomes 0 or fewer natural days, the cursed individual will die instantly. Upon reading the contents of the curse, Tyler held his forehead. The curse itself was already repulsive, but what was even more repugnant was that the curse had become entwined with the mission and the divine eye of transcendence in a fantastical alliance. The requirement for Mission 3 is to have the singular demon god, the unutterable name, confess her love for me and agree to return to the earthly realm with me. The core ability of the divine eye of transcendence, foreseeing death scenes, requires energy points, and the primary source of these points is the confessions of love from the opposite sex. The curse of the purgatory of the heartless strictly requires me to continuously receive confessions of love from the opposite sex. But accepting them would result in severe penalties. Tyler analyzed the relationships between the 3 factors, ultimately concluding that he must continually draw out genuine confessions of love from others, only to reject them afterward. This cycle must continue until the ultimate mission is achieved, reaching the singular demon god, the unutterable name. Censurado. Huh? Have you finally realized, your conscience, and reverted to calling me Lady Neeson? Tyler, thank you, Silly Neeson. The silly girl had barely been happy for a second before Tyler managed to infuriate her again. Tyler was not one to hold a grudge overnight, because he would always return the favor on the spot. After being teased by Tyler, Silly Neeson fumed and cursed, while Tyler paid no heed and focused on contemplating his next move. Tyler believed that although the mission, inherent ability, divine eye of transcendence, and soul curse, purgatory of the heartless bound to him were troublesome, they were not entirely unsolvable. Thus, Tyler's plan remained unchanged, with the top priority being to swiftly win over a woman and guide her to confess her love to him. However, upon closer examination, this goal appeared to be contradictory. Pursuing someone meant actively seeking their affection. Cinchuredo, as long as you respectfully address me as Tyler. Oh? Silly Neeson, have you ever been in love? Tyler struck at the silly girl's weak point. Silly Neeson, LLL love? Of course, I've experienced that. Don't underestimate me, censurado. Silly Neeson was indeed a fool. Tyler didn't believe that even deities engaged in romantic relationships. Relying on Silly Neeson to teach him about love was like expecting a random stone picked up from the roadside to speak. Having determined his next objective, Tyler surveyed the surrounding area from a nearby vantage point. He discovered that the only nearby village was the one recently attacked. Thanks to the scattered positioning of houses in the village, only a few buildings near the giant pillar of fire had ignited and burned down after the fire dissipated. On the other hand, the fire on the forest's edge was extinguished due to a sudden gust of wind. Interestingly, the gust of wind was generated when the enemy left. Tyler had previously experienced the turbulence caused by fighter jets flying overhead, but the wind generated by the enemy's departure was even more powerful. From this, it was clear that this was a parallel world with advanced martial prowess, and developing his combat abilities would be a primary objective for Tyler. At noon, Tyler finished eating the food he had taken from the village and headed towards it. Silly Neeson, still hungry? Tyler ignored Silly Neeson and, upon arriving at the village, found a suitable spot on the outskirts. He then smeared dirt on his face and body, lay down with a disheveled appearance, and ceased moving. Cinchuredo, you're waiting for a kind-hearted person to help you up, and then you'll swindle them. Well, Silly Neeson would undoubtedly be a menace if she were on Earth. Tyler casually chatted with Silly Neeson until about an hour later when he began to hear scattered footsteps approaching the village. Thank goodness. It seems the monster that caused the pillar of fire is gone. My house. How did my house burn down? Joseph, are you still alive? The villagers had returned. Although the villagers had been scared away by the calamity earlier in the day, they had nowhere else to go. Tyler was lying here precisely because he had calculated their return. However, Tyler's plan extended far beyond this. Upon returning to the village, the villagers first assessed their property damage before working together under the village chief's guidance to repair the disaster-stricken area and rescue any injured survivors. Before long, someone discovered Tyler lying on the ground. Hey, there's someone still alive here. He doesn't seem to be from our village, does he? Black hair and black eyes. We don't have anyone with such peculiar features in the village. Just as he had been able to understand unfamiliar written words earlier, Tyler comprehended the foreign language spoken by the villagers. Listening to their discussion, Cinchuredo Prologue and Chapter 11 Wolf Among Sheep Prison Star Chronicle May 5th, 187, 12:58 p.m. Could this lad possibly belong to a race from another continent? However, his clothing seems to be from our region. Enough chatter. Let's first help him up. He doesn't look like a bad person. Indeed, our village just suffered a calamity, and we need all the help we can get. Tyler listened to the villagers' conversation, deeming the timing suitable, feigned painful spasms, and began to showcase his acting skills. Donning a mask and playing a role was his forte. Water. The disheveled youth struggled on the ground, his voice barely audible. As the villagers noticed the stranger awakening, some approached while others retreated, each reacting differently. All of this was clearly observed by the youth under his messy hair. Unnoticeably, he assessed the basic information and mental activities of all the villagers present, already formulating his next course of action. He's asking for water. Whose house still has water? All the water in my house was used to put out the fire. Darn, all my water was evaporated by the fire. I have some at home. They'll go get water. A petite young girl blocked by the crowd turned and dashed away. Meanwhile, two men stepped forward to help Tyler sit up. Young man, water is on its way. I am a village chief, Woodall. What's your name, and where are you from? The village chief's voice was as rugged as his appearance. Tyler feebly responded in a weak and slow tone. I am called Banning. I I escaped from Luca Village. The name Banning was fabricated by Tyler, as using his real name might expose his identity as a deathbound. This was something he absolutely needed to avoid. If his identity were revealed, he might once again be killed instantly by enemies descending from the sky. Furthermore, through the appraisal ability of the divine eye of transcendence, Tyler discovered that these villagers had only given names and no surnames. Consequently, he deduced that ordinary people in this world likely did not have surnames, so he followed suit by adopting a simple name. In order to blend in with the village, it was essential to establish a connection as close to them as possible. The name Luca Village was actually heard by Tyler through the mental activities of the surrounding villagers. One villager had thought to himself, wondering if the young man was from Luca Village, as he had heard that it had been plundered by bandits, leaving the people scattered and the village in a tragic state. "So you're from Luca Village. You've had a rough time, lad," said the village chief, Woodall, patting Tyler's back heavily before draping an arm over his shoulder like an older brother. "Banning, although our village is small and modest, if you're willing to stay, everyone will treat you like family." Tyler glanced at Woodall, whose thoughts were, "Curse those Crimson Cloud bandits. If only I were 20 years younger. No, even 10 years younger, I would have led a group to wipe them out. They shouldn't be allowed to run rampant like this. Thank you, Chief. Thank you all for taking me in." Tyler lowered his head and bowed deeply to the villagers. Half an hour later, the feeble Tyler had eaten something at the village chief's house and was lying in a room to rest. However, in broad daylight, Tyler could not afford to waste his precious time resting. His mind was rapidly formulating his next strategy. "Centuredo, I wonder how the benevolent deity ended up choosing someone like you." The young maiden appeared less and less like a deity, possibly due to Tyler constantly calling her Silly Neeson. "Tyler, Lady Neeson, I have a question for you. When we travelers enter parallel worlds, are our landing locations random?" Silly Neeson: "Do you think I'd fall into the same trap twice?" No, I won't tell you. Tyler, it's okay. Even if you don't tell me, I know that our starting locations are just random spots within a safe area." Silly Neeson: "How did you know?" Tyler: "I guessed it. Thank you for helping me confirm it." Silly Neeson: Centuredo, you're overthinking it. I just don't have anywhere better to go." Thanks to her blessings, Tyler had become proficient at multitasking, like having a conversation with her while blocking her out to focus on his own thoughts. Centuredo: "Silly Neeson, so sudden? What are you going to do?" "Wait, I know. You're going to pester the village girls, right? You only have 30 days left, so you better get moving, little shy guy." Tyler: "I would really appreciate it if you could keep quiet." Silly Neeson: Although Tyler was indeed inexperienced around others, such low-level provocation wouldn't make him angry. Moreover, Tyler didn't tell Silly Neeson that he wasn't planning on taking the full 30 days to complete his conquest. Given Tyler's current situation, if the enemy was still searching for him, he would have a hard time surviving for 30 days. Without the ability to foresee death scenes, Tyler was in fact in constant danger. DSVL.CM Therefore, Tyler set a time limit of 6 days for himself. Within 6 days at most, he had to receive a sincere confession in this Ira village. After saying goodbye to the village chief's wife, Tyler left the village chief's house. In the village, everyone was working hard. Tyler pretended to be unsteady on his feet and deliberately chose lighter tasks to help with, and the villagers were grateful that he was helping out even though he hadn't fully recovered yet. With this cunning approach, Tyler quickly raised his favorability in the eyes of the villagers. However, this was just the surface goal of Tyler's actions. His true purpose was to make his upcoming operation not seem deliberate or artificial. "Watch out! The pillar is falling." As he passed by a burnt house, Tyler suddenly rushed forward and pulled a petite girl into his arms. Then, the sound of a wooden pillar crashing to the ground and shattering could be heard, with a loud crash. It was quite frightening. The girl was first stunned, and then realized that she was in the arms of a stranger. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, unsure what to say. Tyler looked down at the girl, noticing her downcast eyes, her thick brown hair resting over her shoulders, and her petite frame. At this moment, she seemed like a gentle little dog nestled in his arms. Chapter 12 Avrila, I apologize in my haste. Tyler released the girl and quickly stepped back, offering her a sincere apology. It's all right. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for saving me. The girl lowered her head, not daring to meet Tyler's gaze. For a moment, they both stood there, the atmosphere slightly tense. In Tyler's understanding, the girl's mentality in such a situation could be divided into 3 cases. 1. Although rescued, she might feel no gratitude and could even feel uneasy about the close physical contact during the rescue, leaving a negative impression of the man, and might even feel ashamed of being saved, due to influenced by the suspension bridge effect. The physiological tension and accelerated heartbeat could leave a profound memory, and later, there's a higher probability that she will begin to doubt whether her reaction was because she fell for the other party. 3 out of very few people might be unaffected, possibly because they have experienced more significant events and do not care about it, or for other reasons. Tyler believed that if it was case 1, Centuredo liked patting Tyler on the shoulder with a relaxed expression, saying thank you, followed by a hearty laugh. Therefore, eliminating case 1 and case 3, Tyler was now in the perfect case 2 scenario, where the girl should be both nervous and shy. Next, Tyler used the divine eye of transcendence to observe the girl's inner thoughts, which indeed matched his conjecture. Was I just embraced? Only my shoulder was held. It doesn't count as being embraced, right? Heavens, how could this happen? How could 2 strangers end up so close together? But it was an emergency. There was no other way. He did it to save me. But it's so embarrassing. What should I do? Did everyone around see it? I hope they didn't misunderstand. Will they? TT. But no matter what, he did save me. Should I invite him to a meal to express my gratitude? But the dishes I cook are so ordinary that I can't present them. In short, the girl was very confused right now, which was precisely the effect Tyler wanted to achieve. Silly Neeson, you're quite lucky, young man, to encounter such a timely opportunity to play the hero and save the damsel. Tyler, you can donate your unused vision to those in need. Silly Neeson, what do you mean? Tyler, didn't you see that I tampered with the pillar? Silly Neeson, Centuredo Tyler could hide some actions from the foolish young woman in the future. Silly Neeson, hey, I'm talking to you, Tyler. Do you have no conscience at all? Tyler, when did you get the illusion that I have a conscience? As Tyler confessed, he never held himself to the standards of a good person. Even when he was saved by the villagers, he was already a man full of lies. At that time, Tyler's every move was to gauge the villagers' reactions and identify the most vulnerable, kind-hearted people in the crowd. For example, the girl he saved now was actually the one who brought him water during the noon crowd. Centuredo, coupled with the fact that Tyler observed her inner thoughts to be quite innocent, focused on notions like this person is so pitiable and I happen to have water at home to help. Without any complicated motives, he immediately decided to approach and befriend her. Later, Tyler learned about the village's population while dining with the village chief, Woodall. Excluding Tyler, Ira village had a total of 54 people, 4 of whom had already died in the giant fire pillar incident. Additionally, 2 were severely injured, and 5 were slightly injured. Among the remaining 50 people in the village, there were 26 females. 8 were aged 0 to 14, 2 were aged 15 to 30, and 16 were 31 years old or older. While many people might have overlooked the younger and older age groups in their report, Tyler made sure to include every demographic in his careful village survey. He only considered success rate and efficiency. Tyler's thoughts were as follows. Children aged 0 to 14 don't understand what love is. Trying to make them confess sincerely would be a waste of effort. All of the women over 31 in the village have families. To win their trust, Centuredo one was Avril, who had brought water to Tyler, and the other was a woman named Mary. Speaking of Mary, Tyler was well aware of her. The inner thoughts he saw from Joseph, the woodcutter, in the morning were still fresh in his mind. If it weren't for Tyler's appearance, Cinceredo, leading to the recent hero, saves the beauty scene. Thank you so much for saving me. If you don't mind, would you like to? You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Just be careful when passing by dangerous buildings next time. Okay. For some reason, Tyler interrupted Avril's words and spoke with a somewhat indifferent tone before leaving her to help other villagers. Even the foolish young girl Priscilla Neeson could see that Avril was about to invite Tyler to her house for dinner. Silly Neeson. Cinceredo, it's a theory proposed by a psychologist named Skinner from the Earth world. Silly Neeson. And then, Tyler, I'm not telling you. As for the ability to drive that foolish girl crazy, Tyler was truly Barado-notch. However, Priscilla Neeson couldn't tolerate being played by Tyler over and over again. In extreme anger, the foolish young woman used her once-a-day power. She broke through the limits of parallel worlds, requesting the benevolent deity faction to grant her access to the omniscient wisdom repository to learn about the intermittent reinforcement theory from the Earth world. Seconds later, the knowledge of intermittent reinforcement theory had entered Priscilla Neeson's mind. Then, she was shocked. The Earth world actually had such an evil theory, and Tyler was the scum of the scum, planning to apply such a terrifying theory to an innocent 16-year-old girl. No, wait, this intermittent reinforcement theory looks familiar. This jerk Tyler. Hasn't he been using intermittent reinforcement on me all this time? Chapter 13, The Intermittent Reinforcement Theory, Berg Frederick Skinner, Earth Timeline. 1904 to 1990 Earth World. Psychologist, founder of neo-behaviorism, learning theory pioneer of operant conditioning theory at university. Skinner crafted a box for psychological experiments, later known as the Skinner box. He frequently used rats or pigeons for his experiments in this box. Among Skinner's many achievements, the concept of intermittent reinforcement emerged, discovered by chance during his exploration of operant conditioning. Before this serendipitous finding, Skinner discovered through experimentation that animals would develop a conditioned reflex of pressing the switch for food if food was dispensed each time they pressed the switch. However, if pressing the switch no longer yielded food, this conditioned behavior would quickly fade. In a subsequent experiment, Skinner had a novel idea. Instead of consistently dispensing a fixed amount of food when the animals pressed the switch, he varied the reward. Sometimes he gave more, sometimes less, and sometimes no food at all, turning the press switch for food behavior into a random event. To his amazement, Skinner found that through this intermittent random reward training, the rats and pigeons became addicted. They would frantically press the switch until Skinner completely ignored their actions and withheld food for an extended period. Based on these results, Skinner proposed the intermittent reinforcement theory. Though it might not have resonated deeply with people at the time, estimated around Earth Timeline, 1950, in hindsight, this theory is chillingly profound. Once someone has a crush, they will check their phone for messages or replies from that person. If that person occasionally randomly responds, they will be elated for a long time, patiently awaiting more interaction. Inexperienced gamblers, initially graced by luck, win more than they lose and gradually become addicted. Each subsequent gamble feels like pressing a switch, expecting more rewards, even if they continue to lose. Gacha games initially bestow players with ample free draws, not out of generosity, but to train players into addiction through intermittent random rewards. Once hooked, players always anticipate better rewards from the next draw, unable to escape the allure. By now, Skinner's intermittent reinforcement theory has been thoroughly understood by Earth's capitalists, cleverly permeating every corner of life and work. This psychological effect is astonishingly powerful. No human has been immune to its influence since time immemorial. People are ensnared, unable to extricate themselves, struggling to resist. DSVEL.cm Priscilla Neeson found a highly practical example in the information she obtained, titled The Application of Intermittent Random Rewards in a Relationship. In a relationship, if you always accept your partner's invitations, they will eventually take your compliance for granted and become indifferent. Conversely, if you always decline, your partner will lose hope and give up more readily. Only random acceptance maintains your partner's interest, inciting them to invite you with a sense of curiosity. Once they secure a date, they will be elated, and this positive emotion will enhance the quality of the date itself. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The Earth world has researched such a wicked theory, essentially domesticating people like animals. Priscilla Neeson was genuinely shocked after reading the information from the Omniscient Knowledge Repository, feeling as if she had uncovered some profound truth. After understanding the intermittent reinforcement theory, Priscilla realized that Tyler sometimes answered her questions while sometimes intentionally leaving her hanging. Wasn't this randomly rewarding behavior? Had she unknowingly become addicted to Tyler? That was close. I'm fortunate to have discovered this early. That despicable scoundrel Tyler, Centuredo. Thinking you're so knowledgeable? Let me tell you, I was just, teasing you earlier. The foolish girl responded with her usual bravado. Tyler, as expected of Lady Neeson, can you tell me how I should apply the intermittent reinforcement theory to make Avril fall for me? Silly Neeson. That's easy. It's just start like this and then do that, The young girl spoke with genuine confidence, only to falter halfway through her explanation. She genuinely had no idea how to apply the intermittent reinforcement theory to Avril. It was then that the foolish young woman realized that knowing the theory and applying it in practice were two different things. She carefully considered the recent hero saves the beauty scenario and concluded that it was dissimilar to the rats in Skinner's box. The principles couldn't be directly applied. Centuredo, it's quite a talent to insult something that doesn't exist. Tyler's remark left silly Neeson confused for a moment before she realized she had been teased again. As she angrily berated Tyler for being a big fool, he had already embarked on his mission. The crux of applying the intermittent reinforcement theory lies in identifying the trigger and the reward. Only when these two experimental conditions are set correctly can the theory be effective. Tyler, with his wealth of experience, had already gathered the essential information on Avril before choosing her as the focus of his interest. Over the next 3 days, he planned to help the girl named Avril grow closer to the young man called Banning. Chapter 14, Dating and Psychology. The history of Ira Village spans a mere 2 decades, with the majority of its inhabitants once being vagrants until they encountered the village chief, Woodall, who helped them take root here. Avril was no exception. At the age of 11, during the Great Migration, Avril and her elder sister Elle became separated from their parents. The sisters wandered together for over 6 months, eventually coming across Ira Forest, where they met Woodall, who was hunting. He invited them to stay in Ira Village. Both sisters quickly became indispensable to the community. One excelled at growing fruit, the other at sewing garments. Tragically, a year and a half later, Elle was killed by a wild beast while gathering medicinal herbs in the forest, leaving Avril to face life alone. Village Chief Woodall and his wife provided Avril with parental care and support, helping her through her difficult time. Now, Avril has emerged from her sorrow. She not only manages the village orchard, but also possesses a talent for sewing, just like her sister. Whenever she has free time, she mends clothes for the villagers, who all adore her. However, for some reason, Dade and Beacon always seem to avoid Avril. Sometimes, they even flee from her like they've seen a ghost. I truly can't fathom what's wrong with those two, said Granny Kana, speaking at the same leisurely pace as her walking. Banning, a new young arrival to the village, sat beside her, listening patiently. Once she finished, he stood up and thanked her sincerely. Thank you, Granny Kana. Oh, there's no need for thanks. But tell me, young man, you didn't take a fancy to Avril the moment you arrived, did you? Without this old woman's approval, you'd better not get any ideas. What were you talking about, Granny Kana? I was just curious about Avril since she brought me water when I first arrived. Banning bashfully turned his face away, but his small gesture didn't escape Granny Kana's usually dim eyes, which became keen when it came to gossip. Good. I'm delighted to have someone willing to chat with this old woman. Amidst Granny Kana's laughter, the shy Banning made a hasty escape, while she continued to murmur, "Ah, I forgot to thank him for helping me move my things. Silly Neeson, you're quite the actor. No wonder you can lie without, breaking a sweat, Tyler didn't respond to the teasing from the foolish girl, as living behind different masks had long become his daily routine. In truth, Tyler had already learned everything Granny Kana mentioned from other villagers. With the aid of his mind-reading ability, gathering information was a breeze for him. However, the real purpose behind chatting with Granny Kana was to have her spread the word that young Banning seems to have taken a fancy to Avril. These old ladies might not be good at much, but when it comes to spreading gossip, they can cover miles without breaking a sweat. In such a small village, gossip travels quickly and would soon reach the ears of the person concerned, Avril. At that point, Tyler's second card, the love compensation effect, would begin to take effect. In human society, the same message can have different effects depending on who utters it. If Tyler were to tell Avril he liked her directly, it would be an outright confession, and her response would determine the outcome. However, if Avril heard from someone else that Banning likes you, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Regardless of gender, once someone learns that another person might have feelings for them, they will unconsciously start paying attention to that person, seeking to determine if their affections are genuine. Even if they are certain they don't reciprocate those feelings, their curiosity will be piqued. Only a very few individuals with social anxiety would directly confront the other party, and Tyler was sure Avril wasn't one of them. Under the current circumstances, as soon as Avril learned of this, she would become more interested in Tyler, even if she hadn't been before. This is the love compensation effect. People tend to pay more attention to those who like them. After that, Tyler could achieve a crucial milestone in his plan. Switch from active to passive and start employing the intermittent reinforcement theory to continually strengthen Avril's emotional attachment to him. Tyler's famous quote, "In romantic relationships, the passive party holds the advantage." Having set the rumors in motion, Tyler didn't need to interfere any further. Now, he continued helping around the village. Underneath his seemingly warm-hearted demeanor, his true intention was to find a critical event that he could use to elevate his social status in the village. Tyler was a firm believer in the attraction theory, strongly agreeing with the view that a boyfriend or girlfriend is attracted to you rather than pursued. Indeed, many romances in the world are earned through persistent pursuit and dedication, but that is a thorny path. As an efficiency-first person like Tyler, he couldn't do that, especially given the harsh conditions of this parallel world. Tyler believed that, as a newcomer to the village of Ira, he urgently needed a trait that would make him attractive to Avril. Generally, traits can include appearance, athletic, combat, ability, material resources, wealth, power, or social status. Tyler wasn't sure about the beauty standards in this prison star world, and he wasn't a fan of attracting people solely based on appearance. With physical abilities out of the question, Tyler was left with the option of quickly acquiring material resources, wealth, or power and status. After carefully observing Ira Village, Tyler chose to pursue social status, believing it to be the best choice in this sparsely populated and relatively undereducated village. Ah, this must be divine punishment. That Joseph guy must have done something terrible behind our backs. There's no other explanation. Hey, quit it. The man is dead, and you're still going on about it. As Tyler passed by the burned-down wooden house, he heard villagers discussing the incident and approached them to find out what they were talking about. A villager told Tyler that there was a woodcutter named Joseph in the village who, that morning, somehow obtained a rare set of clothes and immediately put them on to show off. Suddenly, a monster descended from the sky and incinerated him with a terrifying column of fire. It also affected several people and houses. Fortunately, the monster flew away after releasing the fire. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't have stood a chance. Tyler asked for more details about the monster's appearance, but the villagers claimed that it was surrounded by flames and too far away to see clearly. All they could make out was a vague figure wearing armor. The conversation about Joseph and the monster ended there. As the villagers looked at the charred remains of the wooden houses, they discussed what to do next. These houses are in such bad shape. It wouldn't be surprising if they collapsed at any moment. Just earlier, it almost fell on Avril. I say we just knock them down and be done with it. Knocking them down is one thing, but how do we deal with all this debris? There isn't much open space left in the village. After listening to their conversation, Tyler first checked the villagers' thoughts and then realized that his opportunity to establish a reputation in Ira Village had arrived. Chapter 15, The Rising Star of Ira Village. Alternatively, we could all take turns transporting the debris to the wasteland, moving a little each day. It should be finished within a month or so. We have no other choice. Darn, we are truly unfortunate to be burdened with such a task in this sweltering heat. Tyler patiently waited for the villagers to finish speaking before seizing the opportunity to step forward. Esteemed elders, do you not plan to utilize these precious charcoals? The newcomer's inquiry caught the attention of the villagers. Charcoal? What is that? Yes, what is this charcoal you speak of, Banning? The villagers reacted as Tyler anticipated. In this underdeveloped village, no one was familiar with the concept of charcoal. Consequently, Tyler picked up a piece of charred wood from the ruins and displayed it to the villagers. He explained that charcoal, a dark brown or black porous solid material, is produced when wood undergoes incomplete combustion or pyrolysis in an oxygen-deprived environment, making it an excellent fuel source. Incomplete combustion? Pyrolysis? The villagers were perplexed, and some immediately stepped forward to challenge Tyler. Hey, young man, are you joking with us? What use could that rubbish have? Stop trying to deceive us. Indeed, how can something already burnt be used as fuel? I have never heard of such a thing in all my trips to town. Amidst the skepticism, Tyler refrained from providing further explanation. Noticing the absence of wind, he gathered a few high-quality charcoals nearby. Would any kind-hearted uncle, auntie, brother, or sister be willing to help me light a fire? As Tyler surveyed the area, the villagers hesitated. At that moment, the village chief, Woodall, emerged from the crowd. He'll help you light the fire. Woodall, an experienced hunter, always carried flint with him. Seeing the village chief's assistance, the other villagers temporarily ceased their doubts. Some nearby villagers even volunteered to bring dry firewood, a testament to the goodwill Tyler had earned by helping out around the village. Tyler gathered stones to form a circle, placed the charcoals inside, and laid the dry firewood on top before setting it alight. The fire quickly roared to life, producing thick smoke that forced the villagers to step back. However, everyone knew that the firewood was burning now, and they would have to wait until it was entirely consumed to determine the truth of Banning's claims. If the so-called charcoal failed to burn in the end, Banning would become a laughingstock, exposed as a mere attention seeker. However, Tyler remained utterly unperturbed, believing that the villagers had failed to discover the utility of charcoal for two reasons: its unappealing blackness and its difficulty in igniting compared to dry firewood. Additionally, the village's isolation and lack of information access rendered their ignorance unsurprising. Before long, the firewood had burned away entirely, leaving neither flames nor smoke. It appeared as if the fire had been extinguished. Hey, hasn't the fire gone out? Indeed, we haven't seen a single spark. Banning, just admit it. You've been deceiving us all along. The villagers who had previously doubted Tyler began to clamor once more. Unruffled, Tyler gestured for them to come closer and feel for themselves. As they approached, they saw that although the flames had vanished, the once black charcoal now faintly glowed red and emitted a constant wave of heat. A few bold villagers touched the charcoal, only to be scorched and yelp in pain. Listen, everyone, Tyler explained, when charcoal ignites, it doesn't produce flames like dry firewood. Nonetheless, this flameless combustion generates a sustained high temperature that lasts longer than an equivalent weight of wood and produces no smoke or choking fumes. It's convenient for both heating and cooking. Upon hearing Tyler's explanation, the villagers marveled, and mischievous children occasionally stretched out their hands to feel the heat from the charcoal, only to be caught and scolded by their parents. Having witnessed the wonders of charcoal firsthand, the villagers now praised Banning, grateful for his guidance. Even those who had initially doubted him apologized and made amends. Subsequently, under the village chief's organization and Tyler's instruction, the enthusiastic villagers dismantled the fire-damaged houses and collected the usable charcoal. The village chief inquired about Tyler's mentioned barbecue method, asking whether it was similar to the way he had roasted rabbit meat over firewood while hunting in the mountains. Tyler briefly described the charcoal grilling method, which the village chief eagerly embraced. He then gathered the villagers on an open ground and announced a grand barbecue event that very evening. Nothing motivates people more than food, and with Chief Woodall's call to action, the entire Ira village set out to learn the art of grilling. DSVL.cm Tyler first taught a few sharp and agile young men who then dispersed to instruct more villagers. Before long, everyone was immersed in grilling. Typically, barbecues focus on meat dishes, but Ira village's productivity levels couldn't support such a feast. Instead, Tyler taught the villagers how to grill vegetables like eggplants, potatoes, green peppers, and corn, which were equally delicious when grilled. Unfortunately, the village lacked sufficient supplies to create classic sauces like garlic paste, which would have further elevated the flavors. As the barbecue atmosphere intensified, Chief Woodall climbed onto a table and rallied the crowd. Everyone, listen up. We're hosting this barbecue for 3 reasons. First, to commemorate our fellow villagers who perished in the fire. May they rest in peace. Second, to celebrate our survival in the face of disaster. Third, to welcome the newest addition to our village, Banning. The villagers applauded and cheered, especially when Tyler was mentioned. After graciously greeting everyone from the makeshift stage, Tyler descended and became the center of attention, with villagers flocking to introduce themselves and befriend him. Amidst the throng, Avril was also present. Avril attempted to approach Tyler several times, but was consistently pushed away by the crowd. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, she sighed in resignation, watching the throngs of people surrounding Tyler, and silently turned to leave. At noon, Tyler had been a feeble figure on the verge of death. Yet now he had swiftly become the most sought-after newcomer in Ira Village. Avril struggled to accept this striking contrast, feeling as if a dear friend had suddenly transformed into an unattainable dignitary. However, her relationship with Tyler was far from the closeness of a best friend. They had only just met earlier that day. Why do I care so much about him? He's just a newcomer who arrived in the village today. Sigh. What Avril didn't realize was that Tyler had spotted her amidst the crowd early on and had deliberately prevented her from getting close enough to speak with him. Chapter 16, her turbulent mind, unable to talk to Banning. Avril felt a bit dejected. In truth, she didn't have anything in particular to say to him, but for some reason, she just wanted to be closer to him. Am I trying to confirm the rumors with him? No. How could I possibly say something so embarrassing in person? If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, I might as well just die on the spot. They'll never be able to face anyone again. Sigh. Avril wrestled with herself internally as the itch in her heart became unbearable. Forget it. Let's just eat something. Ugh. These roasted potato slices, so good. The delicious food provided some comfort to Avril's mood. She sat alone with her back to the lively crowd, eating roasted potato slices, eggplant, corn, and green peppers. As she enjoyed her meal, memories of giving water to Banning and being saved by him at the dilapidated house surfaced in her mind. Avril ate and gradually drifted into a daze. Just then, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Avril turned around, but strangely, there was nobody there. She turned back, ready to continue eating her roasted mushroom, only to find Banning standing right in front of her, smiling at her. Ba Banning, WHWH, what are you doing here? Avril was so startled that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she managed to hold it in. Unfortunately, her excitement caused her to fling the roasted mushroom out of her hand. The mushroom spun in the air and hit Banning squarely on the head, bouncing off with a duong sound before finally settling on the ground, lying flat and unmoving. Avril. Banning. Roasted mushroom. Despite the sweltering heat of the barbecue gathering, Avril felt the air between Banning and her now seemed cold enough to freeze. "Ha, it's fine. Just rinse it off with water, and it's still good to eat. He'll take it." Understanding Avril's embarrassment, Banning was the first to break the silence. He picked up the roasted mushroom and then handed her a skewer of roasted bird meat. "Sorry for startling you just now. This is my apology." It was only then that Avril snapped back to reality. A skewer of roasted meat had suddenly appeared before her, and her eyes widened. "Wow, it's meat. It smells so good." Avril hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to accept, but her mouth couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. After all, it was meat, the kind they could only eat once a week. The village chief said 1 skewer per person to celebrate everyone's survival today. Banning seemed to notice Avril's embarrassment and offered this explanation. With his reassurance, she reluctantly accepted the skewer of roasted meat. With the meat skewer exchange complete, the two looked at each other. Avril had a lot to say, but didn't know where to start. Well, Banning, the village chief is calling you." Just as Avril had gathered her courage to speak, someone's loud voice drowned her out. "Ah, sorry. It seems the village chief is calling me. We could talk next time?" "Yes." Avril could only nod blankly and watch Banning leave, standing there in a daze. "I haven't even told him my name is Avril yet, Sai." As she looked at the shiny, well-cooked meat skewer, Avril wanted to take a big bite to comfort herself. But she suddenly realized something and paused to look around. She discovered that Banning's swords had been a white lie. Not every villager had a meat skewer to eat. That's right, our village couldn't possibly have that much raw meat in reserve. So that means he deliberately brought the meat skewer for me to eat? But why? Could it be that the rumors are true, and he actually likes me? Just thinking about it made Avril blush uncontrollably. But no matter how much she thought about it, she believed it couldn't be possible. She assumed Banning was simply repaying her for the bowl of water she had given him at noon, and she was overthinking it. Since not everyone had a meat skewer, Avril couldn't bring herself to eat it in peace. She found 2 villagers who had been seriously injured in the fire and couldn't attend the barbecue gathering. Avril gave them the skewer of meat and told them about the new young man in the village, named Banning, who wanted them to have the meat. "Thank you, Avril. Please pass our thanks to that Banning." The injured villagers expressed their gratitude to Avril, but her attention wasn't there. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly." The voices of the villagers seemed to come from far away to Avril, and she felt as if her soul was floating outside her body. She could sense that something was off about her condition, and she had never experienced anything like it. She would occasionally space out, and sometimes she felt tightness in her chest, as if someone was clutching her heart. "What's wrong with me?" The girl didn't know that her heartstrings had been touched by the young man. "Mr. Village Chief, when winter comes, people will want to burn charcoal indoors for warmth. At that time, you must warn everyone to maintain proper ventilation. If not, the toxic substances produced by charcoal can be lethal." So charcoal has such dangers. We can't let everyone use it casually then. Tyler simplified the concepts of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide poisoning, knowing that the villagers wouldn't understand. After spending half a day together, Tyler believed that the village chief, Woodall, was a reliable person. "Yes, I suggest it would be more appropriate for you, Mr. Village Chief, to manage it." Following the topic of charcoal, Tyler and the village chief talked for a long time. They chatted until the barbecue gathering ended, but still hadn't had enough. As night fell, the village chief arranged an empty house for Tyler to spend the night. The former owner was a solitary old man who had passed away a few years ago, and the furniture inside was still in good condition. Tyler checked the items in the house and chose a rusty kitchen knife, a sturdy hemp rope, and 2 flintstones. Then he quietly slipped out of the house with these items. Silly Neeson. "It's late, and it's dangerous to go out, with these things. Tyler, don't you need, any sleep?" "Tyler, what do you think I'm going to do?" Silly Neeson. "You're not planning to kidnap Avril, are you?" "Tyler, are you crazy? And going to the Ira forest?" Silly Neeson. Have you gone mad, What are you going to do in the forest, at night?" Chapter 17 Night at Forest. Tyler had previously believed that, given Priscilla Neeson's intellect, it was truly difficult to associate her with the concept of a deity, even as the right eye of deity. She should not have been this foolish. Now, Tyler was even bravado convinced of this. Ignoring the foolish young girl's inquiry, Tyler slipped out of Ira Village under the cover of night. Ira Forest was located just beside Ira Village, and when Tyler had entered this prison star world during the day, he had landed in this Ira Forest. Tyler's primary reason for sneaking into the forest late at night was to personally observe how Village Chief Woodall hunted. During the evening barbecue party, Tyler had gleaned much information from Chief Woodall. First, it was about geography and administrative divisions. Ira Village was subordinate to Goodtown, which was in turn subordinate to Emerald City. Emerald City belonged to Lord Azure Lizard, and all the people in Ira Village, including Tyler, were his subjects. Lord Azure Lizard was loyal to King Darmodar Das III, who led 5 lords in governing a country known as Wild Forest, or the Wester Kingdom. The Wester Kingdom was relatively peaceful among the many Alliance of Light nations because the war front between the Alliance of Light and the Abyssal Empire was far from the kingdom, and evil kinds and demons rarely appeared. Secondly, it was about occupations. In Ira Village, everyone had some means of making a living, such as Village Chief Woodall being adept at hunting and Avril excelling in managing orchards and sowing. When Tyler asked about production occupations and manufacturing occupations, Woodall told him that occupations were gifts bestowed by the benevolent deity upon their followers. If one devoted themselves to practicing a single occupation, they would be able to see the holy luminescence once their skills matured, which served as proof of their occupation. However, to determine one's specific occupation, an appraisal was necessary. In Lord Azure Lizard's territory, both production occupations and manufacturing occupations could only be appraised in Emerald City. Unless there were special circumstances, people wouldn't make a special trip to the city, as even by horse, it took half a month to get there one way. The villagers of Ira Village had never appraised their production occupations or manufacturing occupations, but this did not hinder their performance. The presence of holy luminescence was the best proof. Woodall mentioned that he had been acknowledged as a hunter by the benevolent deity more than 20 years ago, and now, during his hunts, he would occasionally see holy luminescence emanating from his body. During his conversation with the village chief, Tyler skillfully employed verbal guidance and mind-reading techniques to gather information, and Chief Woodall did not become suspicious of Tyler's ignorance of common knowledge. There were many aspects of Woodall's words that were worth pondering for Tyler. But since Woodall mentioned that he would be hunting in Ira Forest that night to replenish the village's supply of fresh meat, Tyler made observing Woodall his top priority. According to Woodall's explanation, both production occupations and manufacturing occupations could be acquired through continuous accumulation of experience without the need for obtaining qualifications from a guild or baptism from a church. This was good news for Tyler. In the current situation where information on combat occupations was unclear, it was crucial for Tyler to quickly master a production occupation or manufacturing occupation with combat capabilities. The production occupation, hunter that the village chief had cultivated, was precisely what Tyler needed. As for why Tyler did not directly ask the village chief to teach him, it was because Tyler had seen the village chief's hidden intentions through his mental activity. Woodall was somewhat discerning and believed that although Tyler was a good young man, he did not seem like someone who would stay in a small place like Ira Village for long. In order to attract Tyler to reside in Ira Village for an extended period, if he wanted to learn about occupations, Woodall planned to teach him at the slowest possible pace, not allowing him to acquire genuine skills all at once. Regarding this matter, Woodall intended to secretly inform the other villagers as well. Since the village chief was playing such a game, Tyler had no choice but to remain calm on the surface and secretly seek opportunities to observe the chief's hunting posture and uncover any secrets. After entering the Ira Forest, Tyler lowered his posture, knowing he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, he would easily be discovered by an experienced hunter like Woodall. While stealthily tracking and searching for Woodall's traces, Tyler's divine eye of transcendence unexpectedly played a significant role. With Tyler's wilderness exploration skills alone, it would have been difficult for him to spot footprints in the forest at night. However, with the help of his divine eye of transcendence, he could not only see the identified footprints on the ground, but also their information. On a human footprint, Tyler saw a floating description that read Woodall's footprint. Relying on his identification ability, Tyler gradually followed Woodall's trail. As a hunter, Woodall occasionally covered his tracks to prevent carnivorous animals from tracking him, which provided Tyler with an opportunity to follow him. About half an hour later, Tyler spotted Woodall crouching in the distance, having just set up a trap before moving on to the next location. Tyler dared not follow too closely, depending solely on the information from his divine eye of transcendence for long-distance tracking. After some time, a sharp animal cry could be heard nearby, as if a carnivore was chasing its prey. Tyler noticed that Woodall had climbed up a tree, so he quickly hid in the bushes to avoid being discovered. Under the moonlight, Woodall raised his hunting bow, drew the bowstring fully, and aimed while holding his breath. So focused was he that it seemed as if only he and his prey existed in the world. At that moment, Tyler saw a silvery flash emanating from Woodall's fingers as he pulled the bow. So that's the so-called holy luminescence. Then, Woodall shot an arrow that flew swiftly and steadily, its trajectory barely affected by gravity and crosswinds. Immediately afterward, a dull thud and an animal's wail could be heard, the sound of the arrow hitting its target. It was clear that the holy luminescence had enhanced the power of the arrow, and this was precisely what Tyler wanted to learn. Afterward, Tyler continued to follow Woodall for 2 more hours without being discovered, picking up quite a bit of hunting knowledge along the way. However, when it came to the matter of occupations, he was still full of questions. Woodall eventually managed to catch a fox, a rabbit, and 3 large guinea pigs before returning to the village with his bountiful haul. Tyler followed Woodall at a distance, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tyler discovered a new set of footprints with the identification label Fuchs footprints. Tyler had met all 50 villagers in Ira village, but he had no impression of the name Fuchs. So, Tyler bent down to touch the footprint, which felt quite fresh. For safety's sake, he began to track the footprint's owner. However, the person moved incredibly fast, and Tyler couldn't catch up even after chasing for nearly an hour through the forest. In the end, he only managed to catch a glimpse of a figure leaving through the other exit of the Ira forest. Fortunately, that was enough. Centuredo, 187, 2:21 a.m. Confession Death Countdown. 28 days remaining. The information Tyler saw made him break out in a cold sweat. The Crimson Cloud Bandits were the very group that had pillaged Luca Village. When Tyler had been saved by the villagers of Ira Village, he had seen the news of Luca Village being pillaged by the Crimson Cloud Bandits in the thoughts of one of the villagers. He had used the name of Luca Village as his background identity, but he hadn't expected the Crimson Cloud Bandits to head toward Ira Village. Being a scout and moving stealthily at night, Centuredo, the other party's level, was as high as 6 and was only a deputy leader. In contrast, Village Chief Woodall had been a hunter for over 20 years and only had Hunter LV2, which indicated the strength of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Second, the Crimson Cloud Bandits had recently successfully pillaged a village, and Ira Village, being similar in scale to Luca Village, might face the same fate. Third, since the deputy leader had personally come to scout, there might not be much time left before the Crimson Cloud Bandits launched their attack. In the worst-case scenario, they might act today. Even without monsters falling from the sky, man-made disasters could still come knocking. In this difficulty, impossible parallel world, every second was uncomfortable for Tyler. He had been in the Prison Star world for less than 24 hours and was already facing a life-threatening crisis for the second time. Centuredo Tyler was currently nothing more than seaweed that couldn't even defeat small fry. And second, Tyler now had something behind him. When he had faced the unknown monster before, Tyler could have chosen to find an unethical passerby to take his place as a scapegoat. However, now, Tyler, you're right. All I need to do is leave. Their target is Ira Village, not me. Unexpectedly, Tyler agreed with the foolish girl's statement. After listening to what he said, Silly Neeson realized how inconsiderate her previous words had been. Silly Neeson, hey. Wait. What about Ira Village if you leave? What about Avril? Tyler, what does it have to do with me? Silly Neeson, you. The foolish young girl thought Tyler was just teasing her and deliberately trying to get under her skin, but she didn't expect Tyler to follow through with what he said. No matter what the foolish girl said after that, Tyler ignored her. He focused on continuing to track Fuchs' footprints and followed from a distance. Within these brief moments, Tyler's plan underwent a transformation. He abandoned his original intentions in Ira Village and shifted his goal towards joining the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Tyler believed that after joining the bandits, there was a high probability of obtaining information on combat occupations. If he could master a combat occupation, production and manufacturing occupations would become insignificant. Having tracked Fuchs for half a day, Tyler finally saw his figure disappear at the entrance of a cave. Four bandit-like men, wielding large machetes, guarded the entrance. Tyler assessed their basic information. Only 2 possessed combat occupations, both as bandits at level 1. The other 2 were farmers with production occupations, both over the age of 45. Such a combination, senior bandits mentoring newcomers. The newcomers were likely recruited from the raided villages. Observing this, Tyler felt more confident in his upcoming plan. He steadied his breathing, concealed his kitchen knife, rope, and fire starter in the bushes, and glanced at the character T engraved on his palm to boost his courage. Finally, with a stiff resolve, he raised his hands and approached the bandits, exclaiming that he wished to surrender and join them. Brothers, I want to join you and become a bandit. Although Tyler appeared to be surrendering, his sudden emergence still put the bandits on high alert. Who goes there? Stay still. Get down. Tyler had seen people forced to crouch with their hands over their heads, but being ordered to lie down flat was somewhat excessive. Without resistance, Tyler obediently laid down on the ground. After being searched by 2 bandits, he was escorted into the cave by 1 on each side. The cave's interior was more expansive than Tyler had anticipated, but the number of bandits was fewer than he had imagined. In total, there were only around 10 individuals. It seemed that the forces here did not represent the entire group. Neil, one of the bandits, holding Tyler, suddenly kicked the back of his knee, causing him to fall to his knees without resistance. Seated before him were a bearded middle-aged man and the previous vice leader, Fuchs. Wolf, male, 39 years old, leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits production occupation, Nun manufacturing occupation, blacksmith, LV-1 combat occupation, bandit. LV-9 Tyler quickly glanced at the middle-aged man's information and immediately confirmed that his decision was correct. The Crimson Cloud Bandit strength was overwhelming compared to Ira Village. Mercy, your majesty. I came to submit to you. Please give me a chance to serve you. Without hesitation, Tyler bowed his head to Wolf, his body trembling as if he was about to collapse. Hey, you got a keen eye, kid. Recognizing me as the leader. Ha ha ha. Wolf laughed heartily, patting Fuchs' shoulder as he did. Fuchs' face turned from green to white, and he whispered to Wolf that it was inappropriate for himself to sit side by side with the leader, but Wolf ignored him. Young man, state your name. And my name is Banning. Which village are you from? And why do you want to become a bandit? I'm from Ira Village. I want to be a bandit because it's prestigious. Ira Village, huh? The smile on Wolf's face suddenly disappeared. He gave Tyler a meaningful look and, after a moment, continued questioning him. How did you, a person from Ira Village, know about our bandit group stationed in this cave more than 20 kilometers away? Wolf's question was undoubtedly a test, and if the young man who came to submit answered even the slightest bit suspiciously, Wolf would not hesitate to take his life. However, Centurado, I had the good fortune to see Mr. Fuchs. I was afraid that Mr. Fuchs would not be willing to take me in, so I gathered the courage to follow him, thinking that if I could bow to your majesty, perhaps I'd have a chance. By the time Tyler finished speaking, Fuchs' face had turned green. Ah, It seems our scout master has become careless in his old age. How could a renowned scout like him be followed by a young boy for more than 20 kilometers without noticing? Wolf said mockingly, putting his arm around Fuchs' trembling shoulder. Chapter 19, Betrayal and Deceit, Your Majesty. This kid is talking nonsense. I've been careful to eliminate my footprints along the way, and I didn't detect anyone following me during several anti-reconnaissance attempts. Your Majesty, believe me, this guy couldn't possibly have followed me from Ira village. Fuchs desperately argued, even standing up in his excitement. Fuchs, don't get so worked up. Sit down, sit down. Wolf, however, seemed quite relaxed. He looked at Fuchs' flushed, liver-colored face with interest, having already made up his mind. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I really didn't do anything to betray you. Fuchs knew Wolf's character well. Seeing that his argument was ineffective, he impulsively knelt down before Wolf in desperation. Hey, don't be like that, Fuchs. We're all brothers here. What are you doing? Wolf said this, but made no move to help Fuchs up, nor did he show any intention of doing so. He sat there, pretending to ponder for a moment, and then leaned down, looking directly into Fuchs' eyes, saying, How about this? You take 2 men and go to Luca village right now. You'll be responsible for tying up any loose ends. Do a good job and make everyone believe in your abilities again. Upon hearing Wolf's words, Fuchs' face turned pale instantly. He clenched his jaw hard to keep his emotions in check, his expression tense. Even so, Wolf acted as if he hadn't seen it. He clapped his hands and ordered people to escort Fuchs to Luca village. After Fuchs left, he turned his attention back to the boy who claimed to be Banning. Young man, your tracking skills are quite impressive. You want to join our bandit gang, huh? Wolf asked with a smile. Banning, looking like a naive youngster, thought his opportunity had finally come. He eagerly nodded while kneeling, his eyes filled with bright anticipation. All right, we happen to need someone to serve as a sacrifice for the heavens in this operation. You do just fine. Ha ha ha. Banning was about to say, Thank you, Your Majesty, but upon hearing the words sacrifice for the heavens, he was suddenly dumbfounded, frozen like a statue. His comical, helpless appearance made Wolf and the other bandits laugh heartily for a while. They all knew that sacrifice for the heavens was merely a title. What Wolf really meant was to silence this self-proclaimed clever brat. Bring him. Lock him up. If he escapes, you'll answer for it. Humph, no one can outsmart me when it comes to cunning, Wolf thought smugly to himself. Fuchs, the vice leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits, was now heading to Luca village with 2 other bandits to complete the final cleanup. On the surface, it was called escorting, but Fuchs knew in his heart that this was actually surveillance sent by the chief. This proved that the chief no longer trusted him. Long before this day, Fuchs had somewhat guessed that Wolf harbored suspicions about him, and the appearance of this unknown youth today was merely the last straw that led Wolf to make his decision. Alternatively, this youth could very well have been an actor arranged by Wolf to deliver the final blow to Fuchs. Sigh, years of brotherhood gone, just like that. At least, we haven't completely torn our faces apart yet, but Mary, oh Mary, I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Fuchs' current emotions were akin to those of a man who had narrowly escaped death at the cost of losing everything that gave him joy. Life was tasteless, yet seeking death seemed a waste. According to Fuchs' original script, events should not have transpired this way. Approximately a year ago, the Crimson Cloud Bandits frequently operated around Luca village and Ira village. At that time, their team was not large enough to attack an entire village, so they primarily relied on robbing passers-by and small merchant groups for sustenance. In the course of these daily activities, Fuchs happened to meet Mary, who was out picking medicinal herbs by chance. Mary was a married woman from Ira village, but her relationship with her husband was poor. Centuredo, unfortunately, the cavalry unit of Guttown, was about to sweep the bandits around Ira Forest. Under Wolf's command, the Crimson Cloud Bandits fled en masse, and they were gone for a year. When they returned to Ira Forest last month, Fuchs was speechless to discover that Mary had found someone new in her life. Fuchs had never imagined that he, who had once played a role in breaking up others' relationships, could now find himself in the same situation. It was clear that he had shown up late. So how could someone show up even later than him? Whose company was Mary keeping now? In a fit of rage, Fuchs intended to eliminate the two wrongdoers, but the bandits were planning a major operation, pillaging Luca Village, so Fuchs reluctantly postponed his plan. By the time the situation in Luca Village had mostly concluded, Fuchs' mindset had changed. He still loved Mary and became determined to eliminate her husband and a man named Joseph from her life. Thus, Fuchs began secretly meeting with Mary in Ira Village under the pretext of various reconnaissance missions while secretly plotting against the two men without her knowledge. However, fate once again played a cruel joke on Fuchs. Their leader, Wolf, having tasted success, now planned to plunder Ira Village. Moreover, he ordered that no one act independently before the official attack, or they would be executed as traitors leaking information. Fuchs knew the ferocious nature of his comrades. Centuriato Fuchs risked arousing Wolf's suspicions by trying various methods to sneak out and persuade Mary to flee to the town for refuge in advance. However, Mary did not believe Fuchs. Not only did she think he was deceiving her, but she also demanded that Fuchs renounce his life of crime, as she did not want a bandit as her husband. Fuchs felt like he was going mad. Time passed day by day, and the Crimson Cloud Bandits' 3-day reconnaissance of Ira Village was nearing its end. Fuchs unprecedentedly volunteered to conduct the final reconnaissance mission. He knew this would inevitably arouse Wolf's suspicions, but it was his last chance. With Fuchs' abilities, he should have completed the reconnaissance and returned to the bandits' hideout before daybreak. However, this time, two unexpected incidents occurred. The first piece of news was good. Mary's lover, Joseph, had died unexpectedly. The second piece of news was bad. Ira Village had inexplicably hosted a barbecue party, causing Fuchs to waste 2 or 3 extra hours on cover-ups than planned. What was worse, he failed to persuade Mary and could not change her mind. Regretfully, he returned, hoping to stealthily whisk her away amidst the chaos during the raid. Upon Fuchs' tardy return to the hideout, Wolf immediately sought him out for a chat, even making an exception to have Fuchs sit beside him, leaving Fuchs trembling in fear. "Centuriato, you big fool. I told you not to abandon the light for darkness. Now you see, wait to be sacrificed to the heavens. You super invincible big fool Tyler." Chapter 20 Insidious Wolf Prison Star Chronicles, May 6 th. 187 7:36 a.m. The first thing Ira Village's headman, Woodall, did upon waking up was to patrol the village with a group of people. In such a small village, there was no formal security force. It was up to Woodall and a few other men, both young and old, to protect the village from the depredations of wild animals. Summer is coming, and the wild boars will become rampant. We need to be more vigilant around the farmland. After explaining the situation to everyone, Woodall specifically went to the house arranged for Banning to see if there was anything he needed help with. However, Banning was not in the house, and there were no signs that the bed had been slept in. As a hunter, Woodall could sense that Banning hadn't spent the night here. How strange. Woodall went around the village again, but couldn't find any trace of Banning, nor had any of the villagers seen him. Woodall reasoned that the village was small enough that Banning couldn't have gone unnoticed unless he had left overnight. Woodall was puzzled, unable to think of a reason for Banning to leave in such a hurry. Then, he inquired around, and no one reported any thefts. Should we organize a search in the nearby area? Woodall felt that it was not worth mobilizing everyone for a person who had just joined the village for less than a day. If they failed to find him, it would adversely affect the atmosphere in the village. What small villages like theirs feared most was the outflow of people. At this time, Woodall saw Avril looking as if she was searching for someone too. Upon inquiry, he learned that she was looking for Banning as well. "It's not that important. I just noticed his clothes were torn and wanted to ask him if he needed help." With that, Avril stuttered, lowering her head. Woodall sighed and told Avril the truth, that Banning might have already left the village. "Although he seemed to get along well with everyone yesterday, we actually don't know much about him. Maybe he had some unspeakable reasons." Avril seemed to pay little attention to Woodall's subsequent words. She just stood there blankly for a while before stiffly replying "Hom," and then walked away dispiritedly without even saying thank you or goodbye to Woodall. In a cave more than 20 kilometers away from Ira Village, the Crimson Cloud Bandits were busy preparing for an upcoming raid. The leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits, Wolf, avoided the gazes of his companions and left the cave, heading alone to another nearby narrow cavern. Following markings only he knew, Wolf retrieved a hidden treasure from the cave and carried it with him. A year ago, the Crimson Cloud Bandits fled to the border of Lord Azure Lizard's territory to escape the heat. During that time, Wolf happened to rob a small caravan while leading a scouting party. Initially, he thought he had seized ordinary goods, but he unexpectedly found a treasure box engraved with the emblem of the Scarlet family. The Scarlet family was one of the 5 great lord families in the Western Kingdom, and their possessions were generally untouchable. Anyone who dared to touch them would be hunted down by the Scarlet family to the ends of the earth. If Wolf had known in advance that the caravan contained something from the Scarlet family, he wouldn't have dared to rob it even if he had 10 times the courage. But now that he had already acted, and since this wasn't actually a caravan of the Scarlet family, but merely contained one of their items, acting quickly, Wolf ordered his men to stop the caravan and remove all evidence of its passage, making it look as if the caravan had vanished from the face of the earth. On the way back to rejoin the main Barado, Wolf found an opportunity to eliminate all his subordinates from the small team. After the reunion, he lied to the others, saying that they had encountered a caravan with elite guards. All of his comrades were lost in the encounter, and only he managed to escape the encirclement. From then on, only Wolf knew about the treasure box. Inside the Scarlet family's treasure box was an unidentified crimson gemstone. After careful investigation, Wolf learned that the gemstone was not an ordinary item, but it would require a large sum of money to hire a corresponding level jeweler to appraise and process it. This was his main motivation for looting villages recently. After the raid on Ira Village, the Crimson Cloud Bandits would certainly leave the area to avoid attracting attention, so Wolf brought the treasure box with him before this operation. He would only feel at ease if the treasure was with him. All right, I've left that kid alone for a while now. It's time to go surprise him and see what he's up to. In the cave, Tyler silently listened to the girl scolding him for Barado than an hour. His conclusion was that her vocabulary was limited, and she lacked any technique in her insults. If she were to argue with the Karens at any grocery stores, she would be reduced to tears in no time. Additionally, during the period of appreciating the young woman's scolding skills, Tyler reorganized the information he had obtained since entering the bandits' cave and had a clear idea of what to do next. Originally, he thought that the main ability of the Divine Eye of Transcendence was to foresee death, but now it seemed that the power of mind reading was not to be underestimated. Before long, Wolf, the leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits, approached. Tyler immediately switched into acting mode. "Your Highness," Centuredo Wolf walked up to Banning and motioned for the guard to step aside. "Enough. You may leave and rest. I have matters to discuss with this young man." In the makeshift cell, only Wolf and Banning remained. Wolf roughly pushed Banning down and held him in place, Centuredo staring at Wolf with a face full of terror and anxiety. "Humph, good, I do appreciate obedient dogs," Wolf smirked before getting to the point. "Listen well, lad, there's no need for pretense. I already know you're in league with Fuchs. He's told me everything." Hearing this, Banning's mouth gaped open in astonishment, his pupils quivering. Wolf did not miss this revealing expression and knew his ruse had succeeded in utterly intimidating the wretched boy. "Be honest with me now. I may spare your life and let you serve in our bandit group, but if you dare deceive me, I'll have you put to death as a sacrifice. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, your majesty. I'll tell you everything right now." Trembling with excitement, Banning's face was a mess of sweat, snot, and tears, but he paid no mind and immediately began confessing to Wolf. "Your majesty, I didn't actually follow Fuchs here. I don't have the ability to do that, right? Fuchs was actually the one who brought me to this cave." Banning divulged everything without reservation, detailing his connection with Fuchs as Wolf listened with a satisfied grin, relishing the feeling of manipulating others. In reality, Fuchs had already set off for Luca Village, and Wolf hadn't questioned him at all. After Banning exposed everything, Wolf planned to deal with him first and then confront Fuchs to settle the score. Chapter 21: The Inevitable Death Within the Bandit Hideout. Banning from Ira Village was confessing everything he knew to Wolf, the leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Banning informed Wolf that he had known Fuchs for a year, previously unaware that Fuchs was a bandit and only knowing that he was having an affair with a woman named Mary in the village. Whenever Fuchs visited Mary for their clandestine rendezvous, he would give Banning a small tip to keep watch. Eventually, Fuchs disappeared for a long period before suddenly reappearing recently, as Banning was beginning to forget him and Mary had found a new lover. Upon his return, Fuchs continued visiting Mary, each time bringing a large package but leaving empty-handed, making Banning curious about the contents. When Banning asked Mary privately, she revealed that Fuchs was a bandit who had stored many valuable items with her, planning to retire soon and live a comfortable life with her in Good Town using the money. Last night, Fuchs arrived as usual, but this time he was anxious and hurried. He immediately requested Banning's help in transferring all the items hidden in Mary's house to a secret cave in Ira Forest. Then, Banning was to pretend not to know Fuchs, accompany him to the bandit hideout, and feign submission to the bandits. Later, during the planned attack on Ira Village, they were to quietly abduct Mary together. "Huh, you're quite daring to take on such a task," Wolf remarked, his eyes darting about as Fuchs' situation exceeded his expectations. "Your Majesty, I didn't want to agree at first, but that scoundrel Fuchs lied to me, saying that you were easygoing and guaranteed my safety. That's why I came. But it turned out completely different from what he said. If I had known I would lose my life, I would never have." Banning's complaints grew more impassioned, but Wolf had stopped paying close attention, as he had already learned what he wanted to know. Initially, Wolf planned to eliminate Banning after extracting the information, but his plans changed as Banning still had a final use. Wolf had long been aware of Fuchs' penchant for women, and secretly moving money Fuchs' stinginess was well known among the bandits. And Wolf had always wondered what he saved for. Now Wolf understood. Banning's confession answered all of Wolf's suspicions about Fuchs. Wolf would never allow Fuchs to retire, as he knew too many secrets of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. However, Fuchs' death would have to wait until after the raid on Ira Village. Killing him now would harm morale. Additionally, Wolf would, of course, graciously accept the money Fuchs had hidden away. Nevertheless, Wolf had not entirely believed Banning, so he would not head to Ira Village without precautions. Wolf vigilantly discerned that this might also be a trap set up by Fuchs and Banning, but regrettably, Fuchs was far away in Luca Village. Wolf could not apprehend him for questioning, which would affect their plan to plunder Ira Village. If Fuchs sets a trap in Ira Village, it would pose a significant threat to the Crimson Cloud Bandits. If he colluded with the guards of Good Town, Wolf pondered the matter carefully, weighing substantial benefits against considerable risks. With his wealth of experience, he quickly made a decision to first drop a stone into the dry well to gauge its depth. Enough. No need to continue. In light of your candidness, I will spare your life. However, releasing you is impossible. So, you will retrieve Fuchs' treasure for me, and then I will allow you to serve in the bandit group." Wolf interrupted Banning's incessant complaints and then shouted toward the cell's exterior. "Someone, fetch Igor for me." If Wolf had absolute trust in anyone, it would be the Crimson Cloud Bandits' third-in-command, Charge Captain Igor. Since the establishment of the Crimson Cloud Bandits, Igor had saved Wolf's life thrice. In order to rescue Wolf, Igor lost an ear and bore a deep scar on his back. It was no exaggeration to say he had walked to the brink of death for Wolf. "Boss, you call for me?" A burly, bald man approached, his build even more robust than Wolf's. "Yes, there's an urgent matter I need you to handle." Wolf had Banning's bindings loosened and instructed Igor to accompany him to Ira Forest immediately. They were to retrieve the treasure from the underground cave and return to the hideout before noon. Boss, should I have a couple of our men go with him? I am currently planning tonight's strategy for our brethren. No, you must go yourself. Hurry up. Wolf brusquely interrupted Igor's proposal and, seizing a moment when Banning wasn't paying attention, whispered in Igor's ear. After this kid leads you to the location, take care of him and make sure no trace is left. Understood? Igor silently nodded. This wasn't the bravado Wolf had given him such an order. Once Igor and Banning departed, Wolf felt somewhat relieved. The unexpected turn of events brought about by the Ira village youth before the raid somewhat unnerved him. Now, everything was clear. The guide to the treasure's location marked the youth's final usefulness. Regardless of whether he lied to survive or spoke the truth, his fate was sealed. The only pity was that Wolf might lose the capable Igor. Igor's prowess was second only to Wolf's. If a trap did exist in Ira village, and even Igor couldn't safely return, Wolf would abandon the village and immediately flee with the bandits. If Igor returned unscathed, all would be well, and they would proceed with tonight's raid on Ira village as planned. Igor, if it weren't for your growing influence in the bandit group, I wouldn't have sent you on such a risky mission. If you die, blame your own honesty. Within the rugged mountain terrain, Igor and Banning proceeded at a brisk pace. The dazzling sunlight reflected off the large machete on Igor's back, blindingly brilliant. Throughout their journey, Banning never stopped talking, while Igor, a man of few words, merely hummed in agreement, keeping his attention on the road ahead. Over an hour later, the two arrived deep within Ira Forest. Igor's stamina was impressive, hardly breaking a sweat, while Banning struggled to catch his breath. The treasure is inside this cave, right? Igor glanced at the pitch-black underground cavern ahead. Yes, it is. Banning, preoccupied with wiping away his sweat, failed to notice the change in Igor's demeanor. You've done well. Igor unsheathed his large machete, swinging it towards Banning's unprotected back. Chapter 22, Moonlit Assault. The sun slowly climbed in the sky, and although it was still some time before noon, Wolf's patience had nearly run out. Feeling helpless while waiting for results always tormented Wolf, like a persistent itch he couldn't quite reach. Boss, Captain Igor is back. One of the men who had been waiting outside came running in with the news. At that moment, there was no other news that could have pleased Wolf Barado. Good, very good. Unable to wait for Igor to enter, Wolf strode out of the cave and met the bloodied Igor face to face at the Barado. Igor, how did you get hurt? Wolf was quite surprised. In his astonishment, the experienced bandit leader had many thoughts running through his mind. Darn, were there traps in Ira village? Darn that traitor Fuchs. No, I need to quickly withdraw the group. I don't know if Igor has been followed by the enemy. Boss, I am fine. This isn't my Barado. It's from the kid from Ira village. It was only after Igor's explanation that Wolf realized there hadn't been any ambushes or traps. It was just that the young man from Ira village had put up a fierce struggle before being taken down, leaving Igor worn out from the fight. Anyway, as long as you're all right, did you properly take care of things? Wolf asked, a bit embarrassed, thankful that he hadn't voiced his earlier concerns. It's taken care of. It won't be discovered. Right. What about the treasure in the underground cave? Why did you come back empty-handed? As soon as Wolf was sure that everything was fine, his focus immediately shifted to the treasure. The treasure. There were too many boxes. I couldn't carry them all back by myself. Igor's slow speech always made Wolf impatient. After hearing Igor's explanation, Wolf sighed. He complained in his heart that Igor was good at everything except for being too straightforward and hard to use. In this situation, even if he couldn't bring all the treasure back, couldn't he have brought at least a portion of it? All right, but did you remember the location of the treasure? Yes, I marked the way back. Wolf nodded, acknowledging that Igor wasn't entirely foolish. Boss, it'll take a few brothers now and move the treasure back. Honest Igor was prepared to head back out, without even changing his clothes. Wolf thought for a moment and stopped him. "Hold on, don't go yet." Wolf walked up to Igor and patted him on the shoulder. "Go rest for a while. You need to clean up the blood on you. It stinks. There's no rush with the treasure. We'll deal with it when everyone moves out tonight." Understood. Although Wolf said this, his real concern was not trusting Igor to handle the treasure alone. He worried Igor's subordinates might not be clean, and Igor himself was relatively careless. Additionally, obtaining a large amount of wealth beforehand would negatively affect the morale before attacking the village at night. Once the bandits had money, they would certainly be less willing to risk their lives. Only poverty could motivate them. Now that he knew Ira village was safe, he could retrieve the treasure while attacking the village at night. With this thought, a huge weight was lifted off Wolf's chest, and his mood lightened considerably. However, there was still a small issue to be resolved. "Come here." Wolf called two of his trusted subordinates and whispered to them to go to Luka village immediately. After finding Fuchs, they were to seize an opportunity to take him down when he was alone and remove him quietly without letting anyone else see. "Don't blame me, Fuchs. It's not that I don't value our old friendship, but if I let you live, I won't be able to sleep at night." As the sun set and darkness fell, under Wolf's leadership, the Red Cloud bandits quietly emerged from their hidden cave and headed towards Ira Forest. Under the moonlight, the bandits moved stealthily through the woods and mountains. About 2 hours later, the Red Cloud bandits reached the depths of Ira Forest. "Igor, we must be nearing that place, correct?" "Yes, indeed." "Very well." Wolf ordered the entire band to hold their position and remain still. Anyone who dared to abandon their post would be executed without mercy. Then, he chose 5 clever and obedient men from among his subordinates, calling upon Igor to lead the way as they ventured forth in a small group to secure Fuchs' treasure. Guided by the moonlight, Igor traced the markers through the forest and eventually arrived at the entrance of the underground cavern. The surrounding area was dense with bushes and highly concealed, making it an ideal hiding place for treasure. "We have arrived, boss." Wolf nodded in anticipation, eager to see just how much wealth Fuchs had amassed. "All right, you, and you, the 3 of you come with me. Igor, you, and the others stand guard here. If anything happens, signal me as usual." Understood. Wolf selected 3 strong bandits to accompany him into the underground cavern. Once inside, the moonlight could no longer penetrate the darkness, rendering the space pitch black. Gritting his teeth, Wolf indulged in a luxury, activating a universal stone to illuminate their path. With the cavern now lit, Wolf discovered that the passageway inside was quite spacious. He marveled at Fuchs' ability to find such a location, acknowledging that the scout's exploratory capabilities were indeed extraordinary. "What a pity, Fuchs. The wealth you've spent a lifetime saving will now be effortlessly seized by me." Excitement quickened Wolf's pace. He relished the thrill of plundering and taking lives for wealth, and it was at the moment of harvest that he felt an irresistible prickling bravado across his scalp. Darn, it's sweltering in this cavern. Didn't summer just begin? Before long, Wolf and his men were drenched in sweat, the temperature within the underground cavern unusually high. But as they had already come this far, Wolf could not be bothered with the heat. The treasure was all that mattered. 5 minutes later, they reached the deepest part of the cavern, where 5 large wooden chests lay in silence. To think there are so many. Fuchs truly was a miser. Unable to conceal the grin spreading across his face, an exhilarated Wolf strode forward and opened a chest. With a creak, it swung open, revealing, "How can it be empty?" Wolf's expression froze. Without a second thought, he hastily opened the remaining 4 chests, only to find that they, too, were empty. "Damn it!" Enraged, Wolf violently kicked over a chest, the fury rendering him somewhat dizzy. Recalling Igor's report earlier in the day, Wolf instantly realized he had been duped by Igor. But how could the ever-honest Igor deceive him? However, it was also unlikely that Igor would have returned without verifying the contents of the chests. Wait a minute, could be Fuchs? Did he not go to Luca village, but instead arrive here ahead of us? Wolf remembered that his handling of Fuchs had been flawed. He immediately led his men back the way they came, deciding that action was needed regardless. However, after only a few steps, one of Wolf's men suddenly collapsed. What's going on? How can you fall like that? Get up now. Wolf assumed his subordinate had merely tripped on the uneven ground. But when another man fell as well, he realized that something was amiss. You actually lasted 15 minutes. You have quite impressive constitutions. A familiar voice drifted from nearby. Wolf looked up to see a vaguely recognizable figure standing on the path leading to the exit, holding what appeared to be a jar in his hand. Darn it, we've been ambushed. Wolf's years of experience helped him to suppress his anger at that moment. He urged his last remaining man to charge with him toward the shadowy figure. However, after only a couple of steps, their legs gave way, and they both tumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by nausea and a suffocating tightness in their chests. Chapter 23 Crisscross. Why can't I muster any strength? Wolf desperately tried to stand, but it was as if his mind and body had become disconnected. No matter how much he struggled, his body refused to obey, leaving him feeling as hopeless as someone experiencing sleep paralysis. With his last ounce of strength, Wolf looked toward the distant figure. Even though Wolf was already down and unable to get up, the man remained cautious, not approaching and leaving no opportunity for Wolf to counterattack. Who on earth are you? Wolf gritted his teeth and asked word by word, as everything in his sight swirled chaotically. His throbbing temples and nauseating sensation filled his head. He dry-heaved continuously, but nothing came out. In extreme pain, Wolf involuntarily closed his eyes. His dizziness seemed to improve, but his consciousness began to fade, as if he were falling asleep. But Wolf knew he couldn't sleep. If he did, he might never wake up again. He didn't want to die, but he had no other options left. He couldn't even muster the strength to open his eyes, let alone call for help. Help? Igor? Could it be? As his consciousness clung to its last moments, Wolf finally understood how he had fallen into this barado. Eliminating all other possibilities, there was only one possible identity for the shadowy figure who had come to end him. Ban, it was you after all. Wolf couldn't finish his sentence. As his head tilted to one side, he lost all control over his body, and his consciousness slipped away. It wasn't until now that the shadowy figure began to act. First, he opened the jar he held in his arms and took a deep breath. Then he picked up a fallen bandit's machete, aimed at the closest bandit, and threw it. The sharp blade struck the bandit, and the unfortunate man remained motionless on the ground. The figure repeated the action, throwing machetes at all four bandits, including Wolf. Although his aim was not perfect, hitting arms and heads, they all shared the same fate, lying still without any response. Svel. See him at this point, the tense figure finally relaxed. He opened the jar again to take another breath, and then made sure to defeat all the bandits to guarantee their demise. With each bandit defeated, text appeared in the figure's field of vision. Successfully defeated neutral evil combat class bandit, assigning lawful neutral combat class junior assassin according to the killing method. Successfully killed bandit, LV3, class experience 300, current experience 300-400. Successfully killed bandit, LV2, class experience 200, current experience 500-400. Upgrade conditions met, junior assassin, LV1 automatically upgraded to junior assassin, LV2. Successfully killed bandit, LV3, class experience 300, current experience 400-600. Successfully killed bandit, LV9, class experience 900, current experience 1300-600. Upgrade conditions met, junior assassin, LV2 automatically upgraded to junior assassin, LV3. After retrieving the knives, the shadow bent down to search the bandits' corpses for loot. As the shadow picked up the universal stone, its glow illuminated his stern face, revealing him to be none other than Banning, Centurato. You're amazing. Your words are always right, oh. Although the young woman spoke sarcastically, her attitude towards Tyler had indeed changed. During the course of these events, she was initially disappointed with Tyler's deception, but eventually became impressed by his cunning strategy. Not only did Tyler fool the enemies, but he also deceived her, a close companion. In this series of life-and-death predicaments, even a single mistake by Tyler could have resulted in his demise. Yet not only did he survive, but he also executed a counterattack amid such precarious circumstances. Priscilla's limited vocabulary could not adequately express how incredible Tyler was. Throughout the operation, she observed as Tyler used his mind-reading ability, masterful acting, and clever lies to sow discord between Wolf and Fuchs, and later exacerbate the rift between Igor and Wolf. Miraculously, Tyler managed to turn Igor to his side. With Igor's assistance, Tyler explained the situation to the village chief, and the three of them set up a charcoal trap in an underground cave. When charcoal burns in an oxygen-deficient environment, it produces carbon monoxide, a colorless, odorless gas that can bind to hemoglobin in the blood, causing tissue hypoxia and ultimately suffocation. The cautious Tyler even had Igor, who possessed combat occupation, participate in an experiment to ensure that Wolf and his men would meet a certain end. Once the trap was set, the village chief led the villagers to safety in the mountains, while Igor took Tyler, who had been assigned a role in the scheme, back to the bandits' lair to lure Wolf. In the end, the cunning and devious Wolf fell helplessly in the cave. It can be said that without his mind-reading ability, Tyler would not have been able to achieve this miraculous turnaround. However, if someone else had possessed this ability, few could have rivaled Tyler's accomplishments. The girl now understood why Tyler's adaptation to the divine eye of transcendence had been so high in the gray space. The young man possessed an extraordinary maturity and wisdom beyond his years. At the Barado to the underground cave, only Igor remained on guard. The two other bandits who had been with him were now defeated, lying still on the ground. Before long, Banning, the youth from Ira village, emerged from the cave. "Is it over?" Igor asked. "Yes, it's over." Banning showed Igor the dagger in his hand, a willow leaf blade forged from wrought iron by Wolf himself. It had been his personal weapon, and its presence in Banning's possession spoke volumes. "I'm sorry, boss, but following you would have led to a dead end," Igor thought, feeling a little sad but not regretful. "Well then, let's part ways here, Mr. Igor. I wish you luck in returning to a normal life." "All right." Without exchanging any further words, the two turned and went their separate ways, the events of the night dissipating with the dawn mist. On the way to inform the villagers, Centuredo, Tyler and his companions never encountered the Crimson Cloud Bandits again. Chapter 24: Narrow Escape. Rich rewards. After the battle with the Crimson Cloud Bandits, Tyler reaped substantial rewards. Besides mastering the combat profession junior assassin, he also gained numerous spoils. First was the willow leaf dagger favored by the bandit leader Wolf, small, slender, and sharp, perfect for hiding in clothes for self-defense. Next were some items: a magic stone that glowed when held, a wooden box containing a red gem, and some coins. "Tyler," Silly Neeson, "do you recognize the emblem on this box?" Silly Neeson, "I've never been to this world before. How would I know about these things?" Tyler found that even when he called the young girl Silly Neeson, she didn't seem to mind. Was it because she had become accustomed to it? Or had her attitude towards him changed after the bandit incident? Perhaps she had simply grown Barado comfortable around him over time. Even the heart of a god isn't unchangeable. Actually, through the appraisal ability of the divine eye of transcendence. Tyler already knew the names and basic information of the box and the gem, but had not seen any explanation for the emblem. The box itself was merely a wooden gem box, with a description carved from high-quality peach wood, with anti-corrosion and moisture-proof effects. The red gem was shrouded in mystery, named Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, and its description read the stone that brings both hope and disaster. As long as he had the name of the gem, he could find out more information when he reached the town or city later. However, Tyler had no intention of doing so for now. Given the bizarre description of this item and the fact that it was a dirty object obtained from the bandits, Tyler thought that inquiring or selling it with his current power and status in this world might bring disaster upon himself. It's really consistent with the description. Svel, CM having discussed extrinsic matters, the focus now shifts to the changes within Tyler himself. Through the divine eye of transcendence, Tyler could view others' basic information, a power he had used multiple times before. On himself, Tyler could additionally see status information, skill information, inherent abilities, divine eye of transcendence, and soul curse, purgatory of the heartless. Tyler life, energy 29-30 endurance, 6-23 magic energy, 80-80 basic information male, 18 years old villager of Ira village production occupation, manufacturing occupation, combat occupation junior assassin. LV3 status information included life energy, endurance, and magic energy, data that Tyler had been consistently observing. Previously, when Tyler was trampled by Wolf in the bandit cave, his life energy dropped to 26-30, but later, as his wounds scabbed and healed, his life energy gradually recovered to 29. Tyler speculated that if his life energy reached 0, he would die. Concerning endurance, this value constantly changed according to Tyler's physical condition. Resting or sleeping could quickly restore it. When endurance dropped below 7 points or below 30, Tyler would experience a distinct sense of exhaustion. He surmised that if his endurance reached 0, he might faint. As for magic energy, the value had not changed. However, after Tyler acquired a combat occupation and skills, the purpose of magic energy became clear. The combat occupation junior assassin was not merely a title. Tyler had noticed that bandits with the bandit occupation were stronger in terms of strength and stamina than regular, strong adults. This was particularly evident in the higher-level combatants like Wolf and Igor. After Tyler acquired the combat occupation, he distinctly felt his constitution improve, with the best evidence being his maximum endurance increasing from 20 to 23. Furthermore, Tyler simultaneously mastered skills when he acquired the combat occupation. Before today, Tyler's skill information only displayed skill slot, none. Now, it displayed skill slot, 1 skill 1, deceiver, LV1 proficiency, 0-100 skill description, 1. During activation, enhance persuasive effects on the target. When persuading, apply a positive modifier of 1. Consume 5 magic energy points per second while active. 2. For every second a skill is activated, proficiency increases by 1 point. Regardless of combat occupation or skill, their types seem to be related to Tyler's method of defeating the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Furthermore, another aspect that intrigues Tyler is the appearance of numerous numerical values within the explanatory information. While numerical values themselves are not unusual, as they can represent a person's height and weight, it is peculiar that even an individual's life energy can be quantified. Could everything in this parallel world be calculated through numerical values? If so, what are the rules governing such calculations? Is this prison star world truly a tangible reality? I must find a way to unravel the rules operating behind this world. As the night was refreshingly cool, the villagers of Ira village, seeking refuge in the hilly area east of their village, trembled in fear. It was not the chill of the night that made them shiver, but the ever-looming threat of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Chief, we should flee farther away. Yes, just hiding here isn't a solution. The villagers expressed dissatisfaction with Chief Woodall's strategy, their complaints growing louder. Woodall remained silent, gazing towards Ira village, as if waiting for something. In the crowd, Avril clasped her hands tightly, praying fervently to the benevolent deity, hoping Ira village could survive this catastrophe, and that Banning, whose whereabouts were unknown, would be safe and sound. However, as time ticked away, the pitch-black hills were eerily quiet, and the slightest rustle caused the villagers to be on edge, fearing danger at every turn. Soon, the villagers' fear of the unknown transformed into dissatisfaction with the village chief. As the voices questioning him grew louder, Dade and Beacon led the charge, hurling insults at Woodall. Under immense pressure, Chief Woodall reluctantly revealed the truth about their refuge that night. They were not hiding, waiting for the bandits to plunder the village and leave, but for Banning to repel the bandits and inform them. What? Banning? Isn't that kid missing? Chief, have you lost your mind? What can Banning do against the bandits? The villagers were immediately in an uproar, unable to fathom that the village chief had placed the village's hopes on an enigmatic youth. After all, even 100 Bannings wouldn't stand a chance against the Crimson Cloud bandits. Listen up, everyone. The chief's gone mad. Let's keep running. Yeah, how could Banning possibly take on the bandits? Wasn't he the one who fled to our village after Luca village was attacked? The villagers grew increasingly analytical, and just as the situation was about to collapse, Mary the villager stepped forward, completely dismantling the trust they had in the village chief. Think about it, everyone. Banning arrived only a day ago and ran off in the night. Then, the very next day, the bandits came. Isn't it clear that he led them here? If you ask me, Banning is in league with the bandits. Chief, he's fooled you. With these words, the villagers could no longer stay. Dade and Beacon, the brothers, grabbed their belongings and ran towards the mountains. With their lead, the other villagers followed suit, fleeing one by one, ignoring the village chief's desperate cries. Don't run. Please don't run. Everyone, it's dangerous in the mountains at night. Watching the villagers disappear into the distance, the 48-year-old Woodall helplessly fell to his knees and cried like a child. At that moment, someone approached and patted him on the shoulder. Chief, can you explain to me exactly what happened tonight? This morning, didn't you say Banning had already left? Only Avril hadn't fled with the others, her eyes still filled with hope for someone's return. Chapter 25, Janus Face Prison Star Calendar, May 7th, 187, 1:15 a.m. Confession of Death Countdown. 27 days remaining. Yours saying that Banning turned a bandit against his own and set a trap to capture them all at once. In the woods, Avril found it hard to believe what village chief Woodall had said. If Tyler was truly that capable, how did he end up in such a dire situation when Luca village was raided? Or could it be that he learned from his experience in Luca village and grew stronger? But isn't that too fast? It's only been 2 days. Regardless, Avril found it difficult to believe the chief's words, as they seemed to defy common sense. However, for some reason, she couldn't help but harbor a faint hope for Banning deep in her heart. Anyway, let's wait and see. There should be a result soon. I hope. Woodall sighed. He had just been through the commotion with the villagers, and now he was being questioned by Avril, leaving him feeling unsure. Looking back, he didn't know why he had been so easily persuaded by Banning. The young man seemed to possess an inexplicable charm. However, there was one thing the village chief firmly believed. Without Banning's help, Ira village would have been in trouble by now. When Woodall rescued Banning yesterday, he had thought, if I were 10 years younger, I would lead a group to eradicate the Crimson Cloud bandits. But after seeing the burly figure of the bandit, Igor, Woodall lost all his courage. Ordinary people like them were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of the bandits. If it weren't for Banning's warning tonight, Woodall might be begging the bandits for his life right now. Village chief, there seems to be a fire at the foot of the mountain. Avril's voice pulled the village chief out of his thoughts. Following the direction she pointed, he saw a faint light source, like a torch, approaching from the mountain. It's Banning. It's him. He promised me that he would light a torch as a signal. The flickering light of the torch became the village chief's salvation. He quickly headed towards the location of the torch, with Avril following closely. Banning, Mr. Village Chief, is everyone all right? The village chief was very excited, while Banning remained calm and composed. The two of them standing together created a stark contrast. Everyone should be fine, I guess. What about the bandits? Did you really manage to solve the problem? Yes, their leader is dead, and the rest have retreated. As Banning spoke, he looked around and found it strange that only the village chief was present. Mr. Village Chief, where are the others? Well, it's a long story. Oh, right, Avril was with me too. Avril? Banning didn't see Avril. The village chief looked back and realized that Avril had disappeared at some point. That's strange. She was with me just a moment ago. Oh no, could Avril have gotten lost in the mountains? Before the village chief could finish speaking, Banning had already started running. Although there were no monsters lurking in the nearby forest, even a pack of wild dogs could pose a lethal threat to ordinary people. Avril, where are you? Banning had lost his previous composure and called out desperately. Then, as he rounded a thick tree, Banning found Avril standing behind it. To be more precise, Avril was hiding behind a tree. Although her body was concealed by the trunk, more than half of her head was exposed. Her brown, fluffy hair swayed gently in the wind, making it difficult for Banning not to notice her. Avril's appearance didn't seem like she was lost. Instead, it seemed more like she was hiding from Banning. Banning, huh? Avril? Avril? The sturdy tree. Indeed, Avril wasn't lost. She just didn't know how to face Banning, so she hid when she was halfway with the village chief. Avril, there you are. Yeah, right. I'm glad you're okay. Centuredo, the naive young girl, described the scene as if it needed a warning. Tyler, your description is quite accurate, but let's not delve into it next time. Silly Neeson, wasn't I right, though? With just a little bravado effort. You could have won Avril's heart. Tyler, you're overthinking it. It's not that simple. After a brief silence, Avril posed a question to Banning before the village chief arrived. The bandits, have they been repelled? Yes, they won't be returning. Did you accomplish this alone? No, the village chief provided me with significant assistance. And there was also an inside agent within the bandits who played a crucial role. Oh, I see. Avril's expression hadn't seemed particularly happy earlier, and now, after hearing Tyler's response, she appeared somewhat irritated, reminiscent of a puppy that hadn't been taken for a walk in days and had grown temperamental. Then, the inopportune arrival of the village chief finally occurred. Avril, there you are. I'm glad you're unharmed. The village chief confirmed Avril's safety before quickly addressing Banning. Banning, everyone fled into the mountains out of fear. Can you help me find and bring them back? Of course. It'll help too. Then Avril, you can join Banning. The village chief's arrangement seemed to redeem his previous misstep. However, to his surprise, Avril refused. I'd rather stay with the village chief. My physical abilities aren't the best, and I'm afraid I'd slow Banning down. For a moment, the atmosphere was as awkward as if a streamer had forgotten to lock the door and unexpected visitors had entered the room together. A voice screamed in Tyler's mind, urging him to quickly say something to win Avril over. But Tyler simply nodded and departed on his own. This infuriated silly Neeson, who shouted incoherent phrases such as "Where is the head-patting squad?" and "Someone, help me move the Civil Affairs Bureau over here." Meanwhile, watching Banning's retreating figure, Avril felt her heart tighten. In truth, she had been worried about Banning. However, upon learning that he had successfully repelled the bandits and had time to notify the village chief, her emotions shifted subtly. Why did you only inform the village chief, but not me? Unwarranted expectations lingered in Avril's heart. She knew she shouldn't have such thoughts, but still felt a sense of loss. So, I'm not as important to you as I thought. You didn't even spare me a moment's notice? The grilled meat you specially gave me at the barbecue party? Was it just to repay a favor? Minor emotional ripples gradually transformed into a whirlpool of self-doubt as the young girl's feelings drifted and tossed in the pitch-black night. Chapter 26 Matthew Effect in the eastern forest of Ira Village. Village Chief Woodall was diligently searching for people, while Avril, who trailed behind him, was lost in uneasy thoughts. Regretting her petty mood that caused her to miss the opportunity to join Banning, Avril ruminated. Truthfully, he and I don't share any special bond. It's normal for him not to inform me. I am but an ordinary villager. Even if he told me about the bandits, I couldn't help. Perhaps he didn't tell me for my own good. Perhaps owing to the mountain breeze, Avril gradually calmed down, only to grow angry with herself. Scolding herself, she thought of how Banning risked his life to save the village, Yet she was ungrateful and petty. I am truly so foolish, sobs. If my sister were still here, she'd surely call me foolish too. Oh, if only she were here. Avril, angered to the point of tears but unwilling to let the village chief see, transformed her grief into determination and energetically called out the villagers' names to gather them. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I must muster the courage to apologize to Banning. Yes. Elsewhere in the forest, Tyler was leisurely searching for people on a whim. Tyler wasn't intentionally slacking off. His vision revealed his endurance nearly depleted, and his body felt utterly exhausted. Since sneaking into the forest to secretly observe the village chief's hunt the night before, he hadn't had a proper rest for over 30 hours. Tyler, why did you stop scolding, silly Neeson? As the foolish girl in his mind went silent, Tyler found it somewhat disconcerting. Silly Neeson, Centurado. Why is Priscilla Neeson the big fool? Silly Neeson, darn it. Because I judged Avril's inner thoughts without understanding her, and forgot about the intermittent reinforcement theory I learned before. Tyler failed. Silly Neeson, huh? Is that not the reason? Then what is? Tyler, you've misunderstood something. My goal isn't to make Avril willing to be with me, but to have her confess to me voluntarily. Thus, your entire thought process is incorrect. Also, the theory applied this time isn't intermittent reinforcement, but Matthew effect. Don't you understand its application in love? Silly Neeson, Matthew effect, of course I understand. Within the foolish youngster's knowledge of the Earth world, the pronunciation Matthew seemed related to some new Maui travel, but it was evidently unrelated to what Tyler mentioned. Consequently, she immediately utilized today's divine authority and requested knowledge from the omniscient wisdom repository about the Matthew effect in the Earth world. Alas, after reading it, the foolish girl was even bravado confounded about what concoction Tyler was peddling this evening. In truth, Tyler's logic was not intricate. It was merely that the inexperienced person lacked the finesse to adapt. Tyler, knowing full well what Avril was thinking, intentionally refrained from explaining, demonstrating affection, or even being cordial when they parted ways later that night. All these actions were the outcome of meticulous deliberation. Tyler believed that in romantic relationships, pursuers are often the weaker party, while those pursued hold the upper hand. The principle behind the Matthew effect, the strong grow stronger and the weak grow weaker, is likewise applicable in matters of love. In most cases, the more a pursuer invests in their object of desire, the less likely they are to be cherished. Ultimately, they often end up as obsequious lapdogs, exemplifying the adage, the weak grow weaker. Conversely, those pursued primarily devote resources, time, energy, and material wealth to themselves, becoming increasingly popular, a perfect illustration of the strong grow stronger. For instance, when Jack first brought Rose breakfast, she may have been touched. However, after 3 consecutive months of Jack delivering breakfast every day, Centurado, the so-called dependence cultivation should render Rose unable to survive without Jack, whereas breakfast was a trivial matter for her, entirely expendable. It was nothing more than Jack's self-gratification. Returning to the matter at hand, although Tyler was indeed pursuing Avril, he skillfully concealed his intentions from her. If he had followed the naive girl's advice to push harder under the circumstances, it would have utterly undermined his prior strategy. Once Avril realized Tyler was chasing her, the difficulty of getting her to confess her feelings would multiply exponentially. Never actively pursue a girl. This was an absolute taboo in Tyler's theory of romance. Based on his own principles, Tyler adopted a cold treatment approach towards Avril, who was feeling a tad emotional that night. As a result, Avril would feel dejected, unwilling to accept this outcome, and yearn to ascertain whether Tyler truly harbored feelings for her. The previously circulated rumors of his secret infatuation continued to serve their purpose. In doing so, her concern for Tyler would deepen. Concern marked the inception of affection. The more one cared, the bravado, their vulnerability became apparent, and thus, the weak grew weaker. The following morning, The villagers of Ira Village didn't rise until the sun was high in the sky, one by one. The previous night's events had left them thoroughly exhausted. Some hadn't even been found and only stealthily returned to the village after daybreak. Once they were back to their safe routine, the villagers' tongues began to wag. In this tiny village where even the most trivial matters were circulated countless times, Banning's heroic feat of repelling the Crimson Cloud Bandits was akin to a nuclear-level topic of discussion. Tyler wasn't roused from sleep naturally. Rather, it was the clamor outside his dwelling that woke him. "Tyler, silly Neeson, didn't I tell you to wake me up immediately if there's any unusual situation?" Silly Neeson. Sourly, there's nothing out of the ordinary, just the villagers gathered outside, waiting to express their gratitude to their great hero, that's all. Tyler was unaware of the previous night's skepticism from the villagers, but he held no interest in their gratitude. Today marked his third day in this parallel world. Including today, he was determined to make Avril confess her feelings for him within the remaining 4 days. As soon as Tyler stepped outside his door, Cincheretto Tyler, my Batwoman radar is going off. Tyler didn't need the young woman's warning to know that the newcomer bore ill intent. He deliberately avoided looking in her direction, but she boldly approached him and placed her hand near him. Chapter 27, as good as it gets, handsome young Banning. I prepared a sumptuous meal in my home for lunch, and, as the great benefactor of Ira Village, you must come and enjoy yourself. Haha, you're too kind, Sister Mary. The person who set off Mary's keen interest was none other than Mary, and even without his identification ability, Tyler wouldn't have mistaken her. However, Tyler didn't dislike Mary. Without her, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to dismantle the Crimson Cloud Bandits from within. Nevertheless, not disliking someone doesn't equate to liking them. Cincheretto, if you don't need a brain, you can donate it to someone in need. Although Tyler remained unmoved, being pestered in such a manner for an extended period was quite annoying. Just as he was about to make an excuse to leave, he spotted Avril standing in the back of the crowd, looking hesitantly in his direction as if unsure whether to push through. "Avril, could you help me mend my clothes? They've got quite a few holes in them from fighting the bandits yesterday." Tyler suddenly shouted and waved in Avril's direction, drawing the attention of the villagers to her, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Caught off guard, Avril froze as the focus of everyone's attention, only managing to answer Tyler's question after a few seconds. Sure, I can do that." Under these circumstances, Avril, who often helped others mend their clothes, had no reason to refuse. Tyler took this opportunity to break free from Mary's clutches and swiftly made his way to Avril's side. What did you say?" "Oh, you need to go home and get your needle and thread? Let's go then." Without waiting for Avril's response, Tyler loudly carried on a one-sided conversation, then grabbed Avril's hand and started to jog. The two of them continued like this until they were out of the villagers' sight, and only then did Tyler gradually slow down. "Thank you, Avril. I didn't know how to escape from the crowd, and I'm glad you happened to pass by. It's fine, it's just a small thing." After running, Tyler's breathing was steady, but the exercise-deprived Avril was gasping heavily with her hands on her knees, her speech broken and interrupted. After catching her breath, Avril belatedly realized that Banning had been holding her hand for quite some time. Although he was only gripping her wrist, the skin-to-skin contact made her face instantly turn red. About the hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to." As soon as Avril finished speaking, Banning let go of her hand as if had been shocked. His sudden release left Avril feeling an unexpected sense of loss. It's okay. No need to apologize or anything." Avril looked down at the ground, realizing that when she was with Banning, she spent 9 out of 10 minutes staring at the ground. "Avril, I acted impulsively just now without considering your feelings. I hope you can forgive me." "It's not that exaggerated. No need for forgiveness." After Banning apologized, silence fell between them once more. Though Avril continued to look at the ground, her mind was racing. She had spent a sleepless night planning to apologize to Banning for last night's incident and to properly introduce herself. But now that they finally had a chance to be alone, she had completely forgotten what she wanted to say. Avril felt immense regret for not writing down her thoughts on a small piece of paper to carry with her. Anyway, thank you, Avril. I won't take up any more of your time. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to come find me. Hearing Banning's farewell, Avril panicked and quickly tried to keep him from leaving. Wait a moment. That's right. Your clothes, don't they need to be mended? In her haste, Avril cleverly remembered what Banning had said when he called her over. Wasn't this a perfect excuse for them to continue spending time alone? Banning looked down at his tattered clothes and realized they didn't need mending. Hi, yes, they do. Do you have time to help me with that? Banning smiled, and the awkward atmosphere between them seemed to melt away like ice and snow in the warmth of early spring. Yes, I have time. Can you wait for me to go home and get my needle and thread? Avril was secretly happy about the extension of their time together, but an unexpected comment from Banning made her heartbeat suddenly speed up. Let me go with you. ITLL, save you the trouble of running back and forth. Avril was quite startled by Banning's proposal to go to her house. She was the only one living there. What if something happened between them while they were alone? She was unsure how to handle the situation. What wrong, Avril? Banning's voice pulled Avril's thoughts back from outer space. Her mind in chaos, she decided to throw caution to the wind. No. Centurato Tyler was now following one of his core concepts in his love theory. Mutual respect is for after marriage. Dating is all about making the heart race. In a short while, Banning followed Avril to her small, chic house. The exterior was adorned with some decorations, reflecting a girl's taste. Please, come in. I haven't tidied up recently, so it might be a bit messy. Avril, somewhat embarrassed, opened the door and let Banning in. Usually, the response to this situation would be something like, "No, it's very clean and tidy," or "I'm the one who should be embarrassed for intruding on your home without notice." However, these responses would commit the mistake of being too polite that Tyler had just mentioned. Banning stood at the doorway and took a glance inside. The room was actually quite neat and not as messy as Avril had described. However, his response to Avril was, "Haha, it is indeed a bit messy." Chapter 28, Mending His Clothes? Avril thought she had misheard and stared at Banning in astonishment. Banning couldn't help but laugh at Avril's adorable expression. Then he corrected himself, just kidding. Avril, your house is the most organized I've seen among all the girls I know. In just a few seconds, Avril's emotions went on a little roller coaster ride, and it was the first time she had been praised by Banning. Her face instantly flushed red again. Embarrassed, Avril turned her face away and stammered quietly, It's not that great. Come on, let's go inside." Avril and Banning were still standing at the door. If the villagers saw them entering the house together, Avril would be too ashamed to show her face. Stooped Neeson, who enjoyed the VIP view of the whole interaction, was completely amazed by Tyler's skillful tactics. Centurato, she asked Banning to take a seat while she went into her room to fetch needle and thread. After temporarily parting from Banning, Avril breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to be alone with him, her fragile heart might explode. Avril repeatedly reminded herself that Banning was merely there to mend his clothes. There was no need for her to be anxious. After all, hadn't she repaired clothes for numerous young men and uncles from the village before? This was a routine task. Yes, that's right. Don't be nervous. There's nothing to worry about. I must converse with Banning confidently and naturally and stop staring at the floor. He isn't nervous at all. If I keep behaving like this, won't it appear that I'm hopelessly enamored with him? Avril took a deep breath and, armed with her sewing kit and a bag of scrap fabric, stepped out of her room, feeling much better. However, the naive and innocent Avril had no idea what kind of opponent she was facing. Upon entering the living room, she caught sight of Banning in the middle of changing his clothes, halfway through the process. "A dash!" Avril shrieked, dropping everything she was holding. Startled by the unexpected situation, she hastily turned away from Banning, unsure of what to do next but instinctively opting to apologize. Iim soda. I didn't know you were changing. What one, Avril? Aren't we mending my clothes? Fortunately, Banning's calm and slightly puzzled tone helped to ease Avril's sudden embarrassment. Right? How can we mend the clothes properly if we don't handle the fabric carefully? And, although she tried to reassure herself, Avril still found it difficult to act naturally around Banning, sensing that he was different from the others. At that moment, Cinchuredo, squatting with her back to Banning, gasping for breath, her mind went blank. Avril, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm doing great. Just, have a seat. Yes, take a seat, that'll do. Avril's excitement nearly caused her voice to crack. Cinchuredo, and then at Avril as she mended his clothes from afar. Having put some distance between them, Avril finally managed to relax a bit. Otherwise, her fragile heart would have leapt right out of her chest. Once immersed in her work, Avril's emotions stabilized considerably. She began by thoroughly inspecting Banning's clothes, noticing not just the tears but also the bloodstains. Gently touching these stains, she envisioned Banning's struggle with the bandits. Unconsciously, her heart tightened at the thought, a feeling of compassion she hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time was when she wandered with her sister. Now that her sister was gone, she had no one else to care about until she met Banning. Why do I care so much about Banning? We've only known each other for less than 3 days. As she continued to sew, Avril's gaze inadvertently drifted in Banning's direction. His skin was fair, and under the sunlight, it had a gentle, warm glow, quite unlike the rough, dark skin of the village man. Banning was leaner than the village man, with a well-built frame that suggested agile strength. As he moved, his posture was confident and poised. Avril's gaze settled on Banning's profile. The injuries near his ear hadn't healed, leaving scars and scabs, but these marks only made the young man appear more mature. As she admired Banning's features, Avril accidentally became entranced. When Banning turned to look at her, she couldn't avoid his gaze in time, and their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Avril felt a rush of nervous energy. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of red, as though they were on fire. If you don't mind. Why, you can look around the house. Although there isn't much to see anyway, Avril didn't know what she was saying in her excitement. But fortunately, Banning was easygoing and took her suggestion graciously. All right, they'll take a look around. Why, yeah, feel free to... Oh, just remember, don't go into the locked room at the end of the hallway. Understood. Although he didn't mention it. Banning found Avril's last reminder a bit odd. Since the room was already locked, why bother giving an extra warning? This made him even more curious. Using the power of the transcendent divine eye, Banning peeked into Avril's thoughts. Ah, I'm so nosy. Banning is so polite. He wouldn't break into a locked room, but I wonder what's inside the room my sister locked. I'll take a look if I ever find the key. Banning was surprised that even Avril, the owner of the house, didn't know what was in the locked room. There must be some reason for it. However, from Avril's thoughts, it seemed that the room only contained some of her sister's personal belongings. Banning figured it had nothing to do with him and didn't think further about it. Chapter 29, Hunting in Forest. During the time when Avril was busily mending his clothes, Tyler ambled about, surveying the house. Avril's abode was a quaint, single-story log cabin. Upon entering, the living room and dining area greeted him, followed by a hallway leading to 3 bedrooms. Amongst these rooms, 2 bore wooden plaques with the names Avril and L inscribed upon them, which Tyler refrained from entering. The 3rd room was the locked chamber Avril had mentioned earlier, its doors seemingly no different from the others. Returning to the main hall, Tyler noticed an array of sewing paraphernalia strewn about. Needles of various sizes, threads of different hues and materials, an assortment of scissors, and neatly organized stacks of fabric. Recalling Granny Kana's words about Avril's late sister's proficiency in sewing, Tyler wasn't surprised at the abundance of such items in the house. What truly intrigued Tyler, however, was Avril's professional level. Taylor, LV4. Village Chief Woodall, aged 48 with over 2 decades of hunting experience, had only reached Hunter LV2. In contrast, Avril, a mere 16 years old, boasted a far superior level. Why was she significantly more accomplished than the village chief? Tyler had confirmed the method of leveling up in combat occupations during the previous night's foray into the underground cave of Ira Forest. It required a certain degree of slaughter under specific conditions. Presuming that production and manufacturing occupations indeed leveled up through sheer perseverance, as the village chief suggested, the contradiction between the level and age differences of the village chief and Avril couldn't be accounted for by this theory. The rules hidden behind this world are certainly not as straightforward, Tyler realized. The true laws of the world might be a profound secret within the Prison Star world, and deciphering these rules could be a crucial element in completing the impossible task. An hour later, garbed in his freshly mended clothes, Tyler took his leave from Avril's home. As he was about to depart, Avril reached out a hand towards him, only to let it hover in the air before dropping it back down. Her expression bore a hint of hesitation. Tyler, perceptive as he was, understood that Avril wished to invite him for lunch as a token of gratitude for his previous assistance and to apologize for her small tantrum the previous night. However, Tyler had his own rhythm to his strategies. He deliberately denied Avril this opportunity, as he believed that leaving a hint of regret at this moment was the correct approach. The principle was simple. When one does not have their fill of a delicious dish, they'll crave it again in a short time. But if one were to overindulge, no matter how delectable the dish, they would not wish to taste it again in the immediate future. This was also one of Tyler's theories of romance. No matter how smoothly a relationship progresses, it was essential to leave a touch of longing at the right moment, a yearning. That afternoon, the village chief sought Tyler, inviting him to join in a wild boar hunt in the Ira Forest. With the advent of high summer, the burgeoning boar population threatened significant damage to the farmlands and orchards. Tyler, employing his mind-reading ability, noticed a shift in the village chief's attitude from before and agreed to join with pleasure. After the Crimson Cloud Bandits incident, the village chief had let down his guard towards Tyler, deciding to impart his wealth of knowledge. This was the customary courtesy extended to benefactors in Ira Village. Banning, I thought you'd have taken off in the dead of night yesterday, the village chief joked, referring to the prior day's happenings. Tyler responded that he had left in haste upon discovering the bandits' traces, cleverly dodging the question the village chief truly wished to ask, whether he planned to settle in Ira Village for the long term. In these past 3 years, I reckon about a dozen folk have disappeared overnight. I understand that ours is a village founded by wanderers, so such occurrences are common. But, after sharing acquaintance, it seems right to bid a proper farewell before leaving, doesn't it? Indeed, I share the same view. Neither the village chief nor Tyler explicitly addressed the matter, but after this conversation, a bond of mutual trust was truly formed between them. Subsequently, the village chief's hunting lessons were nothing short of comprehensive. He imparted every minute detail of the 2 decades' worth of experience and skills he had accumulated to Tyler, without any reservations. Tyler was still intent on mastering the hunter profession, although he had acquired the combat profession of a junior assassin. The enhancement in physical abilities and the deceiver skill didn't provide much assistance in direct combat situations. On the other hand, the hunter profession would be of great benefit to Tyler, both in terms of combat and wilderness survival. Do you see it? There are boar footprints on the ground over there. The unnaturally fallen shrubbery was likely knocked over by them, and the scraped bark on this tree trunk is also their doing. To be honest, Tyler couldn't yet discern the footprints of different animals, let alone detect the subtle signs in the forest like the village chief. However, the appraisal ability of his God's Eye of Dimensions was genuinely useful, allowing him to keep up with the pace of the village chief's instructions. Under the chief's demonstration, Tyler learned to set traps near animal trails. Afterward, they concealed themselves in the tree canopy, waiting for the boars to appear. The village chief told Tyler that adult large boars were not only tough but also very aggressive. If one was hit by their robust tusks, there was a high likelihood of being pierced and killed on the spot. Therefore, for large boars estimated to weigh more than 400 pounds, The village chief would only scare them away with torches. The true targets of his hunt were the medium and small-sized boars. As long as the competition for food in the forest isn't too fierce, the large boars won't cause trouble for the village. Tyler and the village chief waited in the trees for 2 hours, during which they drove away 3 large boars. Then, with a distressing squeal from a not-too-distant location, they finally encountered a medium to small-sized boar suitable for hunting. However, the hunting process was entirely different from what Tyler had imagined. The village chief demonstrated a particularly shameless hunting method. Faced with a boar that had stepped on a nail trap, the chief maintained distance using trees as cover, attacking its softer flanks and hindquarters with arrows from his hunting bow. This forced the boar to run around the forest, exhausting its strength. At the same time, due to its frantic bravado, the wounds on the boar were unable to heal, resulting in a continuous loss of bravado. After enduring this struggle for over an hour, the boar, which seemed to weigh nearly 200 pounds, finally collapsed. Even so, the experienced village chief did not approach the boar right away. He found a suitable angle, drew his bow, and once again, the sacred light shone brightly. With a swift release, an arrow shot out, hitting the boar right between the eyes. Only then did the boar tilt its head and give its last breath. The job's not done yet. If you're careless now, it could cost you heavily. The village chief instructed Tyler to stay put while he cautiously approached the boar. Swiftly, with a small knife, he made a careful cut across the boar's neck and quickly retreated. The boar, seemingly dead, suddenly squealed in pain, its body thrashing wildly, causing a mess all around. It wasn't until several minutes later, as the blood gradually drained from its body, that the boar's cries weakened and it finally expired. Now Tyler understood why the village chief, who had been hunting for over 20 years, had not sustained any serious injuries. The old man was truly steady and reliable. Later, under the village chief's guidance, Tyler hunted and killed a boar by himself. The process was not as smooth as the chief's, but it was quite fluent nonetheless. Not bad, Banning. I didn't expect you to have a knack for hunting. Have you had hunting experience before? Not many young people can handle this as well as you. Well, I have a bit of experience, I guess. Seeing Tyler reluctant to elaborate, the village chief didn't press further. But he couldn't help feeling regretful. If Banning had arrived in Ira Village 3 years ago, then Elle wouldn't have died tragically in the forest. Chapter 30 Production Occupation. Hunter Priscilla Neeson, a moniker she had not employed in a significant amount of time. Notwithstanding the constant mocking from Tyler, nicknaming her Silly Neeson or Stupid Kid, Priscilla Neeson was not the type to falter in critical moments, or so one would hope. The previous evening, within the subterranean caverns of Ira Forest, Priscilla Neeson bore witness to the entire process of Tyler's clandestine plot and execution of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Today, she observed him swift and decisive as he slaughtered a wild boar. Discarding notions of justice or self-defense, Tyler's capability to act under pressure was uncharacteristically resolute for an 18-year-old high school student. In Priscilla Neeson's perception, most high school students in the Earth world wouldn't even know where to start if tasked with harming a dog, let alone a person. Some wouldn't even be able to overpower a goose. Contrarily, each of Tyler's actions carried a sense of veteran savvy, sparking a suspicion in Priscilla Neeson. Could it be that Tyler has taken lives in his original world? However, if he was a death-bound of the lawful evil, neutral evil, or chaotic evil alignment, he would not have been assigned to the side of the benevolent deity. What exactly transpired in Tyler's past life? Priscilla Neeson found herself wanting to delve deeper into Tyler's past. My, I did not expect to bag 2 wild boars today. However, this poses a bit of a problem. We can't possibly lug them back in one trip. With the sight of the 2 wild boars sprawled on the ground, Village Chief Woodall was both delighted and perplexed. Tyler remained silent on the side, as he had his own exclusive game to confirm and sign off in his mind. After Tyler single-handedly slew the boar, new textual prompts appeared in his view. Successfully hunted ordinary wild animal, production occupation hunter assigned according to hunting method. Successfully hunted wild boar, occupational experience 100, current experience 100-400. The production occupation hunter was obtained Barado easily than Tyler had anticipated, with the clear, triggering condition of single-handedly hunting wild animals. However, leveling up probably wasn't as simple as it seemed in the text. Otherwise, considering the experience from the wild boar, Tyler could reach level 2 like the village chief by hunting 3 more boars. Upon acquiring the production occupation hunter, not only did Tyler's maximum endurance increase by 1 point, but he also gained the corresponding skill heart of focus. The skills of the production occupation were distinguished from those of the combat occupation and did not occupy the skill slots of the combat occupation. The details of Heart of Focus were as follows. Skill. Heart of Focus. LV1 Proficiency. 0-100 Skill Description. During activation, it enhances the probability of any attack hitting its mark. During a hit determination, it adds a 1 positive correction. Each second of activation consumes 5 points of magic energy, and anything less than a second is counted as 1. Each second of use increases proficiency by 1 point. The function of Heart of Focus bears resemblance to that of the Deceiver, but at least it proves useful in battle, being applicable in both close and long-range combat. Another point of concern for Tyler is the appearance of the word determination in the description of Heart of Focus. Could it be that when he is engaged in various activities, there is a set of determination mechanisms silently operating? The truth of this world seems to be concealed within these lines of skill descriptions. Nearly an hour later, the village chief brought a wooden cart from the village. While waiting for the village chief, Tyler used the hunting bow left by the chief, in combination with the Heart of Focus skill, to shoot 2 large-tailed hamsters. Successfully killed large-tailed hamster. Occupation experience 20, current experience 100-400. When he hit the first hamster, Tyler saw the text prompt, but there was no prompt when he defeated the second one, and the experience value did not change. Although the evidence is not sufficient, Tyler can make a bold guess. He believes that repeatedly defeating the same species is likely not to increase experience. To upgrade the hunter level, one must constantly hunt different animals. According to this conjecture, it makes sense that the village chief's hunter level has only been at level 2 for more than 20 years. In addition, when aiming just now, Tyler had turned on the Heart of Focus for a total of 6 seconds, consuming a total of 30 points of magic energy. However, by the time the village chief arrived, Tyler's magic energy had not recovered at all. On the way back to the village, Tyler subtly asked the village chief about magic energy. Regrettably, the chief did not understand at all. People living in such small places have limited knowledge. Without the ability to identify, they don't even know whether they have magic energy or how much they have, let alone how to recover it. Today is Tyler's 3rd day in the parallel world number 77, Prison Star. He can basically confirm that the Divine Eye of Transcendence's identification ability is likely unique in this world. The people of this world probably cannot quantify everything they see like he can. This is like in the Earth world, where the amount of a person's life energy and physical energy cannot be quantified. Everyone can only judge based on their own feelings and experience. Only in games can everything be quantified, and characters and monsters have health bars. So, is the parallel world number 77, Prison Star, just a game, or, from the perspective of the deity in that gray space, are all worlds, including the Earth world, just games that can be digitized? Upon a journey back to Ira Village, Tyler gleaned insights into the technological level of the Prison Star world through his conversation with the village chief. To summarize, the world was steeped in an era where magic had supplanted technology, an epic of swords and sorcery. By the way, Chief, have you ever taken stock of the different types of animals you've hunted? Tyler inquired. Let me think. Hyenas, wolves, deer, pheasants, boars. Roughly about 20 types, I suppose. 20 species of animals. That was the achievement of the current hunter, LV2 village chief. By comparing the experience from boars and long-tailed hamsters, Tyler deduced that more dangerous animals offered more experience. given the species in the vicinity of Ira Village. He speculated that reaching level 3 was likely the limit. Ira Village was not a place for him to stay for long. Upon arriving at the village, the amiable village chief took over the dirty task of dealing with the two boars. He told Tyler to approach him anytime if he needed meat. Furthermore, the chief kindly prepared the two long-tailed hamsters for Tyler, displaying a skillful dissection technique that was entirely foreign to Tyler. With the fresh hamster meat, Tyler headed straight to Avril's home. En route, as he was passing the orchard, he heard a ruckus inside, which seemed to involve Avril's voice. Aya! Suddenly, two middle-aged men ran out of the orchard in terror. They dashed past Tyler as if he were invisible and continued their flight without a backward glance, as though they had seen a ghost. Tyler recognized the two men as Dade and Beacon from the village. Watching their retreating figures, Tyler furrowed his eyebrows. Their emotional states seemed excessively abnormal. She's still alive. She's coming to kill us. Chapter 31, Orchard at Night. Who's still alive? Who's trying to kill Dade and Beacon? Tyler wanted to catch up with them to get the full story, but after weighing his options, he decided to first check on the situation in the orchard. He thought he had heard Avril's voice from there. The orchard in Ira Village became eerily terrifying at night. Under the pallid moonlight, the twisted branches were like countless venomous snakes hovering in the air, and the mottled shadows on the ground seemed like stealthy ghosts swaying with the wind. A cold breeze rustled the leaves, causing a soft sound that seemed to whisper, "Barado, Barado." Tyler briskly walked toward the faint voices. At this point, the frightened young girl in his mind was too scared to make a sound. A rare silence that allowed Tyler to better pinpoint the origin of the sounds. Gradually, Tyler started to make out the voices more clearly. He did indeed hear Avril's voice, and it sounded angry, as if she was reprimanding someone. He had never seen Avril angry since they met. "Didn't I warn you last time? Don't you know that you could die doing this?" The rapid speech and stern tone reminded Tyler of his old schoolmaster. Through rows of fruit trees, he saw Avril harshly chastising three young boys. Her stern demeanor was a stark contrast to the Avril he knew. The three boys were scared stiff, standing straight with tense bodies. They lined up, bowed their heads, not daring to retort to Avril's scolding. "How many times have I told you? Climbing trees like this is very dangerous. What if you fall?" Quietly standing on the side and listening for a while, Tyler understood the situation. It seemed the three boys were caught climbing trees in an orchard by Avril, and that's why they were being scolded here. But if that's all there was to it, then what about Dade and Beacon earlier? What had they seen to make them flee in such panic? Could it be there's something unclean in this orchard? "I'm sorry, Sister Avril. I will never climb trees again. I promise. If I do it again, you'll return the ball you gave me." "Yes, I promise to." "T-T-E-E. Sob sob, my ball." The three boys apologized while bursting into tears, their faces smeared with tears, snot, and saliva. Tyler saw that the children were genuinely regretful and not being insincere. Despite their young age, they seemed to understand Avril's well-meaning intentions. "Really promise, huh? When a man makes a promise, he must keep it, right?" Seeing that the boys had learned their lesson, Avril stopped scolding them. She gently patted each of their heads before crouching down to hug all three of them. "If you want to eat fruit, you could just tell me. If you act recklessly, and if you die, what am I supposed to do?" Avril's voice was filled with sorrow, and as she spoke, she, too, started crying along with the children. Only those who have lost something significant can understand the value of life. Tyler saw the memories of Avril and her sister in her heart. It turned out that Avril's sister had met an unfortunate end in the forest after she disregarded advice and went to collect herbs on her own. Avril's anger tonight was partly because she saw her sister in these children. However, the crying of Avril and the children late at night in the orchard could indeed be quite frightening. But this couldn't be the reason for Dade and Beacon's panicked escape. Tyler temporarily put Dade and Beacon's situation to the back of his mind and walked over to greet Avril and the children. Cinceredo, the boys at her side, grew excited. Wow, it's the big hero who saved the village. Oh my God, it's the great hero Banning. Brother Banning, why are you here? Thanks to the children, the atmosphere became lively, and all the focus was on Tyler, which eased Averil's tension. Tyler smoothly donned the friendly big brother mask and started conversing with the children. The boys quickly opened up to him, revealing that they climbed the tree not to steal fruits, but because the adults forbade them from exploring the forest. So, they chose the orchard to play. Interestingly, Tyler was somewhat responsible for this. The children were pretending to be the great hero, Banning, and the bad bandits in their playtime. Tyler quickly got along with the children, and a relaxed Averil started chatting with him too. During the day, there's barely anyone to watch over the children in the village. The adults are busy working, and the children rely on each other for supervision. That's why something like this happened tonight. Avril explained to Tyler why the children were unsupervised, a situation he was familiar with, having grown up in a rural area. His hometown's condition was worse than Ira Village, with young and middle-aged people working away from home, leaving only the elderly and children. Sometimes, even the children had to look after the elderly. At 16, Avril would still be considered a child in the city, but in a rural area, she was already an adult. This is one of the reasons why Avril and Tyler seemed much more mature than their urban counterparts. Their unexpectedly similar experiences led to a great conversation between Tyler and Avril. The three boys didn't understand their conversation and stared at them in confusion. Then, one of the boys suddenly blurted out, "You two look really close." Upon the boys' comment, the previously calm atmosphere Barato, like a popular author, posting a funny selfie in his web novel fan group. Yes. My dad and mom also often talk about these hard-to-understand principles. Yeah, my parents too. The children chimed in, causing Avril's face to turn beet red, standing there clueless. In contrast, Tyler remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Haha, do you guys know what a married couple is? Tyler asked the children. We know. I also know. Looking at these little boys eager to prove their intelligence, Tyler knew he couldn't miss this opportunity. So, tell me, what is a married couple? Tyler continued his questioning. A married couple is a man and a woman who talk about things that are difficult to understand. Yes. And if they're a married couple, the man and woman will share a home together. That's right. And they'll also spend quiet time together in their room. Although one could say that these three children didn't understand, they indeed didn't understand. But if one said they didn't understand, they actually understood quite a lot. As for their words, Tyler could easily laugh it off, but Avril, R.I.P., at the age of 16. Chapter 32, Roe the Young Man, Silly Neeson. Tyler, are these three children decoys as per your arrangement, no? I haven't overlooked something, have I? Tyler, you haven't. This is an unforeseen, fortunate event. Tyler was calmly conversing with the girl. The children were still making a ruckus, and Avril, at first glance, was standing there silently. In reality, her little brain had halted, her cheeks a bright red, seemingly emitting smoke. Silly Neeson, Avril's confession to you seems imminent, Even a blind person could see that, Avril is smitten with you now. Tyler, a careless person like you usually wouldn't survive past 3 episodes in a novel. Silly Neeson, eh? What? Tyler, for a boy, it only takes 5 minutes to go from having a crush to confirming their affection, whereas a girl may take 5 days, or even 5 weeks, or 5 months. A rash move might shift her focus from "do I like him?" to "does he like me?" Once the point of contention changes, the dynamics of the situation would reverse, turning from offensive to defensive. By then, the difficulty for Avril to confess to me would increase manifold. Though the stubborn girl didn't quite comprehend, she now knew that admitting her foolishness was enough. After a while, Avril came back to life. Tyler tactfully chose to forget about the marital discussion and suggested escorting the children home. Later, on their way to Avril's home, Tyler gave her some fresh meat, saying it was a gift from the village chief. Avril was very grateful. She didn't express it outwardly, but she knew in her heart that this was something Banning had specially brought for her. just like the grilled meat skewers from the previous barbecue party. Do you usually stay in the orchard until so late, Avril? Tyler asked while walking. I usually wouldn't. It's just that these past few days, I have been preparing for the Rain Praise Festival, so it's been later than usual. Rain Praise Festival. Considering that the Rain Praise Festival should be common knowledge around here, Tyler didn't continue to inquire Avril. Instead, he brought up another topic. I see. By the way, when I entered the orchard earlier, I saw Dade and Beacon running out in fear. Avril, do you know what happened? Tyler casually asked this question, but he was extremely keen on Avril's reaction to it, not missing any signs of mental activity. At first, Avril was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Banning to ask her about this. Then, Avril gave an unusual sigh. Well, it's a bit of a long story. Avril told Tyler that for some unknown reason, Dade and Beacon always seemed nervous when they saw her. 9 out of 10 times, they would choose to avoid her, and sometimes they would even mysteriously run away in fright. The villagers said that Dade and Beacon were mentally disturbed, but they seemed quite normal when interacting with others. The village chief once privately asked Dade and Beacon why they were so afraid of Avril, but they always beat around the bush and refused to say anything. As time passed, everyone just got used to it. Tonight, Uncle Dade and Beacon were probably helping other parents to bring their children home. For some reason, they came into the orchard and saw me scolding the children and got scared away. Since this isn't the first or second time something similar has happened, I didn't bother chasing after them. Avril responded with utter honesty. Tyler discerned not the slightest hint of deceit. Upon hearing her explanation, he was reminded of similar words uttered by Granny Kana. I cannot fathom why Dade and Beacon display such aversion towards Avril. At times, they flee as though terrified by her presence. I truly question whether something is amiss in their minds. Quote from Chapter 14, Dating and Psychology. Could it be a mental issue? But is it possible to have such a problem directed only towards a specific individual? Tyler was certain Avril had spoken the truth. Before the mind-reading ability of the divine eye of transcendence, no one could deceive him. However, Avril's words failed to elucidate the peculiar mental processes of Dade and Beacon. She's still alive. She's coming to kill us. Even those with mental issues must see something to foster such thoughts. What then did Dade and Beacon witness in the orchard? Tyler decided he must seize an opportunity to investigate the brothers Dade and Beacon. Upon waking the next day, Tyler found his magic energy fully restored. Calculations based on the numerical values indicated that a 7-hour sleep could restore at least 30 points of magic energy. A more detailed understanding of this rule required further data. The villagers' enthusiasm waned quickly. Yesterday, Tyler's cottage was bustling with activity. Today, it was deserted. That was until Tyler opened the door and discovered an unfamiliar young man waiting outside. Road, male, 16 years old, a resident of Ira Village. Production occupation, fruit farmer, LV1 manufacturing occupation, stonemason, LV1 combat occupation. None. At last, I've caught you, Banning. I don't care if you've saved the village. Seeing the young man's hostile demeanor and expression, Tyler pondered for a second and then donned the mask of the friendly big brother to greet him. Good morning, Road. Do you need something? Yes, I came to... Wait, how do you know my name? I heard it from the village chief. I know the names of everyone in the village. Road was caught off guard by Tyler's response. Oh, so Road, what brings you to me? You've completely thrown me off my train of thought. Road ruffled his hair in frustration. He was not proficient in the delicate art of conversation, so he decided to be straightforward. Do you fancy Avril? Road glared at Tyler as if ready for a fight. Tyler locked eyes with Road for a couple of seconds, then responded, Are you concerned that I might take Avril away? Road was taken aback by the unexpected question and didn't know how to respond. Observing the situation, Tyler proceeded to press on relentlessly. Which is to say, you are fond of Avril, correct? Wadash, what are you? You don't. Road visibly wavered at the question, and Tyler promptly pounced on this opportunity. Given your affection for Avril, why didn't I see you by her side, protecting her the other night in the mountains? Where were you, Road, when she was in danger? Last night, I noticed Avril laboring in the orchard until quite late, and yet I didn't see you staying behind to lend her a hand. Why is that? Road was at a loss for words, unable to answer the barrage of questions. Although he did indeed harbor feelings for Avril, his experience with affairs of the heart paled in comparison to Tyler's adeptness. Road, allow me to offer you some advice. Combat Occupation Skill Deceiver. LV1 has been activated and remains in effect. With an affable manner, Tyler draped an arm around Road's shoulder. If you truly care for Avril, you should confess your feelings post-haste. Should I manage to seize the initiative, you might find yourself devoid of opportunities. With that, Tyler gave Rhodes back a friendly pat and strolled off nonchalantly. Combat Occupation Skill Deceiver. LV1 has been deactivated. Rhodes stood, stunned by Tyler's words, and took a considerable time to gather his thoughts. Several minutes later, he seemed to come to some kind of resolution. His fists clenched, and with a determined air, he headed toward the orchard. Silly Neeson. Why encourage him to confess his feelings? Aren't you afraid Avril might reciprocate? Tyler, ever heard of the saying, a confession is the victory chant, not the call to charge? Silly Neeson. Never heard of it, but sounds quite profound, Tyler, as long as he confesses, Avril will soon come to me to confess her feelings. Silly Neeson. Wait, hold on a minute. You're jumping to conclusions way too fast, Can you explain the rationale behind this, Professor Tyler? Chapter 33, The Goodtown Cavalry Prison Star Calendar Year 187. May 8th, 8:16 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 26 days. Tyler, it's quite simple, really. There's not much to explain. Silly Neeson. Oh, please, Professor Tyler. Please tell me, please, 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 please. Tyler had rarely been taken aback since his arrival in this prison star world, but now he was genuinely shocked by this silly, young woman's playfulness. Oh heavens, was this silly young girl willing to lose all face? Tyler finally confirmed that this silly young girl was definitely not the same as that self-proclaimed deity, the humanoid luminescent figure. The humanoid luminescent figure would never stoop so low. Tyler, let me tell you something, Silly Neeson. Silly Neeson, yes. Please go ahead, Professor Tyler. Tyler, if Avril were to act cute with me, that could be seen as charming, but when you do it, it's just wild. Eagerly anticipating Tyler's words, Silly Neeson was hit by a devastating blow and immediately exploded. Silly Neeson. Centurado. Fruit farmer. LV1. Tyler pretty much understood the situation. Road could be considered Avril's childhood friend, but not a romantic interest. Otherwise, Avril wouldn't have those shy reactions towards banning Tyler. If Tyler hadn't appeared, Road might have ended up with Avril in 2 or 3 years' time. But now, with Tyler appearing as an unexpected encounter, Road, as a childhood sweetheart, was nowhere near Tyler's level in terms of romantic prowess. Thus, confessing his love to Avril at this point would be akin to seeking his own doom. Once Road confesses his feelings to Avril, it would activate the concept of confession in Avril's mind. All that would be left is to wait for Avril to superimpose the concepts of confession and banning together, and Tyler could reap the fruits of victory. And if Avril, due to shyness and restraint, hesitates to make a move, Tyler still has a final card to play. Having dealt with Rod, Tyler started searching for the Deed and Becken brothers in the village. During his search, Tyler noticed a rare sight outside the Ira village, a cavalry unit of about 15 men. Judging from their uniform equipment and formation, they appeared to be regular soldiers. Lydell, male, 36 years old, captain of the Goodtown Cavalry Production Occupation. Gardner, LV, 3 manufacturing occupation, none combat occupation. Light Cavalier, LV-24, the leading light cavalier, who also serves as the captain, is presently engaged in negotiations with the village chief, Woodall. Tyler glanced at his information, then proceeded to peruse the information of the entire cavalry troop. This particular cavalry troop not only had a high-level captain, but also boasted members all above level 10, which explained why the Crimson Cloud Bandits decided to flee a year prior. Encountering this cavalry troop would spell nothing but defeat. All right, take whatever is available, and be quick about it. Very well. Please wait here, esteemed cavaliers. The supplies will be brought forth immediately. Chief Woodall humbly attended to the cavalry members, careful not to offend in any way. From a safe distance, Tyler observed, not wishing to stir any trouble, but he stealthily employed his mind-reading ability to probe their thoughts. Cavalry Captain, darn, this is the third time this year we've been sent to exterminate the Rock Demon, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of it. It sure knows how to hide, darn. Cavalry Barato, sigh, Ira Village never has anything good, but I also don't want to take the long way to Luca Village. We heard rumors that Luca Village was wiped out, but who knows if it's true. Cavalry Member B, the higher-ups are really something, not sending us to deal with the bandits, but always obsessing over this Rock Demon. Is this demon really that important? In a short while, Chief Woodall brought forth a significant amount of meat and dry rations to present to the cavalry troop, which also included the wild boar meat that Tyler had temporarily stored with the chief. Upon locking eyes with Tyler, the chief's face was a portrait of apology. In response, Tyler gave a forgiving wave of his hand, indicating his understanding of the chief's predicament. Once the Goodtown cavalry had received their supplies, they promptly departed, providing Tyler with the opportunity to inquire about the situation from the village chief. HM, you've never seen a cavalry troop before? Oh right, Luca Village isn't on the route to the Sandrift Gorge. The chief informed Tyler that the cavalry who had just visited was from Goodtown, and they were on their third trip this year to the Sandrift Gorge to deal with a demon known as the Rock Shadow Demon. Each time the cavalry passed by Ira Village on their return trip, they would demand supplies from the chief, who, for the safety of Ira Village, could only acquiesce. Back when the Crimson Cloud Bandits were still active, they were kept in check by the cavalry's regular patrols. Chief, isn't our Wester Kingdom far from the war front, and typically we don't encounter many demons, right? Indeed, for precise details, one must inquire with the cavalry unit. All I am aware of is that the Rock Shadow Demon has been ensconced within Sandrift Gorge for a considerable time, purportedly claiming numerous lives. The village chief's intelligence was limited, so Tyler did not press further. However, there was another matter he felt it was time to address with the village chief. By the way, Chief, could we keep the matter of the Crimson Cloud Bandits confidential? I worry that if the cavalry learns that the bandits have been exterminated, they may cease their patrols in this vicinity. A sound point when I had myself considered. I refrained from informing Captain Lydell earlier. I will ensure to communicate this to the villagers later. Furthermore, Chief, if this matter is eventually discovered, we should say that the chief and the villagers together vanquished the bandits. This would grant you greater influence in Goodtown. Combat Occupation Skill Deceiver, LV1 activated, persistently in effect. Upon hearing Banning's words, the village chief was taken aback. He initially thought that Banning would leverage this achievement as a springboard to seek an official position in Goodtown. He was surprised by his noble act of renunciation. But, Banning, it was you who vanquished the bandits. It's fine, Chief. I owe Ira Village my life. This is the best for the village. Then, all right, Banning, you truly are our village's great benefactor. Combat Occupation Skill 2CV, LV1 déactivated. Ira Village was small. After parting with the village chief, Tyler quickly found Dade and Beacon. The two were the village stonemasons, currently processing stones in their workshop. Are you uncles Dade and Beacon? The village chief asked me to summon you to the orchard to lend a hand. It seems related to the Rain Praise Festival. Upon their first encounter, Tyler put forth his meticulously fabricated lie, believing that he could glean clues from the psychological activities of Dade and Beacon. The orchard? Don't you know we don't go to the orchard during the day? Dade responded in a disgruntled tone. However, when he saw that it was Banning, he sighed in resignation. So it's you, the newcomer. It's one thing for you not to know, but the chief has become forgetful. Anyway, we want to go to the orchard, not even at night. Be on your way. Dade brusquely waved his hand, signaling for Tyler to leave. However, after observing his inner thoughts, Tyler no longer intended to leave. Dade, orchard, like hell it'll go. I don't want to encounter that mad woman, Elle. Who knows, she might even kill me. Chapter 34. The truth from 3 years ago. Tyler was certain his perceptions were accurate. Indeed, he had discerned the name Elle within Dade's heart. Elle, the elder sister of Avril, had met her demise in the Ira Forest 3 years prior, a fact that Tyler had verified on multiple occasions, and even Avril herself believed so. During a prior hunting excursion with the village chief, Tyler was informed that the chief himself had solemnly laid Elle to rest, her gravestone standing within the cemetery of the Ira Forest. Yet, it was neither necessary nor plausible for Dade and Beacon to deceive Tyler within their hearts. Therefore, could it be possible that the village chief, Avril, and Granny Kana were collectively weaving a web of deceit? That, too, seemed impossible. The circumstances were more intricate than Tyler had anticipated. Uncle Dade, Uncle Beacon. Tyler did not take his leave, disregarding Dade's dismissal and boldly entering the workshop. I observed you two rushing out from the orchard last night. I surmise that you must have encountered Elle, correct? At the mention of Elle, the hammers held by Dade and Beacon almost simultaneously fell to the ground. Both men looked towards Tyler in a state of panic and confusion, manifesting fear and doubt. You seen Elle too? Dade seemed to find solace in a kindred spirit. But how is that possible? You just arrived at Ira Village a few days ago. How could you possibly know Elle? Yet Beacon discerned a flaw in Tyler's words. Of course, Tyler did not personally know Elle. He had merely deduced the only plausible explanation based on the information available to him. I may not know Elle, but I am aware that only you two brothers in Ira Village are privy to Elle's existence. Would you be willing to share with me what you know about Elle? Combat Occupation Skill Deceiver. LV1 has been activated persistently in effect. Tyler understood that the critical moment had arrived. Based on the subsequent revelations from Dade and Beacon, his prior judgments about Ira Village and Avril could potentially be entirely overturned. Dade appeared to be swayed by Tyler's words, but Beacon interjected with a defensive gesture. Banning. Cease your presumptuous pontificating. Begone. We have no words to share with you. Defeat was anticipated. Through Tyler's telepathic insight, he discerned that Beacon perceived his presence as mere mockery. Understanding the point of resistance, Tyler could proceed with his offensive. Uncle Dade, Uncle Beacon, I am aware of the torment you have endured these past 3 years. However, if you choose silence now, you shall forever lose the opportunity to speak. In this time, besides me, who else has sincerely sought to understand your plight? Are you not regarded as lunatics by the villagers? With the assistance of his telepathy, every utterance of Tyler's struck a chord with Dade and Beacon. Dade and Beacon had longed for the truth to be laid bare before the world. Yet the villagers derided them as madmen, mocking their fear of Avril. The villagers' apathy led them to abandon all hope, fostering a desire to see the villagers pay a price for their contempt. However, the boy known as Banning presented an alternate path. You must be aware of my triumph over the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Trust in me. I have the means to liberate you from this suffering. With Tyler's persistent persuasion, Beacon's hostile demeanor began to soften. Dade, through his glance, signaled to Beacon that the truth should be revealed to ascertain whether this boy differed from the village chief and the others. Very well. Have a seat. Combat Occupation Skill Deceiver. LV1 has been deactivated. Beacon heaved a deep sigh, then began to speak. Elle did not die. She became a ghost and still lives in this village. In order for Banning to comprehend the full scope of events, Dade and Beacon began their recounting from an incident 3 years prior. One autumn day, 3 years ago, Elle, as always, ignored Avril's advice and went alone to the Ira Forest to gather herbs. As it was past the autumn equinox, darkness fell quickly. By the time Elle finished picking herbs and intended to return to the village, night had already fallen. The forest was perilous at night. Elle was unfortunately surrounded by a pack of wolves that had followed her scent. She was soon cornered with no escape. Coincidentally, Dade and Beacon were also in the forest that day. They spotted Elle from a distance, surrounded by the pack of wolves, but out of fear, they fled instead of helping her. When Dade and Beacon returned to the forest with the village chief and others, Elle was found in tragic condition, no longer alive, devoured by the pack of wolves. Avril witnessed this tragic scene, causing her severe psychological trauma. It was only due to the devoted care of the village chief and his wife that she gradually recovered to her current state. Driven by guilt, Dade and Beacon strived every day to make amends to Avril. However, at first, Avril refused to see them, and by the time she started recovering, Dade and Beacon saw the deceased Elle in the village. Elle, believed to have perished and interred within the forest, made an ominous appearance within the village. Under the shroud of night, she wielded an enormous pair of scissors. Cinchuredo and Dade and Beacon were almost convinced they had simply been hallucinating. They once again witnessed Elle attacking a villager in the village at night. This time, they clearly saw Elle strike a villager down with her colossal scissors. Had they not fled in time, they would likely have perished that night. Having successfully evaded death, Dade and Beacon woke the village chief that night to report the incident. Although skeptical, the chief did investigate with due diligence. The investigation revealed that a villager was indeed missing, but not murdered. The individual had voluntarily left the village, leaving behind a farewell letter in their own handwriting. Moreover, to convince Dade and Beacon, the village chief searched Avril's house. There were no traces of other inhabitants, no signs of blood or bodies. Avril's house was immaculate. Did you ever check the locked room in Avril's house? Tyler interjected. A locked room? Not that we recall. We checked every room at the time and didn't miss any, Dade and Beacon replied, leaving Tyler puzzled. Could it be that that room was locked after the incident was investigated? But I remember Avril thinking at the time, Avril, I'm so nosy. Banning is so polite. He wouldn't break into a locked room. Avril, but I wonder what's inside the room my sister locked. We'll take a look if I ever find the key. Tyler realized the timeline of the locked room statements didn't match up. Was it that the village chief and the others hadn't noticed the locked room at the time? Or was it that Elle, supposedly dead, had come back to life and locked the room? Tyler noted this down and asked Dade and Beacon to continue. They explained that the villagers didn't believe them, and they had no evidence to back up their claims. To safeguard their lives, they stopped going out late at night, and henceforth they never saw Elle with the large scissors again, but Elle has learned to disguise herself as Avril. They take turns going out, so no one knows she's a ghost, Beacon said while cautiously scanning his surroundings, as though Elle might appear at any moment. That's unlikely, isn't it? Even if they're sisters, one can tell them apart, right? Tyler rebutted. Beacon's current argument made Tyler start to think he was delusional. Perhaps the guilt they both carried caused them to hallucinate. At this point, Beacon remembered something Tyler might not know. Hasn't anyone ever told you? Banning? Told me what? Elle and Avril are identical twin sisters. They look exactly alike. Chapter 35 Mystery, wrapped in an enigma Tyler miscalculated. He had assumed that since they were sisters, there must be an age gap. However, he didn't anticipate that Elle and Avril were actually twin sisters. Yet, this minor miscalculation was within Tyler's margin of error. He realized after a bit of contemplation that it wouldn't cause any significant problems. Through the appraisal of the divine eye of transcendence, I have yet to encounter Elle, assuming she's indeed still alive. So, if they look exactly the same, how do you distinguish between them? Furthermore, if Elle is a ghost, shouldn't her appearance remain that of a 13-year-old? Wouldn't there be a noticeable difference compared to the now 16-year-old Avril? Tyler questioned the inconsistencies in Dade and Beacon's narrative. Though the brothers weren't lying, their story was riddled with ambiguities. Unexpectedly, Dade and Beacon easily justified their claims. Elle and Avril have significantly different personalities. Elle is impulsive and extroverted, while Avril is gentle and shy. Moreover, Elle's hair is longer and usually tied in a ponytail, whereas Avril lets her hair down. When they first arrived in the village, this is how everyone told them apart. As for appearances, don't you know that ghosts can age too? Seeing Dade and Beacon's nonchalant demeanors, Tyler suddenly realized that the ghost they were describing might not align with his understanding of the term from his Earthworld experience. In that context, a ghost is typically an intangible being meant to frighten, hardly capable of physically killing someone with a large pair of scissors. However, the ghost Dade and Beacon referred to seemed more akin to an entity existing within the same spatial dimension, something that could be physically touched. Furthermore, if it were a ghost as per Earthworld's concept, it wouldn't possess a concept of residing somewhere. Yet, Dade and Beacon had the village chief search Averil's house. This ghost is not the ghost of old. Hold on, when you say ghosts, are you referring to a type of demon? Tyler inquired. Indeed, what else could it be? In some regions, ghosts are also known as the living dead. You must be aware of this, yes? So it's the living dead. That clarifies matters. To avoid revealing his identity, Tyler refrained from pursuing the subject further. The so-called ghosts in Parallel World number 77, Prison Star, were a commonly known type of demon. I comprehend the situation now. I will investigate whether these living dead appear at night. The conversation concluded with Tyler's assurance, leaving Dade and Beacon ecstatic, celebrating wildly in the workshop, holding large rocks. They didn't even notice Tyler's quiet departure. As the Rain Praise Festival approached, the villagers of Ira Village were bustling about cheerfully. As Tyler moved among them, he didn't perceive this to be a village haunted by ghosts. Silly Neeson. Why not question Dade and Beacon a bit more? Tyler, didn't you notice they're somewhat deranged? Silly Neeson. Thanks to Dade and Beacon, Tyler noticed a weakness in his mind-reading ability. If the subject is insane, the ability becomes meaningless. Tyler believed that the information provided by Dade and Beacon was somewhat tainted by their delusions. They might have been unable to distinguish between hallucinations and reality due to a long-term sense of guilt and living in fear, thereby diminishing the credibility of their words. The thoughts of a madman are equally insane. Imagine, in a village of about 50 people, a living dead hid for nearly 3 years, occasionally emerging to kill at night. Yet, not only was the murder undiscovered, but only Dade and Beacon had ever glimpsed it. None of the other villagers had noticed. How low are the odds for such a scenario? Tyler's rational thinking made it hard for him to fully believe Dade and Beacon's words. However, not everything Dade and Beacon said was madness. The fact that the village chief searched Averil's house is objective. This leads to an unexplainable contradiction. Averil didn't know what was in the locked room, and she didn't lie, yet she did open the locked room with the village chief. To confirm this, Tyler sought out the village chief, Woodall. After reflecting, Woodall told Tyler that there were no locked rooms during the search of Averil's house, just ordinary rooms. As for whether Averil later locked any room, he was unsure. No, iubarluka a possibility. Avril, but I wonder what's inside the room my sister locked. I'll take a look if I ever find the key. Upon recalling Averil's thoughts, Tyler realized there was another plausible explanation. Elle did indeed die, and Avril acknowledged this. Avril knew Elle turned into a ghost and accepted the ghost Elle as her sister. Avril helped Ghost Elle to continue living in Ira Village. Ghost Elle didn't harm anyone, and the frightening scene was an illusion caused by Dade and Beacon's excessive fear. The room was indeed locked by Ghost Elle, who didn't let Avril know what was inside or where the key was. Ghost Elle had been missing for a while, so Avril's thoughts at the time were, "I'll take a look if I ever find the key," instead of "I'll ask Elle where the key is." To substantiate his conjecture, Tyler's most straightforward approach would be to seek Averil's face-to-face confirmation. However, he was reluctant to abandon his progress in winning Averil's favor midway. An inquiry about Elle's matter to Avril might potentially shatter the relationship he had painstakingly established with her thus far. Thus, Tyler resorted to an alternative, seeking Granny Kana. Granny Kana was congenial, and from her, Tyler acquired knowledge about the ghost's undead, incidentally gleaning intelligence on the Rain Praise Festival and Ira Forest Cemetery. The so-called ghost's undead hereafter referred to as ghosts, refer to certain human corpses that have a particular propensity to attract an accumulation of magic energy. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the corpses would undergo a transformation. Post-transformation, the corpse would resurrect into a ghost, not only retaining the deceased's memories and wisdom, but also capable of further growth. However, ghosts possess an uncontrollable urge to kill, posing a significant threat to humans. Therefore, in areas with high magic density, corpses are cremated, including those of magic users and priests, professions with high magic affinity. Only in regions like the Western Kingdom, where magic density is low, the custom of burial in the ground is still preserved. Having obtained the intelligence, Tyler thanked Granny Kana and then left Ira Village briskly, heading straight for Ira Forest. The silly young girl somehow discerned Tyler's intentions and tremblingly queried Tyler. Silly Neeson, Tyler, where are you going? Tyler, to the cemetery. Silly Neeson, what are you going to do at the cemetery? The frightened young girl, out of fear, enunciated each word clearly. Tyler, to check if Elle's remains are still there. Chapter 36 Coffin Never Lies, Silly Neeson. You're going grave digging in broad daylight? Tyler, indeed. Cinchuredo, if Elle's remains were still in the grave, it meant that she had not become a ghost. Yet, if her remains were missing, then, while the foolish girl was trembling in fear, Tyler had already arrived at the cemetery in Ira Forest, a plot of land the villagers of Ira Village had cleared at the edge of the forest. Upon entering, Tyler quickly found a tombstone engraved with Elle's name. Elle buried here. 171 to 184. Tyler brushed his hand over the tombstone. There wasn't much dust on it, and the ground beneath was covered in grass, not significantly different from the other tombstones. Even using his appraisal ability, he found nothing unusual. Thus, he respectfully bowed to the tombstone, murmuring something under his breath, then put on the coarse gloves he had borrowed from the villagers and began digging with a firm grip on the spade. Silly Neeson, no, you're not serious, Tyler. Tyler, what else? Ordinary people, even if they thought of verifying the state of the remains, would not be so decisive to start digging a grave. Yet, Tyler had not only thought of it, he did not hesitate in the slightest. An hour later, a corner of the coffin emerged from the layers of earth. 2 hours later, all 4 corners of the coffin were visible. 3 hours later, the lid of the coffin was uncovered, but Tyler's remaining strength could not support any more heavy labor. With only 2 points of endurance left in his view, Tyler, exhausted, sat on the coffin lid. This audacious act made the foolish girl scream and then fall silent, probably fainting from the shock. Tyler did not pay attention to Silly Neeson's reaction. He ran his fingers along the edge of the coffin lid, finding no traces of loosening. But if Elle had turned into a corpse not long after her death 3 years ago, there wouldn't be any noticeable traces after the coffin lid was replaced and reburied for 3 years. To know the truth, the coffin lid must be opened. Having recuperated, Tyler once again hoisted the shovel, painstakingly prying it into the crevice of the coffin lid bit by bit. After a considerable exertion, he finally managed to lever open the hefty cover. As the coffin lid tilted to one side with a resounding clang thud, a corner of the coffin's interior was revealed. Without hesitation, Tyler exploited the principle of the lever to continue pushing the lid aside, finally unveiling the full view of the coffin's innards. A skeleton lay quietly within the coffin, and under the sun's illumination, one could see a few carrion-eating worms squirming on the edges. Tyler exhaled in relief, but the sight before his eyes caused his movements to abruptly falter. The divine eye of transcendence would automatically appraise anything Tyler laid his eyes upon, including the skeleton within the coffin. The appraisal information of the skeleton read, Lena's skeletal remains there were fewer than 10 tombstones in the entire graveyard, each spaced far apart. Tyler was certain he had not excavated the wrong grave. So, where had Elle's remains, which should have been in this coffin, gone? and who had swapped Linus' remains into Elle's coffin. In the orchard of Ira Village, Avril was restlessly picking fruits. Every year's Rain Praise festival required a large quantity of fruits to be made into jam. That morning, Rode, who had always been close to Avril, suddenly confessed his love to her. Until Rode's confession, Avril had never considered what might happen between them. As in her understanding, Rode was simply a good friend who took care of the orchard with her. Therefore, in response to Rode's affection, all Avril could say was, "Thank you," not knowing what else she should utter. If possible, Avril wished to remain good friends with Rode, but after today's confession, it seemed they couldn't return to the innocent relationship they once had. Continuing as friends might be too cruel for Rode. However, Avril couldn't deceive Rode either. She couldn't imagine a life together with him. If asked about her anticipated future, Avril would think of a certain individual who frequently surfaced in her mind lately. "Avril, good afternoon." Just as she was pondering about that individual, his voice appeared behind her. For a moment, Avril thought she was hallucinating until she turned around to find Banning standing there, confirming that it wasn't an illusion. Banning, how come you're here?" Good afternoon." Avril, initially taken aback, managed to offer her greeting, flustered by Banning's sudden appearance. "How come you're not welcoming me?" Banning inquired. How could I not welcome you? It's just, you appeared so suddenly that you startled me." Avril felt that Banning must have done this intentionally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have silently appeared behind her. She clenched her small fists, wanting to give Banning a little scare in return, but she didn't have enough courage to do so just yet. Is her clothing that needs mending? Avril changed the subject, not wanting to admit defeat just yet. "No, the village chief asked me to check if you have enough help here. There should still be a lot to prepare for the Rain Praise Festival, right?" "Oh, the matter of the Rain Praise Festival. Right now, we can still manage." Avril hesitated for a moment in her response, glancing at Rode, who was pulling weeds in the distance. Rode, seemingly disheartened, "I wonder if he's really okay. Don't overdo it." Banning's voice drew Avril's attention back. "Understood. Good. Then you carry on. The village chief mentioned that you can approach him anytime if there's a need." "Okay, sure. So, shall I take my leave? Is he departing so soon?" Avril hadn't expected Banning to leave so quickly. She wished to retain his company, yet found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was nod in acquiescence. All right. Safe journey then." Avril watched Banning depart with a sense of reluctance. To her surprise, Banning turned around after a few steps. Caught off guard, Avril found herself frozen on the spot when Banning noticed her gaze on him, a mix of joy and shyness engulfing her. "Don't be shy. I'm just bidding my guest farewell, that's all. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Feigning composure, Cinceredo, where to next? Should we search the village, search for the ghost, look for Elle's trace? At the mention of Elle, the young girl grew fearful again. Seeing her scared made Tyler smirk with amusement. Before long, Tyler reached Avril's house, the path feeling like a familiar route. Everyone in the village was busy at this hour, and there was no one around Avril's house. The naive girl now understood. Tyler's real purpose for going to the orchard earlier was to confirm Avril's schedule for the afternoon. This guy was planning to infiltrate and investigate Avril's house right after digging the grave. Tyler, isn't it wrong to do so? What if we get caught? Chapter 37, Clues in Fog. Tyler, if fear begets you, feel free to faint once again. Tyler's jest struck a chord in the simple-minded girl, for indeed, she had succumbed to terror and passed out briefly at the cemetery in Ira Forest today. Regrettably, such entities as ghosts and ghouls were not the girl's forte. "Silly Neeson, humph. I simply intended to caution you. Should a situation arise, don't expect my intervention. This time, Cinceredo, aren't you always an advocate of efficiency? Surely, Elle's ghostly situation bears little relevance to winning Avril over. If you just exert a bit more effort, won't Avril confess her feelings to you shortly? Tyler, until I gain the confession points, Avril must not die." While scrutinizing Avril's house, Tyler responded to the simple-minded young girl. Tyler noticed that the locked room inside Avril's house lacked windows, and the only entryway was the locked door itself. Silly Neeson. Oh, so you're trying to prevent Avril from being devoured by Ghost L? It sounds plausible, but that's just an excuse. Isn't it If Ghost L wanted to devour Avril, wouldn't she have done it already? Besides, haven't you deduced that Ghost L isn't in the village? The young girl's intellect reached an unprecedented height only when arguing with Tyler. Tyler, deductions are but deductions. Only objective facts can be trusted. Silly Neeson. All right then, you keep up this cold and unfeeling facade. From my perspective, you're simply WORRIED about Avril. The young girl's final sentence, intentionally emphasizing the key points, left Tyler speechless for several seconds. At this moment, the young girl set a new record for rendering Tyler speechless. Tyler, as you wish, you're free to think what you want. Having said that, Tyler no longer paid heed to the young girl's taunts. By now, he had pried open a window in Avril's living room with a tree branch and slipped inside without leaving a trace. He needed to concentrate fully in the coming time. The clues to the truth were hidden within this house. In the orchard, Avril and Rode were still bustling about for the Rain Praise Festival. At that moment, the village children, with a toddler barely out of infancy in tow, located Avril. Miss Avril. Miss Avril. The children chirped and clustered like a brood of chicks under the tree where Avril was. Little John is turning 3 today. He's come to request a ball. Want a ball. Want a ball. Occupied with picking fruits from the tree, Avril couldn't immediately descend to the ground. Consequently, she bestowed her wishes upon Little John from atop the tree. Happy birthday, Little John. It had become a tradition. Every time a child in the village turned 3, Avril would present them with an expertly crafted leather ball. The 3 boys who had climbed the trees in the orchard the day before had also received leather balls from Avril, which they treasured dearly. At this moment, Little John had come to the orchard to solicit a ball from Avril. However, Avril was already at her wit's end due to the Rain Praise Festival. Rode, could you please fetch a ball for Little John from my house? The key is on the orchard work table. The ball is in my living room. The children's clamor left Avril with no choice but to enlist Rode's help. I could, but wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to enter your house? Rode hadn't fully recovered from his heartbreak and didn't know how to face Avril. It's perfectly fine. It's just full of sewing materials and such. Everyone in the village can come and go freely. Rode, out of awkwardness, didn't want to further involve himself with Avril. However, he couldn't resist the children's clamor, so he reluctantly took the key and made his way to Avril's house. Upon arriving at Avril's house, Rode inadvertently noticed a shadow flit across the room through the window. Although the figure moved quickly, Rode was able to ascertain its identity. Banning? Rode instantly realized that even though Avril had locked her door, Banning had appeared inside her house. He must be up to no good. Without a second thought, Rode immediately barged into the house and began a room-to-room search following the direction Banning had taken. However, he was unable to locate Banning. Did he escape through the window? Rode checked and found an unlocked window. He instantly dashed out of the house and sprinted back to the orchard. Avril, I saw Banning sneaking around your house, doing who knows what. Rode was thrilled, thinking he had caught Banning red-handed. If Banning's image were to be tarnished, he might still have a chance. Oh my, you scared me with your loud voice. However, Avril's reaction was quite different from what Rode had anticipated. Don't worry about Banning. He just came over and told me that I had forgotten to lock my window. He said he saw it while passing by, so he climbed in and locked it for me. But everyone in our village is trustworthy. Whether the windows are locked or not doesn't make much difference. Avril brushed off this suspicious incident with a few light-hearted remarks, leaving Rode feeling as powerless as if he had punched into water. Rode was left speechless. In such a juncture, even if Rode were to proclaim, Banning is deceiving you, or Banning has ulterior motives for entering your home, it would be futile, for Rode had already witnessed the unconditional faith Avril held for Banning. Such trust was impervious to disruption without irrefutable evidence. Silly Neeson. Huff. Huff. That was terrifying. I thought I would be exposed by that lad, Road. The frightened girl gasped for air, and Tyler, too, was aware that he had been spotted by Road. At the moment of the incident, Tyler had instantly deduced that Road might rush back to inform Avril. Hence, he swiftly left the scene and confessed to Avril about entering her room before Road could. Of course, Tyler had spun a benevolent fabrication to prettify his intrusion into her residence. An incident like accidentally discovered by Road and reported was barely enough to wrinkle Tyler's brow. Centuredo labor is not exhausting. Tyler. Silly Neeson. What's wrong, Ditto? I say something incorrect. Chapter 38 Festival Coming. Tyler did not assist Avril in the orchard. Of course, it had nothing to do with the ludicrous insinuation about man and woman labor together mentioned by the foolish girl. In Tyler's perspective, if it were an ordinary romance, such a collaboration event, a young boy and girl preparing together in an orchard for the Rain Praise Festival could undoubtedly significantly enhance their relationship. However, Tyler followed a path less bewitched treaded. He sought a result where Avril would be intensely infatuated with him, rather than the mutual attraction commonly spoken about. Note 1. Mutual attraction, or mutual crush, refers to a man and a woman mutually adoring and striving towards each other. Note 2. Mutual attraction is a matter of fate, not force. If any of my dear readers here happens upon it, it is advisable to cherish it. After 4 days of diligent effort, Tyler had crafted in Avril's heart a perfect image to be admired. If at this point, Tyler were to step into a field Avril excelled in and work alongside her with patience and dedication, he would inevitably expose his deficiencies, and by then, the perfect image would undoubtedly crumble. Therefore, during the intensive preparation for the Rain Praise Festival, Tyler did not plan on having too much contact with Avril. Half an hour later, Tyler arrived on the outskirts of Ira Village. He planned to carry out a round of patrols centered around Ira Village before nightfall. It would be challenging for Ghost Elle to hide in the village without being noticed, but if she chose to take refuge in the forest or mountains, finding her would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Tyler hoped to use his identification ability to discover Ghost Elle's footprints in some forest or wilderness. There was no trick to it. Without fortune at his side, he would just have to tough it out. Additionally, during his patrols, Tyler had, thanks to traps and his willow leaf dagger, spoils from defeating the bandits, gained some experience points, and hunted game. Successfully killed prairie dog rat, occupational experience 15, current experience value 135,400. Successfully killed green crested lizard, occupational experience 15, current experience value 150,400. From summarizing his hunting experience, Tyler drew a conclusion. Creatures weak to a certain degree, such as common insects, invertebrates like earthworms, etc., provided no experience points upon first kill. Therefore, in this world of difficulty, impossible, there was no shortcut to leveling up. Aside from hunting, Tyler also used his identification ability to gather some useful plants, such as the strophanthus that causes heartbeat disorder, vomiting, and diarrhea, a toxic flowering plant causing respiratory paralysis, castor causing spasms and cardiovascular collapse, and mandrake, rosary pea, and so forth. These poisons were all useful to Tyler, who was currently weak in direct combat. Tyler kept busy in the outskirts until nightfall. When he returned to the village, he had not achieved anything in terms of searching for Ghost Elle. Instead, the other things he did on the side bore fruitful results. Although Tyler obtained a good amount of fresh meat, he didn't plan to bring any for Avril. Once such an action becomes a habit, the effect of sending meat later on will only be continually discounted until it becomes ineffective. Yes, this was an application of the theory of intermittent reinforcement. After dinner, Tyler devoted the night's sleep to conducting an experiment on magic energy values. After a night of intermittent sleep, he arrived at 3 preliminary conclusions regarding these values. Sleep is the only mechanism to replenish magic energy. meditation is ineffective. Roughly every 4 minutes of sleep replenishes one magic energy point, with no carryover effect. Upon depletion of magic energy, severe dizziness incapacitates for 5 minutes, and for the subsequent hour, sleep cannot restore magic energy. Concerning whether Prison Star World possesses alternative means of replenishing magic energy, such as magic potions, Tyler would have to wait until he reached a town to make inquiries, as the information within the village was limited. Come the following morning, village chief Woodall sought out Tyler. To express his gratitude, he personally crafted a hunting bow, 15 arrows, and an arrow quiver for Tyler. Originally, Tyler had considered using his deceiver skill to coax Free Ride, the hunting bow, from the village head. Now it was unnecessary. Afterward, Tyler sought information about Lena throughout the village. The name of the skeletal remains placed in Elle's coffin. Based on the overall size and the pelvis shape of the skeleton, Tyler surmised Lena to be a woman between the ages of 20 and 30. Since her remains had been swapped into Elle's coffin, she likely hailed from Ira Village. Yet strangely, no one in Ira Village had heard of the name Lena, not even the village head or Granny Kana. Could the individual who made the swap have purposely transported a set of bones from elsewhere? But was there a necessity for such an act? The matter of switching the bones was more bizarre than Tyler had anticipated, providing no clues for the case of Ghost Elle, and instead adding another riddle for him to solve. After careful consideration, he decided to abandon the investigation into Lena's identity. Unexpectedly, that noon, an unanticipated individual brought him promising news. "Banning, I heard you were asking about Lena. How did you know her name?" The visitor was Mary, which surprised Tyler, as he had not expected to receive any leads from her. "Yes, it's me who has been asking." "Mary, do you know Lena?" Mary looked around nervously, ensuring no one else was nearby, before whispering to Tyler, "Lena, she was a vagrant. I could tell you more in my place." Time always flies when one is absorbed in a task. In the subsequent 2 days, Tyler expanded his search radius without finding any traces related to Ghost Elle. On the upside, his experience in the production occupation, hunter, and the proficiency of his Heart of Focus skill had improved significantly. Given the fruitlessness of expanding the search area, Tyler could only shift his focus to Ira Village. There were 2 potential leads in Ira Village. One was Avril, and the other was the locked room in Avril's house. Tyler reasoned that since Ghost Elle was so difficult to locate, Avril was momentarily safe. Besides, the Rain Praise Festival was to be held that evening, a special event likely to boost relationships significantly. Therefore, Tyler decided to resume his actions after the festival. As the sun set in the west and twilight faded, nightfall blanketed Ira Village. Subsequently, moonlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the villagers in silver light as they prepared for the Rain Praise Festival. Among the crowd, Tyler lent a hand, armed with a basic understanding of the festival from his earlier conversation with Granny Kana. DSVEL CM the Rain Praise Festival, a ceremonial rite inherited from ancient times in the Western Kingdom, took place annually on the first full moon of May. People would host a grand ceremony, praying to the benevolent deity for abundant rainfall during the summer and a bountiful harvest in the fall. For the ritual, villagers would assemble a tower-like pyre using branches, topping it with copious, vibrant, fresh flower bouquets, dubbed the Floral Fire Tower. It symbolized offering summer's flowers to the benevolent deity, hoping for a return of rain blessings and harvest abundance. In a village-scale festival like the one in Ira, the Floral Fire Tower might reach 5 to 6 meters high. In Good Town, it could even touch 10 meters. And if fortunate enough to attend the festival in a large city or the royal capital, one could witness towers exceeding 15 meters, akin to a 5-story building, a truly majestic sight. Once everything was ready, the village chief ascended a table, starting to chant the prayer. Villagers huddled around the Floral Fire Tower, forming a circle as they awaited the official start of the ceremony. As the village's hero, Tyler was ushered to the forefront of the crowd. Surrounded by people, he failed to notice that hidden in the crowd's shadow, a figure was creeping up on him, brandishing an axe. Chapter 39, Rain Praise Festival. May the benevolent deity shower us with the rains of mercy. May the benevolent deity be compassionate, bringing forth the fruits of plentiful harvest for us all. Beneath the floral fire tower, the village chief Woodall held high a torch and cried out with fervor. The surrounding villagers echoed his call in a robust chorus. Tyler mimicked their gestures, yet an awkward situation arose amidst the crowd. He alone stood without a torch. Attending the Rain Praise Festival for the first time, Tyler had assumed that torches would be uniformly distributed by the village. It was unanticipated that even Granny Kana would overlook such details. Now, let us offer the flowers of summer to the benevolent deity. May the vitality of summer reside within the benevolent deity. Following the devout invocation, the village chief initiated the ritual by casting his torch onto the floral fire tower. With a whoosh, the flames rapidly engulfed the structure. Then, the other villagers followed suit, voicing their prayers aloud as they threw their torches. The gleaming fire danced in the night sky, swiftly transforming the floral fire tower into a roaring inferno that resembled a blooming tree of flame in the heart of darkness. Bonbonning. Tyler, without a torch, stood silently, marveling at this grand spectacle, a cultural practice he had never experienced back in his Earth world. In any world, there come times when people feel powerless, hence the creation of gods, fictitious entities devised to carry the weight of their hopes. Bonbonning. However, whether the benevolent deity that the people of Ira village referred to bore any connection to the humanoid luminescent figure within the gray space was a subject Tyler needed to investigate further. Bunning. At that moment, Tyler heard his name being called. Amidst the tumultuous voices of the Rain Praise Festival, it was difficult for Tyler to discern who was calling him. He turned around and noticed Avril standing outside the crowd, waving at him. The area surrounding the floral fire tower was densely packed with people, leaving Avril unable to push through. She was gradually being pressed further away, nearly fading out of sight. Tyler smiled knowingly. Avril's timing was impeccable, as he had been intending to find her. Navigating through the dense crowd, Tyler finally reached Avril, though he found her posture odd, one hand perpetually concealed behind her. "I thought you didn't hear me. I was too soft," Avril said, her face a portrait of frustration, reminiscent of a lost child amidst a fairground. "It's not your fault. It's just too noisy here. By the way, Avril, do you want to toss a torch? Shall I help you inside?" Wanting to pat the meek and pitiful Avril's head, Tyler extended his hand, but quickly withdrew it midway. "Toss a torch? Oh, did you toss yours, Banning?" Avril perked up momentarily, but soon became fidgety once more. Not yet. I forgot to prepare a torch." "Really? That's great." "Great?" Avril's joy was unmistakable, and in her excitement, she let slip her hope that Banning had indeed forgotten his torch. Pardon me, that is to say, I prepared a torch for you." With a sheepish smile, Avril revealed the item Shed hidden behind her back, only to realize that it wasn't a torch she was presenting, but a shiny wood-cutting axe, reflecting the surrounding firelight. "Oh, my mistake, it's this." After a flurry of rummaging, Avril finally pulled out a torch from behind her back. She had been so flustered earlier that Shed brought along the wood-cutting axe from her home. Avril is truly astonishing, capable of concealing so many items behind her back. Upon seeing the axe, a chill ran down Tyler's spine, likely owing to his guilt towards Avril. "Thank you, Avril. Shall we toss the torch together?" "Yes." Tyler and Avril borrowed a fire source from the villagers to light their torch, and together navigated their way through the crowd to the floral fire tower. Looking at the blazing tree of flames, they shouted their prayers in unison and subsequently cast their torch into the fire. Regarding torch tossing, Tyler knew the symbolism was that the higher the torch was thrown, the better the autumn harvest would be. Yet, there was another implication that Granny Kana hadn't informed Tyler about. It is said that if a man and a woman of marrying age toss a torch together, They would be wedded the following year during the Rain Praise Festival. Avril was aware of this implication, which was why she had specially prepared a torch to seek out Banning. Having successfully tossed the torch, Avril's heart was pounding. She felt both ecstatic and apprehensive, afraid someone might jump out and exclaim, "Ah, you two have tossed a torch together, or you'll be husband and wife next year." If such a situation truly occurred, Avril would be mortified. The one thing on Avril's mind was whether Banning understood the significance of lighting the torch together. If he did, could that mean he had feelings for her too? Avril was full of curiosity, but she couldn't ask such a question it would give her away. "Avril, let's go have some sweet potatoes," he said. "Shall we?" Sure." At this point, the villagers brought out the pre-prepared sweet sauce potatoes, marking the customary conclusion to the Rain Praise Festival. The sweetly sauced, roasted potatoes were a once-a-year delicacy in Ira Village, loved not only by the children but also the adults. However, due to Ira Village's limited production capabilities, whether a child or an adult, everyone was rationed to only 3 pieces, leaving the children eagerly anticipating the arrival of next year's Rain Praise Festival. After sampling a piece of the sweet sauce potato, Tyler found that the saccharine jam and the full-bodied flavor of the potatoes perfectly complemented each other. Indeed, it was delicious. This was the first genuinely tasty food had encountered since arriving in the world of Parallel World Number 77, Prison Star. "Avril, did you make the sauce?" "No, it was a group effort. I mainly assisted with picking the fruit." "I see. This jam is far superior to what we have in Luca Village. It must be because of your meticulous care in cultivating these fruits that the jam is so delicious." It's nothing special." Praised by Tyler, Avril blushed. However, her shyness wasn't merely due to the compliment, but also because she had a plan in mind that she intended to put into action, albeit lacking just a tiny bit of courage. The moon inscribed a furtive arc across the nocturnal firmament, signaling the twilight of the Rain Praise Festival. Some reveled in a dance around the floral fire tower. Others found respite on the sidelines, engrossed in hushed conversations. Avril and Banning, drifting around the floral fire tower at a leisurely pace, were periodically greeted by well-wishers and acquaintances. Avril, a silent observer, couldn't help but marvel at Banning's effortless charisma. In the short span of their sojourn in the village, he had garnered widespread respect and admiration. His was an aura of authority reminiscent of a village elder. A man of Banning's remarkable caliber is bound to transcend the boundaries of this humble village. This place, perhaps, lacks the room for his true potential. At the thought of Banning's inevitable departure, Avril felt a tight knot of dread in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. A few days prior, Rhodes' confession had taught her a valuable lesson: the importance of expressing one's affection. If left unsaid, it would forever remain unknown. Banning's ambiguous proximity now instilled in Avril a sense of unease, reminding her of the urgency to convey her feelings. If not now, she might never get the chance. The flickering blaze of the floral fire tower, akin to a ticking countdown, seemed to nudge her towards decision. As they completed another round around the tower, Avril found herself hastening her pace, positioning herself before Banning. "Baba Ning, E." Avril clenched the hem of her dress with trembling hands, her gaze firmly fixed on the ground. Finally, summoning her courage, she ventured to meet Banning's eyes. "There's something I need to tell you." Chapter 40, Invitation for Dinner. "What's the matter?" Banning halted as well, his demeanor maintaining an unruffled tranquility. In contrast, Avril was so agitated that she found breathing difficult. The words were clearly on the tip of her tongue, but Avril could not bring herself to utter the crucial 2 words. She was uncertain about the nature of her own fear, her mind a blank canvas. What's wrong?" If regrets could be remedied by a potion, Avril would have swallowed a ton by now. Unfortunately, no such elixir existed in the world. She had no option but to summon courage to confront herself. "Go on, im listening." I, I thank you. Huh. Banning was dumbfounded. So was Avril. Was this the statement that she'd been stammering about all this time? Nevertheless, Avril's nimble mind swiftly regained its footing. Back when a column had toppled over. You saved me, Banning. I, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude yet. In addition, I want to thank you for the kebab you gave me at the barbecue party and for all the fresh meat you've provided me, since I'm extremely grateful for all of it, so thank you, Banning. Avril's words were somewhat disjointed, but she managed to express her sentiments. She was profoundly frustrated with herself for not being able to articulate the words she meant to say, while these expressions of gratitude flowed effortlessly. I thought it was something serious. These are trivial matters, don't mind them. Banning's hearty laughter somewhat eased Avril's tension. Although she failed to confess her feelings, at least she was able to express her gratitude, which in itself was a significant progress. By the way, Avril, did you eat enough just now? 3 pieces of sweet sauce potato per person is insufficient for me. Would you like to eat some more in my place? Yeah. How could I if it's about eating? Banning's sudden invitation took Avril by surprise. Moreover, speaking of having a meal at home, Avril actually, if it's about eating, then I should be the one treating you as a token of gratitude, and such. Avril's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible by the end. The idea of inviting Banning over for dinner was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had been contemplating it for quite some time, but had never mustered the courage to propose it. Since Banning brought it up, she seized the opportunity and then started worrying whether he would accept or not. However, the apprehensive Avril did not realize that what she considered a coincidence was actually the result of Banning's meticulous calculation. Upon discerning Avril's near confession through his telepathy, Banning resolved to employ the ambience of this evening's Rain Praise Festival to further encourage her. Since the confession was unsuccessful during the festival, he chose to propose dining together as a means to extend their exclusive time. The atmosphere of solitude at home would surely afford Avril a greater sense of security than under the public gaze at the base of the Floral Fire Tower, as individuals are bolder when they feel safe. Dine at your place? That's feasible, but only if you promise me one thing before I come over for dinner. To Avril's surprise, Banning agreed readily. But what could this stipulation be before he could come over for dinner? Avril had never heard of someone making a request before accepting a dinner invitation. What is it? Avril asked, somewhat unsettled. Banning first offered a mysterious smile before saying, after the meal, I insist on washing the dishes and cleaning up, or else I won't come. What? Avril, despite her best guesses, hadn't expected Banning's condition to be such. This was clearly a voluntary offer of help. How could it be construed as a demand? So, do you agree? If not, I won't go. Banning assumed a childlike, petulant demeanor that successfully amused Avril. Yes, I agree. Then let's go. Im Stahlvit. At that moment, Avril felt an unprecedented harmony in the atmosphere between Banning and herself. Her previous nervousness vanished into thin air. Banning truly was capable, approachable, and amusing. I truly am fond of you, Banning. I hope this sentiment, someday, I will have the courage to convey it to you. Tonight marked Tyler's second visit to Avril's residence, or the third if his stealthy infiltration was included. Upon entering, Avril was still somewhat reserved, but already much more natural than before. Tyler observed these changes, which were exactly what he had been deliberately leading. In order to attract Avril earlier, Tyler had deliberately created a distance between them. But now, for the introverted and shy Avril, this distance had become a major impediment to confession. Therefore, Tyler began to gradually bridge this distance, letting Avril unwittingly relax further. Let me assist you in cooking, Avril. No, there's no need. I am pretty quick. Although Avril claimed to be quick in reality, the dishes had been prepared beforehand. She certainly didn't want Banning to discover this. Inviting Banning to dinner was a premeditated act. No, a well-prepared one. All she had to do now was to light the firewood and toss the dishes into the pot. Avril moved with deft certainty within the kitchen, Banning engaging in a somewhat desultory conversation by her side. In no time at all, dinner was prepared, ready to be served. I'll help serve the dishes. Banning sprung into action with a level of skill comparable to Avril's, efficiently setting the table in a flash. Avril's dining table was a small square one, overlaid with a linen-colored tablecloth. Tonight, 2 candles adorned the table, not as an attempt at creating a romantic candlelit dinner by Banning, but because the villagers typically use candles for illumination in the evenings. The luxury of luminous magic stones was solely within the purview of city dwellers. These dishes are quite basic. I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste. As the two sat opposite each other under the candlelight, there was a warm coziness unique to familial settings. Avril, you've already added the world's best seasoning. How could it not suit my taste? The world's best seasoning? I haven't added anything that's special, just some ordinary. You have the world's best seasoning. That is your heartfelt effort, Avril. Such words, if used between a man and woman who had only recently become acquainted, would be considered a prime example of cringeworthy romantic lines. However, Banning in Avril's current atmosphere was perfect for it, successfully stirring up Avril's emotions and shifting the ambience from familial warmth to a warm friendliness. Avril, who had relaxed, now felt her attention sharpen once again. My heartfelt effort, what does he mean by that? Gratitude? Or could it be, has he noticed? No, surely not. Tonight's dinner table was destined to be the final battleground of Banning's campaign. Chapter 41 bonus Your World, it's not quite as exaggerated as that. Avril's face reddened as she hung her head low, seemingly probing under the table for some imaginary tiny sprite or the like, resolutely refusing to lift her gaze. Her mind was a frenzy of, it's over, could it be that Banning already knows I like him? Oh heavens, what am I to do? Banning, meanwhile, sat composedly opposite her, observing Avril's internal turmoil while consuming his meal, contemplating his next tactical move. In comparison to the flavorings and cooking methods of the Earth world, Avril's dinner could only be described as rather simplistic. Even with the most diplomatic phrasing, one could only say that high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. However, simplicity wasn't Avril's fault. It was the failing of a low productivity level in the prison star world. Yet, within this simplicity, one could easily perceive Avril's meticulous care. The yellowed, insect-bitten parts of the vegetable leaves had all been carefully removed. In the 2 plates of sautéed vegetables, the tender leaves were all selected for Banning, while the tougher stalks that were difficult to chew ended up on Avril's own plate. The fried meat was from the fresh meat Banning had brought previously. Evidently, Avril had not dared to consume it in recent days, waiting for an opportunity to prepare it for Banning. Among other such heartwarming minutiae, too numerous to list. These small details may seem trivial when examined separately, but when combined, they formed a priceless testament of love towards Banning, embodied in the subtle care taken. Many say that dating and marriage are 2 different things. Dating is like poetry and dreams. Marriage is mundane necessities. Young girls are pure and ethereal. Old wives are the epitome of fading charm. Many also say that good-looking girls may light up a room, but are too selfish to care for their partners. Therefore, girls suitable for dating often aren't suitable for married life. But Avril is different. She's a rare combination of both cuteness and careness. If she were in the Earth world, Centurado. Tyler didn't respond to the silly girl. He had been observing Avril Barado attentively and carefully than anyone else. How could he not be aware of her merits? However, when the lives of family and romantic relationship are placed on opposite sides of the balance, there simply is no correct answer to this dilemma. Who would have thought that the combination of amaranth greens and wood ear mushrooms could yield such a refreshing flavor? I was utterly oblivious. This is not my concoction. It was taught to me by my elder sister. At the dinner table, Tyler was tactfully easing the lingering tension with the evening's menu. Before moving forward with the plan, Tyler was methodically helping Avril relax. If Avril remained anxious and shy despite Tyler's guidance, the evening would not go as planned. Just like during the Rain Praise Festival, The village children are quite fond of the leather balls Avril makes. Whether it's tending the orchard, sewing, or cooking, Avril excels in all. That's just people being generous. I am not that accomplished. When you have some spare time, Avril, could I learn from you about nurturing fruit trees in the orchard? Ah, sure. Avril regretted her words almost as soon as they left her mouth. The thought of Rode also being in the orchard came to mind. The relationship between Rode and her was already somewhat awkward, and if Banning were to join them, Tyler silently observed Avril's inner turmoil. His intention was precisely to make Avril think of Rode and of her confession. Their conversation flowed easily, as if they were old friends well acquainted over many years. Gradually, Tyler sensed the atmosphere was ripe. It was time for his trump card. Avril, what are your future plans? Future. What do you mean by future? Avril thought Banning was referring to the matter of marriage when he mentioned future, causing her previously relaxed mood to tense up instantly. I mean your future life. You are incredibly talented in tailoring. Have you ever thought of advancing your craft in the town? However, Tyler's response immediately dispelled Avril's wild thoughts. In the midst of this earnest conversation, Avril, too, was led to ponder seriously, and gradually she relaxed. Everyone in the village has been so supportive of me. If I were to move to Good Town, there would be no one left in the village to make clothes. Don't worry about that. I've heard from the village chief that it only takes a day or two to travel from Good Town to Ira Village. If the villagers need you, you can come back every 2 weeks. At this point, Tyler posed a question to Avril. Avril, I believe what's crucial is what you wish to do, rather than incessantly meeting the expectations of others. Have you ever contemplated what you truly want to do? What I want to do? Avril fell into deep thought. From her youngest years to the present, Avril had never given this matter much thought. In her childhood, she had lived an unassuming life, accompanying her parents as they scratched out a living, blissfully ignorant of the world. Then, at the age of 11, her hometown was swept up in a significant event known as the Great Migration. In the midst of the Great Migration, those with usefulness were retained, while those deemed disposable were compelled to depart from their place of birth. This experience instilled in Avril an indelible conviction. She desired to become someone of usefulness to others. Later, in the interminable duration of the Great Migration, Avril became separated from her parents. From then on, she could only rely on her elder sister for survival. After half a year of wandering, the sisters found their way to Ira Forest. By a fortunate twist of fate, they encountered the benevolent village head Woodall, and at last they found themselves a new home. Eager to prove her value, Avril devoted herself to accommodating the needs of others. Day after day, she contemplated what she could contribute to her village, yet never questioned what she desired for herself. Now, confronted with this question from Banning, she found herself at a loss for an immediate answer. If she truly had to identify a desire, there's no need to force an answer if it doesn't come to you readily. It was merely a question that crossed my mind, he reassured her. Avril gazed at Banning. The kindly youth radiated a distinctive aura that set him apart from others, an attribute that persistently drew Avril's attention. Banning, you're remarkable. You seem much more mature than our peers, nor do you appear to have been raised within the confines of our village. The world you perceive is probably quite different from what we see, isn't it? Tyler remained silent, aware that Avril hadn't finished her thought. Hey, Banning, if it's possible, could you show me the world as you see it? I'd like to take in the landscapes that captivate your vision, wherever I may venture to in the future. Tyler queried. Wherever that might be. Avril nodded resolutely, oblivious to the trap Tyler had subtly laid out. In Tyler's perception, Avril's words amounted to a confession of love. However, Avril, with her more naive disposition, appeared oblivious to the implications carried by her words. Until, Avril, are you confessing your feelings to me? Avril was taken aback. Confession? Confess what? I didn't confess anything, did I? Wait a minute. What? What'd I just say? Avril swiftly replayed her words in her mind, after which Her cherubic face started to flush, from pink to crimson to scarlet. A faint wisp of steam started to rise from Averil's head. If one were to place a kettle on Averil's head at this moment, they would likely witness the spectacle of water boiling from the heat of a young girl's blush. Tyler missed this potential water-boiling opportunity, as his attention was arrested by a line of text appearing in his field of vision. Love confession from Avril confirmed. Energy points 1. Current energy points 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Tyler activated the precognitive danger scene function of his divine eye of transcendence. What unfolded before his eyes was a vision of himself facing a serious, life-threatening injury. Chapter 42 Death and Chance Prison Star Calendar Year 187, May 11th, 8:48 p.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 30 days witnessing one's own murder is invariably unsettling, especially with the knowledge that this event has tangibly transpired in the future. Tyler cast a glance at Averil's current condition. She was still in a state of overheating shutdown, her small head puffing adorable smoke, and so Tyler proceeded to assess the details within his own death scene. DSVEL.cm in the projection. Tyler found himself in the streets of an unknown town, surrounded by terrified onlookers. A man adorned in dark leather armor, sporting a cloak with a black foundation and red emblem, held a long sword single-handedly. He struck Tyler down with his blade, delivering a fatal blow. Undeniably, this was the moment of Tyler's death, the scene frozen for all to see. Due to the man's oblique positioning away from the camera, Tyler could not discern his face. However, the stranger's garb was unfamiliar to Tyler. The audacity to commit such a crime in broad daylight suggested that the man was either a noble, an assassin, or a lunatic. Nevertheless, Tyler was certain of one thing. The man was significantly bravado, powerful than him. Hence his instinctive action to flee. Regrettably, he ultimately met his demise to a cowardly backstab. Having assessed the general circumstances of his death scene, Tyler then began scrutinizing the details. He noticed that the cloaked man held a box in his hand. Carved on this box was a flaming emblem and a crest of a blazing stallion, identical to the one Tyler had previously retrieved from the body of Wolf, the leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. Tyler found it implausible for such a coincidence to exist in this world. Thus, he temporarily assumed that the man had pilfered his treasured box. Furthermore, the emblem on the man's cloak was the same as the one on the box, the flaming emblem and the blazing stallion. Consequently, it could be inferred that the cloaked man and the box likely originated from the same family or a similar type of organization. Viewing it in this light, the man's motive for murdering Tyler was likely to reclaim the gem, Pigeon Blood Ruby Philia, that was within the box. However, Tyler did not believe that himself would risk his life to keep the box. Therefore, the man must have decided to end his life even after Tyler had voluntarily handed over the box, indicating his exceedingly ruthless disposition. After viewing these details, Tyler finally confirmed the circumstances. This date was approximately 4 days away. Tyler calculated based on this date and realized that he would be in grave danger as soon as he arrived in the town, leaving no opportunity for escape. If not for the divine eye of transcendence, Tyler would not know how many times he had perished already. The world of difficulty, impossible, was truly deserving of its name. Now, having completed a preliminary analysis of the information within his death scene, Tyler temporarily arrived at 3 future steps. 1. Ascertain the name of the town in the death scene and avoid visiting it in the future. 2. Stow away the box containing Pigeon Red Ruby Philia somewhere safe, ensuring it is not carried on himself. 3. Seek information about the origin of the flaming emblem and the blazing stallion crest. When Avril emerged from her befuddled state, she discovered herself to be the last soul lingering at the dining table. Just as she was beginning to mourn Banning's absence, the delicate chime of utensils echoed from behind. On turning around, Avril discovered Banning dishwashing. Oh, eh. Confronted with this sight, Avril was at a loss for words. Or perhaps she had too many to choose from. The thought of Banning performing domestic chores in her kitchen was something she couldn't even have conjured in her dreams. Yuawak, Avril. You've been staring blankly for a while. You didn't even respond when I was speaking to you. Banning greeted Avril with a smile as she rose from her seat. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My mind just went blank all of a sudden. Avril attempted to recall the last thing she spoke to Banning, but found it elusive and instead remembered a playful agreement about Banning doing her dishes, causing her to suppress a chuckle. You've probably been worn out from all the Rain Praise festival preparation lately. You'll need a good rest tonight. Thank you, Banning. Avril looked at Banning, and suddenly a thought seemed to surface. I think I remember now. Cinchuredo, I always knew you wouldn't stay in the village forever. Avril's expression clouded slightly, and she looked at Banning, her words faltering. This time, Banning didn't attempt to draw out her confession of love. He simply watched her bury those feelings deep inside, waiting for a day when she might muster enough courage to voice them. The buried confession left Avril with a nagging feeling of forgetting something important, but she couldn't quite place it. After several unsuccessful attempts, she decided to let it be. Now, watching Banning wash the dishes, she was reminded of her parents cleaning up after dinner together. This overlap of past and present brought warmth to her heart, intermingled with a tinge of nostalgia. As they conversed during the cleaning, Banning casually asked a question. By the way, Avril, have you heard the name Lena? Lena? I don't think so. I don't believe there's anyone by that name in our village. Tyler wasn't asking this casually. This name might be directly related to Ghostel. From Avril's truthful response and absence of any suspicious mental activity, Tyler confirmed that Avril indeed didn't know the name Lena. So, did Avril know about Ghostel? If Tyler were to ask, Avril, do you know your sister turned into a ghost? He could possibly glean crucial information instantly, but after much hesitation, he chose not to pose this harsh question to Avril. Even though he had secured the perfect opportunity for confession, he couldn't bring himself to ask. The culmination of the chore to clean and put away the dinnerware was within sight when a knock on the door drew attention. It was someone in search of Avril, stating that the village head had business with her. Apparently, there was a surplus of fruit mint for jam making that needed to be returned to the orchard for management. No concerns, Avril. I shall take care of things here. You proceed first, and once I am done, I shall join you at the village chief's. Well, all right. I apologize, Banning, for the imposition. I shall treat you to a meal next time. Avril's departure was a surprise to Tyler, yet it presented an opportunity. Initially, Tyler intended to seek another chance to infiltrate Avril's home in pursuit of the key, but now that opportunity had presented itself, it was senseless to pass it up. Abandoning the plate in his hand, Tyler immediately began to stride about the house in search of the key. With the experience of his previous search, he quickly eliminated most areas of the house, finally focusing his attention on two identical rag dolls. These dolls were placed in Avril and Elle's rooms. Giving the dolls a squeeze and a shake, Tyler discerned that they both concealed metal within. After a thorough exploration, he indeed discovered secret seams and reached inside to retrieve two distinct keys. Although he was uncertain as to why there were two keys, he was sure that one of them would unlock the sealed room. Approaching the door to the room, he tried inserting the first key, which failed to align with the lock. However, the second key slotted in successfully. The answer lies within this room. Inhaling deeply, Tyler turned the key, and with a click, the lock sprung open. Then, accompanied by a high-pitched creaking sound, the wooden door gradually swung open. Chapter 43 bonus: The Locked Room. Upon opening the door, Tyler instinctively took cover by the exterior wall. He gripped the willow leaf dagger, holding his breath, keen not to miss any sound from within the room. Prior to this evening, when considering locked rooms, Tyler had anticipated the worst-case scenario. The moment he opened the door, Ghostel would burst out and instantly attack him. However, after employing his ability Precognitive Death Scene, Tyler assured himself that he wouldn't die here tonight, giving him more courage to unlock this door leading to the unknown. Nevertheless, Tyler wasn't reckless, just because he knew he wouldn't die for another 5 days. He understood well that the future is not immutable. If he were to change his usual behavior after knowing the future of death, there could be a deviation from that future, potentially triggering a new way of dying. In an extreme case, if Tyler were to use the dagger on himself, he would meet a swift end. Future death scene was not a get-out-of-jail-free card for him. Thus, Tyler continued to cautiously wait for the person inside the room to make a move, assuming there really was a person. 5 minutes had passed. 10 minutes had passed. The once locked room remained eerily silent, with only the chirping insects outside and Silly Neeson's shouting accompanying Tyler. Silly Neeson, shall we go in? There shouldn't be any ghosts. Right-ho, DSVL, CM. The sound of Silly Neeson's nervous stutter echoed in her speech. Although he couldn't see her, Tyler could easily imagine her trembling. Frankly, Tyler was somewhat nervous too. He wasn't afraid when dealing with people, as their attack methods are predictable, and he could buy some time with his mind-reading ability. However, ghosts are different. They might attack like wild animals or demons, perhaps even possessing special abilities unknown to him. Tyler, we'll only know if they're ghosts once we go in. Tyler glanced at the word T carved into his palm, which somewhat steadied his heartbeat. No matter what was to occur, Ghost L couldn't possibly be more terrifying than failing his mission and not being able to save his parents. With a deep breath, Tyler tightened his grip on the dagger, and as he ignited the luminous magic stone, he quickly moved. If Ghost L were indeed lurking in this pitch-black room, then at least this suddenly lit magic stone would cause her to lose her vision for a few seconds. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. After several bouts of respiration, illumined by the luminescent magical stone, Tyler discerned an eerie emptiness within the room, devoid of a single humanoid figure. Has someone concealed their presence, or could it be? Tyler cautiously ventured into the room, swiveling continuously in an attempt to avoid a sudden attack from his blind spots. He noted the room bore resemblance to a warehouse, with shelving units lining the walls of the rectangular space. The shelves, barren of items, were enveloped in a dense layer of dust, as was the floor. Centurado, didn't you just declare that emotions irrelevant to the mission are not worth the time? Silly Neeson. Now that the confession points are within reach, why are you still prying into Elle's affairs? Silly Neeson, you are just worried about Avril, and that's why you're investigating this room, Centurado. Impossible to identify, even with his appraisal ability. Following the barely discernible footprints, Tyler found himself at the edge of a large rug in the middle of the room. The footprints appear to go up to the rug and then pivot back. An empty room like this, locked without reason. Avril certainly opened this room more than 2 years ago, yet she has no memory of it. She even thinks her sister locked it. After mulling over these thoughts, Tyler exited the room to ensure Avril was not about to return. He then ventured back into the locked room and secured the door from the inside. Silly Neeson, Tyler, have you lost your mind? Why? Why are you locking yourself inside? Tyler, if Avril comes back, at least she won't instantly discover that I've opened the room. Tyler returned to the edge of the rug, held his breath, and painstakingly began to peel it from its original position. Despite his careful movements, dust swirled in the air. When the dust eventually settled, an unanticipated sight met his eyes. A square panel, seemingly designed to be lifted, concealed beneath the rug. Silly Neeson. Dash. Oh my God, could there be a secret chamber beneath this room? Although he had predicted such a revelation, Tyler could not help but feel his heart thrumming at a frantic pace. The real secret, it appeared, was hidden beneath this panel. Tyler employed the universal stone to illuminate the intricate details upon the hatch, discerning a lock nestled within it. The second key, its purpose lies here. With key inserted and turned, an audible click sounded, and the hatch sprung slightly ajar. Silly Neeson, could it be that beneath Ghost L is hidden? The air is so stifling below, it's hardly a hospitable living condition. The timorous voice of the frightened young girl paradoxically emboldened Tyler. The advantageous terrain was his, Should any entity attempt to escape from the underground chamber, Head promptly seal the hatch, blocking their path. In the accompaniment of the trembling voice of the frightened girl, Tyler slowly unhinged the hatch. A short ladder leading down to the subterranean chamber presented itself to his sight. Without delay, Tyler illuminated the chamber interior with the universal stone. The structure of the underground chamber was rather square, shelving units arranged within. He could grasp the overall layout at a glance. Crucially, there were no traces of human presence. However, due to the horizontal boards obstructing the shelves, Tyler was unable to discern the exact contents from his vantage point above. Hence, he sheathed his dagger for the time being. Gripping the luminescent universal stone, he gingerly descended into the chamber. These are leather, fabric, and similar materials. A swift scan around, Tyler made a preliminary confirmation of the items on the shelves. Nothing seemed particularly noteworthy. He exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as Ghost L wasn't encountered, the situation remained manageable. However, this thought was thoroughly uprooted mere minutes later. The clues capable of unveiling the truth were already neatly displayed before Tyler's eyes. He just hadn't yet deciphered their meaning. These witnesses, forever silenced, were about to utterly overturn Tyler's perception of Avril, L, and the Ira village that had formed over these past few days. Chapter 44L in the subterranean chamber. The air bore an extraordinary murkiness, pervaded with an indescribable stench of decay, forcing Tyler to mask his face in his collar to mitigate inhalation. Simultaneously, Avril's impending return kept Tyler on high alert. The slightest disturbance from the outside world was enough to cause his heart to skip a beat. His present task was to scrutinize the items on the shelves as swiftly as possible, discerning the reasons behind their secretive placement. Tyler positioned himself before the nearest shelf, illuminating the items on display. What kind of leather is this? Rows of impeccably cut, unidentified leather were stacked on the shelf. He brushed a hand over one, finding it remarkably smooth. The texture felt strangely familiar, yet he could not recall from where. Subsequently, Tyler turned his attention to the next shelf, filled likewise with similar leather, although these were in their original, uncut rolls. Then, on another shelf, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a series of semi-finished leather balls. Tyler recognized these. Practically every child in the village had one. Suddenly, it clicked. The familiar texture from the leather was that of the leather balls. This leather was the raw material used to craft them. Moreover, the leather dolls in Avril and Elle's room were stitched from this very material, which now explained the familiarity. Leather balls, leather dolls, the underground chamber, the locked room, Elle's missing remains, dates and Beacon's insane utterances. Tyler began to sense that something was terribly wrong. It wasn't the shock of stumbling upon a crime scene. It was the mounting dread that emerged from the gradual confluence of ominous signs. In this moment, Tyler felt as though a myriad of ants were crawling up his back, his skin breaking out in goosebumps. He sensed an insidious truth looming in the shadows, the evidence for which seemed a mere puzzle piece away. Tyler's heart rate escalated as he approached the final shelf. Illuminated by the magic stone, what was on display on the lowest tier of the shelf made him momentarily forget to breathe. It was a row of preserved human faces. Each face bore a meticulous semblance of preservation, devoid of any trace of rot or rancid stench, and eerily still, they were naught but flaccid masks of human skin resting in place. Tyler was rooted to the spot for quite a while, unable to move. It took him numerous deep breaths to still his thundering heartbeats. Are these actually human faces? Suppressing his breath, Tyler picked up one of the faces. Cinchuredo, the leather barato that the village children played with, had a mysterious and troubling origin. They were crafted by Avril as gifts for the children. Could Avril have been unaware of the dark secrets behind the materials? Strange and unsettling discoveries were found within Avril's house, raising questions about her actions. Could Avril truly dissociate herself from these horrendous findings? All along, Tyler had been focusing his attention on Ghost L, but now he realized he had been wrong. He had been misled by Dade and Beacon's words, thinking that the potentially problematic one was Ghost L, while Avril was just a victim. However, knowing Avril as he did, she truly had no reason or means to commit such atrocities. Having seen into Avril's heart countless times, Tyler knew that a person capable of such actions could not possibly possess a heart as pure and unblemished as hers. Thus, having ruled out all impossibilities, only one possibility remained, the one Tyler had initially contemplated but had set aside due to lack of evidence. Time to ascend. There's no purpose in staying here any longer. Tyler left the underground chamber, with the strange girl unusually quiet, evidently having fainted again. Just as Tyler was resealing the underground chamber, there suddenly came a creak sound from outside the door. Is it Avril returning? Tyler remembered that this kind of noise would be made when walking on the aged wooden floor of the corridor. At this late hour, the only person who had come to Avril's house other than Avril herself was not likely. Tyler pondered and decided not to open the door, but to stay in the room, intending to leave quietly after Avril had gone to bed. He thought Avril would presume he had gone home after finding he was not in the room. However, the creak sound progressed all the way to the locked room door. Tyler felt as if he could already see Avril standing at the door by listening to the sound. "Banning, are you in there?" Avril's voice came from outside the door, but it sounded somewhat different from before, less tender, more detached, as if her voice had been drained of emotions. Tyler did not respond. He drew his dagger and held it in his hand, quietly moving to the side of the door. This way, even if Avril managed to open the door and come in, she wouldn't be able to locate Tyler immediately. "Banning, are you in there?" Avril's voice reverberated once again, and this time, Tyler sensed she was almost pressing herself against the door. Something was amiss. The overwhelming aura emanating from her bore no resemblance to the Avril Tyler knew. At this point, Tyler wished his heart could pause its rhythmic beating, fearing the echoing thuds might betray his presence to Avril. "If you want answer, it'll just come in." With a loud clang, the doorknob was forcefully twisted, but because of the lock, the door remained closed. Following the first attempt, another resounding clang echoed, this one even stronger. The sheer bravado of it made it hard for Tyler to associate the noise with Avril. Who was this individual standing outside the door? After multiple failed attempts to open the door, a brief moment of silence enveloped the area. Just as Tyler thought the individual had given up, a sudden crack shattered the silence. The doorknob and lock were forcefully flung away by an unknown tool wielding immense power. "All your fault for not opening up. Now that the door's broken, even your apologies are too late." With a bone-chilling voice, the door was flung open. The light from outside spilled into the room, illuminating the cover of the underground chamber situated in the middle. Avril's silhouette, cast within the light, appeared eerily unfamiliar to Tyler. "Still playing hide and seek? You're not a child anymore. Banning, are you?" Avril strode into the room, one hand gripping a long-handled axe and the other holding a pair of oversized scissors. She slowly approached the chamber cover, the misplaced rug making her believe that Banning was hidden underneath. Tyler, sticking close to the wall in the shadows, held his breath and vigilantly watched Avril's actions. To his astonishment, the information he gathered from Avril did not match her. L, female, 16 years old, villager of Ira Village. Production occupation, non-manufacturing occupation. Tailor, LV9 combat occupation. Murderous phantom, LV6 chapter 45 moment of life and death. What's going on? Why am I detecting L's information from Avril? Tyler was instantaneously petrified, given that the identification information was displayed as such. The girl before him could only be L, a resurrected ghost L after turning into a corpse. It was only then that Tyler understood. The exact same mentioned by Dade and Beacon Brothers was truly literal. Just by appearances, he couldn't distinguish whether the girl before him was Avril or L. But disregarding the identical hairstyles, why are even the clothes the exact same? Is this merely a coincidence? Or there were many questions he wanted to ponder, but the current situation did not permit deep thought. Not even 5 meters away from Tyler, Ghost L bent down and tugged on the secret room's cover, discovering it to be locked. She instantly understood that Banning could not possibly be hiding inside, for she knew that the cover could only be locked from the outside. "Ah, so you're in the room, Banning." Ghost L swiftly turned her head and scanned the entire room. Tyler had nowhere to hide and was seen, no, Ghost L hadn't spotted Tyler, for she was standing right where the rays of light from outside the room were reaching, and her surroundings were plunged into endless darkness. This rendered her unable to see into the shadows. Ghost L quickly realized this. She briskly returned to the entrance and shut the door. As long as she allowed her eyes to adjust to the darkness, locating Banning within the room would be no difficult feat. Just moments ago, Tyler had wanted to escape the room before Ghost L. However, the combat occupation, Murderous Phantom, LV6 and her information deterred him from taking such a risk. Even if he wanted to escape, Tyler would first have to immobilize Ghost L for a brief moment. To expose his defenseless back to her would be akin to courting death. Seeing that Ghost L was gradually adapting to the darkness within the room, Tyler had no choice but to risk throwing a bag of money, loot from defeating the Crimson Cloud bandits, towards the far end of the room. The bag collided with the wall, producing a crisp noise, and Ghost L immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Seizing this opportunity, Tyler sprinted towards the door. His heavy footsteps quickly made Ghost L realize that she had been distracted by a decoy. She immediately changed her direction and charged towards Tyler. Tyler was prepared for this. He raised a luminescent magic stone towards his back. The instant brightness blinded Ghost L, who had adapted to the darkness, rendering her incapable of moving for over 10 seconds. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Tyler dashed out of the room, fleeing towards the outside as if he were flying. Great, she hasn't caught up yet. Upon reaching the entrance of the house, Tyler glanced back. Next, Cinchuredo Tyler instinctively sidestepped but was nonetheless stabbed in the shoulder. As he was being stabbed, he retaliated with a sidekick, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to send Ghost L's long-handled axe flying from her grasp. However, this action was not without cost. He took another heavy sidekick from Ghost L, causing him to lose balance and tumble backward onto the ground. "Ah, finally captured you, Banning." Ghost L planted her foot on Tyler's ankle, peering down at him from a position of advantage. Did she outpace me by vaulting through the window and staking out the doorway? Damn, I didn't anticipate such swift movement. Clutching the wound on his shoulder, Tyler felt blood slowly oozing out. If he had not dodged earlier, the stab would have found his chest instead. There is no doubt that Ghost L had intended to kill Tyler with that strike. Now, with his own death seemingly imminent, Tyler was surprisingly composed. He staunchly believed that if he maintained his typical style of action, his death-bound state would not prematurely descend. Tyler felt that the current situation was somewhat amiss, sensing he had overlooked some illogical aspect. Suppose the one standing before him was indeed Ghost L, then why was she labeled as a villager from Ira Village in his appraisal information? Logically, she should carry a descriptor like Ghost or Undead. Furthermore, Ghost L's discourse just now was very coherent, unlike the deranged ranting typical of a murderous phantom. Come to think of it, why would Ghost L, whom I've never met, know my name, recognize my appearance, and guessed at him in the locked room? Apart from Avril, no one else knew I was in Avril's room tonight. Did Avril invite Ghost L to harm me? Because I discovered the secret in the room? Tyler's mind was racing at an extraordinary pace. He quickly glanced at the shoe cabinet by the door. Avril's slippers were still there, indicating that Avril had not returned. Therefore, she couldn't possibly know that Tyler had been in the locked room. Following this, Tyler cast a look at Ghost L's feet. She wore shoes identical to Avril's. Even if one were to dress identically deliberately, could such perfect mimicry be achieved amid tonight's unexpected events? Tyler posited that the unfolding circumstances suggested that the situation was not as simple as Ghost L going berserk and trying to kill him. This L who was trying to kill him was more likely a human, not a ghost. The next statement might seem contradictory, but this was exactly what Tyler believed. He reckoned that the ghost Elle before him was not a ghost at all. She was, in fact, Avril. What? You're no longer able to beg for mercy? Quite the disappointment. Ghost Elle raised her colossal shears, ready to strike. In response, Tyler raised his dagger in defense, positioning it in front of him. Although currently encumbered by his inability to move, Tyler's defensive posture granted him an advantage over Ghost Elle, who stood towering above him. Ghost Elle halted at Tyler's defensive posture. Tyler, through his mind-reading ability, he perceived her dangerous intentions toward him. Without injury, he seized this opportunity to disrupt her rhythm with a question. Why do you seek to harm me? Because you've discovered the secret I've hidden in the basement. Are you implying that the matters of the basement only concern you and bear no relation to Avril? Hearing this, Ghost Elle was evidently taken aback. How did you discern that I am not Avril? I not only determined that you're not Avril, but I also know that you are Elle. Capitalizing on the advantages of his mind-reading ability, Tyler launched an attack through his words. Ghost Elle was clearly daunted by Tyler's assertions, which further affirmed Tyler's conjecture. As long as Tyler's deductions were not in error, the balance of victory in this battle had already tipped in his favor. More accurately, you're not even Elle. You're a second persona fabricated by Avril for self-protection. You were created because Avril could not accept her sister's tragic demise. You are the fake Elle. Seizing the moment of Ghost Elle's internal turmoil, Tyler threw out his conclusion. Ghost Elle's complexion changed immediately, her countenance shedding the bravado and gaining hints of panic, yet that was all there was. Even if you're aware, what difference does it make? You still have to meet your doom. I can swear to keep your secret. Laughable. You men are untrustworthy. Face your death. Ghost Elle had no intentions of granting Tyler any respite. She tightened her grip on the colossal shears and lunged at Tyler. Tyler immediately horizontally held his dagger in an attempt to parry the attack. However, he hadn't anticipated that Ghost Elle would split her shears mid-attack into two short blades. One blade knocked Tyler's dagger aside, while the other was aimed at Tyler's chest. In the face of life and death, Tyler kicked Ghost Elle off her feet and swiftly rolled to increase the distance between them. Ed, hear me out. What happened to Lena is a tragedy. Not all men in this world are like those you've killed. Tyler's words halted Ghost Elle, who was just about to rise and pursue him. Chapter 46, Tyler's deduction. How could you possibly know about Lena? A bouillie d'expression surfaced en Ghost Elle face. At this point, Tyler was confident of his impending victory, despite the somewhat dishonorable methods he would resort to. I not only know about Lena, but I also know that her remains lie within your coffin. Tyler continued playing his hand, witnessing with clarity the gradual freeze of Ghost Elle's expression. No wonder, for as far as Ghost Elle was concerned, no one should know about her past actions, including her identity. Yet here was this young man, laying bare one revelation after another with an alarming ease. But what Tyler knew went beyond that. The matter regarding Lena began 2 days ago, when Mary actively sought out Tyler and took him back to her home. Mary informed Tyler that Lena was a friend from her past. Because Lena's line of work was looked down upon by others, Mary only interacted with her privately and never brought her to Ira Village. The so-called streetwalker girls were homeless women wandering and offering companionship. After the Great Migration in those years, such individuals emerged in various places. Perhaps because both were open-minded in their personal interactions, Mary and Lena maintained a decent relationship. About 2.5 years ago, Lena met with Mary in Ira Forest, informing her that she had an appointment with a patron from Luca Village. She intended to make quick money in Ira Forest that night. That turned out to be the last time Mary saw Lena. The night they bid each other farewell, a terrible crime occurred near the cemetery of Ira Forest. 3 middle-aged men from Luca Village were bravado in a brutal manner, and the aftermath was horrifying. The scene was deeply disturbing and shocked the local community, prompting an urgent investigation by the authorities. Following that incident, Mary never saw Lena again. She had a hunch that Lena might have been a victim in the tragic events, though she was never found. What followed was pure speculation on Tyler's part. He believed that someone like Lena could not suddenly take the lives of 3 middle-aged men, and neither did she possess the capability to do so. So, who committed the murders, and why did Lena's remains appear in Elle's grave? Tyler posited that the killer was Averil's secondary personality, Elle. 3 years ago, in the wake of Elle's tragic death, an excessively grieving Averil unwittingly created a protective, sisterly personality. Yet, from Tyler's understanding of Averil's inner world, she herself was unaware of the existence of this dual personality. This meant that all memories generated from Elle's actions were partitioned off from Averil, with Averil remaining oblivious to Elle's deeds. So, when Tyler questioned Averil, she could genuinely claim ignorance without lying. As to why Tyler concluded that Elle's personality surfaced 3 years ago, it was because Averil had mastered manufacturing occupation, tailor LV4, at a young age. Tyler believed this was linked to her secondary personality, Elle. Granny Kana once asserted, both sisters quickly became indispensable to the community. One excelled at growing fruit, the other at sewing garments. Quotes from Chapter 14. Dating and psychology. Elle manifested proficiency in dressmaking, while Averil was solely adept at growing fruit. Averil's tailoring aptitude unveiled itself posthumously, Elle's demise marking a curious timing. It may be more coherent to presume the emergence of Averil's secondary personality, Elle, has influenced her transition to a manufacturing occupation. Further conjecture of Tyler's suggests that Elle's presence primarily emerged when Averil was asleep, eliminating the potential for unexplainable memory gaps. This theory might elucidate why only Dade and Beacon observed Elle in the nighttime. As for the incident where Dade and Beacon spotted Elle wielding a pair of scissors in the Ira forest, it could relate to a serious crime that occurred there. The nocturnal Elle encountered Lena being threatened by Luca Village's guests. Elle intervened and stopped the 3 men. Yet Lena succumbed to her injuries. Perhaps out of pity for Lena, or perhaps for another undisclosed reason, Elle interred Lena's remains in her own coffin. As for the original occupant of the coffin, Elle's corpse had been exhumed by the time Averil conjured the secondary personality. After treating the corpse, Elle fashioned 2 dolls, currently serving as a hiding place for the keys in Averil and Elle's shared room. However, the death toll by Elle's hand didn't cease there. Village Chief Woodall once mentioned to Tyler, in these past 3 years, I reckon about a dozen folk have disappeared overnight. I understand that ours is a village founded by wanderers, so such occurrences are common. But, after sharing acquaintance, it seems right to bid a proper farewell before leaving, doesn't it? Quotes from Chapter 19. Hunting in the woods at the time, Tyler did not perceive any abnormalities. However, integrating various clues led him to discern underlying issues in those words. Tyler speculated that a significant majority of those disappearances were due to Elle's lethal actions. A major predicament of a wanderer-occupied village is the uncontrollable quality of newcomers. Fugitives, thieves, and individuals with unsavory histories could masquerade as ordinary settlers. And Averil, one of the few young women in the village, lived alone. Who could guarantee the prevention of malevolence come nightfall? Fortunately, Averil was safeguarded by Elle. Those intending harm towards Averil met their end at the hands of Elle, which explains the grim evidence found in the underground chamber. It also warrants mention that Elle stands as a formidable figure, known for dealing decisively with threats. She has successfully eliminated those who targeted her, but has masterfully camouflaged their demise to appear as if they had simply left the village, thereby providing authentic protection to Averil. For even when the Barato men are wicked, it still constitutes a serious crime. If discovered, the burden of this heinous act would inevitably fall upon Averil. This conjecture, Tyler believes, finds its most compelling evidence in Elle's mastery over a combat occupation, which bears the ominous name Murderous Phantom. Nonetheless, Elle is, after all, a persona born from the throes of Avril's acute torment. Consequently, apart from shielding Avril, Elle possesses a certain pathological psyche, be it fashioning her own corpse into a doll or carrying out dark acts on the men she's slain. These are deeds far removed from the actions of a sound mind. Tyler unveiled a portion of his ponderings and assumptions in a deliberate and measured fashion, rendering Elle, who had originally intended to harm him, dumbstruck and temporarily motionless. By reading Elle's reactions through his mind-reading ability, Tyler knew that most of his conjectures were accurate. However, none of that mattered, for Tyler's primary objective had been largely accomplished. I must concede, you indeed possess considerable skill. Elle began clapping her hands, yet I must still dispatch you. Uttering these words, Elle advanced step by step towards Tyler, gripping in each hand a short blade formed from disassembling an oversized pair of scissors. Hold, wait. I swear to guard these secrets, never to utter a word. Do you believe I would trust you? You, a man who spews nothing but lies. Elle sneered disdainfully, her eyes brimming with contempt for Tyler. What lies have I spoken? Tyler was perplexed. In his recollection, all the falsehoods he had spun remained undiscovered. Avril confessed her feelings to you, yet you feigned ignorance. Only when Elle voiced this vehement rebuke did Tyler comprehend. Although Avril might be oblivious to Elle's memories, Elle was intimately acquainted with every detail of Avril's recollections. Chapter 47, the trump card. If it were not for Elle's reproach of himself as a jerk, Tyler wouldn't have noticed the flaws in his calculations for quite some time. Elle's memories were unidirectionally impeded from reaching Avril, but Avril's memories, on the other hand, were crystal clear to Elle. Had it not been so, Elle would never have known that Tyler might be hiding in a locked room. Now, however, Tyler's recent actions of leading Avril to confess and then, under the guise of nonchalance, taking advantage of her introversion, were all observed by Elle in full clarity. Elle would never believe that Tyler could keep a secret. Very well, I admit my fault. I confess that I have evaded. Tyler slowly stepped back, with a wound on his shoulder, leaving him with only one hand to fight. In terms of combat occupations, a junior assassin, level 3 against a murderous phantom. Level 6 already places Tyler at a significant disadvantage, especially without knowing Avril's attributes and skills. Furthermore, Avril has already killed more than a dozen adult men, highlighting a clear gap in combat experience. Tyler glanced at his status information. His current life energy was 2230, and endurance was 1424 -2, judging by his blood loss. He would be done for after 2 or 3 more strikes. It was unexpected that injuries would also affect the maximum value of his endurance. The weaker he was, Cinchuredo, how will you explain it to the people in the village? No need for explanations. Once we clean up this place later, no one will know what happened here. Everyone will simply believe that you left the village, just like when others disappeared, right? Yes. Tyler made an effort to divert Avril's attention through conversation. Generally speaking, the conversation had reached a dead end, but Tyler already had a way out of this predicament. But you know, Avril, I seem to be a little smarter than the others, don't you think? Before tonight's Rain Praise Festival, I left a letter for the village chief. The letter states, if I go missing tonight, it's because I was killed by Avril. You, Elle, who was about to take action, was once again immobilized by Tyler's words. But in reality, Tyler had not written any so-called letter to the village chief. It was all a lie he made up on the spot. After hearing such a threat, would Elle still dare to challenge him? Tyler bet that she wouldn't. You're lying. If you think I'm lying, then go ahead and stop me. Tyler even threw the dagger to the ground, assuming a non-resistant posture. This act of evasion infuriated Elle, yet she felt powerless. Tyler saw through the situation clearly. Elle's primary motive for wanting to act against him was to protect Avril. If she struck now, it would only endanger Avril. Therefore, Elle no longer had a reason to make a move. One unable to strike, the other unable to escape. The two sides remained deadlocked. However, after a brief stalemate, Elle suddenly laughed. So, you think you're clever, huh? Elle took a step towards Tyler. If there was any miscalculation on Tyler's part, it was that one should never push a madman into a corner. Centuriato seeing Elle turning around to attack once again, Tyler had nowhere to hide, not even the weapon he had just carelessly thrown away. At that moment, Elle's feet stumbled strangely, and her short blade inexplicably fell to the ground. She couldn't pick it up and could only support herself against the wall, as if she could collapse at any moment. What's happening? Elle held her head with her hand, seemingly in a severe daze. This time, it was Tyler's turn to laugh. He cautiously moved away from the corner of the wall and picked up the dagger from the ground. Slowly, he retreated, increasing the distance between him and Elle. Don't run. Elle wanted to chase after Tyler, but now she could hardly even maintain her standing position, let alone move. Huff, finally taking effect. Tyler watched Elle from a distance, not retaliating, just waiting for her to collapse on her own. What? What took effect? You didn't poison Avril, did you? When did you? Elle's face was filled with disbelief. In her memory, Avril had prepared dinner tonight. How could she have been poisoned? Do you still remember who served dinner tonight? Tyler asked with a smile. Centuriato, it can disrupt the autonomic nervous system's control. Quotes from Chapter 38. Festival coming, simply put, you will gradually start to fall asleep, and then your body will exhibit symptoms such as convulsions and cyanosis, until finally death. As Elle looked at the extremely arrogant Banning before her, she wanted to say something more, but she couldn't speak anymore. Intense dizziness and drowsiness had taken over Elle's body. She couldn't understand why Banning would poison Avril. Since when did Banning start suspecting Avril? This man could actually harm a girl who loved him like this? No matter what, only she was guilty. Avril was innocent. Banning, filled with deep remorse and unwillingness, Elle collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Tyler could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In his understanding, the effects of mandrake poisoning would typically take effect within half an hour, at the latest within 3 hours. Perhaps those with combat occupations had better constitutions. It took Avril over an hour after dinner to show signs of poisoning. If the toxin had taken effect later, Tyler might not have been able to save his own life. But this was also Tyler's own fault. To avoid endangering Avril's life, he had only administered a small dose. The toxicity of this dosage would allow Avril to sleep for 2 to 3 hours before her body would naturally detoxify, without leaving any sequelae. As for phrases like you will gradually start to fall asleep, and then you will suffer serious harm, until finally death, Tyler had simply said those things to frighten Avril. Tyler knew very well that if he hadn't unlocked the locked room at night, the situation wouldn't have escalated to Avril attempting to harm him. But now, things had become somewhat troublesome. Judging from Avril's recent frenzy, if he didn't stop her, she would surely not let up until she was dealt with. However, if he were to act against Avril, innocent Avril would also have to face an uncertain fate alongside him. Tyler looked down at the fallen Avril, Elle, on the ground. The petite and gentle girl resembled a sleeping kitten. Who could imagine her recent reckless actions? So, should he spare her or not? This question loomed before Tyler, and he had to make a choice. Chapter 48, Silent Farewell, Prison Star Calendar, May 12th, 187, 6:48 a.m., countdown to confession of death. 29 days remaining. Village Chief Woodall awakened to find a letter on his doorknob. It was a letter from Banning, roughly stating that he had decided to venture out and would visit the village again in the future. Banning expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Village Chief Woodall and everyone in the village, stating that he had spent delightful days there. He has indeed left. I had hopes of grooming him as the next village chief. Seeing Woodall lamenting, his wife approached and inquired about the reason. Woodall told his spouse that he should have encouraged Banning to be with Avril, as there was an obvious connection between the two young individuals. If they married, Banning could have stayed in Ira village. His spouse contemplated for a moment and then said, "Is there a possibility that once they are together, Avril will leave with Banning? In that case, the village would lose someone skilled in sewing, wouldn't it?" Woodall had a sudden realization upon hearing this. Indeed, it would not be acceptable. It would be a case of penny wise, pound foolish. But, his departure feels so sudden. We agreed last time to bid farewell properly before leaving. Could it be that the lad is just shy? After venting his frustrations and having breakfast, Woodall went to Averil's house. Considering Banning's shyness, Woodall assumed that he might not have bid farewell properly to Averil. As the village chief and an informed individual, he felt obliged to inform Averil. As he was about to knock on the door, Woodall faintly sensed an unusual scent in the air. He sniffed with force and caught a lingering smell of blood. With over 20 years of hunting experience, he would never overlook such an important clue as a strange smell in the air. What's going on? Woodall looked around, but found no clear traces of anything unusual. He temporarily set aside the matter and knocked on Averil's door. "Good morning, Averil. It's me, the village chief. I have something to discuss with you." Woodall knocked on the door for a while, but no one answered. How strange. Averil would usually be up by this time. Could it be that she's already gone out? Is it possible? An ominous feeling surged in Woodall's heart. Could it be that his Barato-esque words had come true? Did Averil run away with Banning? But that's not right. Banning's letter didn't mention Averil. A faint, unsettling odor permeating the Barato made Woodall increasingly uneasy. He bent down and smelled the floor at the doorstep, discovering that the source of the strange, stained smell was the floor. The dark marks had been wiped away, but the residue had seeped into the wood and couldn't be erased. Avril. Woodall realized that something bad might have happened and kicked the door open with a strong kick. He rushed into the house, and at that moment, "Chief!" Avril stood in the living room, her face filled with terror as she watched Woodall. It seemed like she was about to open the door. Are you all right, Avril?" Woodall awkwardly scratched his head, relieved that Avril wasn't behind the door just now. "I'm fine. But, village chief, what happened to you?" The door of Averil's house fell to the ground with a resounding bang. At this opportune moment, as if accusing Woodall of his recent brutality. Sai. Woodall informed Avril about the bloody incident at the door. Upon hearing it, Avril couldn't help but burst into laughter. She told the village chief that Banning had brought her fresh meat last night, and it might be that some blood hadn't been cleaned properly and had dripped onto the doorstep. After Averil's revelation, Woodall felt even more reluctant to disclose Banning's departure. However, seeing the melancholic expression on Averil's face when she mentioned Banning, he had a vague sense that she might already know. Thus, he decided to tell her the truth. "Well, I know. Banning also left a letter for me. Thank you, village chief, for coming here to inform me." Avril lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground. It was only at that moment that Woodall noticed Averil's slightly swollen eyes, as if she had just finished crying. Since Avril was already aware, the village chief had nothing more to say in this situation. He didn't know how to comfort a girl in such circumstances. Woodall made an appointment with Avril to come later and fix the door, then he left. In the forest of Ira village, Tyler was pulling an arrow out of Grass Fox Rabbit. Successfully killed Grass Fox Rabbit. Occupation experience 20, current experience 200-400. After the actual hunting, Tyler now understood why the village chief's hunter profession was only at level 2. It was indeed not easy to level up in this regard. The wildlife in Ira Forest was not only scarce in variety, but also mostly weak, resulting in meager experience points. But precisely because of this, Ira Village could maintain such peace. After a night of rest, Tyler's life energy had recovered to 2630. The endurance reduction of -2 had also disappeared automatically. However, the remaining 4 points of missing life energy seemed to require the healing of the wound on his Barato before they could be restored. This phenomenon made Tyler realize that the seemingly gamified numerical display was actually a reflection of harsh reality. If Avril had seriously injured him last night, his maximum life energy would likely have been permanently reduced. During the critical moment of decision last night, Tyler chose not to Barato. Although the foolish girl was indeed foolish, she was right in terms of emotions. The reason Tyler took the risk to break into the locked room was indeed to ensure Avril's safety. Now that the puzzle had been solved, Elle was indeed a dangerous presence, but her actions were all motivated by the desire to protect Avril. In that case, it was acceptable for her to stay. Moreover, while Elle had killed, it was all in self-defense. Conversely, as long as Avril wasn't in danger, Elle wouldn't appear. The fact that Tyler hadn't encountered Elle at night in the past few days was the best evidence. Therefore, Tyler's final decision was to leave Ira Village and find the next target for confession in another location. DSVEL.cm. Before parting, Tyler used a needle and thread from Avril's house to bandage his wound. He tidied up Avril's house, cleaned up the bloodstains from the fight, closed the windows and doors, and put the 2 keys back in their original positions, making the house look as if nothing had happened. Finally, he helped Avril onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left. Tyler wrote 2 letters overnight, one placed at Avril's house and the other at the village chief's house. Then he packed his belongings and left Ira Village, temporarily seeking to enhance his strength by living a primitive life in Ira Forest. Last night's events made Tyler realize that even falling in love with a young girl in this prison star world could be life-threatening. Therefore, it is necessary to be strong himself and improve his combat abilities. In Avril's house, within Ira Village, after the village chief left, Avril returned to her own room. On her desk, there were 2 open letters. One was left by Banning. The other one was written by Elle. End of volume. Ira the Ghost Village I 1/2 I next volume. Shadow of the Sandrift Gorge Chapter 49 The Lurking Enemy Prison Star Calendar Year 187 May 12th 9:13 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 29 days the sky of the Abyssal Empire is perpetually obscured by clouds and mist. The dim firmament veils the land where demons roam freely. Among the myriad demonic beings, there is a human who stands only second to one demon. No one knows the true name of this human, but his title is renowned throughout the demonic realm. He is known as the Eternal Winterlord, the supreme existence even to the singular demon god, the unutterable name, who reluctantly grants him some face. The Eternal Winter Lord always wears a fearsome mask, and when asked, he claims it to be the stone mask, a symbol of his dark determination. But no demon has ever truly understood what he means. At this moment, the Eternal Winter Lord, adorned with the stone mask, paces back and forth in the pantheon of the Abyssal Empire. He has just realized that something has deviated from his expectations. It has been 7 days since the singular demon god was teleported to Wild Forest, yet there has been no confirmation from the malevolent deity's camp regarding the additional rewards. This means the Eternal Winter Lord stops in his tracks, realizing that his plan has failed. The singular demon god was unable to kill the Deathbound who had crossed over to the Prison Star world this time. Recalling the situation when the singular demon god returned on May 5th, the Eternal Winter Lord vividly remembers the words spoken. A simple flame easily consumed them. But in reality, the target did not die. This means that the Deathbound drawn by the benevolent deities can't manage to grasp the situation upon entering the Prison Star world, design a scenario that deceived the singular demon god into mistakenly believing they had successfully eliminated them and successfully escaped. Is there really no way to avoid this instant defeat upon landing? I thought it would continue to be easy as I've already defeated 57 Deathbounds in succession, the Eternal Winter Lord sighs. Can't these new players just land and be done with it? Always causing trouble. While sighing, the Eternal Winter Lord quickly resumes his steps. He likes to pace while contemplating, even carrying his food bowl and walking, or pausing to adjust his clothing and continue walking. Before long, the Eternal Winter Lord reaches a conclusion. The biggest problem now is the inability to identify the identity of this particular Deathbound. Due to the Deathbound's location in the Kingdom of Wild Forest, far from the Abyssal Empire and separated by the front line of the Alliance of Humans, the Eternal Winter Lord is unable to dispatch a large Barado for an extensive search and elimination campaign. His only means to eliminate the Deathbound is by enlisting the teleportation ability of the singular demon god. However, the special restrictions on this teleportation ability require him to confirm the Deathbound's identifying features and approximate location before using it without negative consequences. Considering that even the singular demon god had been deceived, it is unlikely that the subsequent actions of the Deathbound will easily reveal their identity as a traveler. The task at hand for the Eternal Winter Lord is to set a trap that forces the Deathbound to reveal themselves. Once the identity is established, the location can be pinpointed, and he can once again rely on the formidable power of the Prison Star world, the singular demon god, the unutterable name, to eradicate them completely. Yes, the Eternal Winter Lord is a staunch supporter of the theory break, a butterfly on a wheel. He is not someone who would naively send underlings slightly stronger than the enemy to be mere experience points. If he's going to strike down, then he must truly indulge in taking them out. I cannot allow these death-bound individuals with their abilities and curses to grow. Heavenly Ghost, Earthly Ghost, listen and obey. In the language of the demons, the same applies. With a light command from the Eternal Winter Lord, two ethereal demonic figures immediately emerged from the ceiling and floor. One was a falcon-like demon with feathered wings, while the other was a serpent-like demon with glowing evil eyes. First Order, establish adventurers' guilds in the main cities and towns of the Western Kingdom, following the model of the Quest Guild. Those who undertake missions shall be referred to as adventurers. Pay close attention to individuals exhibiting the characteristics of traversers and maintain surveillance on them, reporting any findings immediately. Second Order, vigilantly observe the sudden emergence of powerful newcomers in the Western Kingdom, especially those without family or background. Additionally, treat equally those individuals who are considered the lowest of the low, like those with zero magical energy. Maintain surveillance and report any discoveries promptly. Third Order. At this point, the Eternal Winter Lord took out a map from his pocket and examined it for a few seconds. When he saw the Sandrift Gorge near the Ira village and the Ira forest, an idea suddenly formed his mind. Speaking of which, there's an old crafty scoundrel from the evil kinds who often resides there. Although he's a worthless individual, for those deathbound who have just entered the Prison Star world, he can be considered an incredibly formidable enemy. Third Order, keep a close watch on Swerik in the Sandrift Gorge of the territory controlled by Lord Azure Lizard. Once he is killed, immediately track down and report information on the killer and all participants. These are the 3 orders. Go now. Heavenly Ghost, acknowledge. Earthly Ghost, acknowledge. The Heavenly Ghost and Earthly Ghost disappeared silently, just like the way they appear. In the Temple of Myriad Demons, only the Eternal Winter Lord remained. He removed his mask and, realizing that he still had to devise next month's strategy for the Abyssal Empire's military, felt a sense of weariness. However, he immediately slapped his cheeks, revitalizing himself. The passing of days and months, I am not to be left behind. The Eternal Winter Lord glanced at the engraved character T on the palm of his hand, reinvigorated himself, and departed from the Temple of Myriad Demons. At the same time, in the depths of Ira Forest, Tyler was contemplating where to bury this cursed box and the ruby. Centurado, a stone that brings both hope and calamity. Up until now, Tyler hadn't seen any trace of hope, but calamity was clear as day. Tyler didn't know how Wolf acquired this pigeon blood ruby, Philia, but once he got hold of it, Wolf met his demise at Tyler's hands. If it weren't for the precognitive death-scene ability of his divine eye of transcendence, Tyler would have also died 3 days later on May 15th, 187, at precisely 1:14 p.m. due to the pigeon gem Philia. To Tyler, it was a cursed stone. Where should I bury it? As Tyler pondered, Silly Neeson interjected. Silly Neeson. How about the underground cave where you set a trap to kill the bandits before? Tyler, what a foolish suggestion. That place is too obvious. And with such a large hole, who wouldn't be tempted to explore it for hidden treasures? Even if he thought as hard as he could, Tyler wouldn't choose that underground cave. However, hold on, if it weren't for silly Neeson's reminder, Tyler might have forgotten something crucial. The sudden chill running down his spine propelled Tyler to rush towards the entrance of the underground cave. However, he arrived a moment too late. Looking at the appraisal information of the footprints near the entrance, Tyler felt the urge to slap himself. The appraisal information display for those footprints was Undead Wolf's Footprints. Chapter 50 Hunting the Undead. During the investigation of Ghost Elba 4, Tyler learned about the ghost undead from Granny Kana. Quotes from Chapter 35. Mystery wrapped in an enigma. When he discovered that the dead could turn into demons, Tyler had planned to return to the underground caves of Ira Forest and burn the bandits' remains. However, due to the urgency of Averil's situation at that time, Tyler temporarily put this plan on hold. Unexpectedly, within just 6 days, the body of Wolf, the leader of the Crimson Cloud Bandits, underwent demonic transformation and had already become active. Silly Neeson. Oh, now there really are ghosts involved, oh. The stubborn girl was actually, surprisingly, not afraid when the undead appeared. One reason for her fearlessness was that it was broad daylight, and the other reason was that Tyler and herself already knew a lot about Wolf as a person. Tyler first inspected the footprints at the Barado of the underground cave, confirming that only Wolf had come out of the cave, while the other 3 bandits had not undergone any demonic transformation. So, Tyler gathered dry firewood and leaves, set fire to the bandits' bodies, and then began tracking the footsteps of the undead wolf. Compared to the term ghost used by Dade and Beacon, Tyler felt that undead was more appropriate to define the current wolf. In Tyler's understanding, ghosts should be ethereal beings, while undead had a closer resemblance to zombies and could be killed by physical means. Based on the hunting skills he had learned from the village chief, Tyler deduced that Wolf's footprints were still fresh, indicating that he had likely left the underground caves just last night. Considering that the undead possessed the memories and intelligence of their former selves, Tyler speculated that Wolf's resurrected goals might be twofold. One was to seek revenge on Banning, Tyler, and Igor. The other was to return to the bandits' hideout and regroup for a comeback. Tyler followed Wolf's footprints, gradually realizing that Wolf's current direction was towards Ira Village rather than the bandits' hideout. It seems this guy still has a good head on his shoulders even after death. The underground caves were closer to the bandits' hideout and farther from Ira Village, but Wolf deliberately chose a more distant path, indicating that his actions were carefully thought out. Wolf's line of thinking was not difficult to infer. Since Igor had already betrayed him and Fuchs, the only one who could stand against Igor, had died, returning to the bandits' hideout would only be delivering himself to Igor's hands. On the other hand, going to Ira Village might present an opportunity. At the thought of the potential danger in Ira Village, Tyler quickened his pace. Silly Neeson. I say, Tyler, aren't you supposed to prioritize efficiency? Protecting Ira Village doesn't benefit you in any way, right? Oh? Silly Neeson. You're not still secretly yearning for Avril, are you? Tyler, it's a rare chance to hunt demons. It has nothing to do with Ira Village or Avril. The silly girl's wisdom, as always, was not applied to the matter at hand, and Tyler remained stubborn as ever. After half an hour of tracking, based on the freshness of the footprints, Tyler concluded that he was very close to Wolf. He checked the direction of the wind to ensure that he was downwind from Wolf, then slowly approached until he spotted Wolf's figure. The undead Wolf, male, age 0. Undead, level 9 skill slot. 1-1 at this moment, Wolf was sitting on the ground, devouring a prairie rat with such voracity that he no longer resembled a human being. Tyler remembered that Wolf's original combat occupation was a bandit, level 9. Unexpectedly, even after becoming undead, he retained his level, which made Tyler more cautious. Lacking experience, Tyler was unsure whether it was possible to directly compare the levels of demons with human combat occupation levels. Furthermore, Wolf possessed a skill that Tyler couldn't currently discern, adding a significant risk factor. To successfully kill Wolf without sacrificing his own life, Tyler refrained from rash action. A steady victory comes from careful calculation, which requires comprehensive knowledge of oneself, the enemy, and the timing and location. Tyler's own condition was still acceptable. Centuredo Hunter, LV-1 manufacturing occupation, combat occupation, junior assassin, LV-3, however, at Tyler's current level of the divine eye of transcendence, he could not yet see Wolf's status information. Numerical values, if they cannot be compared, lose their significance. In terms of equipment, Tyler carried a dagger, a hunting bow with 15 arrows, and some small tools for trap-making. On the other hand, Wolf carried a bandit's large cleaver. Are the undead vulnerable in the same way as humans? Will they die if their head or heart is critically damaged? Or perhaps, like zombies, Centuredo under no circumstances could Tyler engage him head-on. Considering the conditions of both sides, the terrain of Ira Forest, and the distribution of wildlife, Tyler swiftly formulated a strategy. While Wolf was still feeding, Tyler preemptively positioned himself on the path that Wolf would take to reach Ira Village. Deliberately leaving messy footprints on the ground, Tyler extended them toward a certain spot within the forest. In addition, he tore the edges of his clothes and scattered them on the path, creating a scene that resembled a human fleeing from a wild animal attack. But that wasn't all. Tyler then proceeded to shatter the wooden gem box and randomly scatter the fragments near the footprints. Afterward, he mixed a large amount of mandrake seed powder into the chunks of grassland foxrabbit meat he had hunted that morning and sprinkled it around the footprints. Finally, Tyler completed his preparations and began to lie in wait. Over 10 minutes later, Wolf arrived at the scene. As expected, he fell into the trap. After staring at the footprints on the ground for a while, he disdainfully kicked aside the meat chunks. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the fragments of the box on the ground and immediately began picking up the pieces, one by one. When Wolf picked up the last piece of the box on the path, he had already fallen into Tyler's trap. Summer, the month of May, is the time when wild boars proliferate in the Ira Forest. Quotes from Chapter 20. Insidious Wolf, moreover. The wild boars give birth to piglets from March to June every year, and they are extremely aggressive. These were the lessons taught to Tyler by the village chief. Wolf had mistakenly entered the territory where the wild boars were giving birth. Although he held a large cleaver, he was no match for the tough and resilient boars. After being bumped several times in a row, Wolf barely escaped from the encirclement. Using both his hands and feet, he managed to climb up a tree, narrowly avoiding a fate of being trampled to death by the boars. However, the boars that surrounded the tree prevented Wolf from coming down in a short period of time, turning him into an easy target. Tyler, hiding in the treetop at a distance, had already set his sights on Wolf. Production occupation skill heart of focus. LV-1 has been activated and remains in effect. Chapter 51 Dead, End of the Dead, an arrow, another arrow, and yet another arrow flew. 3 consecutive arrows struck Wolf's chest, left thigh, and right arm respectively. As Tyler listened to Wolf's wretched screams, he realized that even the undead could feel pain. After being pierced by the arrows, Wolf fell from the tree, and the pack of wild boars surrounding him swarmed in, viciously tearing into his already battered form. From his vantage point, Tyler watched intently, waiting for the confirmation message in his field of vision. When it failed to appear, he supplemented with another arrow, hitting Wolf squarely in the forehead. Finally, the experience points arrived. Successfully killed undead LV-9, occupation experience 200, current experience 900-800. Level up conditions met, junior assassin, LV-3 automatically upgraded to junior assassin, LV-4. Production occupation skill heart of focus, LV-1 has been deactivated. As Tyler witnessed a slight increase in his endurance limit, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. He remembered that when he killed Wolf previously, he received 900 experience points. Now that Wolf had become an undead, he only yielded 200 experience points. Could it be that this level 9 undead was significantly weaker than a level 9 bandit? Regardless of how strange it seemed, since the text prompt had appeared, the fact could only be as it was. More importantly, killing Undead Wolf provided Tyler with crucial intelligence. The source of experience points for leveling up in combat occupations was not limited to humans. Killing demons was also possible. This revelation held immense significance for Tyler. Due to the wild boars surrounding Wolf's body, Tyler was temporarily unable to retrieve his arrows. So he decided to return to his established safe zone to rest and replenish his magic power. However, just 10 minutes after Tyler left, Wolf, who was being gnawed by the boars, suddenly jumped up in place. Taking advantage of the startled boars, he sprinted out of the encirclement and quickly escaped. Blast it! I can't believe it. What's going on? Blast it! Blast it! Wolf could feel excruciating pain all over his bravado, but being turned into an undead granted him greater pain tolerance than ordinary humans. Moreover, his magically enhanced resilience allowed him to keep moving despite the dangerous arrow injuries, as long as he could quickly hunt other creatures to obtain energy. Wolf's ability to come back from death is attributed to his skill, Gecko Tail Severance, which he acquired after becoming an undead being. The skill Gecko Tail Severance automatically activates when Wolf's life energy reaches a certain threshold. Its effect is to convey a suggestive message to all surrounding creatures that Wolf has died, deducting a portion of his own experience points and transferring them to the main killer. Upon activation, Gecko Tail Severance consumes all of Wolf's remaining magic energy, requiring at least 1 point to trigger. It is rendered inactive when he has no magic energy. Furthermore, Gecko Tail Severance has a cooldown period of 720 hours. If Wolf were to be killed again during this time, he would truly meet his demise. Centurado, he could faintly hear the voices of several children. Thus, he stealthily approached the area. In no time, Wolf spotted a young boy and 3 children sitting on the ground, eating fruits. He paused quietly, watching them from a distance. SSSHHH. Without any warning, a short dagger struck Wolf in the back, followed by another blow that knocked his weapon away from his right hand. The intense pain made Wolf let out a scream of despair. However, his scream didn't last long, because a few seconds after his weapon clattered to the ground, Centurado, me? I'm fine. It seems that Dade and Uncle Beacon happened to pass by and got frightened, causing them to scream and run away. Avril sat on the tree trunk, calmly removing pests and pruning the branches of the fruit trees, as she always did. Oh, I see. You startled me. You startled us too. The children imitated Rhodes' reaction, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. To avoid further awkwardness with Avril, Rhodes turned around and continued to eat fruits with the children. Dash, well done, El. Your lying is becoming more fluent. Ha ha ha. Oh, please don't tease me, sister. I was so nervous just now, almost cried. Perched atop the tree crown, Avril was conversing with her inner persona, El. Dash, all right, I know you can't do anything bad. Now it's my turn. We can't leave that person's corpse in the orchard. Sure, sister, I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, thank you for saving me again and saving everyone. Dash, sigh. Why are you saying these things? It's so cheesy, Ugh. In just a blink of an eye, Avril's aura changed. One moment, she was a gentle and shy neighbor girl, and the next, she transformed into a fiercely confident mafia boss. Swiftly, she flipped down from the tree and dragged the hidden remains in the bushes into the forest. In no time, Avril carefully dealt with the remains and quietly left them in the woods. Within a single night, the evidence would vanish, leaving nothing behind. Dash, sister, are you really not playing with that messy craft anymore? No, I've stopped. It's too troublesome. Dash, hee hee, sister, you're really great. You're such a good sister who keeps her promises. TCH, don't give me that. I'm almost sickened by you. Perhaps engrossed in their conversation, Avril didn't notice a pair of eyes peering at her from behind the distant shrubs. However, before long, those eyes quietly departed. After those eyes had left, Avril continued chatting with her sister. Avril, once we're done with all this, let's go and find Banning. Dash, huh? Find, find. Cinturedo Avril woke up from her slumber, feeling aches and pains all over her body, and her head was heavy and foggy. However, after reading 2 letters on the table, Avril became fully awake. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and she didn't even know how to react in such a situation. Cinturedo, I want to apologize to you because I didn't respond to your feelings. I'm sorry, but before completing the mission on my body, I couldn't consider anything beyond the mission. However, during the time we spent together in Ira Village, I truly had a happy time. May your today, tomorrow, and every future day be filled with blessings. Furthermore, I want to leave a message for Elle as well, hoping that Elle can continue to protect Avril in the future. I sincerely thank Elle for everything done for Avril. Banning as for the second letter, it was written by Elle. Cinturedo, in the past 3 years, you may have experienced occasional memory gaps. Those were all because I sensed danger and forcibly took control of your body, causing your memories to be discontinuous. Originally, I thought I was protecting you, but now I'm thinking that my way of protecting you might be wrong and could potentially harm you. I have placed the key to the locked room in the envelope. You can open it and take a look inside. The truth lies beneath the carpet, and those things were all done by me. However, you need to be mentally prepared because I have placed quite a few faces and skins of people inside, quite literally faces and skins of people. After you have finished reading the truth, if you determine that you no longer need me, just say it, and I will hear it. By then, I will disappear on my own. False L. The contents of the 2 letters were mysterious, and Avril even forgot to feel sorrowful about Benning's departure. After Avril uncovered the truth by holding the key and seeing it, her emotions nearly collapsed. In just a short half hour, Avril experienced fear, doubt, confusion, weeping, and hysteria. She repeatedly read the 2 letters dozens of times, thinking she was dreaming and that someone was playing a prank on her. However, the intermittent memory lapses occasionally experienced by herself were indeed real, something Avril hadn't told anyone. Furthermore, it would take 2 to 3 years to create the truth in the underground chamber. It was simply impossible for it to be a mere prank or hoax. Finally, Avril accepted this fact. Then she realized she was mistaken. If all of this was true, then she wasn't the victim, but rather the person who was carefully protected. Without Elle, Avril might not have survived until today. The 17 faces in the underground chamber possibly meant 17 dangers and 17 deaths. Elle had saved Avril's life 17 times. Avril was usually a shy, introverted, and somewhat timid girl. But in the face of right and wrong, she possessed her own firm determination. Elle, can you hear me speaking, right? As she called out this name, tears began to swirl in Avril's eyes. I want to tell you, you are not the false Elle, nor a personality I created. You and my sister, Elle. Sister, you didn't die 3 years ago. You just changed in a way to continue being with me. Thank you for protecting me during these 3 years. Can I ask you to continue to stay with me? Sister, Elle? Avril spoke these words while sobbing. She had already lost her sister once and didn't want to lose her a second time. After a long time, Avril finally received an answer. Of course, my foolish little sister. Prison Star Calendar Year 187, May 12th, 10:26 a.m. Countdown to confession death. 29 days in a certain part of the Ira Forest, Tyler was discreetly concealing the pigeon blood ruby, Philia, within a centuries-old tree. He first found a spacious spot in the canopy, then carved a suitably sized hole with a dagger. Next, he placed the pigeon blood ruby inside and covered it with wood. In due time, the cavity would heal and the pit would be indistinguishable. Only Tyler knew the exact location where the pigeon Barado ruby was hidden. Silly Neeson, it wasn't easy, but it seems we can finally bid farewell to this cursed stone. That foolish girl is right. If it weren't for that box, Tyler wouldn't have easily defeated the undead wolf. The box that held the cursed stone was equally ill-fated. Speaking of the undead wolf, Tyler still shuddered at the thought. He was grateful he hadn't laid a hand on Avril, Elle, last night. Otherwise, the resurrected wolf would have likely laid waste to Ira Village. After confirming that Avril had thoroughly killed the wolf, Tyler carefully analyzed the phenomenon of the wolf's resurrection. Tyler speculated that the wolf's ability to resurrect was undoubtedly the result of an unknown skill. Before this incident, Tyler had never considered that the techs in his field of vision could be deceived by a monster's skills. It served as a wake-up call. Tyler took this lesson to heart and admonished himself to pay close attention to the enemy's abilities in the future. He also realized the importance of not blindly trusting the techs in his field of vision, especially when he discovered something suspicious. At the same time, in Gootown, more than 100 kilometers away from the Ira Forest, two remarkable individuals were walking along the street. The onlookers quickly made way for them, not daring to even brush against their clothing. Among the two, the one walking in front was a girl who stood about 1.55 meters tall, with a pair of eyes resembling rubies. Although half of her face was concealed by a white veil, it couldn't hide her exquisitely angelic countenance. Under the sunlight, the girl's silvery white hair glistened like the stars in the Milky Way, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed otherworldly. Following behind the girl was a man dressed in dark leather armor, wearing a black and red cloak adorned with emblems. Despite his tall stature, he moved gracefully, his every step revealing his extraordinary agility. Both of their attire bore the emblems of the Scarlet family, a flaming emblem and a crest of a blazing stallion. The Scarlet family is one of the 5 major noble families of the Western Kingdom. Any discerning passerby would recognize them. My lady, there are still 2 days left until the appointed date predicted by the divination rabbit spirit. Perhaps the pigeon blood is still on its way here. The girl listened, twirling a lock of her hair, lost in thought. In fact, she had just sensed that the pigeon gem was in the vicinity of the Ira Forest and Sandrift Gorge to the northeast of Gootown. If the pigeon gem was indeed en route to Gootown from that area, the 2-day time difference was just right. However, even if it meant being a second earlier, the girl wanted to reclaim her pigeon blood. In that case, wait here for 2 days. It'll go somewhere and return in 2 days. I shall obey my lattice command. Chapter 53 Encounter in the Forest Prison Star Calendar May 12, 187, 11:17 a.m. Countdown to Deathbound Confession. 29 days remaining. Having acquired the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Tyler commenced planning his immediate goals. In this realm of myriad unknowns, he must maintain a clear sense of direction to avoid losing himself. First and foremost, Tyler is certain that he doesn't need to concern himself with the ultimate 3 tasks, as they are simply unattainable with his current abilities. Task 1. Kill the singular demon god, the unutterable name. Task 2. Make the singular demon god, the unutterable name, dissolve the abyssal empire or surrender unconditionally to the Alliance of Light. Note: if Task 2 is accomplished, Task 1 is considered fulfilled regardless of completion. Task 3. Make the singular demon god, the unutterable name, sincerely confess their love for you and agree to return to your original world, Earth, together. Note: if Task 3 is accomplished, Tasks 1 and 2 are considered fulfilled regardless of completion. Given that the difficulty level of this prison star world is deemed impossible, the singular demon god, the unutterable name, would be at least at level 999, or perhaps even more despairingly. Levels such as 999 or 999 could be within the realm of possibility. No matter how formidable Tyler's knowledge of love psychology may be, it is simply impossible to make a demon god fall in love with a mere ant. As for the idea of dissolving the abyssal empire, that is nothing barato than a pipe dream. Those who possess the capability to govern a nation are individuals of unparalleled astuteness. It is inconceivable that they would all be fools in positions of power, as depicted in anime and light novels. Nor can one expect some divine intervention that suddenly diminishes the intelligence of those in authority, leading them to make decisions of diminished intellect. Therefore, Tyler's current objective is to survive and gather as much information as possible about this world, while seeking out suitable means to enhance his own strength. Although staying in Ira Village is an option, the rate of growth is too slow, information is severely limited, and there is the constant risk associated with L. It could even disrupt his sleep at night. Hence, Tyler decided to head towards the town. The main concern about the town stems from the precognitive death scene that Tyler witnessed. Based on the future scene, Tyler knows that he will be killed in a certain town on the 15th of May at 1:14 p.m. Considering this information, Tyler pondered for a moment. Today is the 12th of May. Assuming I depart from Ira Village today, the only town I could reach within 3 days is Goodtown. In other words, the most probable town where I find myself in the death scene is likely Goodtown. If he avoids Goodtown, according to the information Tyler acquired from the village chief, the neighboring town called Sunnydown would take about 10 days to reach. Based on this calculation, Tyler would completely avoid the scenario of appearing in a town on the 15th of May. However, going to Sunnytown poses a problem, as it requires passing through Sandrift Gorge, where the rumored rock demon, the Rock Shadow Demon, resides. Considering that the Goodtown cavalry has already attempted to subjugate it 3 times this year without success, Tyler decided to bypass Sandrift Gorge and take a longer route around the outskirts of the Sandrift Mountains. As a result, Tyler will need to spend more than twice the time, but he believes it is worth it. This journey through the wilderness will serve as valuable training to enhance my strength. 2 days later, Tyler arrived near the Sandrift Mountains in the vicinity of the Luca Forest. If he continued westward, he would be able to see the allegedly ravaged Luca village, while heading northeast through the Luca Forest would lead him to the Sandrift Mountains. By following the path around the Sandrift Mountains for another 7 or 8 days, he would finally reach the Sunnytown. During these 2 days of wilderness exploration, Tyler successfully shot down a male pheasant, 2 pheasants, and an aged stag, accumulating a total of 100 occupation experience points. He was only 100 points away from reaching level 2 as a hunter. However, what puzzled Tyler was that despite neither his combat occupation nor his production occupation leveling up, his status information underwent changes after waking up from a nap. His maximum life energy increased by 10 points. His maximum endurance increased by 6 points. His maximum magic energy increased by 10 points. Accompanying these numerical increases was a noticeable enhancement of his physical condition. Or rather, Tyler initially sensed the strengthening of his physical condition during his wilderness exploration, and once this enhancement reached a certain level, his status information followed suit. It seems that gaining experience and leveling up occupation rank is not the only way to become stronger. Tyler vaguely sensed that beneath his status information, there should be some concept of attributes, but his level of the divine eye of transcendence was currently too low to see them. The system of this world truly is intricate and complex. During his midday break, Tyler, sitting cross-legged, faintly felt the ground vibrating. He pressed his ear against the ground and listened for a while, realizing that it seemed to be caused by some kind of creature, like a horse, running on the outskirts of the forest and approaching this side of the woods. It appeared to be a solitary rider. To be safe, Tyler went to the edge of the forest and climbed a tree to observe from a distance. He saw a silver-haired girl in a red and black cloak galloping on a verdant grassy plain, resembling a meteor streaking across the earth in broad daylight. Although Tyler couldn't discern the girl's appearance, the ethereal aura emanating from her was distinctly visible, rendering this scene so breathtakingly beautiful that it seemed like a painting from another realm. However, as soon as Tyler caught a glimpse of the girl's basic information, this dreamlike feeling immediately vanished without a trace. Viviana Scarlet Female, 16 years old, the sole divine heir of the Scarlet family production occupation, nun manufacturing occupation, artisan, level 1 combat occupation, magic swordsman, level 51 Viviana Scarlet, the divine heir of the Scarlet family, 16 years old, magic swordsman, level 51. The amount of information conveyed in a single glance was truly immense, causing Tyler to momentarily lose his focus. However, there was one thing Tyler could ascertain without any hesitation. he had to hide as soon as possible. This was because he noticed the flaming emblem and the blazing stallion on the young girl's red and black cloak. This emblem wasn't just on the cloak of the man who killed him in the precognitive death scene, but it was also engraved on the box containing the pigeon blood ruby Philia. To Tyler, this emblem represented the emblem of death. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Tyler quickly found the thickest canopy of a large tree and concealed himself within it. Just as he covered himself with branches and leaves, he felt the tree beneath his feet beginning to tilt, and then he and the tree both fell to the ground. "Hey, Hunter, why are you running away?" A hauntingly beautiful voice echoed from the front. Tyler, who had fallen heavily to the ground, was still disoriented, unable to discern his orientation. He thought he was experiencing an illusion. Such a melodious voice didn't seem like something one could hear in the mortal realm. Once Tyler regained some clarity, he suddenly noticed two slender, silver longswords floating in the air on his left and right, their tips aimed at him. It was evident that they were meant to restrict his movements. Fearful of making any sudden movements, Tyler cautiously lifted his head and saw the young girl who had been galloping on horseback moments ago, now standing in front of him. How did she manage to cover a distance of 200 to 300 meters in just a few seconds? "Hunter, why are you fleeing?" the girl inquired once again. In the span of a single second, Tyler's mind raced at the speed of a hummingbird's wings flapping for an hour. Then, suddenly, he clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. "Mercy, my lord. I have nothing more than these meager possessions. I beg you, spare me," Tyler pleaded, presenting the pheasant and deer meat he had on him. Chapter 54, muddling through. "I am not a bandit. I have no interest in these things. Put them away." The voice of the silver-haired girl resounded like a melodious valley, yet Tyler couldn't discern any emotional undertones from it. Thank you, my lord." Tyler nervously packed the meat into his bag, clumsily dropping it on the ground twice along the way. Under his careful demonstration, he quietly reflected on the strange encounter. The two slender silver swords floating on either side of him eased their proximity slightly. "Hunter, have you ever heard of a crimson gem or a box engraved with the insignia of our Scarlet family? Or perhaps seen something similar?" The girl seemed to understand why Tyler had fled earlier. The faint hint of killing intent had dissipated, but since they had encountered each other, she took the opportunity to gather some information. Upon hearing the description of a crimson gem and a box with an emblem, Tyler's heart raced. That pigeon blood ruby, Philia, was indeed an unfortunate stone that brought calamity. My lord, I'm just a hunter. I have never heard of the treasures you mentioned." Tyler continued to lie prostrate, avoiding eye contact with the girl. "Oh, are there any other people in this forest?" "And no, my lord. Everyone in Luca village has fled." "Very well." The girl cast a final glance at the hunter still lying on the ground, then turned and left. Simultaneously, the slender silver swords hovering beside Tyler dissipated into specks of light. Tyler lay on the ground, listening to the fading sound of the girl's footsteps, not daring to be careless or even raise his head. He would wait until the girl had truly departed before getting up. Remaining prone allowed him to focus his thoughts. During their conversation, Tyler stole a few glances into the girl's inner thoughts. He was quite certain that his acting had deceived her, making her believe that he was just a timid hunter afraid of banditry. However, even so, it didn't mean Tyler was safe. This girl had come specifically for the pigeon blood ruby Philia that Tyler had hidden 2 days ago. The power disparity between them was like night and day, and Tyler couldn't afford to make a single wrong move, as it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Fortunately, I hid that cursed stone 2 days ago. Otherwise, I might already be dead now. Tyler didn't forget that in the future death scene, the unknown man still defeated him with a single sword strike after obtaining the rare crimson ruby. This girl, bearing the same emblem as that man, could potentially do the same. Silly Nisano. Oh my? So pessimistic, huh? Aren't you the romantic Prince Charming? Tyler, won't you consider pursuing this Viviana Scarlet a little? After 2 days of gloominess, the silly young woman finally found a topic to unleash her teasing, immediately seizing the opportunity to mock Tyler. Tyler, is it possible for a mouse to fall in love with a cat? If you have any bright ideas, then speak up, silly Neeson. Having just experienced a life-and-death situation, Tyler was feeling frustrated and promptly retorted against the absurd character. However, although it was dangerous just now, Tyler did not bear the risk in vain. In a brief conversation a few minutes ago, he had already acquired a substantial amount of information. Firstly, there was the flaming emblem and the blazing stallion. Tyler now finally knew that it was the pattern of the Scarlet family. The Scarlet family was said to be one of the 5 major families of the Western Kingdom, alongside the Azure Lizard family. The members of the Scarlet family traveled a long distance to the territory of the Lord Azure Lizard. It can be inferred that the pigeon blood ruby, Philia, must be of great importance. Next was the basic information about the silver-haired girl. The first thing Tyler noticed was her name. Unlike the villagers of Ira Village and even the soldiers of the Guttown Cavalry, she had a surname. This confirmed Tyler's previous conjecture that surnames were indeed related to one's identity. Furthermore, there was the identity of the sole divine heir. What exactly was a divine heir? Was it related to religion? However, Tyler could not detect any elements related to religion from the girl. Then, the most important aspect was her combat occupation. This young girl, at the tender age of 16, was already a level 51 magic swordsman. Tyler was astonished. He recalled the middle-aged men of the Crimson Cloud Bandits. None of them had reached level 10. Then he thought of the elderly men of the Guttown Cavalry. The strongest cavalry captain, Lydell, at 36 years old, was only level 24. If the young girl just faced them, wouldn't it be child's play for her? Undoubtedly. No matter which world, information was truly the most valuable treasure. With information, Tyler could disregard the fundamentals of a listed company and directly buy stocks to gain enormous profits. With information, a 16-year-old girl could achieve in 1/10 or even 1/100th of the time what others would take half their lives to accomplish through cultivation. The village chief mentioned that the Western Kingdom is located in the rear, where demons are extremely rare. If she wants to quickly raise her combat occupation level, does it mean she has to kill a large number of people? Tyler shook his head, negating his own thoughts. The medieval population had not reached a point where it could be abused like that. Moreover, this prison star world was still in a state of war. Bah? An idea surfaced in Tyler's mind, but he found it difficult to connect this 16-year-old girl with the battlefield. If he had to consider conspiracies, he would rather believe that the nobles were secretly raising demons and using them as experience points for the nobles' offspring to level up. After the girl had completely left, Tyler finally breathed a sigh of relief and got up. He glanced at the large tree that had been cleanly cut behind him. The tree trunk was over a meter thick, and it had been sliced with extreme precision. Moreover, Tyler hadn't heard the sound of the tree being cut at all. If such an attack were used on Tyler, he estimated that he wouldn't even know he was dead after being cut. Was it done with that silver-white slender sword that resembled a floating cannon? If only I could see the specific information about her skills. Tyler still felt lingering fear as he packed up his belongings and continued on his journey. On the western side of Luca Forest, a young lady rode a horse to a place formerly known as Luca Village. Alas, there really is no one here. The young lady's name is Viviana Scarl. Today, she first visited Ira Village and inquired about the Crimson Ruby and the gem box, but returned empty-handed. Then, on her way to Luca Village, she asked a suspicious hunter, but also obtained no information. Now, with a last-ditch effort, she arrived at Luca Village, only to find it deserted. However, Viviana did not think her intuition was wrong. She had indeed sensed the presence of the pigeon blood ruby Philia in this area, which meant that Philia had at least appeared here at some point. Time is running short, so I should hurry back to Guttown. The divination rabbit's prophecy never fails. Viviana turned her horse around, ready to set off, but she suddenly remembered the hunter she encountered earlier, carrying a hunting bow and arrow in the forest, smelling of soil, The hunter was not mistaken, but Luca village is no longer inhabited, and Luca Forest is more than a day's journey from Ira village. Why would this hunter leave his hometown to hunt? Viviana felt that her suspicion was not very convincing, but her instincts had always been accurate. Since it was on her way, she decided to capture the hunter once again and interrogate him thoroughly. This time, she would use a rather special method. Chapter 55. Viviana Scarlet. Viviana Scarlet, 16 years old, the sole divine heir of the Scarlet family, one of the 5 major families in the Western Kingdom. The term divine heir refers to a person who has undergone reincarnation, a rarity even in the entire Prison Star world. Regarding the details of the reincarnation method, there is hardly any information or even rumors available to the public. Although the status of a divine heir is something to be proud of, no family or power would announce the birth of a divine heir until the inheritance of memories achieves complete reincarnation. Everything related to the divine heir is classified as the highest level confidential matter for each family and power. In her previous life, Viviana Scarlet was a peerless genius named Philia Scarlet. She was hailed as the Scarlet Silver Shooting Star, renowned for her remarkable achievements on the battlefield in numerous battles against the Abyssal Empire. Even today, many people still sing praises of her great accomplishments during her lifetime. However, human life is finite, and time is limited. Philia Scarlet, the unstoppable force, eventually reached the end of her destiny. While the Abyssal Empire still stood, Philia Scarlet, unwilling to succumb to her fate, utilized all the resources of the Scarlet family to secretly complete the reincarnation process. Before her reincarnation, Philia Scarlet imprinted a soul mark on herself. Afterward, her body decomposed and transformed into the essence of this world, ultimately precipitating into the form of a gemstone. This gemstone is the pigeon blood ruby, Philia. Philia Scarlet died with the birth of the pigeon blood ruby, Philia. Several years later, she was reborn as an infant in the womb of a woman with the Scarlet family lineage. As proof of her reincarnation, the infant bore Philia's soul mark, an unmistakable and unforgeable symbol. Upon her successful rebirth, Cinceredo attributing their deaths to a sudden and devastating fire. In the same year, the Lady of Scarlet gave birth to a daughter named Viviana Scarlet. No one knew for certain if the Lady of Scarlet was truly pregnant, or if an innocent baby had been killed that day. What everyone did know was that the Scarlet family had gained a charming and innocent little girl. And this little girl always believed that her father and mother were the Lord and Lady of Scarlet. Though Viviana Scarlet was the reincarnation of Philia Scarlet, she did not possess Philia's memories and abilities. In fact, she was no different from any other infant, except for one thing. Viviana Scarlet was the only person in the entire Prison Star world capable of wielding the pigeon blood ruby Philia. The moment Viviana Scarlet touched the pigeon blood ruby Philia, the combat techniques and experiences from her past life were automatically infused into her body. This meant that while other children needed to practice their movements hundreds or thousands of times, she succeeded in a single attempt. Thus, while other infants were still learning to crawl and walk, Viviana Scarlet was already wavering a toy sword. As she continued to grow, the gap between Viviana Scarlet and her peers widened. By the time she turned 6, only 2 of the Scarlet family's most powerful elders could guide her in matters of techniques. Of course, in order to conceal her identity as the divine heir, these guidance sessions were conducted in secret. At the age of 7, Viviana Scarlet awakened her combat occupation as a swordsman. From that day forward, the pigeon blood ruby, Philia, acquired an additional purpose for her, an inexhaustible reservoir of magical power. However, this description is relative to Viviana Scarlet's current magical consumption ability. The magical power within the pigeon blood ruby, Philia, is ultimately limited, albeit with an exceptionally vast supply. When Viviana Scarlet turned 8, the 2 elders began quietly taking turns bringing her to the front lines. Completely undetected by outsiders, when Viviana Scarlet reached the age of 15, She had already undergone 2 breakthroughs in her occupation tier and become a level 51 magic swordsman. Viviana, from her early years, dutifully adhered to the admonitions of her parents and 2 elders. She never sought to assess her own strength or disclose her occupation and skill information to others. Furthermore, she refrained from revealing her true abilities in the presence of others. If no unforeseen events occur, Viviana's life will continue to progress within layers of concealed protection, steadily enhancing her capabilities. It is her aspiration to reach a level comparable to her previous incarnation, Philia Scarlet, at which point she can unlock the seal of the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, and inherit Philia Scarlet's memories and powers in their entirety, resulting in a significant leap in strength. At that time, the Scarlet family will proudly proclaim to the outside world the reincarnation of their revered ancestor, Philia Scarlet. The Scarlet family will then rise to prominence as an extraordinary and elite family within the scope of the Prison Star world. However, as fate would have it, unexpected events can transpire. A year and a half ago, the main city of the Scarlet family fell victim to a nocturnal raid by an unknown organization, which stole a substantial amount of equipment and treasures, including the Pigeon Blood Ruby Philia. Faced with such a great humiliation to their own main city, the Scarlet family was unable to voice the incident publicly. They dared not let the outside world know of the existence of the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, and thus mobilized internal personnel to search far and wide. However, the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, was only referred to as a precious pigeon blood red gem to conceal its true identity. Viviana shares an innate connection with the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia. Occasionally, she can sense the gem's whereabouts. Regrettably, this sensation is unstable, intermittent, and imprecise. In reality, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Subsequently, at great expense, the Scarlet family managed to locate the elusive divination rabbit spirit, Navina, known for her exceptional professional ethics. Finally, they receive a prophecy regarding the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia. The Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, will appear in Goo Town, within the territory of Lord Azure Lizard, in the Wild Forest Kingdom, on May 15th, 187. To avoid arousing suspicion, the Scarlet family refrained from making a grand spectacle. Given that the time and location were known, the focus was on quality rather than quantity. Publicly, Viviana, accompanied by her attendant Albert, will patiently wait in Goo Town, keeping a vigilant eye out for any signs. Covertly, the Scarlet family's 2 most powerful elders have firmly set their sights on the entire town of Goo Town. Returning to the present, after departing from Luca Village, Viviana swiftly arrived at Luca Forest. Magic energy materialized into a slender, silver-white sword in the air. Viviana closed her eyes, skillfully maneuvering these companions as they gracefully traversed through the forest. Before long, she caught sight of the silhouette of the young hunter. "I have found you." Chapter 56. Second encounter in the forest. At the time of the incident, Tyler was trailing a wounded wild boar in the forest. Suddenly, a familiar silver-white sword appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. Instinctively, Tyler wanted to escape, but his rationality immediately took control of his body, preventing him from doing so, and he began to convincingly portray an expression of panic and fear. Since this silver-white sword has already appeared, fleeing would be futile. Within seconds, a second and third silver-white sword appeared consecutively around Tyler, trapping him in place. Although Tyler had no intention of running. "She surrounds me without killing. It seems she still wants to confirm something with me. I'll adapt as the situation unfolds." Tyler decided to lie down in place, treating the 3 silver-white swords as if paying homage to the silver-haired girl from earlier, repeatedly pleading, "Please spare me, my lord. Spare this humble soul. If you require anything, I shall go through fire and water to fulfill your wishes." Before long, the silver-haired girl arrived. "Hunter, you lied to me just now, didn't you?" "Elite? My lord, you've misunderstood. I haven't deceived you in any way. The young hunter merely lifted his head slightly to look and continued trembling, desperately defending himself. Upon witnessing this reaction, Viviana felt a slight pang of guilt, but she proceeded with the approach she had planned in advance, something she had learned from books. Normally, with Albert always by her side, Viviana never had a chance to put her training to use. Now, however, she had an opportunity for practical application. So, young hunter, why would someone as young as you venture so far into this remote forest, far away from the village? Tell me, which village are you from? Viviana believed she had asked a particularly tricky question. I am from Ira village, my lord. You're unaware, but hunters... If I knew it. You're from Ira village. You've been deceiving me. Viviana interrupted the young hunter's response, as it was just as she had expected. Ira village is far from here. How do you expect to return and sleep at night without a horse to ride? Viviana's satisfaction reached its peak. She believed she had caught the young hunter in a loophole. In her mind, Viviana couldn't help but praise herself for her cleverness. She had managed to uncover such a hidden logical flaw. However, Viviana was unaware that her naive thoughts were completely transparent to the young hunter. Censuredo. Tyler has determined that despite her formidable combat strength, the silver-haired girl's mental age is only around 13 or 14, a typical flower for a wealthy family who has yet to experience the harsh realities of society. However, she's also a flower that could easily overpower Tyler. Next, it requires Tyler's courage and finesse to perform. Lady, you don't know about us hunters. No need to say more. Prepare to meet your demise. I despise people who deceive me the most. The silver-haired girl suddenly waved her finger, and a slender silver sword floating around her immediately flew straight towards Tyler's forehead. The silver sword was incredibly fast, and Tyler's reaction speed was not enough to dodge it. However, he had no intention of evading it at all. He could be seen holding his head in place, continuously shouting, "It's a misunderstanding, Lord. I truly didn't lie, Lord." Then, just a centimeter away from Tyler's head, the silver sword abruptly stopped and transformed into silver dots before disappearing. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. Viviana, HM? Even when faced with death, he still won't change his words. Could it be this hunter truly didn't lie? Viviana's plan just now was to use the threat of death to make the hunter speak the truth. However, what she didn't know was that not only did the hunter see through her thoughts, but he also learned about her background, combat occupation level, and more. On the other hand, Tyler was also drenched in cold sweat. He had just taken a gamble, betting that this level 51 combat occupation girl could control the flying sword as she desired. If she couldn't control it properly, his head would have been pierced by now. Fortunately, Tyler won the bet again. I really didn't lie, Lady Sobi. Tyler quickly fell to the ground, crying and holding his head. Surprisingly, this made Viviana feel a bit guilty. What were you about to say? Tell me, Viviana said, reluctantly, finding an excuse for herself. My lord, you don't know. Us hunters sometimes have to camp in the wilderness to track our prey. Those of us in this profession often spend 3 or 4 days away from home. Sob. The young hunter's words were accompanied by tears, and Viviana felt that they made sense. However, she couldn't bring herself to admit her lack of knowledge, leaving her stuttering and unsure of what to say. Tyler wept silently as he covertly gauged Viviana's inner turmoil. He knew that if he extended an olive branch, he could resolve this matter. However, having finally gained the upper hand, he could not let this opportunity slip away without seizing advantage. But what advantage could he possibly gain? My lord, I have been wrongly accused. Would you be willing to believe me now? Yes, I believe you, Viviana murmured, her voice growing softer with each word. And that was exactly what Tyler desired to hear. In their conversation, once one party acknowledged their error in any form, the other, being Barato receptive, would be Barato inclined to accept proposals they wouldn't normally consider. Following that, Tyler employed a negotiation tactic. He first proposed a request that the other party would likely refuse, and then followed it up with a relatively easier but somewhat unreasonable demand. Under these circumstances, the other party would most probably comply. "My lord, since you have wrongly accused me and nearly harmed me, could you offer me one of your earring pendants as compensation?" Earring pendant? Viviana touched the petal-shaped earring pendant made of black jade that adorned her ear, shaking her head vehemently. "No, it's not possible." The black jade earring pendant was a gift Viviana received from her parents when she turned 16, and she would never give it to anyone, no matter what. "Then, would you perhaps remove your veil and allow me to see your countenance? I, being inexperienced, wish to witness the visage of someone as formidable as yourself." Later, when Tyler recalled the moment he had developed the idea to conquer Viviana, it was mostly at this instant. "Well, fine. You may take a glimpse." Viviana removed her veil, revealing her face underneath. Tyler couldn't help but admit that, for a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. The girl's eyes, akin to rubies, held an enchanting allure, while her exquisitely sculpted features appeared flawlessly natural. Her alabaster skin radiated a supple and delicate luster. If an angel were to descend upon the mortal realm, it could only resemble the countenance of Viviana. Chapter 57 Traveling Merchant Caravan Prison Star Calendar Year 187 May 15th, 12:13 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 25 days, 2 days have passed since the separation in the Luca forest with Viviana. Tyler occasionally recalls the image of the silver-haired girl. However, what captures his attention is not merely the girl's exquisite beauty, but the secrets concealed within her. "Silly Neeson, you can't seem to forget about her. Why didn't you go with her to Good Town?" Tyler, "To walk into death's embrace." "Silly Neeson, since you've already buried the pigeon blood ruby, Cinceredo, but it seems luck isn't your only ally." 2 days ago, Tyler managed to shorten the distance between him and Viviana by unveiling her face. However, to be honest, it only reduced the 100-meter gap by a mere meter. As long as the disparity in strength and status between them exists, the remaining 99 meters will remain an insurmountable chasm. At this stage, all Tyler needs is to plant a small seed. In these past 2 days, Tyler has ventured out of the Luca forest and arrived at the foothills of the Sandrift Mountains. Excluding species he had already hunted before, the only notable gain in these 2 days was a gazelle. The gazelle brought Tyler 50 points of occupation experience, bringing him on the verge of leveling up. Furthermore, after these days of continuous hunting, the skill heart of focus is also on the brink of leveling up. Although the level 51 magic swordsman, Cinceredo Hunter, LV1 experience, 350-400 heart of focus, LV1 proficiency, 71-100 manufacturing occupation, combat occupation, Junior Assassin, LV4 experience, 100-1000 Deceiver, LV1 proficiency, 56-100. Just as Tyler was about to find a cool place to get something to eat, he noticed 2 carriages parked by the roadside about 200 meters ahead. The inscription "Traveling Merchant Caravan" on the carriages caught Tyler's attention. Encountering people in such a remote wilderness was a rare occurrence, and the inscription on the carriages suggested the presence of valuable intelligence. Tyler gathered his belongings and walked towards the caravan, intending to first gather basic information about its members from a distance before deciding whether to approach and interact. As he walked, a ball of yarn suddenly rolled out from one of the carriage compartments. Upon closer inspection, Tyler realized that it was not a ball of yarn, but a small girl curled up into a ball. "Oh dear, I nearly killed myself," she exclaimed. It turned out that the girl had stepped into empty space when she got off the carriage, and to protect herself, she curled up to soften the impact when landing. Unaware of the presence of a stranger, Tyler, in the distance, the girl brushed off the dust from her clothes, stood up, and happily skipped towards the bushes by the roadside. The bushes were adorned with many red berries, indicating that she was heading there for the berries. Tyler observed the girl's basic information from afar and felt somewhat surprised. Takini rabbitkin, rabbit human, female, 8 years old member of the traveling merchant caravan production occupation. Gatherer, Level 1 manufacturing occupation. Pharmacist, Level 1 combat occupation. Rabican Shaman, Level 1. Rabican? Rabican Shaman? Such a young child in a caravan. As Tyler pondered, he, as a hunter, suddenly noticed a steppe wolf lurking in the bushes. At the same time, 2 other wolves were silently approaching, seemingly planning to ambush the little girl together. Tyler quickly surveyed his surroundings. The others in the caravan hadn't come out of the carriages yet. If he were to shout loudly now, he might startle the wolf pack. If the wolves attacked first, it would put the little girl in danger. Production occupation skill heart of focus. LV1 has been activated and remains in effect. Without much hesitation, Tyler immediately strung his bow, took quick steps to find a suitable angle, and swiftly shot 3 arrows, each aimed at one of the wolves. He then heard the wolves whimper and retreat. Now, with urgency in his voice, Tyler hurriedly ran towards the little girl. Production occupation skill heart of focus. LV1 has been deactivated. Young lady, there are wolves in the grass. Quickly retreat. Upon hearing Tyler's cry, the adults in the car all rushed out. The bewildered little girl, unaware of what was happening, was soon lifted up by the adults. The crisis was averted. DSVEL.CM successfully killed grassland wolf. Occupation experience 100, current experience 450-400. Level up conditions met. Hunter, LV1 automatically upgraded to Hunter, LV2. I actually managed to shoot down a wolf too. It seems like I hit a vital spot by chance. Tyler immediately glanced at his own status information, but only his endurance had increased slightly. The benefits of leveling up as a hunter were similar to those of a junior assassin. At this rate of growth, even if he reached level 50, his strength wouldn't improve significantly. However, Viviana Scarlet was undoubtedly stronger than him in more than one aspect. Tyler didn't have time to ponder, as the members of the caravan had already come over to express their gratitude. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. I just happened to see it. Tyler was indeed not being polite and immediately scanned the basic information of everyone. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, responsible for driving the first carriage. Mark Mail, 36 years old, leader of the traveling merchant caravan production occupation. Gatherer, LV, 4 manufacturing occupation. None combat occupation. None beside Mark stood an elder named Lawrence, whose information was similar to Mark's. He was responsible for driving the second carriage. Next, the charming little girl named Takini, whose information Tyler had just reviewed. Takini, wearing a fluffy dress, looked incredibly adorable, particularly with the prominent high hat she wore. Tyler speculated that it was meant to conceal her bunny ears, as it was a definite characteristic of the rabbit folk. Big brother, thank you so much. At close range, Takini's little face was fair and tender. Tyler smiled warmly, glad the young one was safe. You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Using this incident as an opportunity, Tyler smoothly engaged in conversation with the caravan. Tyler learned that the merchant caravan consisted of 4 individuals. Aside from the 3 he had met, there was also an elderly lady named Granny Kasi, who had some difficulty with her mobility and had yet to disembark from the carriage. Coincidentally, the caravan had recently visited Ira Village and was now en route to Sunnytown. Why didn't you take the Sandrift Gorge route? Tyler inquired. The Sandrift Gorge is infested with demons. It's impassable at that moment. A frail voice emanated from the carriage, followed by an elderly lady tremblingly making her way down. Initially, Tyler hadn't paid much attention, but upon seeing the elderly lattice basic information, he nearly lost control of his expression. Kasi female, 68 years old, member of the traveling merchant caravan production occupation. Gatherer, level 12 manufacturing occupation. Pharmacist, level 14 combat occupation. Mercenary sage, level 67 no way. Mercenary elder, level 67. Is that what you call an elderly granny with mobility issues? Chapter 58 Bonus Granny Cassie. Granny Cassie's basic information instantly transformed Tyler Centurato. Centurato and everyone in the caravan regarded her as an ordinary old lady. Maybe even if I hadn't intervened just now, Takini wouldn't have been in any danger. Tyler speculated that Granny Cassie might have been testing him, which is why she refrained from taking action. After all, he was a stranger to the caravan. Well, handsome young man, you probably don't know this, but there are monsters in the Sandrift Gorge. With a shaky gait, Granny Cassie joined the conversation among the others. Taking advantage of the situation, Tyler observed Granny Cassie up close. At first glance, she appeared to be just an old lady, devoid of muscular strength or an ethereal demeanor. Granny, by monsters, do you mean the Rock Shadow Demon? Tyler approached her, offering support, and asked with utmost respect. Merrick, Lawrence, and little Takini, witnessing Banning's gesture, couldn't help but think that this young man was indeed a rare species who knew how to care for the elderly. Little did they know, Banning, Tyler, was actually testing their inner thoughts. Oh, young man, you know about the Rock Shadow Demon? Yes, I heard it from the Goodtown Cavalry. Are you from Goodtown? No, I'm from Ira Village. After briefly explaining his situation, Tyler, in a show of respect, found Granny Cassie's hand tightly gripping his. You're from Ira Village, huh? Oh, my dear Kana. I mean Granny Kana. She's a dear friend of mine. Oh, I see. No wonder I felt that you resembled Granny Kana. Tyler didn't care if the resemblance was genuine or not. What mattered was establishing a good relationship with this level 67 mercenary sage. With the aid of mind reading, Tyler swiftly assimilated into the ambience of the traveling merchant caravan. Whether it was intentional concealment or genuine ignorance, the other members of the caravan truly treated Granny Kana as an elderly person with limited mobility, providing her with care. Despite employing mind-reading ability, Tyler failed to detect any loopholes. Furthermore, Tyler did not perceive any malice or schemes within Granny Kana's thoughts. Their interaction truly resembled that with Granny Kana. Perhaps a good person's companion is also a good person. While conversing, Granny Cassie suddenly sighed. Ah, I hope Kana recovers soon. What happened to Granny Kana? Kana fell ill. Didn't you know? If Granny Cassie hadn't mentioned it, Tyler would have remained unaware. It turned out that since Tyler had left Ira Village many days ago, he was oblivious to the subsequent events in the village. After Tyler's departure from Ira Village, the traveling merchant caravan paid a visit to the village. That day, Granny Cassie went to chat with Granny Kana, as usual, but upon entering her house, she learned that Kana's recurring heart pain had resurfaced, leaving her bedridden. Granny Kana's condition was exacerbated by the scorching summer heat, and the only effective treatment required boiling water with sandrift flowers and consuming it. These sandrift flowers grew only in Sandrift Gorge, located nearby, and they only bloomed in moonlit areas during the night. The more water sources there were in the vicinity, the greater the likelihood of finding them. I wonder if anyone from the village has been sent to search. Ira Village doesn't have many capable individuals, both verbally and inwardly. Cassie expressed deep concern for Kana. Initially, Tyler was touched by Granny Cassie's consistency, but he quickly noticed something illogical. Tyler found it somewhat perplexing. If Granny Cassie genuinely cared for Granny Kana, her close friend, why didn't she go to Sandrift Gorge to help with this matter? As a level 67 mercenary sage, she shouldn't have trouble dealing with the monsters in Sandrift Gorge, right? If she couldn't handle it, then wouldn't it be akin to sending the Goodtown Cavalry, whose levels range from a mere 10 to 20, on a feudal monster hunt? However, Tyler was reluctant to cast doubts on Granny Cassie, as her thoughts were sincere. She genuinely cared for Granny Kana. Therefore, Tyler could only make a temporary conjecture. Perhaps Granny Cassie had grown old and feeble, with her current status and strength falling behind her past glory. Regrettably, Tyler couldn't voice these questions. He had to keep the matter of the divine eye of transcendence a secret from everyone. The members of the traveling merchant caravan had a delightful conversation with Tyler, and even the young girl Takini took a great liking to him. Under their warm invitation, Tyler joined them in having lunch on the grassy field. During the meal, Granny Kasi left to attend to personal matters. At that moment, Tyler's attention was focused on a conversation with Merrick, and he did not notice the unusual demeanor of Granny Kasi. After all, nature calls, and everyone understands a need, especially in the wilderness. However, unbeknownst to the others, once out of their sight, Granny Kasi no longer moved slowly, but swiftly made her way into the depths of the forest. Before long, she arrived beneath a tree marked with the snake eye symbol, emitting a faint magical aura. It was her perception of this magical energy that led her there. A wise old soul has come to visit the denizens beneath the earth, Granny Kasi softly uttered the passphrase. Shortly after, a verdant snake with sharp barato descended from the tree. Good to see you, Kasi. In a language of evil kinds, the snake spoke, its barato glinting. I still have work to do here, by the way. Can you speak the language of the humans while on their territory? Earthly ghost. In the human language. Of course, as long as you complete the mission successfully, we can negotiate any terms. In the human language, an evil gleam flickered in the snake's eyes. It was not its true form, but merely a messenger. The true form of the snake was known as the Earthly Ghost, currently serving for the Eternal Winter Lord in the Abyssal Empire. Controlling snakes to establish contact with the Alliance of Lights Insider was a skill the Earthly Ghost excelled at. Tell me, what is the mission? If it's too difficult, this old soul may not be able to handle it. It's not difficult at all. You know the nearby Sandrift Gorge, right? Swerik resides there. Do you know him? Yes, I do. What about him? There's a possibility that someone will kill him soon. Once he's killed, I need you to immediately gather information about the killer and participants. You also need to keep track of the killer. Can you do it? Swerik will be killed. Granny Kasi widened her eyes in disbelief. Even I may not be able to deal with him if I were to confront him. When did such a powerful individual arrive in this vicinity? That's none of your concern. Just tell me, can you do it or not? Naturally, it's a piece of cake. Very well, I leave in your hands. Keep a close watch. With a hiss, the venomous snake disappeared into the bushes, Centuredo. The days remaining for countdown to confession death were getting tight. Secondly, Tyler desired to gather more information about this world from the traveling merchant caravan. During the journey, Tyler learned from Merrick, Lawrence, and the others that the Alliance of Light, which was the Human Alliance, had been engaged in a war with the Abyssal Empire for several centuries. According to the tales passed down by the elderly, in the beginning, no one took the Abyssal Empire established by the singular demon god seriously. It was not until neighboring countries were conquered one after another that people began to panic. The singular demon god was not only unparalleled in combat prowess, but also exhibited an extraordinary ability to recruit talented individuals. Most notably, the demon god had a brilliant strategist known as the Eternal Winter Lord. Under the command of the Eternal Winter Lord, the Abyssal Empire's army achieved victory in impossible battles against superior forces more than 10 times. Eventually, the human nations were forced to unite and form the Alliance of Light. It is said that during the darkest times, the name of the singular demon god was forbidden to be uttered. Even today, no one knows the real name of the singular demon god. As Merrick spoke of the history, he became quite animated. He continued to recount how the Alliance of Light had united to construct an impenetrable defensive line, halting the Abyssal Empire's expansion and launching counteroffensive campaigns. Tyler had already heard Merrick recount these campaigns 3 times. From his perspective, while the Alliance of Light had indeed turned the tables on their one-sided defeat, the Abyssal Empire remained formidable. The territories they had already seized were not relinquished by the human nations. The might of the Abyssal Empire was unquestionable. Now the situation had reached a stalemate, and the next competition would be determined by who could grow faster and sustain their internal affairs and economic resources during the state of war. During the journey, aside from conversing with Merrick, Lawrence, and Granny Kasi, Tyler spent most of his time playing with Takini. Using his mind-reading ability, Tyler discovered that everyone was aware of Takini's true identity as a rabbitkin, and they were all kindly helping to keep it concealed. Tyler learned from Merrick that the situation for demi-human races within human nations was currently quite awkward. Since the beginning of the war, a considerable portion of the demi-human population had joined the Abyssal Empire, making the remaining peaceful factions of demi-humans vulnerable to attacks from extremist groups. Tyler couldn't reveal that he knew Takini's true identity, but he expressed his support for the demi-humans in a tactful manner. Tyler's attitude and stance endeared him even more to the members of the traveling merchant caravan. Takini, you may not be aware of it, but the small size of the prairie gerbil may deceive you, for their running speed can reach up to 55 kilometers per hour. Wow, that's astonishingly swift, Cinchuredo, because he genuinely cannot resist Takini's adorable attacks. Over these past days, he has shared a plethora of wildlife trivia he knows. Moreover, prairie gerbils are remarkably adept at burrowing. Their underground burrows can extend up to 5 or 6 meters in depth. Wow, no wonder Takini never manages to catch them. These creatures are truly formidable. What animal would you like to learn about next? Shall we discuss wild boars? Wow, excellent choice. Takini Waka Waka. Tyler proceeds to elaborate on the ecology of wild boars, informing Takini that they are primarily nocturnal and spend most of their daytime slumbering. Furthermore, adult wild boars coat themselves with a mixture of clay and bristles, rendering them impressively sturdy, as ordinary arrows cannot penetrate their hide. Enthralled by Tyler's storytelling, Takini remains captivated and yearns for more. Nevertheless, she becomes increasingly perplexed about one matter. Brother, why is it that you always know what Takini wants to hear? Could it be that you possess magical abilities? Tyler chuckles, knowing well that it is due to his mind-reading powers, though he cannot reveal this fact. With the aid of the ability, fostering a connection with children becomes effortless. It simply demonstrates how well Takini and I get along. Takini also feels that she and Brother Banning share a profound bond. Uttering these words, Takini approaches Tyler and gazes up at him, blinking her large eyes. I want to have an elder brother. Can Banning be my brother? Absolutely. I've always yearned for a sister as well. Well, why is that true? Takini is overjoyed. Takini finally has an elder brother. Hooray! Filled with delight, Takini breaks into a clumsy yet endearing dance, twirling and wiggling in the carriage. Everyone watches her with uncontrollable laughter, unable to contain their amusement at her adorable and unrefined movements. The delightful journey swiftly passed, and upon arriving at Sunnytown, Takini had already become a pendant clinging to Tyler. Apart from the inconvenience of using the restroom, Tyler quite enjoyed this soft and tender little doll. Thanks to the speed of the carriage, Tyler arrived at Sunnytown more than 10 days earlier. The current date was May 21st, and corresponding to that, Tyler's countdown to confession death had 20 days remaining. When he thought of Granny Kana's illness, Tyler felt the urge to return to Ira Village. However, with only 20 days left, time was already tight for someone as cautious as him. Tyler had to first reach the young girl in Sunnytown. Mr. Merrick, how will you arrange things from here? Tyler inquired after entering Sunnytown. We will replenish our supplies here and then depart for Goodtown after completing our purchases. During this period, we'll be shuttling between Goodtown and Sunnytown as merchants, Merrick replied. If we're heading to Goodtown, are we still going to avoid Sandrift Gorge? Tyler asked. Yes, indeed. Why? Are you planning to go to Sandrift Gorge? Well, I plan to spend about 10 days preparing in Sunnytown and then visit Sandrift Gorge to see if I can collect some Sandrift flowers. Ah, that's no easy task, young man. You should think it through, Granny Cassie chimed in, trying to dissuade Tyler. However, since Tyler had already made up his mind, all they could do was wish him luck. Good luck, young man. On behalf of Kana, I thank you. We'll be staying in Sunnytown for the next few days, so if you need anything, come find us at the Sunny Inn. After bidding farewell to Mr. Merrick and the others, Tyler found Takini, who had been sleeping in the carriage, and it was a bit difficult for him to part ways with this adorable little girl. Eh? Brother, aren't you traveling with us? Takini immediately perked up upon hearing that Tyler was leaving. I'm sorry, Takini. Brother has some things to take care of. Woo! Even if Takini likes brother banning the most, Takini blinked her big eyes and clung onto Tyler's arm. Well, we will definitely have the chance to travel together in the future. Tyler could only pat Takini's head, with no other recourse. Even if Takini likes brother banning the most of the world, is it still not possible? Under Takini's adorable onslaught, Tyler was starting to feel overwhelmed. But there was no other choice. The curse was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't just ignore Granny Kana. And then at that moment, confirmed receipt of confession from Rabbitkin Takini. Energy points 1, current energy points. What? Huh? No way, this is possible. Hold on. Isn't this a FBI open the door warning? Chapter 60 Divine Eye of Transcendence, LV3. Tyler was bewildered. Self-reflecting, he had no intention whatsoever to pick up Takini during this journey, and he remained entirely focused on the task at hand. However, there were indeed hints in the text within his field of vision. Now, within the energy points of the Divine Eye of Transcendence, there was indeed one usable point. Wasn't the requirement of the Divine Eye of Transcendence a sincere confession? Does that mean Takini likes me in a romantic sense? No. That's impossible. Are children these days so precocious? Tyler still couldn't believe it. He didn't think Takini could understand the meaning of love. Big brother, why aren't you answering Takini? Sorry, I didn't expect Takini to like me this much. Even though Tyler was basically a scumbag, he hesitated in this moment. To agree was definitely impossible, as the earned points would immediately be deducted. However, Tyler also didn't want to hurt the innocent Takini. But Takini, let me ask you, is your liking for me the kind of liking a younger sister has for her older brother? Tyler cautiously asked. Big brother isn't Takini's real brother, so Takini's liking for Big Brother is just liking, unrelated to the identity of the brother. Takini's answer almost confused Tyler. In summary, Tyler had underestimated Takini a bit. Children may be ignorant, but they are also pure. Once they develop feelings, it is genuine. Moreover, perhaps demi-human children mature a bit earlier than ordinary human children. Thank you for liking me so much, Takini. Then, when you grow up, if you still like me this much, then please tell me, okay? As for the matter of parting, don't be too sad. I will come back to Sunnydown to find you all after I finish my tasks. Helpless. Tyler had to play the role of a typical gentle protagonist from Japanese anime. Yeah. Takini will grow up quickly. Looking at Takini's earnest promise, Tyler felt a twinge of guilt. Silly Neeson. You really are quite gentle, Tyler. Tyler, I humbly accept your praise, but can't take it to heart. With the point, Tyler immediately sought out an uninhabited place to utilize his precognitive death scene ability. This time, his death was foreseen to occur on May 27th, 187, precisely 6 days from now. In the future death scene, Tyler was somewhat astonished to see himself and Avril in a gorge, joining forces to fight against a large evil-kind figure in the form of a rock golem. Additionally, soldiers from the Gutown cavalry were engaged in combat with another rock golem nearby. However, Captain Lydell of the Gutown cavalry launched a surprise attack on Tyler from behind, Centuredo, as if it's retribution for your reckless behavior. Ignoring the silly Neeson's sarcastic comments, Tyler focused on something Barato important that had caught his full attention. Level up conditions met. Divine Eye of Transcendence. LV2 automatically upgraded to Divine Eye of Transcendence. LV3. Having accumulated 2 points of experience, the Divine Eye of Transcendence had leveled up. This was undoubtedly the most anticipated event for Tyler at the moment. Tyler immediately examined the changes in the Divine Eye of Transcendence and couldn't help but be impressed. It truly was an ability bestowed by the humanoid luminescent figure, as the difference between level 3 and level 2 was like night and day. Divine Eye of Transcendence level 3 experience, 0 for energy points, 0 ability details refers to those newly added abilities. 1. Identify the names, basic information, and status information of objects. 2. Obtain the current world's time information and surrounding geographic location. 3. Obtain information about one's own status and attribute. 4. Obtain information about one's own skills. 5. Obtain information about one's inherent abilities and soul curses. 6. Obtain an image of one's own death scene and generate a photo, consuming 1 energy point per use. 7. Read the inner thoughts of objects below combat occupation LV-150. 8. Discern the offensive intent of entities below combat occupation LV-150 within a 3-second time frame. Other information, energy points, can be increased by receiving sincere confessions from the opposite sex. Each confession increases 1 energy point, and the same confession counts only once. Alternatively, energy points can be increased by using universal stones, with each universal stone increasing 1 energy point. Experience. Each time an energy point is used, 1 experience point is added to the divine eye of transcendence. The first change was the ability to see the status information of others, which meant Tyler could now discern their life energy, endurance, and magic energy. Those who have played video games know how helpful it is to have a health bar display in games where it's not initially available. The second change was that Tyler could now see his own attribute information. He quickly confirmed it. Strength, 4 dexterity, 12 intelligence. 9 to be honest, these attributes left Tyler feeling somewhat frustrated, considering he was a junior assassin, LV-4, and also had Hunter LV-2. However, his low attributes seemed reasonable when he reflected on his basic information. Life energy, 40-40 endurance, 25-32 magic energy, 60-90. Tyler compared his attributes to his basic information and effortlessly derived a preliminary calculation formula. Life energy strength X, 10 endurance strength X, 5 dexterity to magic energy intelligence X 10. However, this formula still required more samples for verification. With only himself as the sample, it couldn't provide definitive answers. The third change was the 7th statement in the description. Previously, the usage restriction of mind reading was vaguely defined, but now it had clear limitations. This made Tyler realize that he must not overly rely on mind reading, as it could lead to significant difficulties when facing formidable opponents. Lastly, there was the newly added 8th ability, a significant enhancement to Tyler's combat capabilities. Having both mind reading and the foresight of attack movements 3 seconds in advance was truly remarkable. However, the limitation of it only applying to enemies below level 150 served as a wake-up call for Tyler. He would need to be cautious when encountering enemies of level 150 or higher. The upgrade of the Divine Eye of Transcendence has bestowed upon Tyler a significant amount of confidence. Henceforth, he meticulously analyzed the intricate details of the forthcoming death scene. First and foremost, the date of demise to be analyzed is the 27th of May, year 187. Tyler calculated the time, considering the fastest route from Sunnytown to Ira Village, which entails traversing the gorge. If you were to travel by foot, it would take approximately 10 days, whereas on horseback, it would require 3 to 4 days. According to the future death scene, Tyler finds himself in the gorge after 6 days, encountering Avril and the Goodtown Cavalry. This implies that, in this particular future, Centurato, you are such a noble person. Tyler, silly niece and I never imagined, that you would, risk your life against the demons in the gorge. You truly possess deep emotions and righteousness. Tyler, you're overthinking. Tyler did not accept the praise from the foolish girl, as he did not believe that he would jeopardize his life for Granny Kana. No matter how kind Granny Kana was to him, it did not surpass the importance of Tyler's own parents in the Earth world. Tyler believed that since his future self in this scenario chose to venture into Sandrift Gorge, it implies that he has a high chance of success, and a considerable one at that. Furthermore, With the divine eye of transcendence, now at level 3, Tyler feels even more confident in his chances of success. Being an assassin and still being stabbed from behind by someone else, it's quite disgraceful. Lydell the Guttown Cavalry, let me have a meeting with you. Chapter 61, where paths meet, harsh words aside, Tyler immediately returned to his usual composed demeanor after the satisfaction. Tyler actually had a suspicion that he didn't let the naive young girl know. He believed that the reason for his impulsiveness in this death future was partly due to a desire to become stronger as soon as possible. The psychological impact brought by Viviana and Granny Cassie to Tyler was not insignificant. To be frank, given Tyler's current rate of progress, it is simply a pipe dream to complete the ultimate 3 missions. However, being anxious won't solve the problem. Tyler is well aware that his current goal is still to stay alive. Tyler shifted his focus back to the future death scene. The stone golem monsters in the scene should be the so-called Rock Shadow Demon. Unexpectedly, there were 2 of them. However, based on the information visible in the scene alone, these 2 stone golems gave Tyler the impression of being clumsy and sturdy, perhaps not formidable opponents. On the contrary, it was the captain of the Guttown Cavalry, Lydell, who made Tyler somewhat puzzled. He had no prior acquaintance or grievances with Captain Lydell, so why would he betray Tyler? Moreover, if Captain Lydell intended to act against him, why didn't the future Tyler discover it through mind reading before the tragedy occurred? Could it be that Lydell made a spur-of-the-moment decision during the battle? But if that were the case, it would make even less sense. The more Tyler thought about it, the more he realized the inconsistencies in this future of death. Among these inconsistencies, perhaps lies the key to solving this future of death. After discussing the issues, let's talk about the good news in the future death scene. Tyler was very surprised to see Avril fighting side by side with him, especially seeing her holding a giant pair of scissors, indicating that she was in her L personality. Could it be that the L personality has reconciled with Tyler? Tyler felt that he shouldn't be too happy about it. This might just be a temporary measure in a dangerous situation. When the situation is safe, Cinchuredo, I still want to go to the Sandrift Gorge. Silly Neeson. Huh? Wait, no. You don't have to sacrifice yourself to maintain your image, right? I won't look down on you just because you change your mind. Tyler, I want die, and I didn't say you'll go right now. The stupid kid's constant surprises further highlighted that they were in the same boat now. However, Tyler is not a reckless person. Before heading to the Sandrift Gorge, he has 2 things to do: procure equipment and replenish supplies. Find an opportunity to take a look at Granny Cassie's status information and assess the disparity in strength. The scale of Sunnytown is approximately equivalent to 20 Ira villages. Tyler took a casual stroll and found a shop where he sold all the materials he had obtained from hunting recently, and then used the money to buy suitable equipment. Considering his own combat style and strength, Tyler purchased a small wooden round shield and a pair of gauntlet swords. Additionally, he increased the number of arrows to 30, emphasizing a strategy focused on agility and maneuverability. Apart from that, Tyler had originally planned to buy some potions, but to his surprise, it seemed that the Abyssal Empire world didn't have such things as healing potions. However, there were magic potions available, although they could only be found in larger cities. Helplessly, Tyler had no choice but to use the money he had allocated for potions to purchase raw materials such as wood ash and soil. After a few experiments, he successfully made 2 smoke bombs to keep on hand for unexpected situations. Tyler, it's hardcore. This world doesn't have the concept of healing potions. Silly Neeson, are you talking about those things you can drink in games to instantly restore your health? Tyler, yes. Silly Neeson, I think I saw them before in a low-difficulty parallel world. The absence of healing potions meant that there was no quick recovery after being injured, which could be fatal in prolonged battles or encounters with relentless enemies. Not to mention encountering those relying on overpriced items. The Abyssal Empire world truly never failed to impress Tyler with its difficulty. By the way, Takini is a shaman. I wonder if she knows any healing spells. No, wait. If she knows healing spells, then Granny Kana wouldn't still be waiting for the Sandra flowers, right? Setting aside the enigmatic Granny Kasi for now, Tyler at least trusted Takini. He didn't believe that Takini would knowingly leave Granny Kana unattended when she could be healed. However, just because there is no healing magic now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Tyler could sense that Takini had great potential. Strengthening his bond with Takini would be an important goal for Tyler in the future. But for this expedition to the Sandrift Gorge, he certainly wouldn't take her into danger. After the conclusion of the shopping excursion, during the dinner hour, Tyler serendipitously encountered the traveling merchant caravan in a restaurant called the Catgirl Restaurant. Following some pleasant banter, everyone cheerfully gathered around the dining table. Amidst the meal, Tyler paid little attention to anything else, instead seizing every opportunity to observe Granny Kasi. Please do not misunderstand, for Tyler's true intention was to ascertain the extent of the mercenary sage, LV-67 data, as this knowledge would prove crucial in comprehending the world's overall power dynamics. Granny Kasi's basic information: life, 5710 endurance, 1799-1825 magic energy, 470 at first glance. It may seem acceptable, but Tyler could instantly discern the glaring disparity between Granny Kasi and himself by merely comparing their respective attributes. Tyler's basic information: life, 40 endurance, 2532 magic energy, 6090 in comparison. Tyler's values were merely a fraction of Granny Kasi's. It appears that his path ahead is indeed quite arduous. Simultaneously, Tyler dismissed a prior suspicion. Granny Kasi could not possibly be aged and feeble. How could an elderly person in such a state possess such extraordinary attributes? Thus, it became evident that Granny Kasi was concealing her true identity for some ulterior motive, leaving everyone in the traveling merchant caravan oblivious to her true nature. Furthermore, Tyler discovered that if Granny Kasi's data were input into the formula he had deduced previously, certain inconsistencies arose. For instance, according to Tyler's earlier formula, life, energy, strength 10, Granny Kasi's life value of 5,710 indicated she possessed 571 points in the strength attribute. However, the formula for endurance, strength 5 dexterity, yielded an upper limit of only 1825 points for Granny Kasi, far below the expected value of strength 571, 528.55, not to mention accounting for additional attribute points in dexterity. Hence, the relationship between basic information and attributes is not a simple multiplier, necessitating further collection of intelligence to derive an accurate formula. Once satiated and replete, Merrick and the others once again inquired about Tyler's forthcoming itinerary, as Takini had persistently insisted on accompanying him. Tyler declared his unwavering determination to venture into Sandrift Gorge, as he could not abandon Granny Kana's predicament. Takini was deeply moved by Tyler's bravery and benevolence, and the others greatly admired his courage. In this harmonious atmosphere, after a moment of contemplation, Granny Kasi, burdened with her mission to monitor Swerik, suggested to Merrick, my dear, we cannot be less courageous than these young folks, can we? Why not join forces and embark on an adventure to Sandrift Gorge? Unbeknownst to Granny Kasi, her inner machinations, laden with secrets, were perceptively discerned by Tyler. Chapter 62, Avril's Determination. Just waiting for your words, Granny Kasi. We actually had the idea a long time ago, huh? Merrick and Lawrence readily agreed with Granny Kasi, while Takini jumped with joy at the opportunity to work with Banning once again. She was happier than anything else. Ho then, let our caravan be young once again. At the dining table, the members of the traveling merchant caravan raised their glasses in celebration. Tyler also wore a smiling face as he clinked glasses with everyone, but his happiness was merely a facade. Presently, Tyler had no time for happiness. He had suspicions about Granny Kasi's identity. Mission to monitor Swerik? Is Swerik a person's name? Why does this Swerik have a connection to Sandrift Gorge? Regardless of who this Swearick in Granny Cassie's thoughts was, one thing Tyler could confirm was that Granny Cassie definitely had ulterior motives. Now, in addition to being cautious of Captain Lydell of the Goodtown Cavalry, Tyler had to be on guard against Granny Cassie, who could not be taken lightly. Prison Star Calendar, May 22nd, 187, 10:26 a.m. Countdown to confession death. 29 days remaining in Ira Village. In the orchard outside the village, Avril spent the morning taking stock of the situation in the orchard. She felt that she could take a break for a while. The demand for repairing clothes is piling up. It's time to deal with it. Avril stretched lazily. She had been busy with the affairs of the orchard these days, causing her back to ache. Avril, don't bother with those tattered clothes anymore. It's time for everyone in the village to go to town and buy new clothes. In my opinion, we should take advantage of this rare leisure time to find and kill Banning. It's a good opportunity to stretch our muscles. Elle's voice became active in Avril's mind. The days in the orchard had bored her to death. Unlike Avril, who liked peace and tranquility, Elle was only satisfied with exciting and thrilling things. Oh, Elle, why are you always fixated on Banning? Avril, you shouldn't abbreviate it like that. What do you mean by fixated on Banning? I'm determined to stop him. Yes. I've told you many times already. It's not realistic. Since Banning left the village, Avril had grown tired of hearing Elle talk about getting rid of him. At first, Avril was a little nervous, but now she didn't take it seriously at all. Besides, Banning had left the village for many days, and he hadn't mentioned where he was going. It wouldn't be easy to find him. As for the risk of Banning revealing their secret, Avril was not worried at all. Although they couldn't be together, she trusted Banning's character. CM at this moment, Rode, who hadn't spoken much to Avril these days, approached. Rode kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Avril. It was clear that he was still concerned about what had happened before. Avril, I want to discuss something with you. Rode came to ask Avril for leave. He told her that Granny Kana's recurring heart condition had flared up again, and they needed the Sandrift flower from Sandrift Gorge to treat her. Unfortunately, Woodall, the village chief, and the others were occupied with dealing with wild boars, so Rode decided to venture into Sandrift Gorge himself since the orchard was relatively idle. Avril, who had been busy with the orchard, had no knowledge of Granny Kana falling ill. Surprised, she recalled the rumors surrounding Sandrift Gorge. Wait, Rode, Sandrift Gorge, isn't it said to be infested with demons? Something like stone demons? Avril spoke to Rode with ease and without resentment. Yes, but it shouldn't be a problem, right? The Goodtown Cavalry has gone on numerous expeditions this year and still hasn't found anything. They might have already moved elsewhere. Rode's reasoning had some validity, but it remained a possibility. Venturing into Sandrift Gorge was still a significant risk. However, Avril knew of the close relationship between Rode and Granny Kana. He wouldn't simply leave her alone. I understand. He'll accompany you. Avril had always regarded Granny Kana as her own grandmother. Have you gone mad, Avril? Both Rode and Elle responded almost simultaneously. It's my decision. If you don't want to come with me, we can go separately. Avril's words left Rode speechless, and he had a faint feeling that Avril had matured significantly since Banning's departure. That's not what I meant. It could be quite dangerous, especially since you're a girl. Rode, thank you for your concern, but saying it like that might offend a girl. Avril patted Rode's shoulder, and in that moment, she seemed to have become Rode's older sister. Get ready quickly. We'll depart this afternoon. Avril's decision to go to Sandrift Gorge was not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. First and foremost, she knew that Rode alone would not be sufficient. In the past, she would not have been of much help. However, things had changed. Avril was no longer just Avril. She and Elle were of one mind and body. Avril had confidence in her wilderness survival skills and Elle's combat abilities. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, their priority would be escape and evasion. As for the awkwardness of being alone with Rode, Avril was a person who understood the bigger picture and prioritized the important matters. She wouldn't let her situation with Rode hinder Granny Kana's well-being. That afternoon, Avril and Rode were fully prepared, and together, they set out on foot towards Sandrift Gorge. On the way, Rode walked ahead while Avril followed silently. They didn't speak a word as they continued their journey. In the evening, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from behind, and soon the Goodtown cavalry caught up with them. Strange, didn't the Goodtown cavalry just return from Sandrift Gorge not long ago? Rode whispered to Avril. These cavalry soldiers were not to be trifled with. Following Avril's suggestion, Rode and Avril moved to the side of the road to let the cavalry pass. However, the cavalry captain, Lydell, recognized Rode because he was the one responsible for transporting fruits for the cavalry in Ira Village. Well, isn't this Rode? Lydell waved his hand, and the 15 cavalrymen stopped beside Rode and Avril, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Dash, shall I scare them a little, Avril? Like, take down 2 or 3 of them. Upon seeing this scene, Elle became excited instead of fearful. Avril quickly whispered to her, asking her not to do anything rash. Good afternoon, Captain Lydell. Afternoon, Captain Lydell. Rode and Avril greeted Lydell in turn, but Lydell showed no intention of dismounting. He looked down on them from above. Rode, my boy, where are you taking this young lady? Running away together? Or planning some clandestine activities in the wilderness? Ladle's teasing elicited laughter from his soldiers. Rode lowered his head in embarrassment, while Avril was not one to be bullied. Rode and I aren't in that kind of relationship, Captain Lydell. You've misunderstood. Avril firmly denied any romantic involvement, but poor Rode was targeted once again without any reason. This time, the soldiers stopped laughing. They were eager to see how the young girl would respond after rebuffing Captain Lydell. Chapter 63 Overnight on the plains. I didn't expect such a courageous girl in Ira Village. Not bad, ha ha ha. To the soldiers' surprise, Captain Lydell didn't get angry. He even found a way to save face with an awkward laughter. However, Lydell was not without anger. He just suppressed it. Dash, what's the point of bullying a young girl in front of my subordinates? Dash, since you have such a personality, let's see how long you can remain stubborn. As Lydell looked at Avril's innocent and lovely face, he had a plan in mind. Rode, where are you two headed? Lydell turned his head to ask Rode. Avril quickly gestured to stop Rode, but he answered without hesitation. We're going to Sandrift Gorge, Captain Lydell. At that moment, Avril wished she had a needle and thread to sew Rode's mouth shut. Why are you going to Sandrift Gorge? Don't you know there are monsters there? Lydell immediately brought up the topic of monsters. Fortunately, Rode's emotional intelligence wasn't negative, and he didn't mention the incompetence of the Goodtown cavalry. He simply stated that they were going to find Sandrift flowers to cure Granny Kana. Sandrift flowers. It's indeed not easy to get your hands on them. Lydell stroked his small beard, pondered for a moment, and then pointed to the rearmost carriage of the cavalry. You two young people are quite filial. How about this? You can ride on our logistics carriage, and we'll give you a lift. Moi, Avril, don't agréer. I have a feeling this guy has ulterior motives. With the same thoughts as Elle, Avril also desires not to act together with the Goodtown cavalry. However, thank you, Captain Lydell. Overjoyed, Rode has already accepted the invitation, so Avril can only put on a grateful expression for now and take it step by step. In the carriage, aside from military supplies, there are only Rode and Avril. Rode sits at the back of the carriage, looking outside, while Avril sits quietly inside. Avril has already made up her mind that she will find an excuse to leave the cavalry unit once they reach Sandrift Gorge. As for Rode, if he chooses to continue acting together with the cavalry unit, she will let him be. After all, they are all men, and these soldiers of the cavalry unit should not cause any trouble for him. Moreover, no matter what, Ira Village is still an important supply point for the cavalry unit, so they wouldn't dare to do anything too excessive. Dash, Avril, if these soldiers dare to cause trouble, I'll deal with them severely myself. Hee, what do you think of this idea? Avril has already grown accustomed to Elle's extreme tastes, and she no longer cares about what these soldiers' bodies might be turned into. Her only concern is whether Elle is overly confident. No matter how formidable Elle may be, Avril doesn't think she can surpass these 15 soldiers. Elle, I will follow your lead in whatever you decide to do, but please don't act unless absolutely necessary, Avril whispers in a hushed voice. Moi, don't worry, Avril. I know my limits. Avril can't help but feel uneasy about Elle's definition of limits. During the night, the cavalry unit finds an open grassland and sets up camp. The soldiers all have their own simple tents, while Avril is arranged to sleep inside the carriage. Rode volunteers to stand guard for Avril, but she suggests taking turns. Rode will guard for the first half of the night, and she will guard for the second half. With Elle present, Avril manages to fall into a light sleep. When it's Avril's turn to guard in the second half of the night, Elle becomes fully active. It's been a while since I've been active during the night. The darkness is my domain. If Avril knew that her sister not only had a combat occupation, but also was a murderous phantom, she would surely find it fitting. The black night on the grassland is incredibly silent, with only the uninterrupted sounds of insects and occasional animal calls in the distance. Avril sits at the back of the carriage and overhears the low conversations among the soldiers on guard nearby. Yeah, this time won't be long. Sandrift Gorge. I really don't understand. Captain, always. You don't understand. Hunting demons, supplies, profits, really envious? So that's why. The voices are indistinct, but Avril can roughly grasp the meaning. It seems that Captain Lydell is using the excuse of hunting demons to gain profits, which explains why they have returned empty-handed from 3 consecutive hunts this year. Avril now suspects that Rode's speculation might be correct, that there are no more demons in Sandrift Gorge. The night passes slowly, and, as Avril sits, she gradually begins to doze off. At this moment, Elle notices some unusual movements around them. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. Leave the rest to me. Without waking Avril, Elle directly takes control of the body. First, she glances at the nearby sentries and finds that those 2 fellows have actually fallen asleep. She silently criticizes the lack of discipline in the Goodtown cavalry. Then, Elle separates her familiar giant scissors into 2, holding these 2 special daggers and quietly blending into the darkness, waiting for the attackers to reveal themselves from the perspective of a lurker. When it comes to ambushing, Elle is a professional. She becomes one with the night, concealing all traces of her presence. Half an hour later, 2 masked individuals emerge from the bushes, crouching and swiftly making their way towards the carriage. So, they're here to steal something. Elle clearly sees that both of them are carrying machetes. However, she remains calm and quickly devises a plan. Taking advantage of the thieves' approach to the carriage, Elle stealthily moves to the other side of the carriage, staying within their blind spot. As one of the thieves climbs onto the carriage, Elle sweeps her blade from beneath the carriage, taking down the other thief attempting to open the carriage. Then, she uses the injured thief's cry of pain as cover to flip onto the roof of the carriage. When the remaining thief inside the carriage peeks out to assess the situation, Elle, wielding the giant scissors formed by combining the 2 daggers, quickly takes him down before he can react. One is dead, and the other is incapacitated. Elle elegantly somersaults down from the carriage and approaches the injured thief. Without any mercy, Elle swiftly delivers 2 decisive strikes, ending the thief's life. That was satisfying. It's been so long since I've felt this sensation. Elle can sense a warmth flowing into her body. They call it experience points, which can raise her occupational level. However, now is not the time to savor these feelings. Elle notices movement from the soldier's side, so she immediately picks up the bandit's machete and discreetly hands it to Rode, who has been awakened by the commotion. Listen, Rode, these 2 bandits came to steal something, but they ended up quarreling and took care of each other. When the soldiers ask what happened, you'll say that you killed these 2 bandits. Understand? Looking at the seemingly different Avril in front of him, Rode is completely bewildered. Bandits? Killed? Could it be that someone is dead? However, after seeing Avril hide inside the carriage, Rode gathers his courage, gripping the machete tightly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Rode nods stiffly at Avril and then steps out of the carriage. A few seconds later, Elle hears Rhodes' startled cry from outside the carriage. Sigh. Elle sighs, disappointed with Rhodes' inability to meet expectations. Chapter 64, Cardinal Obsidian Elder Prison Star Calendar, May 23rd, 187, 8:17 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 28 days remaining. In the center of Good Town stood a 30-meter-tall spire, known as the Good Spire. According to legend, the Good Spire was originally used for surveillance. After the Western Kingdom ended the war, Good Town was established around the Good Spire. At this moment, at the top of the Good Spire, Viviana Scarlet and her attendant Albert were waiting for someone. "My lord, you need not be anxious. Failure to find the pigeon blood ruby this time is not your responsibility." Okay. Albert's comfort could not dispel Viviana's concerns. Viviana already had PTSD over the two elders. Viviana knew the temperaments of the two elders. After being teased by the divination rabbit this time, they would never let it go. Although Viviana knew that the anger of the two elders was not directed at her, she was still very afraid. A few dozen days ago, the Scarlet family spent a lot of money to find the divination rabbit Navina, the most famous divination goddess in this world who is said to have never made a mistake. The divination rabbit spirit Navina was known for two absolute nevers. 1. She would never divine incorrectly. 2. She would never divulge her client's privacy. It was precisely because of these two absolutes that the Scarlet family sought her divination to find the whereabouts of the pigeon blood ruby Philia. At that time, the divination result given by the divination rabbit spirit was, on May 15th, year 187, the pigeon blood ruby Philia will appear in Good Town, in the territory of Lord Azure Lizard, in the Western Forest Kingdom. The Scarlet family fully believed in this result. Not only did they send Viviana, who could sense the pigeon blood ruby, but they also secretly dispatched the two strongest elders of the family. However, today is already May 23rd, and Viviana and the others have not even seen the shadow of the pigeon blood ruby. If this matter were spread, it would be another disgrace for the Scarlet family. Us, the Scarlet family. Revenge must be taken for enmity, and kindness must be repaid. In the shadows, the voices of the two elders suddenly appeared. Their outfits, one red and one black, matched their titles. Cardinal Elder, Rodrigo, Obsidian Elder, Augusto. Upon seeing the two elders, Viviana and Albert immediately stood at attention and bowed their heads in salute. Revenge must be taken for enmity, and kindness must be repaid, Viviana and Albert said in unison. The two elders stopped in front of Viviana. Under this invisible pressure, Viviana had to exert all her strength to restrain her body from trembling. "You still haven't sensed the aura of the pigeon blood ruby, have you, Viviana?" asked Cardinal Elder Rodrigo. "No, none at all." "Oh." Cardinal Elder Rodrigo just softly responded, and then the surrounding walls cracked open in several places due to his anger. "More than a week wasted here. Forget it, Rodrigo. Viviana and the others are innocent. Don't frighten them." Seeing that Rodrigo was about to explode, Obsidian Elder Augusto stopped him. Then, Obsidian Elder Augusto turned around and patted Viviana, giving new instructions to her and Albert. "Viviana, you two stay in Good Town to continue observing the situation. We will settle the bill with that divination rabbit," said Obsidian Elder Augusto. "Yes, sir. We shall obey the orders of the Obsidian Elder." After asking what needed to be asked and explaining what needed to be explained, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders disappeared into thin air without another word. Even Viviana did not have the ability to see clearly how the two elders left. Thus, the perilous encounter with the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders came to an end. Viviana gazed upon the Good Town below, her heart still pounding. To quell this restlessness, Viviana once again yearned for battle. Ever since she lost the pigeon's blood, she hadn't engaged in combat with monsters on the front lines for a long time. "Albert, my lady, I'm afraid that won't be possible, but I haven't even said anything yet. You wish to venture to the Sandrift Gorge to vanquish the Rock Shadow Demon, don't you? Very well, you never cease to amaze me." Albert was well aware of Viviana's intentions, but she wouldn't be deterred so easily. These days, Viviana had heard about the Rock Shadow Demon in Gutown, a creature she had never encountered before. Viviana speculated that the Rock Shadow Demon's level shouldn't be too high, probably ranging from 30 to 50, making it an ideal rehabilitation sparring partner. Oh, Albert, listen to me. The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders have gone to settle accounts with the Divination Rabbit Spirit. It will certainly take them at least 10 days, maybe even half a month, to return. So, here's my proposal. They'll be away for 8 days. Within that time, I will definitely return to Gutown. What do you think? Viviana persisted, engaging in negotiations with Albert. Sighing, Albert knew he couldn't prevail over his restless young mistress this time either. 5 days. You must return within 5 days. Agreed. My lady, please remember not to trigger the Guardian Magic Seal. Don't worry. What could possibly happen in such a peaceful area behind the front lines? Albert, like a concerned mother, repeatedly advised and cautioned, while Viviana exuded confidence and impatience. The so-called magic seal referred to the hidden conditional trigger magic engraved on Viviana by the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. This magic had a prerequisite. Viviana had to be within the borders of the Wild Forest Kingdom. Then, when Viviana's life force diminished to a certain extent, or when Viviana activated it herself, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders would be able to reach her side within a maximum of 5 seconds. The Scarlet family bestowed such a magic seal upon Viviana, not because she was adorable, but because she was the sole divine heir of the Scarlet family. All right, Albert, I understand. Then, I entrust you to remain here. Viviana grew tired of Albert's admonitions and prepared to make her escape. My lady, I emphasize one final time. If you fail to return within 5 days, I will directly head to the Sandrift Gorge to find you. If our departure from our duties is discovered within the clan, the responsibility, I will certainly shift it onto you. No matter how many more admonitions Albert offered, it was this final threat that held weight. Viviana swallowed nervously and obediently promised to return to Gutown within 5 days. At the same moment, Tyler was seated in the carriage of the traveling merchant caravan, having just entered the Sandrift Gorge. Inside the carriage, only Tyler and Takini were present. Takini removed her hat, revealing a pair of immaculate, soft, and fluffy bunny ears as she lay contentedly on Tyler's lap, sleeping soundly. Tyler gently rested his hand on Takini's back, occasionally stroking her fur softly as she rested peacefully. Centurado, but remember, when your soul is judged upon death, these actions will be recorded. Tyler had nothing to hide and was not afraid of the young girl's silly threats. In reality, Tyler wasn't engaged in anything peculiar. Earlier in the morning, Takini had accidentally strained her barato while jumping around in the carriage. That's why she sought Tyler's help for a massage to alleviate the discomfort. As for why Takini no longer hid her identity as a rabbitkin in front of Tyler, it was because her hat had accidentally come off during her jumping. Consequently, she had no choice but to confess to Tyler. Initially, Takini had been worried that Tyler would hold biased views against Rabbitkin. However, after Tyler expressed his unwavering stance of standing with peace-loving demi-humans, her concerns vanished into thin air. Now, there were no secrets between Takini and Tyler, at least from Takini's perspective. As for Tyler, he was a secret abyss himself, with a pile of things he couldn't let others know that dwarfed mountains. By the way, Takini, do you know what your occupation is? DSVEL.cm taking advantage of their deepening relationship. Tyler wanted to learn more about the shaman profession. I don't know my occupation yet. Uncle Merrick said that we'll get it identified after we arrive in Emerald City. What about you, brother? Do you know your occupation? I don't know either. Let's go for the identification together when the time comes. Yeah. Upon careful consideration, it became clear that not knowing one's occupation wasn't exclusive to Takini. Tyler speculated that even Avril and Rode, despite their age, probably hadn't undergone identification yet, let alone having constant awareness of their occupation level changes and detailed skill information. Among the numerous abilities of the divine Eye of Transcendence, The identification ability appeared ordinary, but was, in fact, exceptionally powerful. After half a day had passed, the egress on the south side of Sandrift Gorge saw a team of horsemen approaching, stirring up a cloud of sand. They were the Goodtown Cavalry. The captain, Lydell, glanced at the sun's height and ordered the entire team to set up camp nearby. The visibility in the gorge is poor at night, and it's risky to venture in now. The logistics rotation team, Camille, Auden, and Nicholas, make preparations for dinner. One must admit that Ladle's judgment had a touch of leadership to it. While silently concurring with this assessment, Avril also felt a great sense of regret. If they had entered the gorge during the day, she could have left the team directly. But for now, she had to wait until dawn to venture out alone. Moi, don't be afraid, Avril. With your sister around, there's nothing to fear. Have you ever fought against monsters or demons, sis? Avril asked in a low voice. Well, no. So we should be cautious. If the soldiers do anything, you'll protect me, won't you? He. Of course. Reflecting on the moment of taking down the two thieves last night, Elle sincerely felt that their journey through Sandrift Gorge had been worthwhile. Unlike Avril's calm composure, Rode was still shaken to the core. He couldn't figure out what had happened last night. It was baffling how the credit for killing the two thieves had ended up on his head. Captain Lydell even extended an invitation for him to join the Goodtown Cavalry once he turned 2 years older. Were those two thieves really killed by infighting? No matter how unbelievable it seemed, Rode was inclined to believe Avril, even though the whole situation sounded absurd. Now that he had already lied to the cavalry unit about killing the two thieves, he had to stick to the lie. However, the naive Rode didn't know that the cavalry members didn't really believe him, especially Captain Lydell. Lydell had examined the two victims and concluded that the merciless precision of the attacks couldn't have been accomplished by someone as young as Rode. Could have been Avril's doing? But that's even barato outrageous than if Rode did it. Yet, this thought continued to linger in Ladle's mind, refusing to fade away. Tonight, we'll switch to a 3-person rotation for night watch. If anyone falls asleep during their watch tonight, there will be serious consequences tomorrow. Yes, sir. Lydell spoke with great excitement, waving his sword to caution the soldiers. However, whether intentional or accidental, he suddenly lost grip of the sword, and it flew towards Avril, who was not far away. Yikes! Startled, Avril fell to the ground. Fortunately, the sword missed her and only left a shallow scratch on her arm. It slipped from my hand. Lydell quickly approached to apologize, retrieving a jar from his bag as he spoke. This ointment is my apology. The external skin injury will heal in a couple of days. As Lydell handed the ointment to Avril, he noticed that her hand was still trembling, temporarily dispelling his suspicion of her. In Ladle's opinion, given the circumstances just now, if Avril possessed the ability to harm others, she would have instinctively reacted. That night, the cavalry unit encamped in an open space that offered shelter from the wind. As usual, Avril slept inside the carriage, taking turns with Rode to keep watch. Dang it, that no-good fool. Why get the chance? I swear I'll take this Lydell down. Sister, please don't get so worked up. It's because we drew too much attention last night that we invited suspicion. Unless absolutely necessary, we should endure it for now. Avril pretended to play with the wild, long-eared squirrels that nested in the gorge, but she was actually speaking to her sister, Elle. Trattino, fine, acca me piacca. Lydell, don't let me catch a glimpse of your weakness. Although Avril did her best to persuade her, Elle couldn't suppress her murderous intent. During the throwing knife incident earlier, if it weren't for Avril restraining herself with effort, Elle would have taken over and charged at Lydell with her drawn sword. In the middle of the night, darkness enveloped the land. It wasn't yet Avril's turn to keep watch, but she was awake. To be barato precise, it was Elle controlling Avril's body that woke up. Whenever Avril fell asleep, Elle would be responsible for vigilance, wandering in the shallow depths of consciousness without disturbing Avril's slumber. If anything unusual occurred, El would take direct control of the body. What woke up El was the peculiar sound outside the carriage, a hissing, rustling noise. Oddly enough, Rode, who was on guard duty outside the carriage, didn't issue any warning. What's going on? El looked through the crack of the carriage door and saw that Rode seemed slightly drowsy under the moonlight. But he was still awake. Occasional voices could be heard from the sentinels on duty. The campsite exuded an atmosphere of tranquility. Is it strange that I'm the only one who hears this eerie sound? Taking precautions, El gripped the giant pair of scissors, ready for combat at a moment's notice. However, the hissing sound, as if sensing El's awareness, gradually moved away from the campsite until it disappeared completely. Chapter 66 Shadow Lurking in Gorge Prison Star Calendar Year 187 May 24th, 7:06 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 27 days at dawn on the following day, the cavalry unit conducted their customary head count, only to unexpectedly discover the absence of soldier. Captain Lydell, unwilling to believe in coincidences, counted and recounted 3 times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Losing a companion in the middle of nowhere was not a situation one could simply dismiss, especially considering what? Tasmi, Skylar, repeat that once Barato. Lydell could scarcely fathom the testimony he heard from his soldiers. Captain, we truly heard no sound or commotion. We only realized he was gone after waking up. There were no signs of battle or suspicious footprints around the camp, and even the 2 soldiers who rested in the tent next to the missing individual had noticed nothing unusual. Could it be that the missing soldier had deserted as a fugitive? Impossible. Such a thing could never happen. D.S. C.M. Lydell had every reason to be resolute. Firstly, serving in the cavalry unit was a highly coveted position in Goodtown. Secondly, even if there were reasons for leaving the cavalry, it wouldn't require fleeing into the wilderness in the dead of night. Excluding the possibility of desertion, the truth could only involve some person or perhaps something that seized the opportunity during the night to abduct the soldier. Even the tent disappeared. Could it be the work of demons? Lydell paced back and forth, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Avril quietly observed him from a short distance away. What's wrong, Avril? Do you suspect Lydell of foul play? No, Elle. I simply think that Lydell may have other issues at hand. This morning, Elle informed Avril about the strange sound from last night. Initially, Avril thought that Elle had misheard and didn't pay much attention. But upon learning that a member of the cavalry unit had mysteriously disappeared, Avril realized that she had wrongly accused her sister. Elle was right. Something strange did happen last night in this camp. Perhaps due to her courage being bolstered by Elle's handmade human faceballs, Avril not only wasn't afraid, but could also think calmly. Elle, I can't imagine any reason why someone would secretly take away a soldier along with their tent. The possibility of it being a monster seems more likely. Yes, I think so too. If the culprit was human, they wouldn't have made that strange sound. Avril and Elle's opinions were essentially aligned. The Goodtown cavalry had already faced a setback from the monsters before entering Sandrift Gorge. This made Avril feel uneasy, and it seemed that their journey through the gorge wouldn't be optimistic. During breakfast, Avril approached 2 soldiers who seemed familiar and asked them some questions. From their accounts, Avril learned that among the soldiers heading to Sandrift Gorge, only Captain Lydell had experience. The other 14 soldiers, now reduced to 13, were all on their first mission outside Goodtown. Due to limited staffing, the soldiers of the town's garrison and the cavalry unit took turns on duty. Most of the soldiers led by Captain Lydell this time were new recruits from the garrison. As a result, they had no knowledge of the specifics of previous missions in Sandrift Gorge. But I've heard that the previous team returned intact without any injuries. I see. Thank you for sharing this information. The soldiers' information proved helpful to Avril. If Captain Lydell was suspicious, these soldiers would probably still be counting the money for him, even if they were sold. However, Avril couldn't think of any reason why Lydell would want to kill his own soldiers. If they failed to defeat the demons and returned with fewer people, Wouldn't it be difficult for him to explain to the town's mayor? Looking at Rode, who was still naively discussing with the soldiers, Avril felt that she couldn't leave him behind. If things went wrong, Rode might end up dead in the gorge. Perspective switches to the side of the traveling merchant caravan, and Tyler and his group have been journeying through the gorge for 2 days. Initially, Tyler was somewhat concerned about encountering demons, but after 2 consecutive safe days, his tense mood relaxed somewhat. The cliffs on both sides are truly steep, aren't they? Indeed, ordinary people wouldn't have the ability to climb up. They would fall and die halfway. Mr. Lawrence, who was driving the carriage, and Tyler gazed at the scenery of the gorge while chatting. Sandrift Gorge was extremely desolate, devoid of any vegetation, but life was remarkably resilient. Even in such harsh surroundings, occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of small creatures like lizards swiftly scurrying past. Tyler estimated the cliffs on both sides of the valley. They were at least 40 to 50 meters high, equivalent to a 15 or 16-story building. Moreover, the cliffs had almost no footholds, so if one wanted to climb up, only someone like Granny Cassie, a level 67 mercenary sage, would have a chance. There are only 2 exits in this gorge. It's not a good place with such a narrow and elongated terrain. After making a calculation based on his death date of May 27th, 187 years, Tyler had already encountered Avril and the Goodtown Cavalry in this future corresponding to his death date. If calculated according to this date, the Goodtown Cavalry and Avril would enter Sandrift Gorge today. We entered from the north side, while they can only enter from the south side. That means the only opportunity to meet is in the middle of the gorge. This is the worst possible meeting point. When Tyler referred to the middle as the worst possible meeting point, it was because once they encountered danger, it would be the most difficult to escape from the middle of the gorge. However, there was no choice now. During lunchtime, the person next to Tyler asked about the formation of the traveling merchant caravan. It wasn't surprising to have Mr. Merrick and Mr. Lawrence in the caravan, but it was less common to have children like Takini and elderly people like Granny Cassie. Ha ha ha, it's all a matter of fate. As the leader of the caravan, Merrick explained the story of the traveling merchant caravan to Tyler. Merrick, the founder of the traveling merchant caravan, was initially responsible for delivering goods between Goodtown and Sunnytown. As the demand for deliveries grew, he sought the help of his good friend Lawrence. One day, while passing through Luca Forest, they encountered the lost Takini. Takini was a victim of the Great Migration and was treated poorly everywhere, with no place to call home. Knowing that Takini belonged to the Rabbitkin race, Merrick and Lawrence took her in and taught her the skills to protect herself and survive. Later on, Merrick decided to expand the business beyond just transportation and ventured into trade as well. However, both he and Lawrence lacked refinement. So, with the introduction from Granny Kana in Ira Village, they enlisted the help of cultured Granny Cassie. That's how it is. No wonder no one knows that Granny Cassie is a level 67 mercenary sage. After learning about the caravan's history, Merrick, Lawrence, and Takini were no longer under suspicion for Tyler. However, Granny Cassie became his primary suspect. After finishing the meal, everyone strolled and rested in the canyon. While Tyler was searching for clues about the Sandrift flowers, he unintentionally noticed a moving stone in the distance. Intrigued, he discreetly approached the area to investigate. However, at that moment, a sudden red light appeared in Tyler's field of vision. The light enveloped his entire body and the ground beneath his feet, accompanied by a countdown displayed on top. Chapter 67 Canyon Collapse. As the numbers on the red light gradually decreased, Tyler immediately realized that it was a warning from the divine eye of transcendence, detecting an imminent attack. Though unsure of the source of the attack, Tyler had only one option at the moment: to take cover. In the blink of an eye, Tyler sprinted forward and escaped the range of the red light. The next second, a colossal boulder fell from above and crashed onto the spot where he had just stood, shattering into countless pieces. But the danger wasn't over. Looking up in the direction of the falling boulder, Tyler discovered numerous rolling stones cascading down from the top of the canyon, a landslide. Mr. Merrick, Retreat quickly. It's a landslide. As Tyler shouted loudly, Merrick and the others also realized the impending disaster. Tyler continued to evade, while Merrick and his team hurriedly retreated with the carriage. A multitude of boulders mixed with debris kept rolling down. After a mere 10 minutes, the previously unobstructed path at the bottom of the valley was completely blocked by a heap of rocks. Gazing at the towering pile of stones, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters, Tyler sighed, knowing that the traveling merchant caravan would never be able to pass through. "Mr. Merrick, is everyone all right?" Across the wall of debris, Tyler shouted loudly. "We're all fine. Banning, are you injured?" Then Merrick's voice came from the other side. "I'm fine too. The pile of stones is too high. The carriage won't be able to cross. Yes, we'll have to think of another solution." Separated by the wall of debris, Tyler and the traveling merchant caravan communicated through shouts. In the midst of their conversation, Tyler could hear Takini sobbing. The girl was undoubtedly worried about him. However, given the circumstances, Tyler couldn't climb over the heap of rocks to reunite with the traveling merchant caravan. "I'm really fine. Don't cry." Shouting loudly was the only comfort Tyler could offer Takini. Afterward, once Tyler and Merrick exchanged their thoughts, they reached a unanimous conclusion. The traveling caravan would return along the same route and take a detour to Ira Village. Meanwhile, Tyler would continue along the canyon's path, heading south to exit and make his way to Ira Village. Along the way, he needed to find the Sandrift flowers. "Can't believe I would travel alone again in this way." Tyler is presently gratified by the fact that he carries all his equipment, but as for sustenance, he can only devise a solution within this gorge. Upon careful recollection of the recent landslide, Tyler discerns its peculiarities. The precise description of the new ability of the Divine Eye of Transcendence is as follows. Discern the offensive intent of entities below combat occupation level LV 150 within a 3-second time frame. However, shouldn't a landslide be considered a natural calamity? Why would it be detected as an offensive intent by the Divine Eye of Transcendence? Could it be that the landslide was not a result of natural causes, but rather intentionally caused by a certain individual? Apart from this, there seems to be no other plausible explanation. Tyler can only surmise that someone did indeed intend to kill him during the recent incident. Otherwise, the Divine Eye of Transcendence would not have reacted. Moreover, this individual deliberately targeted Tyler instead of attacking the sizable objective of the traveling merchant caravan, indicating a clear objective directed at him. Could it be the rumored rock shadow demon, but why? Meanwhile, on the other side of the gorge, the traveling merchant caravan begins its retreat, reversing its direction. Takini weeps as she wanted to continue listening to Banning's stories and have him give her a massage. "Don't worry, Takini. We will soon meet Banning again in Ira Village." "Is that true?" "Granny Kazi sob itzvel." "Of course it is true. Why has Granny Kasi ever deceived you?" Granny Kasi gently strokes Takini's rabbit ears, seemingly comforting her. However, in reality, Granny Kasi's thoughts are, "I'm sorry, Takini, but it seems that Granny Kasi's words this time might not come true." The carriage races forward, and as she gazes at the receding cliffs on either side, Granny Kasi harbors disdain for Swerik. This Swerik? Every few years he insists on these futile acts of destroying the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once a truly formidable individual is lured here, that will be his undoing. Then, she thinks of Banning, and Granny Kasi feels a hint of regret. Oh, Banning, that lad will suffer greatly if its true race is revealed. Strive to escape this gorge alive, even though it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Tyler's walking pace slowed down significantly, but it also gave him more opportunities to interact with the ecology of the gorge. Tyler had been told by Merrick that the Sandrift flowers he was looking for grew in places with a water source. According to him, there was an underground river in the middle of the Sandrift Gorge, and the Sandrift flowers should be found nearby. As he walked, Tyler occasionally heard faint footsteps behind him. When he turned around, He was surprised to find 7 or 8 spotted hyenas following him. These hyenas were the most troublesome predators in the gorge. Tyler was well aware that once they targeted him, even if he managed to temporarily escape, they would track him down again using his scent. Only by fighting back can he reduce their numbers before they get too close. Combat Occupation Skill Heart of Focus. LV-1 has been activated and remains in effect. Without hesitation, Tyler immediately bent his bow and released an arrow with a swift motion, hitting one of the hyenas in the torso. The hyena pack was startled by this sudden attack, causing their fan-shaped formation to temporarily scatter. Tyler didn't miss this opportunity and quickly shot 2 more arrows, hitting another hyena in the leg and the other in the head. Successfully killed a hyena. Occupation Experience 100, Current Experience 200-1000. So a headshot is an instant kill. The remaining 5 hyenas became somewhat panicked. At this moment, the leader of the pack issued a command. Woof, woof. Cinchuredo Tyler leaped onto the nearby cliff, swiftly climbed up, and seized the advantageous terrain. At this moment, one of the hyenas lunged at him, but Tyler immediately struck it down with his round shield and swiftly followed up with another arrow before it could get back up. By now, there were only 2 hyenas left that could still move freely. What's the matter? Aren't you coming at me? Tyler taunted them by striking his shield with his sword, but the hyenas had lost their will to fight and began to tuck their tails, preparing to flee. However, Tyler wouldn't allow them to come and go as they pleased. Without mercy, he shot 2 more arrows, ensuring that these 2 hyenas would meet their demise. Combat Occupation Skill Heart of Focus. LV-1 has been deactivated. Meeting the level-up requirements, Heart of Focus. LV-1 automatically upgraded to Heart of Focus. LV-2. Along with the skill upgrade, Tyler noticed that his dexterity attribute had increased by 10 points, and correspondingly, his endurance had also increased by 10 points. Chapter 68, The Third Guest in Gorge, 10 points. Tyler was quite astonished by the benefits brought by skill upgrades. You see, before the upgrade, his total dexterity points were only 12. However, Heart of Focus increased by 10 points just by going from level 1 to level 2, almost doubling his points. Compared to the slow accumulation of 1 point at a time when leveling up a profession, the benefits of skill upgrades are truly remarkable. Understood. Now let's start grinding skill proficiency. However, despite saying that, magic energy is still limited. In this Sandrift Gorge, Tyler must use magic energy with a plan. Otherwise, if he runs out of magic energy at a critical moment, the loss would be irreparable. He who has magic energy has hope. Afterward, Tyler systematically executed the still-living spotted hyenas on the ground. Tyler had seen in Natural World documentary that spotted hyenas are highly intelligent and excel at teamwork. If he allows them to escape, they might bring more spotted hyenas tonight and surround him in the dark, leading to his demise. Extermination is the way to survive in the wilderness. Spotted hyenas life energy, 326 endurance, 229 magic energy, 00. Tyler glanced at the status information of the last spotted hyena and ended its life. Through this encounter, Tyler gained some new information. Firstly, wild creatures have individual differences. The values of spotted hyenas vary, whereas in a game, there would be copy-pasting. Secondly, the damage caused by each arrow shot by Tyler would change depending on the hit location. For example, a headshot can instantly kill a spotted hyena, while hitting the leg would only cause around 5 to 8 points of damage. The final point is that battles in this world will never be purely about numerical comparisons. Skills, equipment, tactics, and other factors greatly influence the outcome of battles. In this encounter, although Tyler's values were not much higher than those of the spotted hyenas, he was able to fight 8 of them alone, relying on superior equipment and the right tactics. However, if the situation were changed and Tyler were ambushed by spotted hyenas at night, the outcome would likely be different. Even if I encounter enemies with values far stronger than mine, I must never give up thinking. After finishing touches, Tyler gazed at the lifeless bodies of 8 spotted hyenas lying on the ground and let out a sigh. In terms of quantity alone, Tyler could be considered to have had a bountiful harvest, but these hyena carcasses were of no use. Not only did hyena meat have a dry texture and a pungent taste, but due to their frequent consumption of decaying flesh, their meat also harbored a plethora of pathogens. If Tyler were to consume their meat, it would be nothing short of inviting trouble upon himself. Therefore, Tyler merely retrieved the arrows he had shot and continued on his journey. Along the way, Tyler encountered numerous wild animals intermittently. After parting ways with the caravan, the frequency of wild animal encounters noticeably increased. Something is amiss? This phenomenon cannot be explained as a mere coincidence. Tyler pondered for a moment and concluded that the root cause behind this difference lay with Granny Cassie. When he was with the traveling merchant caravan, it was due to Granny Cassie's presence that he enjoyed a safe journey. As a level 67 mercenary sage, Granny Cassie might have quietly utilized some skill that deterred animals and monsters from approaching. With this in mind, Tyler suddenly realized, perhaps the target of the mountain collapse was not me. Tyler speculated that the assailants attacked him because they dared not provoke Granny Cassie. Now that Granny Cassie had been invited out of the gorge by the attackers, Tyler's situation was likely to become perilous. As the sun rose and set, darkness descended once again. After a day of travel, the Goodtown cavalry had entered the Sandrift Gorge. Avril and Rode still remained with the troop. Svel, CM throughout the day, Lydell led the cavalry unit in searching for demons in the gorge, but they yielded no results. Similarly, Avril and Rode did not find the Sandrift flowers they were looking for. In order to achieve their respective goals, the group had no choice but to continue deeper into the gorge. Now, nightfall had arrived, and the cavalry unit made camp in place. The gorge was fraught with danger, and the identity of the nocturnal assailants remained unknown. Although the cavalry unit was far from being exemplary, they could still be considered allies on the same front. With this thought in mind, Avril abandoned her initial intention to leave the group and decided to stay with Rode. Avril, it'll take the first half of the night shift, all right? Yes, I'll leave it to you. Avril didn't expect much from Rode's watch, but having a fellow villager by her side brought her a sense of tranquility. Moreover, only by keeping Rode close could Avril ensure the protection of Elle. Soon, the midnight hour passed, and Avril slept soundly, knowing she could rely on Elle. Within the camp, the crackling of the bonfire provided a lulling white noise, interrupted by an eerie hiss, repeating the same strange sound from the previous night. Yes, the same eerie sound had returned once again. Elle immediately awakened from her shallow slumber, feeling a shiver down her spine caused by the sound. It's that creature from last night. It has come again. Elle tightly gripped her weapon, holding her breath in anticipation. To ensure Avril's safety, she chose to hide inside the carriage rather than take the initiative to confront the threat. From Elle's perspective, the soldiers outside were merely human shields, and she wished they would engage the enemy rather than her risking her life to protect these foolish soldiers. As time passed in this wait, the hissing sound gradually approached the camp and then slowly receded. The camp once again returned to its calm state. Prison Star Calendar Year 187, May 25th, 6:11 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 26 days after 2 days of arduous travel, Viviana finally arrived at Sandrift Gorge. She dismounted, soothing her aching muscles from the jolting journey, and instructed her horse to wait nearby. Then, she proceeded on Barado into the ravine. Throughout most of her time, Viviana had been engaged in battles with demons on the front lines. She had grown accustomed to the relentless onslaught of these creatures rushing towards her. But now, as she gazed upon this nearly desolate gorge, as she realized she had to seek out the demons herself, a sense of excitement stirred within Viviana. Will the Rock Shadow Demon be a creature resembling a stone demon? Since the Goodtown cavalry had come 3 times to exterminate it without success, it must possess exceptional camouflage skills. Viviana approached the base of the rock wall, summoning forth her floating crimson sword. With the sword's assistance, She effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the wall, surveying the overall panorama of Sandrift Gorge, a winding and narrow terrain. One side of the rock wall is perpetually shrouded in shadows. Rock shadow, demon shadow. Though inexperienced in worldly matters and susceptible to deception by certain scumbag, Viviana possessed unparalleled combat expertise and battlefield acumen among her peers. Within half an hour of arriving at Sandrift Gorge, she had already gained insights into the possible hiding places of the rock shadow demon. At that moment, Viviana suddenly detected an unusual presence behind her. Swiftly, she lunged with her sword, aiming to strike at the unseen threat. Chapter 69 Unstoppable Disappearance, huh? What is this? Oh! Viviana's sword came to a halt in the nick of time, as she noticed a small-eyed, long-eared hopping mouse behind her. This little creature was no larger than a human fist, with long ears and a tail, exuding a unique and fluffy cuteness. Viviana sheathed her crimson silver sword and stared at the innocent hopping mouse for a while. The poor hopping mouse had no idea what fate awaited it, trembling in place, afraid to move. For a moment they locked eyes, big and small. Viviana pondered for a moment, looked around to ensure no one was present, then suddenly crouched down and lifted the hopping mouse, petting and caressing it with satisfaction. I never expected to find such an adorable little creature in this desolate place. Normally, in order to maintain her icy demeanor, Viviana had to suppress her fondness for all things cute. The opportunity to be herself was rare. What's your name? Would you like to come home with me? I have a lovely room just for you. Faced with this silver-haired girl who was infinitely cuter than itself, the hopping mouse suddenly got bashful and ran away. Viviana was not aware of her own beauty. She always thought it was her menacing aura that frightened these cute creatures away. However, Viviana had no regrets. In order to inherit the power from her past life, she had to put in 100 or even 1,000 times more effort than others. All achievements were accumulated through gradual and continuous efforts. What Viviana had to do now was to handle this minor task of hunting the rock shadow demon properly. Without Pigeon Blood Ruby by my side, Cinchuredo, Viviana sheathed her floating crimson sword and began searching suspicious areas along the gorge. In this barren stone world, searching quickly turned into a tedious task that tested one's patience. However, Viviana showed no sign of slackening. Her willpower was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Oh, there's one additional thing to keep in mind. I made a promise with Albert to return to Goodtown on May 28th. That means I have to leave no later than the evening of the 27th. I still have a day and a half. The perspective shifted to the side of the Goodtown cavalry. Early in the morning, the captain of the cavalry, Lydell, hadn't fully awakened from his slumber when he heard the distressing news of another mysterious disappearance within the ranks. 2 soldiers had vanished overnight, just like last time, without a trace, along with their tents. This is freaking eerie. Lydell kicked his own tent in frustration. Within the 15 Barato cavalry unit, they had already lost 3 people in just 2 nights, and he still had no idea who the enemy was. Everyone, gather around. I will question each and every one of you. Ladle's fury intensified the somber atmosphere of the early morning. Avril stood at a distance, pondering the information her elder sister, Elle, had shared with her. According to Elle, the appearance of the enemy was always accompanied by a hissing sound, and their presence in the camp lasted only about 5 minutes. To take away 2 soldiers along with their tents within 5 minutes, without making a sound, and without being noticed by the night guards, even someone of high combat rank would find it impossible, wouldn't they? Perhaps it's the work of demons? If it were demons, it would seem reasonable, but upon further reflection, Avril wondered if wild demons possess such high intelligence. Only the evil kinds would be capable of such reasoning. Avril knew her speculations could only go so far, anything beyond that exceeded her knowledge. However, she had a vague feeling that she had overlooked some clue. Could there be a traitor within the cavalry unit? Avril couldn't help but entertain the thought. Suppose If there were individuals who, for some purpose, conspired to attack their comrades during the night. In that case, the events of the past 2 nights could be explained. If there truly was a traitor, the person Avril currently suspected the most was Lydell. As a test, when it was her turn to be questioned, Avril informed Lydell about the incident of a demon sneaking into the camp at night. Lydell, furious upon hearing this, openly berated the night guards and declared that he would stay awake all night, keeping a vigilant watch over the camp. However, despite the rebuke, Lydell showed no suspicion toward his subordinates. He even whispered to Avril, "My lads may be a bit foolish, but they would never harm their own." This statement left Avril in contemplation. Iriel and the others were taken by a demon. Today, we must find that rock shadow demon. Ladle's definitive conclusion about the night attacks somewhat boosted the morale, driven by the desire for revenge and self-preservation. The soldiers of the cavalry displayed a significantly more determined demeanor than usual, embarking on a day-long search with the intent to turn Sandrift Gorge upside down. And so, the day quickly passed. As the evening sun dyed Sandrift Gorge in its crimson glow, the Goodtown cavalry had yet to make any discoveries. There were neither demons nor corpses. The 3 soldiers had seemingly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Avril and Rhodes still hadn't found any trace of the Sandrift flowers. In another part of Sandrift Gorge, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Tyler was engaged in a conversation with a stone. He wasn't going mad. He was simply honing his proficiency in the Deceiver skill. With his precise calculations, it didn't take long for him to receive a notification about the skill's upgrade. Upgrade conditions satisfied. Deceiver. LV1 automatically upgraded to Deceiver. LV2. Tyler promptly checked his attributes and status. His intelligence attribute had increased from 9 points to 19 points, and his maximum magic energy had risen from 90 to 190. He had made significant progress. Who would have thought that skills are the source of attributes? Comparing it to the previous upgrade of the Heart of Focus skill, Tyler noticed that the attributes gained from the 2 skill upgrades were different. Heart of Focus provided dexterity, while Deceiver provided intelligence. In the future, when faced with a variety of skills to choose from, it would be crucial for Tyler to train his skills according to his desired attributes. For now, the previously limited duration for skill usage had made a qualitative leap, and his tactical strategies would become more diverse. Before darkness fell, Tyler continued his exploration further ahead. After turning around a rocky wall, he unexpectedly spotted distant flames and smoke rising. A person? Could it be the Goodtown cavalry? This discovery quickened Tyler's pace. As he drew closer, he made another observation, but it wasn't a pleasant one. Tyler saw a colossal dark shadow lurking in the crevice of a distant cliff, gazing menacingly at the campsite. Chapter 70, The Past Calamity. What is that? Tyler thought he might have been mistaken, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. This time, the enormous dark shadow had vanished. Did I imagine things? Or, the disappearing shadow left Tyler with doubts. If he hadn't been mistaken, the fact that such a massive figure could disappear in an instant would present a formidable adversary. However, since it was no longer in sight, there was currently no way to deal with it. Tyler shifted his gaze back to the campfire and smoke. He noticed tethered horses and wagons. Centuredo, now that he had arrived at the same location as the cavalry unit, it meant that the site of his future death was likely nearby. In other words, the stone golem monster was probably also in the vicinity. The date in the future death scene is May 27th, and today is May 25th. Centuredo, what now? Do you want to go in and greet Avril? Just be careful, or Elle might greet you with a pair of big scissors Kikik. That foolish girl had no shortage of unwarranted suggestions and a knack for kicking someone when they're down. However, she did raise a valid concern, one that currently troubled Tyler. The cavalry camp was a dangerous place for him, so for now, it was best to observe from a safe distance. On that evening, Lydell assumed his role as the captain and spent the entire night awake, keeping watch alongside the soldiers on duty. Observing from the side, Avril couldn't help but notice that the soldiers' morale had indeed been lifted considerably with Ladle's presence during the patrol. Before going to sleep, Rode whispered to Avril, expressing his concern that if Captain Lydell were to remain in command and something went wrong, he and Avril would not continue their mission alongside the Goodtown cavalry. The Sandrift flowers are indeed important, but we shouldn't risk our lives here, right? As she looked into Rode's flickering gaze, Avril knew he was genuinely frightened. Yet it wasn't just Rode who felt fear. A sense of trepidation permeated among the soldiers, and if it weren't for Captain Lydell leading them, the entire unit would have already collapsed. Yes, let's hope tonight passes without incident. Avril patted Rode's shoulder and turned to sleep inside the carriage. In Rode's eyes, Avril had become a completely different person compared to before. In the past, she would have been terrified and in tears at the first sign of trouble. But now, she was both brave and composed, as if an invisible force supported her from behind. Avril, I'm drifting further and further away from you. Clouds silently drifted across the night sky. The camp alternated between dimness and faint light, enveloped in absolute silence. As the night progressed into the early hours, Avril woke up and took over the guard duty from Rode. Until now, there had been no suspicious activity that Elle, lurking within her shallow consciousness, had detected. However, as luck would have it, just when they thought everything was fine, Elle, who had taken her post, sensed something amiss in the camp. Strange. The hiss. His sound from tonight isn't here anymore. Elle rolled over and climbed onto the top of the carriage. Among the sleeping soldiers, she noticed one person sneaking out during the cover of darkness. What's this guy? Could he be an insider for the demons? Equipping herself with weapons, Elle discreetly followed after him. In the darkness of the night, the soldier hurriedly left the camp, frequently glancing back, fearing pursuit. To his surprise, someone was already waiting for him ahead. Where are you going? A girl with a dagger in each hand stared at the soldier, her eyes filled with deadly intent. Startled, the soldier fumbled to draw his sword, but he suddenly recognized the girl he had seen her around with the cavalry these past few days. You scared me. The soldier sheathed his sword and opened his hands, signaling to the girl that he harbored no hostility, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere. I was ordered by Captain Lydell to investigate over there. It's late, and you're just a young girl. You should hurry back to sleep. Oh, Captain Ladle's orders? Then come back to the camp with me and confront him face to face. The girl couldn't be easily dismissed as the soldier had hoped. Seeing the intensity in her eyes, he knew he couldn't deceive her. You're not an ordinary girl, are you? The soldier asked. That's none of your concern. Just confess your intentions, the girl replied firmly, her demeanor unyielding. Centuredo informing the girl that he was the sole veteran in their current team. Initially serving in the city's defensive forces, this year, as per the regulations, he was reassigned to the cavalry unit. Regarding the presence of the Rock Shadow Demon lurking in the Sandrift Gorge, the soldier had long heard of it. According to the internal discussions among the seasoned soldiers, the Rock Shadow Demon had inhabited the gorge for at least 2 or 3 years. Every year, a cavalry unit would venture into the Sandrift Gorge to exterminate the monsters, only to be completely wiped out. However, this information was concealed by higher-ups, and thus the newcomers remained unaware. Even the current Captain Lydell was transferred from elsewhere. Before coming here, I believed those frightening tales to be mere rumors. Never did I expect them all to be true. The soldier's face filled with regret as he cynically began to voice his complaints. It's truly baffling why the casualties are so devastating. Yet Goodtown keeps sending people to their deaths. It's a calamity, truly. However, Centuredo the soldier walked straight past the young girl and briskly made his way. This time, the young girl did not impede him. Outside the cavalry camp, Tyler stood atop a precipice, illuminated by the moonlight, observing the scene between Avril and the fleeing soldier. Tyler couldn't discern their appearances clearly, nor could he employ his identification ability from this distance. However, based on the girl's gait and the weapon in her hand, he deduced that she must be Avril. As for why the soldier left and why Avril pursued him for a conversation, Tyler couldn't quite imagine at the moment. Perhaps Elle's persona is in control now. Tyler watched for a while, preparing to return and rest. It was at this moment that the colossal shadow he saw during dusk reappeared. This time, Tyler could clearly make out the serpentine form of the shadow, significantly larger than any snake species he was familiar with. The shadow swiftly slithered along the cliff's edge, soon catching up to the departing soldier, and then the serpentine shadow vanished into the darkness beyond the moonlight's reach, along with the soldier. Chapter 71 Reunion at Gorge. That soldier was devoured. Although Tyler couldn't see it, he could almost ascertain this outcome. Regrettably, due to the distance, Tyler couldn't employ his identification ability to confirm the true form of that dark silhouette. Undoubtedly, it was a monster. Ordinary snakes cannot possess such a colossal size. However, if it's not Rock Shadow Demon, then it's different from the stone golems seen in my future death scenes. Tyler became somewhat perplexed. Could it be that there are multiple types of monsters in this gorge? Previously, while accompanying the traveling merchant caravan, Tyler had heard from Granny Cassie about knowledge regarding monsters. DSVL-CM, the Abyssal Star World, is a realm with a high concentration of magical energy. In its environment, any creature has the potential to undergo mutations and become new monsters. The higher the magical energy density in the environment, the greater the likelihood of mutations. Following a mutation, there is no reproductive isolation between the new monster and its original species. Additionally, there is a 50% chance of giving birth to offspring of the same new monster type after mating with the original species. Therefore, if left unchecked, the newly mutated monsters would swiftly form communities and pose a threat to surrounding species, including humans. The Western Kingdom, situated behind the front lines between humans and the evil kinds, is a relatively safe and peaceful nation with lower magical energy density. Typically, even if mutated monsters appear, they are promptly exterminated and do not form communities. What Tyler is currently pondering is whether this Rock Shadow Demon has been present in Sandrift Gorge for so long that it has formed a community. Furthermore, what was its original species before the mutation? Moreover, if the enormous snake shadow witnessed tonight isn't a Rock Shadow Demon, what could it be? Tyler urgently realizes that if he doesn't find answers to these questions soon, he will meet his demise due to ignorance. Prison Star Calendar Year 187, May 26th, 6:03 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 25 days in the camp of the Goodtown Cavalry. At the break of dawn, the air was filled with the hushed whispers of soldiers. The soldiers were all discussing the disappearance of another soldier, even though Captain Lydell himself had participated in the night patrol. Opinions varied among the soldiers, but there was one conclusion that everyone agreed upon. If things continued like this, they would all inexplicably meet their demise in this gorge. They're just missing. It doesn't necessarily mean they're dead. Lydell shouted loudly, attempting to control the soldiers' discussions, but his face now bore signs of exhaustion, and his words lacked conviction. Upon hearing his own voice, Lydell realized what it meant to be unable to live up to one's intentions. Now, not only the soldiers, but Lydell himself was on the verge of giving up. I never expected that rumor to actually be true. The previous times were all fine, so why this time? If only I had known, I wouldn't have come here for such a paltry sum of money. The thought of the military pay he had gone to great lengths to put in his pocket possibly going to waste made Lydell even more anxious. Just as he was preparing to find an excuse to lead the troops in retreat, the morale of the cavalry collapsed prematurely. "Thank you for everything these days. We're leaving," Rode and the girl from Ira Village, without saying goodbye to Lydell, bid farewell to the soldiers, and hurriedly left the camp. Their departure became the final straw that broke the soldiers' resolve. These soldiers were all new recruits who still desired to stay alive. Now that they saw someone leaving the gorge, how could they resist the urge to follow suit? I want to survive. I want to go with you to fight those damn monsters." It was unclear which soldier first shouted these words, But then, like a frenzy, all the soldiers began packing their belongings and mounting their horses, fleeing towards the exit of the gorge. Stop right there. Anyone who dares to run will be executed on the spot. Darn it. Can you all hear me? No matter how loudly Lydell shouted, it was as if the soldiers were an unstoppable flood. He had no choice but to mount his own horse. He wanted to catch up to the fastest runner and stop him, hoping to deter these new recruits. Upon witnessing the chaotic situation, Avril immediately grabbed 2 horses without owners and joined Rode in riding towards the exit of the gorge, following the soldiers. For a moment, the gorge was filled with swirling dust, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves colliding with the ground. As they ran, Elle suddenly intervened in the mind of Avril. Avril, something is wrong. Let me take over. With extremely keen observation skills, Elle noticed that the vibrations caused by the galloping horses seemed to trigger a resonance in the mountains. Numerous small rocks were falling from the cliff top, and if this vibration intensified, it might. Just as Elle was thinking this, a huge boulder fell from the cliff, instantly taking down the soldier at the forefront. Then the second, third, countless rocks of various sizes began to fall continuously from the sky. The soldiers hurriedly pulled on the reins and changed direction, but it was impossible to make such a sudden turn in this narrow gorge. In the chaos, the soldiers started trampling each other, and to make matters worse, the landslide continued. Even though the demons had not yet launched a real attack, several soldiers had already died inexplicably due to this man-made disaster. Fortunately, Avril was not affected because Elle helped control the horses. However, Rode wasn't as lucky. He was caught in the middle of the stampeding horses, struggling to extricate himself from the chaos. Rode. Suddenly, Captain Lydell swiftly blocked Rode with his lance. If it weren't for you damaging morale, the situation wouldn't have been like this. Enraged, Lydell struck Rode with his lance, knocking him off his horse and into the area still being affected by the landslide. Seeing Rode about to be crushed by hooves and falling rocks, Lydell spurred his horse and ran without looking back. Everyone come this way. Those who want to survive, follow my command. Seizing the opportunity amidst the disaster, Lydell raised his lance high and regained control over the unit. Under his leadership, the cavalry quickly escaped from the landslide area. However, after this encounter, only 8 soldiers remained. TSK, only this few are left. Fine, they'll just say they were killed by the landslide. Lydell scanned the soldiers and realized that the young girl from Ira Village was not among them. Did she die in a landslide? I wanted to bring her back as a scapegoat. If I had known, I would have spared Rode's wretched life. I'll have to come up with another plan. Lydell circled his horse in place, then raised his lance once more and shouted, "Follow me. We'll exit through the northern passage." Avril didn't die. She hid in the crevices of the cliff and only came out after the cavalry left. During the chaos just now, Avril clearly saw how Lydell killed Rode. Elle almost went berserk and wanted to strike Lydell down to avenge Rode, but Avril stopped her. It's not the right time yet. That's what Avril told herself. For now, I can only silently follow the cavalry from a distance and wait until we escape from this gorge. To restrain her emotions, Avril tightly clenched her fist, her expression tense with emotion. Indeed, Avril and Rode didn't share romantic love, but they had a bond like brother and sister. Avril took heavy steps forward, and at that moment, a young man jumped down from the cliff and landed in front of her. Avril, it's been a long time. Chapter Bonbon Benning. Avril could hardly believe her own eyes. Banning, who had left the village long ago, why would he appear in this gorge? And right in front of her, just as Avril's emotions fluctuated, Elle seized the opportunity to take control of the situation and immediately struck at Banning with her twin blades. Banning saw what was happening and immediately turned to flee, explaining as he ran. Wait, I'm here to help you. Shut up. You absolute fiend. I have to put an end to you today. Elle completely refused to communicate and used all her might to strike Banning down. While chasing, Elle gradually sensed something wrong. Previously in Ira Village, she was superior in speed. So why couldn't she catch up to Banning now in this gorge? What's going on? Did this guy not use his full strength last time? Elle's momentary faltering gave Avril a chance to regain control of her body in the blink of an eye. She stopped chasing Banning. Sister, now is not the time for self-destruction. The angry Avril made the still shouting Elle obediently shut up. Then Avril sincerely apologized to Banning. I'm sorry, Banning. I just lost control a moment ago and let Sister Elle control my body. It may be hard to understand if I put it that way. In fact, there's another person in my body. It's fine, I understand, and it's not Elle's fault either. I was indeed wrong before. Seeing that the current personality had changed back to Avril, Tyler no longer fled and took the opportunity to formally apologize to Avril. He really owed Avril a face-to-face apology. Censurado. Taking the enemy lightly will cost dearly. Tyler didn't think he was overreacting. Tyler remembered clearly that he had deceived Avril once before and was caught red-handed by Elle. If something like lying and being exposed were to happen again, he was afraid that he would never win Avril and Elle's trust again. Elle, don't no sens. How could Banning possibly? Avril lowered her voice to refute Elle, then continued talking with Tyler. Banning, don't say that. I read the letter and can understand your desire to complete the mission. Also, thank you for keeping me and Elle's secrets. These are things I should do, Avril. Tyler observed Avril's heart while responding. He was walking a tightrope. By the way, Banning, how did you end up here? I thought you'd go to Good Town or somewhere else. I heard from Granny Cassie that Granny Kana was sick. Combat occupation skill deceiver. LV2 has been activated and remains in effect. Taking advantage of Avril's question, Tyler briefly explained the reason for his coming to Sandrift Gorge. Incidentally, in his speech, he indirectly indicated that recently he had been with Granny Cassie and the traveling merchant caravan, and was traveling closely with them, sitting in the same carriage. Avril's heart was simple. She didn't hear the hidden meaning in Tyler's words, but the suspicious Elle heard clues in them and learned that the woman who had been with Tyler recently was Granny Cassie. Okay, Avril, I won't suspect him for now, just for now. Elle had bravado, or less let go of her murderous intent. She felt that no matter how low a person Banning was, he would not harm Granny Cassie. Combat occupation skill deceiver. LV2 has been deactivated. I see. But Banning, you may not know that the situation in this gorge is not right, and Rode. He's dead. Speaking of Rode's death, Avril's mood immediately dropped. Tyler quietly listened to Avril's account and learned about the strange disappearances of people in the cavalry camp and about Rode's death at the hands of Lydell. So that's what the landslide was all about just now. But would the galloping of just over a dozen horses really trigger a landslide so easily? Tyler always felt that this landslide happened too coincidentally, as if to trap the cavalry in the valley. But if this landslide was also caused by someone secretly, then it made sense. A gorge with both exits blocked, demons lurking silently only at night. Rock Shadow Demon. Shadow, Banning, let's leave the gorge quickly too. Sandra flowers will have to be found elsewhere. About these two things, Avril, I also have information to tell you. Tyler first mentioned that the northern exit of the gorge was also blocked by a landslide. Then he took a bunch of brown flowers that looked like stone carvings from his luggage and handed them to Avril. These are the Sandra flowers I gathered last night. These should be enough to treat Granny Kana's illness. The sudden appearance of the Sandrift flowers delighted Avril beyond her wildest expectations. Now all she had to do was leave the gorge as soon as possible with Banning. Oh my God, where did you find them? This is too great. In her excitement, Avril lost control of her emotions for a moment and hugged Banning. After 2 seconds, realizing it was wrong, she quickly let go, blushing as she started counting how many toes she had, though she couldn't count with her shoes on. Seeing the shy and lovely Avril, Tyler felt in his heart that although Avril had matured a lot, she was still the young girl from Ira Village. Afterwards, Tyler took Avril to a relatively gentle slope on the cliff in the middle of the gorge. To get out of the gorge, climbing out from here was the most reasonable route. Now it's 9 a.m. If all goes well, We should be able to climb to the top of the cliff before dark. Avril let Elle take control of her body. Under her control, Avril's speed in climbing the rock wall was comparable to Tyler's. The two climbed up one after the other until Elle noticed something strange. Wait, Banning, that big rock above doesn't seem right. I noticed it too. Elle just sensed the abnormality by hearing and sixth sense. While Tyler had already seen the very terrifying information with his identification ability, Tyler was now glad that they hadn't climbed too high. Otherwise, they would have been in a dilemma. Elle, you go down first, they'll hold it up above. Seeing that monster, Tyler's heartbeat started racing out of control. Centuredo 0 years, old granite golem. LV36 skill slot. None life energy. 29, 80, 29, 80 endurance. 593, 620 magic energy. 298, 300 chapter 73 granite golem. Is this guy asleep now? Looking at this large stone protruding from the cliff, Tyler could hear his own heart pounding wildly. So far, this large stone identified as a granite golem had not moved, but Tyler knew clearly that once this guy moved, Avril and himself staying on the cliff would die without a place to bury them. The gap in the values was simply too great. When Tyler merged with Avril earlier, he had checked her information. When Avril's personality was in control of the body, Tyler saw the information as Avril life energy, 30-30 endurance, 1623 magic energy, 80-80, and when switching to Elle's personality, Tyler saw Elle life energy, 60-60 endurance, 49-56 magic energy. 80-80 Elle's panel data was slightly stronger than Tyler's in life energy and endurance, but the difference was not enough to contend with the granite golem in front of her. In addition, Tyler also noticed that Elle's combat occupation Murderous Phantom had increased by 1 level since he left Ira Village. It seemed that Avril and Elle had experienced a lot in this time after he left. Now, Elle had obeyed Tyler's orders and gone to the ground. Tyler himself was also slowly descending while staring at the granite golem. Granite golem. It seems this guy is the demon in the future death scene, and there should be at least one more of this kind of guy. At the thought of possibly facing 2 of these creatures at the same time, Tyler felt his scalp tingle. But this was not the full horror of Sandrift Gorge. Tyler clearly remembered that the demon called Rock Shadow Demon in Sandrift Gorge spoken of by the Goodtown Cavalry was clearly not the same kind of demon as this granite golem, judging by its specific name. In addition, Tyler had seen a huge serpentine demon himself at night. Could this serpentine demon be the Rock Shadow Demon? Tyler couldn't optimistically speculate like that. This meant that at least 2 other demons were lurking in Sandrift Gorge. Thinking of this, Tyler's scalp didn't just tingle, it was gone. Elle, let's find another route to evacuate. The big guy on the cliff is not something we can beat. Okay, agreed. Very unusually, Elle agreed with Tyler's suggestion, even though Tyler hadn't told her how terrifying a demon that abnormal rock was. Tyler and Elle sneaked away from the scene. It was fortunate that the granite golem was asleep. As the price for avoiding combat, Tyler had to find an alternative route that was relatively steeper to help Avril, Elle, escape from the valley. Banning, you just said that the north exit of the gorge has also collapsed, so Ladle and his men will probably come back soon? It's possible. If they observe the terrain of the gorge, they should retrace our first old route. When Elle was no longer obsessed with defeating him, Tyler found that he could actually get along quite well with her. Elle was different from Avril. She had a very cold style. Talking to her was like talking to a rival from another faction. So in that case, they'll run into that stone monster, right? Elle asked. Yes. Shouldn't we leave a message to warn them? Warn what? Elle showed an appreciative expression at Tyler's response, and the two of them smiled at each other without continuing the conversation. They both knew very well that if they continued, it might give kind Avril unnecessary psychological burden. Tyler and Elle's ideas were consistent. They both knew that it would take a day to climb to the top of the cliff, during which time, if the stone monster woke up and came to bother them, it would be fatal. And if the people of the Goodtown Cavalry came back, they would abandon their horses and equipment to climb the gentler cliff wall, and as a result, they would surely wake up the stone monster. At that time, if the cavalry team could defeat it, it would naturally be a good thing. But even if they could not defeat it, it could buy Tyler and Elle some time. Ever since the moment the cavalry abandoned Road and Avril in the mountain collapse, these people were no longer worthy of rescue, let alone Lydell, the leader who killed Road. In addition, because of the future death scene where Lydell had killed Tyler once before, Tyler did not want any contact with Lydell. Tyler and Elle harbored idyllic thoughts, yet reality denied them an easy opportunity. Just as they climbed about 10 meters high, a distant commotion echoed through the gorge, the sound of the cavalry unit. What's going on? They returned too soon, haven't they? According to Tyler's calculations, it would take at least until the afternoon for the cavalry to make a round trip. Their early return meant that something happened midway. Do you have any suggestions, Banning? There's a crevice on the cliff over there. Let's hide in it. The crevice on the cliff was the only place where they could take cover. Tyler instructed Elle to go in first, then pressed himself against the outside of the cliff, standing close to her. In such a narrow space, there was no distance between the two of them. Tyler could feel Elle, Avril, pressing close to him. He could sense her heartbeat, feel the warmth of her presence, and see her face just within reach. Banning, if there's anything protruding from your barato. Cinchuredo, she blushed and fainted after enduring only 3 seconds of embarrassment. Before long, Tyler saw the cavalry unit approaching, kicking up billowing dust. The war horses were galloping at full speed, indicating that the cavalry unit was in some kind of emergency. There's no one in front of the cavalry unit. Could it be that they're not pursuing someone, but being chased by something else? Soon, Tyler found the answer. A huge boulder was closely following behind the cavalry unit, rolling at a speed comparable to that of the war horses. Once crushed by this boulder, the soldiers and their horses would be instantly flattened. We're approaching an open area. Spread out and deal with it. Initially, Tyler didn't understand the meaning of Ladle's loud shout. However, when Tyler saw the boulder adjust its rolling direction with arms extended, he understood. Cinchuredo, I 1/4 Tyler pondered for a moment and decided to take advantage of the chaotic situation to continue climbing upward with Elle. However, just as he peered out to confirm the climbing path above, the granite golem that should have been sleeping 50 to 60 meters away had somehow already reached their upper position. Moreover, it was fully awake. Chapter 74, Author S. Thoughts, 2023-6. Hello there, dear readers. It's your stupid author here, Power. A superscript 1A IVAI. UAE, first of all, DS Veld CM, I want to thank all of you for your support, as my book has seized its contract and it will go premium tomorrow. A superscript 1. You next. I have to reflect on my foolishness as an author. I didn't research popular themes before writing, so I didn't write about mainstream topics like villains to ride the trend. As a result of my short-sightedness, the book's data has hit rock bottom. But, though I may be a stupid author, I want to act like those clever authors who abandon their books when the data is bad and stop updating. I still want to continue writing this book, because you, dear readers, are still supporting it. Yes, I'm talking to you who are reading these lines right now. Even if I'm stupid, it's fine, as long as I trust in the wisdom of you readers. A superscript 2A, 1/2. As long as there are readers like you who are still supporting me, this book has value. Even if the data is terrible, I don't want to follow the trend and write disposable, forgettable novels. Such novels are an insult to your valuable time. I sincerely hope to tell a good story about a young boy and young girls with this book. I sincerely hope that after you finish reading it, you won't feel that you've wasted your time, and you might even gain some knowledge. So, I kindly ask for your constructive criticism and suggestions, and I will take them to heart. Lastly, I hope you will continue to support me. If you can't go on and decide to drop the book, please let me know what the problem is. I understand that some of you readers have a need to stockpile chapters, but I kindly ask that you check in every few days to subscribe and then read together when there's more content. After all, if stockpiling turns into a game of waiting, the book might just disappear before you know it. At the very end, please believe that this stupid author, me, will do my best to write the story of Confess System. Picking up girls after girls, try not to get killed. Until the end. Once again, Thank you for reading this far and for your support. Hopefully tonight, it'll release 20 chapters in a row. But don't stay up late just to wait. You can read them tomorrow as well. Power Chapter 75, Perilous Battle in the Valley. Daring to gamble at critical moments is both Tyler's strength and his weakness. Gazing at the granite golem embedded in the rock wall, Tyler felt a mix of fear and excitement. I've been put in check, he thought, but not yet checkmate. Quickly surveying the valley floor, he saw the Guttown cavalry had formed their ranks, and the rolling boulders had stopped, taking on a humanoid form as rock golems. The situation has changed. We must join the cavalry, Tyler said, making room for her. Elle peeked out and immediately noticed the rock demon guarding the area above, understanding why Banning had changed plans. What if it attacks us while we're climbing down? She whispered as they descended. The cavalry is making more noise, so it's likely drawn by them and its own kind. As long as we don't make too much commotion, we should be safe. Tyler didn't directly answer her question, as there was no good response. If the rock demon attacked them while climbing down, they could hardly escape from death. However, he believed it was worth the risk. At the bottom of the gorge, 7 cavalry members formed a circle surrounding the nearly 3-meter-tall granite golem. Stay calm. It has a slow startup. Use hit-and-run tactics to gradually weaken it, ordered Lydell, the cavalry captain. He led by example, hoisting his lance and spurring his steed to charge. The lance, gleaming holy luminescence, struck the granite golem's flank, and Lydell swiftly changed direction, evading the golem's counterattack. He then returned to the outer encirclement, adjusting his course to prepare for another assault. Tyler and Elle, who had already descended to the valley floor, hid in the shadows of the cliff, witnessing the scene. Tyler clearly saw the granite golem's status change. Life energy dropped from 2950 to 2890, inflicting 60 points of damage. With a holy luminescence, so it appears to be a skill, Tyler confirmed his suspicion by monitoring Ladle's magic energy. That strike was likely Ladle's most potent attack. While 60 points of damage would be a terrifying fatal blow to Tyler or Elle, it was merely 1/50th of the granite golem's 2980 total health, akin to scratching an itch through a boot. Upon being attacked, the granite golem began pursuing Lydell. Lydell slowly retreated, continuing to draw the granite golem's attention. Seizing this opportunity, several daring rookie cavaliers imitated Ladle's earlier charge, each inflicting damage on the granite golem. 11 points of damage, 9 points of damage. These 2 rookies are far behind Ladle's level. Though the soldiers' attacks were hardly impressive, if the 7 of them could cooperate like this, Tyler believed that defeating the granite golem wasn't impossible. Meanwhile, through observation, Tyler discovered that the granite golem would only swing its arms to strike, stomp its feet, kick, or curl into a ball and roll to chase enemies. 59 points of damage, 12 points of damage, 10 points of damage. If they can maintain this delicate balance of offense and defense, perhaps victory is possible after 2 hours. Tyler felt nervous for the Guttown cavalry, as the granite golem might not be so cooperative as to be toyed with for 2 hours. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, the granite golem revealed a new offensive tactic. It leaped high into the air, then crashed down heavily. The tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble, halting the horses. Seizing this opportunity, the granite golem rushed towards the nearest soldier, killing one with a single punch, leaving only 6 cavalry members. Worse still, its assault attracted another granite golem from a cliff. "See, Captain, there's another one on the cliff." The panicked cavalry noticed the unusual noise from above, their voices breaking in fear. Tactical failure, the emergence of a second granite golem. The soldiers were plunged into despair. "Don't panique. Spread out. Maintain the encirclement formation. Lure the second one into the center to eliminate them together." Lydell was the only one in the team who still possessed the will to fight. Though evil, he displayed the professionalism expected of a captain in this life-or-death moment. Expanding the encirclement formation would not only draw the second granite golem into the fray, but also reduce the impact of their ground-shaking attacks. However, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Tyler could no longer view the battle optimistically. Although in his vision, the granite golem's health was indeed decreasing, the Cavaliers couldn't see these values. In their combat experience, both golems seemed unyielding and impervious to their attacks. Tyler understood this overwhelming sense of bewilderment, akin to being lost in a vast ocean. In the past, he was suggested by a friend to play Monster Hunter. Without a health bar display, he hunted a molten dragon with a light crossbow, an experience of despair he would never forget, as if attempting to fill an ocean with pebbles. Tyler believed that if he didn't do something, the Gootown cavalry would soon perish, making it even more challenging for him and Avril to escape the canyon. "Elle, stay here. It'll help them." Elle was about to say something, but Tyler had already charged into the fray. Though the situation was dire, defeating the two granite golems would yield tantalizing experience points. Tyler saw his participation in the battle as a high-stakes gamble. Anyway, he had a trump card to use in a worst-case scenario. "Captain Lydell, I'm a hunter from Ira Village. They'll fight alongside you." Tyler claimed an unclaimed warhorse and swiftly joined the Gootown cavalry's encirclement. Though not a powerful ally, the newcomer immediately bolstered the cavalry's morale, and Tyler began to make a difference. "Captain Lydell, this blood-stained golem has been weakened. Please concentrate your attacks on it. It'll lure the other one away." Lydell wasn't sure how the hunter deduced the weakened state of the granite golem, but having someone distract one was excellent news. Lydell immediately ordered the soldiers to cooperate with the hunter's plan. Subsequently, Tyler successfully lured the granite golem that was initially on the cliff away from the group. To distinguish between them, he called this one the unharmed golem and the other the battle-worn golem. The battle-worn golem had marched from a recent skirmish with a soldier. Its current status was health 25, 10, 29, 80 endurance, 3, 2600, 20 magic energy, 250, 300. By comparing the basic information of the two granite golems, Tyler noticed several things. The level, age, and every status value of the two granite golems were identical. DSVEL.CM, although neither golem had skills, their magic power was continuously decreasing with each action. Whenever their magic energy decreased, their endurance would correspondingly increase. These seemingly insignificant details, when combined, led Tyler to a possible strategy to defeat the two monsters. Chapter 76, His Flame Never Waver, although devoid of substantial evidence. Tyler sensed that something was amiss with these two creatures. It was difficult for him to dismiss as mere coincidence the appearance of two identical monsters, both in appearance and attributes, at the exact same location and time. Setting this aside, considering that the monsters in this world were known to have a tribal concept and that there were two granite golems present, he wondered how these stony lumps reproduced. Ignoring the matter of reproduction and assuming that stone could indeed produce stone, or perhaps through some other means, Tyler questioned the legitimacy of the data, indicating 0 years old, level 36. Could it be that powerful creatures' offspring were born with more than one level? Tyler set aside these questions for a moment to address the more pressing core doubts. He recalled the basic information of the undead wolf, which had a skill slot of 1-1 at level 9. Comparing it to himself and the surrounding cavaliers, Avril and Elle, everyone who possessed a combat profession had at least one skill. However, these level 36 granite golems lacked any skills, which was difficult to justify. More perplexing was the fact that, despite having no skills, the golem's magic energy was steadily decreasing, while their endurance was continuously increasing. This led Tyler to believe that the granite golems were recovering endurance by consuming magic energy. Since endurance could be recovered by merely taking a short break, it shouldn't typically require the consumption of magic energy unless the granite golems were incapable of recovering endurance by resting and did not belong to the conventional category of living creatures. Eliminating all improbable options, Tyler believed that whatever remained, no matter how bizarre, was the path to the truth. He returned to the cavalry and loudly shared his deductions with everyone. Captain Lydell, these stone golems are likely not monsters. They are summoned beings. However, upon hearing Tyler's words, Lydell and the other soldiers looked puzzled, as they were unfamiliar with the concept of summoned beings. They move by consuming magic energy. If we exhaust their magic energy, we win, Tyler explained in simpler terms, and everyone instantly understood. Lydell didn't question how the hunter from Ira Village knew so much. Any effective strategy was welcome. Attention, everyone! Cease your attacks. Take turns distracting the enemy. Lydell issued the command to employ the new kite-flying strategy from horseback. The cavalry had an advantage in both speed and agility compared to the granite golems. Even when the golems rolled into balls to move faster, they could not match the warhorse's mobility. In the vast open valley, Tyler and the cavalry's 7 warhorses ran circles around the 2 stone golems, who could not utilize their strength and were toyed with relentlessly. Tyler observed the granite golem's magic power gradually being depleted. Once it reached 0, their endurance consumption rate dramatically increased. All they had to do now was wait for the golem's endurance to run out, and victory would be theirs. There's indeed a problem. No dizziness after their magic power reached 0. They must be summoned beings. Tyler watched closely, knowing that if the golems were indeed summoned, they would have to confront the hidden summoner, a far from favorable development. The granite golems were still being led on a wild goose chase by the cavalry, but just as everyone had grown accustomed to this leisurely tactic, an unexpected event occurred. The bloodstained golem barado the uninjured golem and hurled it at a terrifying speed. The uninjured golem transformed into a massive projectile, slamming into a cavalier with a resounding bang, and leaving a devastating impact. Tyler, who could see the granite golem's status information, witnessed something even more terrifying. The magic energy of the 2 golems, which had supposedly been depleted, had somehow been fully restored. Had Tyler not known this was not a game, he would have certainly thought that these 2 granite golems were cheating. The sensation of being lost in a vast ocean assailed him once more. I can't do this anymore. The first to break down among the troops was a soldier closest to the deceased. He spurred his horse and fled without looking back. Owing to his actions, Ladle's barely maintained morale crumbled in an instant. Save me. No, don't chase me. I don't want to die. The soldiers scattered in panic, their original formation long gone. Witnessing this scene, Tyler knew that victory was hopeless. He immediately turned to find Elle, intending to take her and flee as far as possible in the chaos. However, an even more desperate situation quickly followed. At some point, 2 more granite golems had appeared on both the north and south sides of the canyon, sealing off the narrow escape route. With no other choice, the fleeing soldiers were forced to turn back. Now, the Gootown cavalry found themselves surrounded by the granite golems. Observing the identical attributes of these 4 granite golems, Tyler was certain that they were magically driven summons, with a hidden mastermind controlling everything from behind the scenes. The sudden replenishment of magic in the blood-stained and uninjured golems was undoubtedly the work of this summoner. Now, the path at the bottom of the canyon was blocked, and climbing the cliff would make them sitting ducks. Tyler and the cavalry were truly checkmated. Is there really no way out? No, there must be a way. Until the moment of death, Tyler refused to give up. Upon careful observation, he noticed that the undamaged golem, which had just been thrown like a cannonball, had lost 300 life energy points. This was friendly fire damage inflicted by the golems upon each other. If Tyler could somehow provoke the golems into continuing this line of attack and inflicting mutual damage, there might still be a chance to defeat them. Regrettably, the soldiers of the cavalry had lost any semblance of composure. Screaming and pleading, they focused only on escaping through the gaps in the golem's defenses. Even Lydell, the captain, had become preoccupied with saving himself at the expense of others. Everyone, Charge to the north. One of us is bound to break through. Leading the charge, the other soldiers followed suit as soon as they saw Ladle's actions. But would the granite golems simply stand by and watch them flee? Employing their previous tactic, the golems hurled their comrades like cannonballs. Centuriato Tyler noticed that the two golems thrown as cannonballs had collided upon landing, inflicting nearly 800 points of massive damage to each other. It was here that Tyler saw his chance to survive. At this moment, Elle, who had been hiding in the shadows, galloped to Tyler's side on her horse. Judging by your eyes, you seem to have a way to turn the tide? Elle appeared calm, truly befitting of an assassin. It's unlikely we can turn defeat into victory, but at least we won't let them win so easily. Tyler smiled. In this dire circumstance, his mood had become strangely light. Chapter 77 Trap of the Canyon Elle. Take Avril and flee. He'll distract these stone lumps. Tyler casually shot an arrow at the furthest granite golem, inflicting a meager 1 point of damage and breaking the arrow beyond repair. Don't jest. I won't let you take this favor from me. This time, Elle refused Tyler's suggestion, resolutely determined to fight alongside him to the bitter end. Besides, Avril won't allow me to abandon you. Then, Elle conveyed Avril's sentiment as well. Tyler wasn't surprised by Elle and Avril's reactions, but he felt guilty for having let these two good girls down before. All right,